Chapter 1. Hermione Granger. Qin Yu had always perceived himself as an ordinary individual, never once contemplating that he might one day undertake an extraordinary feat. This notion persisted until he beheld a runaway truck barreling towards the roadside, where a panicked child stood frozen in fear. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu lunged forward, shoving the child out of harm's way. In the next instant, the out-of-control vehicle collided with him like a cannonball. He felt his entire being propelled into the air, quickly succumbing to an abyss of darkness. When Qin Yu awoke once more, he found himself sprawled in a sunlit room adorned with large glass windows. Surveying the furnishings, he discerned a distinct European or British aesthetic, imbued with a vintage charm. Clearly, this was not a hospital. With bleary eyes, he blinked and strained to recollect the events that had transpired. At that moment, the little girl exclaimed in English, "Daddy, Mommy, he's awake, he's awake." Her voice was tinged with urgency, yet laced with delight. "Wait, am I in someone else's home? I was just struck by a truck. Why hasn't anyone taken me to the hospital?" Before Qin Yu could articulate his thoughts, the little girl bombarded him with a series of questions. "Hello, what's your name? Do you remember what happened? Where is your home?" Due to his severe myopia, he instinctively reached for his glasses, only to find them absent after a fruitless search. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the little girl and realized he could see her quite clearly. The girl's delicate skin, long eyelashes, and bright eyes were all vividly apparent to him. It dawned on Qin Yu that the world could appear so vividly clear. This experience was utterly exhilarating. Could it be that the accident had unexpectedly cured his myopia? He had heard that LASIK surgery could cost a fortune. What a fortunate turn of events. Shaking himself from his reverie, he scrutinized the little girl before him and suddenly recognized her. She bore a striking resemblance to a character from a film he had seen. After a moment of mental wrestling, he finally uttered, "Are you who I think you are?" Perhaps due to his recent awakening and the ensuing confusion, he struggled to recall her name, the word lingering just out of reach. The little girl furrowed her brow and replied, "Do you know me?" This adorably naive child had brown hair, captivating eyes, and a smile that danced at the corners of her mouth. As Qin Yu's thoughts raced, he finally remembered. This was the brilliant young girl from the Harry Potter series. He had watched the films countless times with a female friend and had often pondered how Harry Potter was merely a fairy tale cloaked in magic, with a protagonist embarked on adventures to vanquish foes. Yet, as he delved deeper into the narrative, he recognized it as a heartwarming tale of growth, filled with warmth amidst the harshness. "Hermione Granger," Qin Yu exclaimed, finally recalling the name of the curly-haired girl. Upon hearing her name, Hermione recoiled slightly, her eyes wide with surprise. To Qin Yu, her reaction was utterly endearing. Sensing that his exclamation was perhaps inappropriate, he swiftly pivoted the conversation, asking, "Why am I here?" As soon as he uttered the question, it struck him that he had been speaking in English all along. His muddled mind had simply failed to register it. This accident had yielded unexpected benefits, granting him an innate translation ability. Thus, it seemed there would be no language barrier between them. At that moment, Hermione appeared to be around 10 years old, a fact Qin Yu found curious since he was more familiar with her adult likeness, hence, he hadn't immediately recognized her. After pondering his question, Hermione blinked her large eyes and carefully articulated, "Well, a few days ago, you suddenly appeared on the street and were accidentally struck by my father's car." She emphasized accidentally. "Dad took you to the hospital, and although there were no issues with your head or body, you remained unconscious. We couldn't locate your family, so Dad felt responsible and brought you home. Thankfully, you've finally woken up." After finishing her explanation, the little girl sighed with relief. Qin Yu furrowed his brow. The situation seemed to exceed his understanding, as he found it hard to believe he had emerged unscathed from such a high-speed collision. Yet, curiously, he felt no injuries at all. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Hermione inquired, noticing his prolonged silence and concern etched upon her face. As she spoke, she reached out to touch his forehead, checking for fever. When she observed his lack of response, she waved her hands in front of his eyes. Qin Yu, exasperated, gently brushed her hands aside, wanting to assert, "Imperfectly fine, I'm not blind." Yet, as he extended his hand, he was taken aback. Why did his hand appear so small? What happened to my hand? Qin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Hastily, he leapt from the bed and spotted a mirror on the table. He rushed over and held it up. Gazing into the mirror at the youthful face that bore a resemblance to his childhood self, Qin Yu was rendered speechless, shock coursing through him. Internally, he felt as though 1,000 beasts were roaring past him. My age and voice have changed. Could this be the fabled experience of transmigration? Am I a soul that has crossed over, or has my body simply regressed? Who can elucidate this bizarre situation for me? As he grappled with these thoughts, he placed the mirror back on the table in a daze. Seeing him suddenly appear vacant, Hermione grew alarmed, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. She hurriedly dashed downstairs, calling out, "Daddy, Mommy, why haven't you come up yet?" Qin Yu paid no heed to the departing Hermione and slumped back onto the bed, lost in contemplation. If Hermione exists in this world, does that imply magic is real? Is this world akin to my original one? At that moment, a melodious voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting host's emotions are stable, condition good, system automatically activating. Stable? Stable my foot. Qin Yu instinctively retorted. Yet, he quickly froze, his heart racing. A system? Was that legendary voice indeed a system? However, the voice continued, ignoring his thoughts. Ding! Greetings, host. Welcome to the magical world. You have encountered the divine choice system, which presents you with two initial options. Please make your selection promptly to complete the system binding. 1. Become a Muggle ordinary person. Reward, £1,000,000. 2. Gain the power of the Muggle-born and become a wizard. Note: choosing this option will allow the system to guide you in eliminating the negative impacts of being Muggle-born. Upon hearing the system's voice, Qin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Fate had not forsaken him, granting him a system to accompany him. Now, which option should he choose? He found himself in a quandary. Chapter 2. Settling in. Ding! Host, time is limited. Please make your choice swiftly. 1. Become a Muggle. 2. Gain the power of the Muggle-born. The system, observing Qin Yu's prolonged silence, reiterated its previous statement. After careful consideration, Qin Yu ultimately opted for the second choice. While wealth was undoubtedly a valuable asset, the allure of magic was incomparable, far surpassing even £1,000,000. In his recollection, the term Muggle-born had appeared in the spin-off film Fantastic Beasts, but had not been mentioned during the Harry Potter era. This dangerous power had stemmed from the twisted psychology of young wizards oppressed by Muggles once the magical world and the Muggle world were orderly separated. The growth environment for young wizards improved significantly, leading to the near extinction of Muggle-borns during the Harry Potter era, hence the lack of mention. Given that this power was potent yet prone to chaos, those endowed with Muggle-born abilities seldom lived long. However, since the system claimed to guide him in eliminating the negative effects of being Muggle-born, why not venture into this magical world? After all, merely becoming an affluent Muggle would render his transmigration pointless. Ding! Host has completed the initial choice system binding commencing. 3, 2, 1. Binding successful. As the system's sound resonated, Qin Yu suddenly felt an indescribable force slowly emanating from within his body. This power imbued him with a sense of both strength and danger. From that moment on, Qin Yu became a wizard endowed with a latent power. This realization filled him with both joy and excitement. Meanwhile, young Hermione had witnessed Qin Yu's sudden lapse into confusion and hurried downstairs to seek assistance from her parents. Upon their arrival, Mr. Granger quickly instructed Qin Yu to lie down and proceeded to examine him. Although Mr. Granger was a dentist, he possessed a reasonable understanding of common neurological responses. He shone a flashlight into Qin Yu's eyes to assess his pupil reaction, then gently probe his forehead while inquiring about Qin Yu's sensations. Throughout the examination, Qin Yu cooperated fully, recognizing that Mr. Granger, being Hermione's father, was undoubtedly a kind and caring individual. After completing the examination, Mr. Granger spoke in a relaxed tone. Everything appears to be normal, except for a slight hunger. Just as he spoke, Qin Yu's stomach let out a rumbling sound. This elicited a fit of giggles from little Hermione, who smiled at Qin Yu and said, "We'll fetch you my favorite cookies. I'm certain you will adore their flavor." With that, the little girl scampered downstairs in search of her cookie jar, returning shortly with a delightful assortment. Here you go, feel free to devour them all. Though hesitant, little Hermione generously offered. Feeling quite famished, Qin Yu accepted the box of cookies, expressed his gratitude, and began to munch away. Mrs. Granger, unbeknownst to him, had already descended with a glass of milk, handing it to Qin Yu to prevent him from choking on his eager consumption. After watching Qin Yu devour several cookies, Mr. Granger gently inquired, "Young man, what is your name? Where do you reside?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu pondered momentarily before responding, "I only remember my name is Qin Yu, though I cannot quite recall where my home is." Note, the name Qin Yu is not arbitrary, it holds significance that will be revealed later. The order of Chinese names can be rendered in two ways, such as Qiuzhong and Wyoming. However, the author favors the latter. Moreover, it is common for Westerners to address someone by their first name once familiarity is established. As he spoke, he wore a pitiful expression. Alas, he found himself a stranger in this world, unable to articulate where he hailed from. Observing Qin Yu's sorrowful demeanor, Mrs. Granger felt a surge of compassion. With concern, she turned to her husband and remarked, "Do you think young Qin Yu has suffered amnesia? Should we take him to the hospital to consult Dr. Allen to ensure there are no hidden injuries to his brain?" "Indeed, I would have suggested the same," Mr. Granger replied after a brief pause. He then turned to Qin Yu and continued, "I regret not introducing myself sooner. My name is David Granger, and this is my wife, Jenny Granger. Standing beside me is my daughter, Hermione. I sincerely apologize for the incident on the road. It was entirely my fault. I will arrange for a specialist in neurology to conduct a thorough examination. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility for any issues that may arise." Qin Yu quickly waved his hands dismissively, saying, "It's quite all right, I must have dashed onto the road unexpectedly, which led to the collision. I feel fine now, and I believe a few days of rest will help me regain my memories." Inwardly, Qin Yu lamented his misfortune. Having been struck not once, but twice, life seemed rather cruel. However, upon reflection, he thought, "Now that I possess magic, who would dare to collide with me again? Since you cannot recall where your home is for the time being, you are welcome to stay with us. We will assist you in the search for your family," Mrs. Granger said gently. She had taken a liking to this boy with an Eastern visage and had long desired another son. Qin Yu's arrival felt like a divine arrangement, or as one might say in Eastern terms, fate. After conversing with Qin Yu and finding him in good spirits, the Granger couple felt reassured and proceeded downstairs, leaving Hermione behind, who had a myriad of questions for the young boy. Once her parents had departed, little Hermione fixed her gaze on Qin Yu and asked, "How old are you? You appear to be around my age. How did you know my name just now? Are you also a student at our school? I don't recall ever seeing you before. There are not many schools nearby, and I don't think I've ever encountered you. But then again, I rarely have the time to interact with others." Having rambled on, her voice gradually diminished, and her expression turned glum, indicating that her school life was not particularly fulfilling. Age is merely a number. As for school, I've forgotten where I attended. However, despite losing some memories, the knowledge I acquired remains intact. I would wager that I know as much, if not more, than you do," Qin Yu replied, blinking at the adorable girl. He chose to sidestep Hermione's earlier inquiries, realizing that further explanation would only complicate matters. Hermione gazed into Qin Yu's eyes and, with a touch of pride, remarked, "Is that so? Perhaps we shall have the opportunity to compare our abilities in the future." Qin Yu mused that the little girl's competitive spirit had indeed been strong from a young age. Nevertheless, he successfully shifted the topic. Thus, Qin Yu settled into the Granger household. The following day, Mr. Granger took Qin Yu to see Dr. Allen for an examination, the results of which were undeniably positive. As for the restoration of his memories, that remained a matter of fate. After a few days of residing there, the Granger couple showed no inclination for Qin Yu to leave, nor did they pry into his past. They felt that with Qin Yu around, Hermione's words and smiles had increased considerably, which brought them great joy and comfort. In truth, during the initial days, Hermione had been somewhat wary of Qin Yu, as she sensed that the young boy was quite extraordinary. He was not only knowledgeable but also managed to amuse her parents splendidly. However, an incident today shifted her perception of him. As she exited the school, her classmates affixed a note to her back, bearing the words, "You talk too much. Be quiet." As Qin Yu idly wandered outside his home, he chanced upon Hermione's school. To his dismay, he observed her emerging from the institution in tears. A note affixed to her back, Who did this? Qin Yu inquired, furrowing his brow as he tore the note away. Hermione, weeping, cast a glance toward a group of female classmates lingering at the school gate, who were now sticking out their tongues and making faces in her direction. Qin Yu, despite being in the body of a mere child, harbored the mindset of an adult, believing that a mature gentleman should not stoop to the level of a child. However, upon witnessing the tears streaming down little Hermione's face and observing the girls who mocked her, an inexplicable fury ignited within him, surging upwards with fervor. He inquired of Hermione, "If you could do anything to them right now, what would you choose?" Hermione casually retorted, "I would make them hang from the nearby tree, unable to descend." Qin Yu nodded. This wish was not excessive. A strange sensation stirred within him, and with a mere glance, he observed several students soaring into the air, their garments ensnared by the branches of a nearby tree. The sudden turn of events left these young girls shrieking in terror. Chapter 3. My dearest discipline committee member gazing at the elementary students suspended in the tree, Qin Yu felt a twinge of astonishment. Just moments ago, an inner voice seemed to guide him on how to act, and he had merely entertained that thought. To his astonishment, it had come to fruition. Could this be the manifestation of thought-driven magic? In his heart, Qin Yu pondered this matter. Meanwhile, little Hermione gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her, murmuring, "When did my wish become so potent?" However, as she turned to look at Qin Yu, she noticed a contemplative expression etched upon his face. Could it be he who orchestrated this? As if struck by a revelation, Hermione exclaimed, "Run," and then grasped Qin Yu's hand, leading him in the direction of home. After covering a considerable distance and with the school gates now out of sight, Hermione finally slowed her pace and curiously inquired of Qin Yu, "Did you cause them to ascend?" Qin Yu felt that there was no need to conceal his identity as a wizard from Hermione, for she would inevitably discover it one day. Thus, he candidly nodded and replied, "Yes, it was I who sent them up." Hermione immediately covered her mouth in astonishment, then glanced around to ensure no one was watching and whispered, "Are you not aware? The Ministry of Magic has regulations against casting spells on muggles indiscriminately." At this moment, Hermione had already acquired some understanding of the magical world, having perused related materials, as there were ministry officials who had interacted with young wizards like them. In this regard, the world diverged somewhat from the Harry Potter universe that Qin Yu was familiar with. Of course, Qin Yu had long since noticed Hermione secretly reading books about magic. Qin Yu listened to the young girl's words and smiled, saying, "Rest assured, no one knows, and moreover, no one has informed me of this regulation from the Ministry of Magic." "But I just told you," little Hermione insisted stubbornly. Sighing, Qin Yu replied, "Indeed. You are a good child." At this, he couldn't help but ruffle the young girl's brown curls. "Aren't you a child as well? Why do you speak like an adult?" Little Hermione retorted, displeased as she tidied her tousled hair. "Do you think it would be satisfying to hang them on a tree? Would that make you happy?" Qin Yu coaxed gently. Seeing them punished would certainly be satisfying. Little Hermione paused, then added, "However, as wizards, we should not bully muggles." "That is not right." "Why is it not right?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Because it's the rule." Little Hermione struggled to articulate a reason. Noticing her serious demeanor, Qin Yu ceased to tease her and affectionately patted her head, saying, "Let us go home for dinner." Along the way, little Hermione couldn't help but chatter with Qin Yu, resembling a little chatterbox. "Since you can perform magic, how could you still be hit by my dad's car?" The little girl suddenly pondered this point. Qin Yu curled his lips and remarked, "I suppose I didn't possess such abilities back then. My magical powers were an unexpected gain following the accident, perhaps a compensation from the heavens." Hermione found this notion truly astonishing. However, since Qin Yu himself was unclear about it, she decided not to dwell on it any longer. Excitedly, she continued, "I must confide in you that I am also a wizard. In due time, I hope to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. But I must wait until next year because my birthday is on September 19th. You have no idea how long I've yearned to find someone like me. And to think the first peer I encounter with magical abilities is you." Note, the admission age for Hogwarts is 11, and the school year begins on September 1st. Hence Hermione can only attend when she turns 12. Upon finishing her statement, Hermione observed Qin Yu's calm demeanor and curiously inquired, "Why do you seem completely unfazed?" "Should I be surprised?" "In truth, I deduced your wizardry as soon as you mentioned the regulations of the Ministry of Magic," Qin Yu replied with a faint smile. "Oh, it seems I let slip a secret. I was just anxious. You truly must not use magic in front of muggles. Do you understand?" The young girl earnestly cautioned. "All right. My dear disciplinary committee member, can we head home now? I can already smell Aunt Ginny's delicious stew," Qin Yu said, raising his hands in surrender. Little Hermione could not help but swallow her saliva and, with a serious expression, stated, "It is good that you grasp the gravity of the situation. Now, let us return home." Saying this, the young girl inhaled the enticing aroma of the stew wafting through the air and eagerly took Qin Yu's hand, leading him inside. "Hermione, what is making you so cheerful?" Mrs. Granger inquired curiously during dinner. It's a secret, I can't tell you," little Hermione replied while casting a smile at Qin Yu. It seems our little Hermione has grown up, already harboring secrets of her own," Mr. Granger teased. "Dad, didn't you say that everyone has a right to privacy?" "I am merely exercising my rights." Hermione stated with utmost seriousness. Indeed, you are right. We assure you we will not infringe upon your privacy. Mr. Granger responded with a chuckle. Observing Hermione's joyous expression and the harmonious atmosphere of the Granger household, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia, pondering whether he would ever reunite with his family from another world. However, contemplating such matters seemed futile. He needed to focus on surviving in this world for now. Hermione noticed the boy beside her appearing suddenly melancholic and felt curious about what thoughts occupied his mind. Oh no, the last piece of beef. If you don't eat it, I shall, Qin Yu exclaimed. Seeing that his gloomy aura had vanished, Hermione's lips curled into a slight smile. No way, I want to eat. I hardly had any. Little Hermione protested. The sight of her protectiveness over the food made both Mr. and Mrs. Granger chuckle along with Qin Yu. Later that evening, as Qin Yu lay on the attic bed, he found himself struggling to fall asleep. The power coursing through him today filled him with an inexplicable sense of anxiety. He had long sensed that during sleep, this energy would meander throughout his body. At times, he felt as though a dragon resided within him, striving to awaken every part of his being, leaving him invigorated each morning. This power, if stored for too long, was bound to erupt one day. He had a foreboding sense of this. Yet, the system seemed to have forgotten him, remaining silent and failing to guide him on how to eliminate this potential hazard. The following day was the weekend. In a bid to provide their children with an enjoyable day off, Mr. and Mrs. Granger took Hermione and Qin Yu to the largest zoo in the area. Hermione adored visiting the zoo, believing that animals were far easier to relate to than humans, who would at least not bestow upon her unkind nicknames. This thought stirred a pang of sympathy in Qin Yu for the young girl. Existing as an outlier in the Muggle world was undoubtedly a rather disheartening experience. As for the zoo visit, Qin Yu felt a tinge of reluctance in his past life. He was allergic to animal fur and would typically steer clear of cats and dogs. However, considering he had now transmigrated into this body, perhaps he would not suffer from allergies anymore. Thus, he acquiesced to Hermione's request. I merely wish to ascertain whether my body remains sensitive. It is certainly not because I am captivated by the young girl's adorable demeanor, Qin Yu mused to himself. As the family drove to the zoo, they soon arrived and began their exploration. However, when Qin Yu and Hermione approached the entrance of the reptile house, they were suddenly met with a commotion inside, as many people screamed and rushed out. Subsequently, they witnessed a large, vividly patterned python slithering out from within. Chapter 4. An encounter yet to be. Staring at the enormous snake and the panicked crowd, Qin Yu found himself momentarily stunned. Could it be mere coincidence that this snake looked so familiar? Was it not the one released by Harry Potter? Am I truly here for a simple visit to the zoo, only to be thrust into a scripted scenario? Qin Yu lamented inwardly. Moreover, should not that rascal Harry be the one to deal with this mess? Beside him, Hermione's face turned pale. Her eyes filled with terror as she instinctively looked at Qin Yu. Qin, what should we do? Can you use your magic to control it? Qin Yu understood that the python merely sought freedom and harbored no intention of causing harm. Thus, there was no need for undue alarm, provided that no one provoked it. How could I possibly control it? Unless I possess the ability to speak the language of snakes, perhaps I could negotiate, Qin Yu remarked with a shrug. The language of snakes is an intricate art. How could one master it so readily? Hermione replied, exasperated. She was puzzled as to why she had just asked Qin Yu, who appeared to be only slightly older than herself, how he could possibly deal with such a formidable serpent. As Qin Yu pondered how to drive the python away, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Dear host, a significant disturbance has occurred in your vicinity. Please make the following choice. 1. Depart immediately. Reward. 1 owl. 2. Drive away the python. Reward. Mastery of snake language. Qin Yu mused to himself that the system proved to be useful at a critical moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted for the second choice. Ding. The host has chosen to drive away the python. Your courage is commendable. The reward has been dispensed in advance. I hope you can utilize your abilities to aid those in need. At that moment, several individuals armed with sticks and mops approached to confront the python. The serpent, agitated, raised its head, its cold, reptilian eyes fixed on the malevolent humans. Indeed, I seem to possess a knack for foreboding, Qin Yu thought to himself. He stretched his neck and turned to Hermione, saying, You should take cover. This large creature is my responsibility. With that, he strode boldly towards the python. The newly acquired ability to communicate with snakes felt instinctual, and as he opened his mouth, words flowed effortlessly in the serpent's tongue. Hey, long creature, could you please leave? You're frightening everyone. Is it not these humans who wish to attack me? Another human capable of conversation? The python responded with a hint of surprise. Clearly, your vibrant patterns have awakened their primal fears, which is why they are acting so aggressively. I shall put an end to their hostility, Qin Yu replied slowly, gesturing for the armed adults to lower their weapons. As the crowd observed the python being calmed by this young Eastern boy, they instinctively retreated and set their weapons down. Such exquisite markings, yet they are afraid? How perplexing. The python remarked, clearly displeased. Enough. Now is not the time to discuss the differences between our species. You must distance yourself from the crowd. There are vast fields and mountains in the countryside surrounding this city. That is where you can thrive freely. Qin Yu paused before continuing, If you do not leave, I cannot guarantee they won't capture you and turn you into snake soup. Moreover, I would not hesitate to suggest several arcane Eastern recipes for snake dishes. Upon hearing this, the python retracted its neck, feigning composure as it replied, I have no desire to linger here. The onlookers had retreated far away, and since the language of snakes was beyond human comprehension, they remained oblivious to the exchange that had just transpired. All they knew was that after a tense standoff between the audacious young boy and the python, the creature fled in haste, quickly disappearing into the hinterlands of the zoo. Clapping erupted. Child, you are remarkable. Are you a snake charmer? Have you been hired as a tamer by the zoo? Wow, your performance was spectacular. Once the python departed, the crowd applauded Qin Yu, buzzing with excitement. Feeling overwhelmed by the attention, Qin Yu hastily took Hermione's hand and left the scene, searching for the Granger couple, who had wandered off. After walking for a while, Hermione, filled with curiosity, inquired, Qin, what did you say to it? I thought you couldn't speak snake language? Qin Yu smiled and said, I just learned it. It's not something that comes easily. Little Hermione remained skeptical. Perhaps it is a kind of hereditary talent. You know, some wizards possess bloodlines that can inherit special abilities. Qin Yu casually fabricated an explanation. Oh, that is indeed a possibility. I read about the influence of bloodlines in a book titled An Introduction to the Origins of Wizards. However, the theory of bloodlines is not particularly favored, Hermione stated earnestly. Indeed, I also find the bloodline theory unappealing. I place greater value on diligent effort, Qin Yu replied. Hee. I too believe that hard work is of utmost importance. Little Hermione exclaimed cheerfully. Coming from a Muggle family, she naturally harbored a strong aversion to notions of bloodlines. Thus, hearing Qin Yu express a similar sentiment delighted her. The moment when Qin Yu drove away the python was fortuitously witnessed by a small boy emerging from the reptile house. This boy, appearing to be around 10 years of age, wore black-framed glasses, and beneath the fringe of his hair, a faint lightning-shaped scar could be discerned on his forehead. He was none other than Harry Potter, accompanying his aunt's family on a visit to the zoo. Harry instinctively sensed the uniqueness of Qin Yu and felt a strong desire to approach and greet them, yearning to share the secrets that weighed on his heart. However, just as he took a step forward, his uncle seized him by the arm and began to drag him away, followed closely by his impassive aunt and his cousin Dudley, who now wore a look of sheer terror, his clothes damp and disheveled, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Qin Yu had caught a glimpse of Harry and felt a strong urge to assist the child who had long been tormented by his uncle's family. However, the crowd of onlookers was overwhelming, and with Hermione and the Granger couple having found them, he found himself unable to approach. Qin Yu mused to himself that there would likely be another opportunity in the future, and he would address it when they next met. The excursion to the zoo had not only bestowed upon him the remarkable ability to communicate with serpents, but it had also yielded another significant revelation. He discovered that he was no longer allergic to animal fur. This newfound freedom sparked within him an impulse to adopt a dog or a cat. However, considering that he was currently residing in someone else's home, the idea of bringing a pet into the mix felt inappropriate. On their way home, Hermione animatedly recounted their experiences at the zoo, describing lions, bears, and tigers as endearing creatures. Yet, amidst her joyous chatter, a sense of unease began to swell within Qin Yu. He recognized that his powers were intensifying, and there had been several instances where he nearly harmed the animals at the zoo. Whenever those formidable beasts evoked a flicker of fear or tension within him, malevolent thoughts would intrude upon his mind, leading to bizarre occurrences. For instance, a tiger was injured by a rock that tumbled from a foam mountain. A bear inexplicably charged into a tree, and a lioness' tail inexplicably caught fire. The animals found themselves in quite a predicament, which, in Hermione's eyes, only added to their charm. It became increasingly apparent to Qin Yu that this burgeoning power was becoming more challenging to control. He felt an overwhelming urge to unleash every expletive he knew, lamenting the absurd difficulty of simply wanting to live peacefully. System, you wretched thing. Could you not provide something of value? The turbulence of his emotions was mirrored in his gaze, which was fixated on a large tree not far ahead. Suddenly, it felt as though an invisible hand seized the tree with great force, uprooting it and sending it crashing onto the road with a resounding thud. Screech. The piercing sound of brakes echoed through the air as Mr. Granger managed to halt the car just before it collided with the fallen tree. Hermione, Mr. and Mrs. Granger exchanged bewildered glances towards their daughter. It was Timmy. The wronged Hermione quickly protested, waving her hands in denial. Qin? Mr. Granger inquired, his eyes scrutinizing Qin Yu, his brow furrowing in concern. Upon seeing the resigned expression on Qin Yu's face, he questioned, So, this is your little secret with Hermione? Hermione shrugged and replied, Dad. It's no longer a secret. Chapter 5, Dumbledore's invitation to enroll. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Mr. and Mrs. Granger exchanged a knowing look, both recognizing the worry and resignation reflected in each other's eyes. It seemed their household had welcomed yet another young wizard. They had long suspected this development, particularly given Hermione's unique nature. They had prior experience in this regard. When Hermione was very young, they had noticed that she was different from others, experiencing numerous peculiar incidents that caused them considerable concern. Eventually, a professor from the magical realm came to explain everything. assuring them that when the time was right, at the age of 11, Hermione would be invited to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where she would learn to harness and control her magic. During their time at the zoo, the Grangers had sensed something amiss. They had initially attributed it to Hermione. Yet now, it was clear that it was all due to Qin Yu, observing the tree that lay on the ground. They were acutely aware that Qin Yu's destructive potential surpassed Hermione's. In unison, Mr. and Mrs. Granger thought, let 11 come swiftly, so these children can learn magic properly. Otherwise, their hearts may not withstand such turmoil. Qin, could you move the tree? Mr. Granger tentatively inquired. Qin Yu shook his head. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he said, I'm sorry, I still cannot wield my abilities at will. Well, I should have anticipated this response, Mr. Granger remarked as he started the car, continuing, then we shall have to take a detour back to the previous intersection. Consequently, Mr. Granger drove a considerable distance before finally returning home. As for the tree, they could do nothing but leave it to the nearby residents to handle. Within the confines of Qin Yu's limited understanding, there existed a regulatory body in the magical realm, overseeing the interactions between wizards and the Muggle world. Most importantly, it aimed to prevent wizards from influencing the Muggle world, thereby maintaining a delicate balance of order. This institution was none other than the legendary Ministry of Magic. Given the uncontrollable power surging within him, which had even uprooted a tree, it was inevitable that the ministry would take notice. He could only await with trepidation, uncertain of whether he would be taken away by the ministry personnel. In the Muggle world, many wizards lived among them. The scene at the zoo caught the eye of a passing witch, Professor McGonagall. While at the zoo, she had transformed into a tabby cat, discreetly observing the Potter family. Dumbledore had once mentioned that as long as Harry lived with his aunt and uncle, he would not be targeted by Death Eaters. However, she still made occasional visits to check on him, suppressing the urge to teach the Dursleys a lesson on multiple occasions. This time, not only did she witness Harry Potter freeing a python, but she also unexpectedly discovered Qin Yu and Hermione. Thus, she executed a disapparition and returned to Hogsmeade near Hogwarts. Walking into the school since magic could not be used within its confines, to inform Headmaster Dumbledore of what she had witnessed. Dumbledore was already somewhat astonished by Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue, but the revelation of a mere 10-year-old Muggle with such power struck him as a potentially troublesome matter. He resolved to see this child for himself. I solved this problem before you did, Hermione declared with a hint of pride. Ever since Qin Yu arrived at the Granger household, Hermione's status as the academic superstar had been challenged, in subjects such as mathematics, English, science, and history. She found herself overshadowed by Qin. The only subject in which she maintained a semblance of confidence was art, and that was solely due to Qin Yu's lamentable artistic skills. Yes, splendid, Qin Yu said absently, offering praise to the young girl. Indeed, he felt somewhat distracted today, sensing that something significant was about to transpire, leaving him little inclination to attend to the whims of a 10-year-old girl. At that moment, his eyes widened in astonishment as he spotted an elderly man with a white beard floating outside the window, who was smiling and nodding kindly at him. Dumbledore, Qin Yu exclaimed, a touch of excitement in his voice. Hermione tilted her head in confusion and asked, Dumb? Dumb what? Qin, what is wrong with you? Qin Yu turned to the little Hermione beside him and inquired, Do you not see him? The young girl looked around in confusion and replied, Who am I supposed to see? Qin Yu recognized the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts before him. Upon seeing Dumbledore, he finally felt a sense of reassurance, silently reflecting that someone was finally here to address the issues at hand, alleviating his previous anxiety. Dumbledore entered through the window, gently waving his hand, causing Hermione to suddenly yawn and then rest her head on the table, succumbing to slumber. Rest assured, Hermione is fine. I merely allowed her to sleep for a while, so we may converse more freely, Dumbledore comforted him. I am aware that you are a benevolent individual and would never harm Hermione, Qin Yu offered with a hint of flattery. Oh, you know of me? Dumbledore responded, somewhat surprised. Hermione has shared stories of the wizarding world, and you are quite a renowned figure within it. Besides, with her fast asleep, she will remain oblivious to our conversation, Qin Yu replied. Well, it seems I can forego some introduction, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Without waiting for Qin Yu's response, he directly inquired, Child, you are not an ordinary individual. Are you aware of that? I do know a little. There exists a power within me that is difficult to control, often manifesting in extraordinary occurrences. You have come concerning the matter of the great tree, correct? I apologize, it was not intentional, Qin Yu said, his demeanor one of pitiful regret. The matter of the tree? Ah, it appears we have encountered yet another troublesome issue, Dumbledore replied, his expression revealing surprise. Ah, so you were unaware? Qin Yu said, feeling somewhat awkward. Haha, child, there is no need for alarm. My purpose here is to assist you in resolving the challenges you face, Dumbledore stated, his eyes growing deep with contemplation as he carefully scrutinized the young boy's eastern visage, probing the power that resided within him. So, it is that. It has indeed been a long time since I encountered such a phenomenon, Dumbledore finally said after a lengthy pause, his tone laden with complexity. Seeing Dumbledore's expression, Qin Yu felt a surge of fear and asked, Professor Dumbledore, what exactly is the power within me? It is a formidable and perilous force known as silent yet potent, This power has not surfaced for decades. However, you need not worry. With appropriate guidance, you shall be safe. Dumbledore reassured him gently. Qin Yu was deep in thought, contemplating whether to divulge his story. Dumbledore approached him with an air of profound understanding, gently saying, "Child, what has transpired in the past is behind us. We must focus on the present and the future that lies ahead. Since you have chosen this power, you must confront it with authenticity and courage." Indeed, Dumbledore harbored an inkling, a premonition that the young boy before him would serve as a key, a beacon of light, ushering in boundless possibilities and hope for the future. As Qin Yu gazed into Dumbledore's eyes, he noted the myriad of wrinkles adorning the elderly man's face. Yet, he radiated an undeniable vigor. The words he spoke imbued an immense sense of security, far surpassing the persuasive power witnessed in films. Acknowledging the necessity for tangible actions to reassure the young boy before him, Dumbledore remarked, "In a few days, someone will come to escort you to Hogwarts, where professors will instruct you in the art of magic. Do you wish to embark on this journey?" Predictably, a choice materialized from the system. Ding. Dear host, you find yourself at a crossroads in life. Will you opt to be a solitary adventurer, or will you choose to rely on friends and companions? This is a matter that requires careful consideration. Please make your selection. 1. Decline Dumbledore's invitation to enroll, receiving a reward of 100,000 galleons and a complete compendium on mastering magic from novice to expert. 2. Accept Dumbledore's invitation to enroll, receiving a reward of 1,000 galleons. Upon seeing the enticing reward of 100,000 galleons, Qin Yu felt a flicker of temptation. After all, with such wealth and the promised compendium, he could potentially thrive. Especially with the system's assistance, progressively leveling up and conquering challenges on the path to greatness. However, Qin Yu reflected that one of his purposes for entering this world was to experience the life of the magical realm, particularly the school life. An opportunity too precious to forego. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he smiled gently at Dumbledore and said, "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I am honored to attend Hogwarts School." Ding. The host has chosen to accept Dumbledore's invitation, receiving a reward of 1,000 galleons. Your new adventure is about to commence. May this reward suffice for your necessary school supplies, and ultimately, I wish you joyous learning and academic success. The system certainly had a flair for grandiloquent expressions. Qin Yu mused inwardly. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Dumbledore proclaimed, retrieving a letter from his wizarding robe. He handed the letter to Qin Yu with a smile, saying, "I had a premonition that we might be welcoming a new student, so I brought the admission letter with me, thus saving an owl from yet another delivery." As every year, some owls do tend to misdeliver their messages. Qin Yu took hold of the letter, and upon unsealing it, he found an admission notice inscribed with his name. This revelation stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. This document was something that countless fans of Harry Potter had yearned for in his past life. He never imagined that as an ordinary admirer, he would one day fulfill their aspirations. Qin Yu gazed at the amiable Dumbledore, inhaling deeply as he extended his arms to embrace him. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Your presence brings me immense comfort." Dumbledore reciprocated the gesture, gently ruffling his hair. "My dear child, the future is indeed something to look forward to." With those words, a flicker of apparition marked Dumbledore's departure, leaving behind an atmosphere as though no one had ever been there. The room fell into a serene silence. Meanwhile, little Hermione wore a sweet smile, as if lost in a delightful dream. Chapter 6. The arrival of Hagrid. Upon learning that Qin Yu would be heading to Hogwarts ahead of schedule, Hermione could hardly contain her envy, repeatedly lamenting, "Qin, why is it that you can go now while I still have to wait?" Qin Yu raised his hands in a gesture of resignation and remarked, "As you can see, if I do not release my magical powers soon, I fear I may invite calamity upon myself, and that could very well result in my confinement in Azkaban." Upon hearing this, Hermione felt a surge of fear. Having perused numerous tomes concerning the magical realm, she had certainly heard whispers of Azkaban. It was said to be a dreadfully ominous place, guarded by a terrifying creature capable of devouring the positive emotions of humanity, rendering individuals bereft of their joyful sentiments and steadfast beliefs, ultimately leading them to perish in despair amidst dark and haunting memories. Though Hermione yearned to arrive at Hogwarts ahead of schedule, her greater wish was for Qin Yu to depart promptly. She could not bear to lose the finest friend she had ever known. Moreover, it was crucial to note that I have now turned 11. Qin Yu stated with a shrug. According to the age detection spell cast by Dumbledore, it was confirmed that Qin Yu's body had indeed reached the age of 11, thus fulfilling the entrance requirements for Hogwarts. Alas, if only my birthday had occurred 18 days earlier, I would not have to wait another year. Young Hermione remarked with a slight pout. Qin Yu gazed into Hermione's forlorn eyes and consoled her. The magical world is not as idyllic as you might envision. It harbors numerous dangers. I shall venture ahead to scout the path for you, and when you arrive, I hope you can focus solely on the pure pursuit of learning magic. Qin Yu understood that while ideals are often grand, reality may present a different picture. Over the course of 7 years, Harry and his companions had experienced countless events, many of which he felt powerless to influence, as he was merely an 11-year-old child, still unable to cast even a proper spell, only capable of reckless displays of magic. Naturally, he could not remain inept forever. He merely hoped that during his time at Hogwarts, fewer lives would be lost. At the very least, he wished to avoid tragedies such as forgetting one's wand when opening the door to strangers, or any other preventable sacrifices. At this moment, Hermione was filled with fantasies about the magical school. She could not yet grasp the implications of Qin Yu's words, but was simply delighted to have someone to share secrets known only to the two of them. Hearing Qin Yu's sentiments, the young girl felt much better. She grasped Qin Yu's hand reluctantly and said, "You go ahead. I will wait for you here. You must write to me often and tell me all about what happens at Hogwarts." "Write letters? All right. I shall write to you frequently." For Qin Yu, who lived in an age dominated by the internet, the notion of letter writing felt antiquated. Nonetheless, it seemed he had no choice, as mobile technology was still evolving, and he was nearly 2 decades away from the era of smartphones he was accustomed to. Now, let me share with you what I know about the magical world, so that you have a general understanding before you go there. Thus, little Hermione took on the role of the class representative, introducing Qin Yu to various aspects of the magical world, albeit primarily common knowledge. In his previous life, Qin Yu had merely accompanied friends to watch the films a few times, and his understanding of the novel's details and the background of the magical school was rather limited. Hermione's exposition provided him with a clearer insight into certain particulars. In the days that followed, Qin Yu often stood by the second-floor window, gazing outside and wondering who would escort him to Hogwarts. His emotions were a mix of excitement and anxiety. It was a school that countless fans of Harry Potter yearned for, a life he had never experienced, and he was uncertain of what adventures awaited him. A month passed in this manner. One ordinary morning, the Granger family and Qin Yu gathered at the breakfast table, discussing recent amusing occurrences. Little Hermione giggled as she claimed the fried eggs Qin Yu had made, relishing the perfectly cooked dish that had recently become her favorite. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Hermione was the first to spring up and rush to the door. Like Qin Yu, she had been anticipating this day. Though it was not she who would be attending school, her excitement seemed to surpass his own. "Wow, you're so tall," little Hermione exclaimed as she craned her neck. Standing at the door was a giant, towering over 3 meters, with a bushy beard. The giant spoke in a deep, rumbling voice, "Young lady, I am Hagrid from Hogwarts. Might this be the residence of Qin Yu?" "Hello, Mr. Hagrid. I'm Hermione." "Indeed, this is Qin Yu's home. Please, come in," little Hermione replied politely. "Thank you." Hagrid carefully bent to enter, yet even so, his head thudded against the doorframe of the Granger household. "If you have a fireplace here, I recommend connecting to the Flu network. That way, you can use Flu powder. Just 1 scoop of Flu powder costs only 2 sickles. It's really quite convenient." The giant rambled on. Qin Yu immediately recognized him as Hagrid, the keeper of the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts and one of Dumbledore's most trusted confidants. Hagrid entered and surveyed the room filled with several individuals much younger than himself, inquiring, "Who is Qin Yu?" Hermione enthusiastically pointed in Qin Yu's direction, exclaiming, "That's him." Hagrid turned to look and, with a gentle grasp, lifted Qin Yu off the ground, chuckling, "I've heard you're quite remarkable. I didn't realize you were so small." Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly and said, "Has Professor Dumbledore not mentioned it to you? If I were to feel unwell, it could lead to unfortunate consequences. You should hasten to set me down." Hagrid, realizing his own indiscretion, nervously replied, "I apologize. I may have been a bit too reckless." He bent down to gaze at the boy before continuing, "You must have guessed the purpose of my visit, haven't you?" Qin Yu nodded and said, "I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that someone would come to fetch me, but I did not anticipate that it would be you." Hagrid explained, "I happened to be out on some errands, so he arranged for me to come and escort you." After a brief exchange, Hagrid continued, "All right. Let us make haste. We must return within the allotted time. Young lad, do not dwell too much on home, for you shall return before you know it." As Qin Yu embraced the Granger family in farewell, little Hermione's eyes were already reddened, unable to contain her tears at his departure. "Qin, will you write to me?" the young girl inquired once more. "Of course, I will," he reassured her. "I promise to share with you the events unfolding at Hogwarts. You must remember to write back. Otherwise, I shall miss you dearly." Qin Yu comforted the little girl. "I will definitely write back, and I will miss you too," Hermione replied, giving him another hug. Mr. Granger, observing his daughter's demeanor, gently ruffled her hair and consoled her, saying, "Do not be sad. Time passes swiftly. By this time next year, you too shall be attending that school. Yes, Qin, you must study hard, lest I surpass you as your junior." Hermione admonished him. Qin Yu smiled at her earnestness. Thus, under the watchful gaze of Hermione and the Granger couple, Qin Yu gathered the belongings that Mrs. Granger had helped him pack and followed Hagrid away from that place. In fact, just before his departure, Mr. Granger called Qin Yu into his study. He said, "You have always been a part of our family. Even though you may not have found your own family yet, we shall be here to support you as you grow. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. You are about to embark on your journey to the magical school, and there will surely be many things you will need." With that, Mr. Granger handed him an envelope, and Qin Yu could tell at once that it contained a considerable sum of money. Qin Yu initially intended to declare his wealth. However, upon reflection, he realized that the origin of his 1,000 galleons was rather difficult to explain. Thus, he graciously accepted Mr. Granger's kind offer and earnestly assured him, "I shall certainly repay you." Chapter 7. The Journey to Gringotts at Present. Qin Yu possessed two sums of money. One was a scholarship of 1,000 galleons awarded by the system, and the other was 500 pounds generously provided by Mr. Granger. It must be noted that Mr. Granger's generosity was commendable. 500 pounds was quite a substantial amount, particularly for an ordinary middle school student. However, it remained uncertain how convenient it would be to exchange Muggle currency for galleons. As for the sum awarded by the system, it was securely stored in a wizarding bank. And Qin Yu only held a key to the vault, numbered 712. After departing from the Granger household, Hagrid escorted Qin Yu onto the tram. While aboard, Qin Yu inquired, "Are we going to purchase some items soon? I might need to make a brief stop at the wizarding bank. I have some pounds." Hagrid, taken aback, responded, "You seem quite knowledgeable. Indeed, we are headed to Diagon Alley to acquire some necessary supplies. I will first take you to Gringotts, the bank managed by goblins, where Muggle currency can be exchanged for a designated amount of galleons. However, there are numerous restrictions on exchanges. Fortunately, as a first-year student, you will be granted a certain exchange limit with your acceptance letter." Qin Yu nodded thoughtfully and then inquired with curiosity, "I have heard that goblins possess magical abilities. How do they compare to wizards in terms of power?" "Indeed, goblins wield ancient forms of magic and possess a certain innate talent for it. However, they remain rather feeble when confronted by formidable wizards," Hagrid replied, a hint of defiance lacing his tone. "Ah, I see. Of course, the Gringotts, which is guarded by goblins, is exceedingly secure. One can store money and valuables there without any fear of theft," Hagrid added. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly set the stage for a potential calamity regarding Gringotts. As they conversed in the carriage, Qin Yu gained further insight into the wizarding world and discerned what supplies he would need to procure. After the tram came to a halt at a certain stop, Hagrid led Qin Yu off, navigating through winding alleys that appeared rather untidy. Pointing ahead, Hagrid announced, "This is the Leaky Cauldron. In a moment, we shall proceed from here to Diagon Alley, where you can acquire all that you require." As Qin Yu gazed at this inconspicuous location, he pondered to himself how exceedingly narrow it appeared, questioning how it could possibly resemble a bar. Furthermore, he wondered if Hagrid, with his considerable stature, could even fit inside. It seemed that only wizards could perceive this place, as passers-by from the Muggle world appeared completely oblivious to its existence. Before Qin Yu could utter a word, Hagrid propelled him inside. Upon entry, Qin Yu was immediately struck by a cacophony of noise. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly loud. Conversations erupted around him, with groups animatedly discussing trivial matters. A faction was vociferously lamenting the current state of the wizarding world, expressing disbelief that even Cornelius Fudge could ascend to the position of Minister for Magic. Another individual, shrouded in mystery, insinuated that this was merely a consequence of Dumbledore's disinterest in power, as he preferred to remain at Hogwarts, imparting his knowledge of potion-making to young students. Qin Yu yearned to hear what they would say next, yet Hagrid showed no signs of stopping, striding forward with purpose. Upon noticing them, the bar owner greeted Hagrid warmly, preparing to serve him a drink. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I have matters to attend to. We shall drink another day." He felt a peculiar sense of duty in escorting the young wizard to procure supplies, particularly given the task assigned by Dumbledore. Although he longed to indulge in a couple of drinks, pressing matters took precedence. After nodding in acknowledgement, Hagrid led Qin Yu toward the bar counter. As they circumvented it, they arrived at a secluded alleyway. This iconic scene was not lost on Qin Yu. Indeed, Hagrid brandished his umbrella, tapping the tip against the bricks of the wall while murmuring what resembled incantations. Suddenly, the bricks rearranged themselves, revealing an arched doorway, beyond which lay a road flanked by various shops adorned with signs. "Hurry up, little one. Our time is limited," Hagrid urged, with a surge of excitement. Qin Yu followed Hagrid through the portal into the legendary Diagon Alley. As they entered, the doorway closed behind them. Apart from the magical school, Diagon Alley was Qin Yu's greatest desire to visit, brimming with wondrous curiosities far more intriguing than anything found in Muggle shops. As they traversed the street, Qin Yu wished fervently for 8 more eyes, taking in the sights, the shops, the items displayed before them. And the bustling shoppers bore a striking resemblance to what he had seen in films, yet held a distinct charm of their own. The unique ambience of the magical world left Qin Yu momentarily dazzled. "This is Gringotts Bank." Hagrid's voice snapped Qin Yu back to reality. Qin Yu raised his gaze and beheld a magnificent white edifice before him, standing tall above the surrounding establishments, embodying an air of distinction. At the entrance stood a diminutive welcoming sprite, even shorter than Qin Yu himself, with pointed whiskers and elongated fingers and toes. As Qin Yu and Hage stepped inside, the sprite bowed to them. "Hello." Qin Yu instinctively waved in greeting. Upon reaching the second door, Qin Yu marveled internally, realizing that, indeed, banks always exude a sense of grandeur, and here the door was adorned in silver. However, it bore an intriguing inscription: "Enter, stranger, but beware the consequences of greed." The latter phrase seemed to echo a sentiment akin to a warning, akin to "Do not provoke me, I am formidable." Upon entering, Qin Yu cast his gaze upon the fairy employees seated on either side, muttering to himself, There truly are quite a number of employees here. Behind the counter, dozens, if not hundreds, of fairies were diligently focused on their tasks, seemingly oblivious to those not involved. Indeed, the demeanor of those managing finances is distinctly different. Hager remarked from the side, "All right, I just inquired. The very first counter is where one exchanges for golden galleons." Qin Yu followed his gaze and observed an elderly figure seated at the innermost counter. This distinguished gentleman, adorned in an exquisite suit, sported a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles perched upon a sharp nose. His gaze exuded a subtle authority, fixating intently upon those before him, as if he possessed the uncanny ability to see directly into their innermost thoughts. Qin Yu had already retrieved the money from his pocket. Although he found the goblins rather unappealing, he understood that he had to adhere to the established protocols while in their presence. The goblins, perhaps due to their diminutive stature, had set the counter at a height that far exceeded Qin Yu's own. Consequently, he had no choice but to hand the money to Hagrid, who would facilitate the transaction on his behalf. Perched atop the counter, one of the goblins inquired, "What brings you here?" Hagrid replied, "We are here to exchange for galleons." This is Mr. Qin Yu, who was about to commence his studies at Hogwarts School. The goblin scrutinized Qin Yu and meticulously examined his acceptance letter before responding in a rather apathetic tone, "You have an exchange limit of 50 galleons. Ah, is that all?" Qin Yu expressed his surprise. Hagrid had previously informed him that the current exchange rate for pounds to galleons was 5:1, which meant he could only exchange 250 pounds. "You must understand, young wizard, that finance is a perilous affair. We cannot allow the currency of the Muggle world to exert excessive influence over the wizarding realm. And the same principle applies in reverse," the goblin explained in a frosty manner. "Is there any way to increase the exchange limit?" Qin Yu pressed on. "Indeed, there is. For instance, if you possess an account at Gringotts with a certain amount of funds or assets, we can augment your exchange limit based on 10% of the total value of those assets," the goblin replied with deliberate calmness. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu produced his vault key and tiptoed to hand it over. Chapter 8, The Gift from Bill and the Newly Acquired Owl. "Wow. I never expected you to be quite the little fortune," Hagrid exclaimed as they opened Vault 712. 1,000 galleons was indeed a substantial sum for Hagrid, who typically spent all his money on magical creatures. Qin Yu touched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward at Hagrid's words. However, he found it difficult to explain too much, as he himself was uncertain about the origins of the money. After expressing his sentiments, Hagrid refrained from further discussion and urged Qin Yu to retrieve the funds himself. Seizing this opportunity, he quietly inquired with the vault keeper about the status of the nearby Vault 713. Upon receiving assurances of its impenetrable security and absolute safety, Hagrid repeatedly expressed his relief, his demeanor visibly more at ease. Qin Yu cast a glance at the nearby vault, shrugged his shoulders, and silently mused that the treasures within were not meant for him to touch. Such actions could invite trouble, and it was best to maintain a safe distance. After exchanging his pounds and withdrawing a portion of cash, Qin Yu and his companion departed from Gringotts. However, as they emerged through the grand entrance of the bank, they were greeted by a familiar face who approached Hagrid with enthusiasm. "Hello, Hagrid. Long time no see," the individual exclaimed warmly. "Bill Weasley, what brings you here?" "I heard you were working in Egypt," Hagrid responded, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Indeed, I have been working in Egypt, but recently a shipment of cursed treasures was sent back here for Gringotts safekeeping, so I joined the escort team. Besides, it's a good opportunity to return home," Bill Weasley said with a smile. "Oh, so you're mixing business with pleasure," Hagrid teased. "Alas, with work, there are no summer breaks. I can only seize this chance to come back." Bill shrugged his shoulders in resignation. "By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Qin Yu, a first-year student who just enrolled this year." Hagrid made sure to introduce the young lad to Bill. "Hello, Qin Yu. I'm Bill Weasley, also a Hogwarts student. Though I graduated a year ago," Bill greeted Qin Yu. "Greetings, Senior Bill. It's a pleasure to meet you," Qin Yu replied with a smile. Qin Yu was certainly aware of him, the eldest son of the Weasley family, Ron's older brother. He had graduated last year and presumably ventured to Egypt to work as a treasure curse breaker. Encountering him here was somewhat unexpected for Qin Yu, much like Hagrid. "What a polite junior," he mused, "unlike my two mischievous twin brothers, who only delight in mischief. Qin, if you encounter those two prankster twins at Hogwarts, to be sure to inform a teacher. I sincerely hope they receive proper discipline," Bill remarked. Qin Yu could only chuckle in response to such a self-righteous statement, inwardly acknowledging that the Weasley family indeed exemplified filial piety and brotherly affection. "I must take my leave now. I have some items to deliver, and I also wish to visit Ron and Ginny." Just as Bill was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something and retrieved a palm-sized object, presenting it to Qin Yu. "Qin, here is a small gift for you. A little pyramid I crafted. Consider it a token of our first meeting." "Ah, this appears rather valuable. I cannot accept it," Qin Yu replied hastily. "Not at all. I made this trinket during a dull moment in Egypt. It holds little worth. Each of my siblings has one. Let me share a little secret with you. Inside, I've infused an ancient spell I deciphered in the pyramid. If you place a cherry or something similar inside, it will stay fresh for a long time," Bill said with an air of mystery. To be honest, upon seeing the small object, Qin Yu felt quite tempted. After all, He had yet to receive any gifts from the magical world. Even if Bill claimed it was of little value, it was still sufficiently novel for Qin Yu. You should accept it, Bill insisted, gently placing the pyramid into Qin Yu's hands. I hope to see you again, Qin. Farewell, Hagrid. Thank you, Senior Bill. Until we meet again. Qin Yu waved goodbye. After bidding farewell to the two, Bill entered Gringotts with a light heart to handle his affairs. Gazing at the pyramid in his hand, Qin Yu thought to himself, why not accept it? At worst, I can take care of my foolish junior brother Ron a bit more. Indeed, according to their school enrollment timelines, Ron was indeed Qin Yu's junior. Upon exiting Gringotts, as he passed by the entrance of the owl shop, Qin Yu remembered he needed to write a letter to Hermione. Although he had not officially started his studies yet, he could arrange for the messenger in advance. He noticed the sign at the entrance listed, Gray Owl, Barn Owl, Tawny Owl, Chocolate Owl, and Snowy Owl. Qin Yu mused that these creatures were indeed magical beings of the Muggle world, making his role as a postman seem rather extravagant. He ambled around the room and, without a moment's hesitation, chose the Snowy Owl, undeniably the most exquisite among them. However, upon glancing at the price of 18 galleons, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret at the current exchange rate that amounted to a staggering £90. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he concluded that when averaged out over the days, it wasn't excessively expensive, merely a prepayment for his future needs. Thus, he retrieved 18 golden galleons from his purse, neatly arranged them on the counter, and accepted the beautiful owl from the shopkeeper. Hagrid, noticing him with the Snowy Owl, remarked, "This one is quite a rare breed. Your taste is truly commendable." Qin Yu nodded in agreement, as the owl perched upon his arm, its round eyes gazing intently into his. Looking at the charming creature resting on his arm, he remarked, "From now on, you shall be named Trick." Yes, it is a splendid name. Hagrid's English was rather rudimentary, yet he felt this name resonated well. Carrying the cage containing the owl, Qin Yu proceeded with Hagrid to the leaky cauldron to procure his textbooks. In stark contrast to the exorbitant price of the owl, the textbooks were quite affordable, with first-year materials generally priced at 1 galleon apiece. Qin Yu only spent a little over 10 galleons to acquire all the books on his list, which included titles such as Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, and Standard Spells, beginner level, encompassing all the subjects he was to study in his first year. The items felt somewhat heavy, and Hagrid kindly assisted Qin Yu, his strength far surpassing that of the young boy. As they continued onward, Qin Yu wished to linger at each shop, curious to see what treasures lay within. Hagrid, however, gently patted his shoulder and said, "Qin, we must hasten to Ollivander's wand shop. You need to procure a suitable wand. There are endless wonders in Diagon Alley, and I promise to bring you back when time permits." "Very well, I shall return at the next opportunity. I find this place brimming with potential," Qin Yu mused. Upon hearing the young boy's words about opportunity, Hagrid could not help but smirk, internally disagreeing. He perceived the locals as rather cunning, and each visit seemed to deplete his already modest finances, exacerbating his predicament. Thus, he felt compelled to move quickly, fearing that prolonged exposure might lead him to desire another creature to purchase. As Hagrid strolled, he suddenly heard 3 distinct barks from a canine creature. His eyes brightened, and he halted, listening intently. His instincts told him that this was the call of a rare magical being. Curiosity piqued, he found himself drawn toward the source of the sound, entirely forgetting his earlier self-reminder. "Hagrid, what do you think about me opening a shop here? Would I need a business license? By the way, since you have so many pets, can they be of any use?" As Qin Yu strolled along, he spoke animatedly, only to turn back and realize that Hage had vanished without a trace. Wasn't there an agreement to hasten our pace? Where had he gone? Qin Yu was truly exasperated. Chapter 9. What constitutes true bargaining? Hagrid has vanished. This revelation left Qin Yu feeling quite helpless, compelling him to forego his visit to the wand shop and embark on a search for this fellow. After a considerable period of searching, he finally spotted a crowd gathered in front of a pub, and from a distance, he could discern Hagrid, towering above the rest. Qin Yu hastily approached, parting the crowd of onlookers to reach Hagrid's side. 500 galleons was an exorbitant sum, far beyond his current means. "Could you possibly wait for me to gather the funds before finalizing the purchase?" Hagrid implored a slender man standing opposite him. Beside this man was a large 3-headed dog, secured by a chain. The sight of the Cerberus instantly enlightened Qin Yu. It was evident that Hagrid's penchant for exotic creatures had once again resurfaced. Yet, gazing at the formidable beast, Qin Yu couldn't help but acknowledge that even he would feel a compelling urge to acquire such a magnificent creature. Just imagine parading it around. What a statement that would make. Surely, no one would dare to provoke him then. However, it was clear that this negotiation would not be straightforward. "Apologies, my burly friend, but I cannot guarantee that I will still be here when you return. This creature is in high demand," the lean man casually remarked. "What shall I do? I truly desire it, but I lack sufficient funds." Hagrid expressed his dilemma, his gaze fixated earnestly on the 3-headed dog. Witnessing this, Qin Yu could not suppress a headache and instinctively placed a hand to his forehead, mentally chiding, "Hagrid, even if your desire is fervent, must you be so transparent? Are you not inviting this man to take advantage of you?" Noticing Hagrid's silence, the man continued, "How about this? Do you possess any valuable items? Show me something worth 500 galleons, and I shall sell you the dog. Hagrid's expression brightened at the suggestion, and he was about to retrieve something from his belongings when a small hand tapped his arm. Qin? Hagrid looked at Qin Yu in surprise. Have you only just now noticed me? Qin Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hagrid, please hold on for a moment, he whispered. Oh, very well, Hagrid instinctively nodded. Sensing that this little fellow appeared quite astute, the request to pause surely held significant implications. Qin Yu then turned to the slender man and inquired, What breed is this three-headed dog of yours? Of course, it is a purebred Greek three-headed dog. I paid a handsome price to acquire it from a Greek. The slender man replied, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. Hag, is that so? Qin Yu directed the question towards Hag. There is indeed a distinct lineage of the Greek three-headed dog, yet one of the heads exhibits characteristics reminiscent of Nordic breeds. To claim it as purebred is debatable. Hag responded, displaying his expertise when discussing mythical creatures. You speak nonsense. I won't sell it to you now. Move aside, do not obstruct my business. The slender man retorted. Visibly agitated, Hag, now anxious, realized that even if it were not a pure Greek three-headed dog, he still desired it dearly. In his desperation, he cast a tense glance towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu chuckled lightly and, with an air of calm, remarked, Sir, if you deem our words to be mere nonsense, you underestimate the gentleman beside me. As he spoke, he gestured to introduce Hage, saying, This esteemed individual is a distinguished professor from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, possessing profound knowledge in the study of magical creatures. Do you truly believe his words to be mere folly? Qin Yu spoke nothing but the truth. The guardian of the hunting grounds and the protector of the forbidden forest could certainly be regarded as a teacher of Hogwarts. As for his profound knowledge of magical creatures, that assertion was beyond reproach. The thin man paused, momentarily flustered under the gaze of those around him. However, he soon straightened his neck and retorted. Just because you claim he is a teacher at Hogwarts, does that make it so? If you wish to verify, you may contact the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore. As Qin Yu spoke, he displayed a disarmingly innocent smile. The thin man, swayed by his confidence, began to believe his words. I care not whether he is or isn't. Today, I shall sell this for 500 galleons. Who says I cannot sell it for that price just because I am not a purebred Greek Cerberus? The thin man decided to be obstinate, knowing well that Hagrid was eager to purchase the dog, and he was clearly intent on hiking the price. Qin Yu pressed down the eager-to-speak Hage and smiled at the man, saying, Sir, it is evident that we genuinely wish to purchase your three-headed dog. Humph. The man scoffed, a look of arrogance gracing his face. But aside from us, who else around here would be inclined to buy such a colossal creature? Qin Yu replied in a leisurely manner. Indeed, owning a three-headed dog necessitates one crucial condition, ample space at home. This is precisely why many who might desire to buy it are unable to do so. Upon hearing this, the onlookers chuckled. They were merely there to witness the spectacle, with no intentions of making a purchase. And so what? I shall surely await the next interested buyer. The gaunt man's resolve visibly faltered. The next buyer? Who knows when that will be? I wonder if the funds you possess can sustain you until that day arrives, Qin Yu remarked, his smile fading as he spoke slowly. I have plenty of money. The thin man insisted, forcing a semblance of composure. Oh, is that so? If you are indeed wealthy, why then is this three-headed dog subsisting solely on potatoes? Just look at how emaciated they have become. Qin Yu gestured towards the creature. 3 heads, 3 mouths. The consumption of food is astonishing. This man cannot even afford to feed it meat. If this continues, he will only impoverish himself further. Qin Yu had intended to express that even you have become emaciated, resembling someone who hasn't bathed in half a year. You hardly appear as though you possess ample wealth. However, at that moment, it seemed unnecessary to point out another shortcomings. The man evidently perceived the underlying implication in Qin Yu's words, and his face flushed with embarrassment. I don't need your concern. I am selling for 500 galleons. The gaunt man reiterated his price, yet this time it was clear to all that he lacked conviction. Of course, Hagrid was an exception. His gaze was solely fixated on the three-headed dog. Very well, then, there is nothing left to negotiate. Hagrid, let us depart. If we linger any longer, Professor Dumbledore may become displeased. Qin Yu called to Hagrid as he turned to leave. Hagrid opened his mouth, seemingly prepared to speak. But upon receiving a sharp look from Qin Yu, he promptly swallowed his words and lowered his head, making his way toward the periphery of the crowd. However, after taking only 2 steps, he heard the anxious voice of the gaunt man behind him. Don't go. Qin Yu halted his steps and turned to inquire, Sir, is there anything else you wish to discuss? Please state your price. The emaciated man, dejected, replied, 50 galleons. Qin Yu extended a hand to gesture. Why don't you just rob me? Is this how one negotiates? The thin man's eyes widened in disbelief. You were the one who prompted me to make an offer. Besides, my owl is only worth 18 galleons. Offering 50 for your dog seems quite reasonable. Qin Yu maintained a serious demeanor. For 100 galleons, take it or leave it. The thin man retorted, bitterness lacing his voice. 150, that's a triple bid. I am being quite sincere. Qin Yu replied earnestly. 380. I am merely covering my shipping costs. The thin man lamented, his expression pained. 180. I am confident the profit exceeds this amount. Qin Yu stated nonchalantly. 350. If you counter any further, I shall withdraw. 200. If you persist, we shall not proceed with the purchase. The two engaged in a back and forth. The thin man growing increasingly distressed while Qin Yu remained unfazed and composed. Ultimately, the thin man conceded, agreeing to sell the three-headed dog for 245 galleons. The choice of this price rather than a round figure of 250 stemmed from the boy's assertion that 250 is considered an unlucky number in their Eastern culture. This price delighted Hagrid, whose grin could nearly encompass Qin Yu's head. Pay up, Hagrid, Qin Yu instructed the amiable giant. Hagrid's face fell at the mention. Qin Yu was taken aback. You don't mean to say you lack even 245 galleons? After all that haggling? The thin man was on the verge of tears. I truly don't have that much money, Hagrid admitted awkwardly. Never mind, let us be good-hearted. Qin Yu sighed and reached into his pouch. Chapter 10. The first one. Qin, you are truly remarkable. You have the price, Hagrid exclaimed. Thoroughly pleased with his acquisition of the three-headed dog and admiring Qin Yu's prowess. In truth, if you and T appeared so eager, you could have negotiated a better deal, Qin Yu remarked. Undoubtedly, it wouldn't have been as low as your offered price. Did you not see the onerous expression? He looked utterly pained. Tell me, do you think he lost a fortune on this transaction? Hagrid's voice faltered at the end, a hint of guilt creeping in. You actually sympathize with that unscrupulous merchant? Qin Yu was at a loss for words at Hagrid's naivete. He sighed and continued. I can assure you that this man still stands to profit at least 100 galleons. What? Hagrid responded incredulously. Assess the situation yourself. What is your perceived value for this three-headed dog? Qin Yu asked, slightly exasperated. Between 150 and 200 galleons, I suppose. However, such creatures are rare. I haven't encountered one in ages, Hagrid answered. Therefore, by offering him 245, he has already made a considerable profit. There is an Eastern proverb that states, from the southern capital to the northern capital, buyers are always less shrewd than sellers. I impart this wisdom to you. Ponder it well. Qin Yu generously shared his insights into the art of commerce. Oh, I see. Hagrid nodded, his expression transforming into one of enlightenment. Qin Yu secretly mused that this child was indeed teachable, yet little did he anticipate that Hage's subsequent remark would nearly leave him speechless. From now on, whenever I go shopping, I will definitely bring you along. That way, I can save a considerable amount of money. Hage exclaimed joyfully, gazing into Hage's earnest yet astute eyes. Qin Yu suddenly realized that this fellow must embody the age-old adage of appearing foolish while possessing great wisdom. Qin Yu lent Hagrid 235 galleons, permitting him to repay in 12 installments. The rationale was straightforward. Hagrid was indeed financially constrained and could only repay gradually. Consequently, Qin Yu became Hagrid's principal creditor, which subtly granted him a sense of assurance in the presence of the imposing figure. However, Hagrid displayed a lack of awareness typical of a debtor. He instructed Qin Yu to select a wand at the wand shop alone while he eagerly arranged for the transportation of a creature he had just named Fluffy, a three-headed dog. After parting ways, Qin Yu proceeded toward the wand shop, continuing his leisurely exploration of Diagon Alley. En route, he passed by a shop where several young boys stood, their eyes aglow with excitement as they gazed longingly at the flying broomsticks displayed in the window. Qin Yu mused to himself that this must be the enchanted broomstick that Harry would later utilize, the new model known as the Nimbus 2000. In the realm of flying broomsticks, there are various categories. The Sweep series can be likened to bicycles, while the Nimbus 2000 is akin to a compact car, and the Firebolt represents a high-performance sports car. It is said that the price of a Firebolt hovers around 1 to 2,000 galleons, if not more. Qin Yu, however, lacked the financial means to acquire such an extravagant item, nor did he possess a benefactor of Sirius Black's affluent background. First-year students are prohibited from bringing broomsticks. Thus he need not fret over which model to purchase at this moment. As Qin Yu continued his stroll, he leisurely admired the shops in Diagon Alley, simultaneously procuring a robe, a cloak, a cauldron, and a set of scales, all of which were listed on the enrollment checklist. Naturally, he felt an impulse to purchase many items he encountered, even those that appeared rather grotesque, such as bat innards and eel eyes. Regrettably, after lending some money to Hagrid, his funds had dwindled considerably. Nonetheless, he chose a hairpin adorned with a charming kitten design, intending to gift it to Hermione. The old lady at the general store remarked, "My dear boy, this hairpin is quite the trend nowadays. It is not only aesthetically pleasing but also glows in the dark." A favorite among young girls, imagining Hermione wearing the hairpin, particularly the enchanting sight of it glowing at night, Qin Yu found the thought quite delightful. With a smile, he replied, "I hope she will like it." He then paid 10 sickles for the hairpin and carefully stowed it away. It was only after he had walked quite a distance that he realized he had forgotten to haggle. Ollivanders, the ancient establishment, at last, he had found it. Although Qin Yu had watched the film, he still found this one shop, with nearly 2,400 years of history, to be rather dilapidated. Perhaps, in the magical world, there is an appreciation for the vintage charm that comes with age. Such thoughts lingered in Qin Yu's mind as he pressed his hand against the ancient door, feeling the weight of time upon it, and then, with a heart full of anticipation, he pushed the door open. Good day, young sir. Are you here to purchase a wand? Greeted the slender, disheveled Ollivander as he acknowledged Qin Yu. Yes, Mr. Ollivander, I am here to select my very first wand. Qin Yu replied. Your first wand? It appears you are a first-year student starting this year, though it is already September 1st. Your visit is quite tardy, Ollivander teased. Well, my school guide picked me up a bit late, Qin Yu admitted with some embarrassment. Oh, no matter. Although time is somewhat pressing. I am confident you will discover a wand that resonates with you here. Your first wand, Ollivander responded with a smile. He then began to search for a suitable wand based on Qin Yu's measurements. How about this one, made of rosewood with a dragon heartstring core? Do give it a try? Ollivander exclaimed, retrieving a wand from a wooden box and extending it toward Qin Yu, holding the wand in his hand. Qin Yu contemplated the scenes from the film and waved his hand. Little did he know, before his hand could descend. Ollivander hurriedly reached out and snatched the wand from Qin Yu's grasp. This one is clearly unsuitable. The dragon heartstring will only amplify your destructive power and peril. I cannot afford any mishaps, Ollivander muttered as he stored away the wand with the purple sandalwood and dragon heartstring core. Subsequently, he rummaged through the various compartments. Whispering to himself, beechwood? No. Troll whiskers? Quite absurd. Thunderbird tail feather? Just as perilous as the dragon heartstring. Hollywood, phoenix feather? Clearly not appropriate. Silver birch? Unicorn hair? Ah, there it is. After a thorough search, Ollivander finally drew forth a wooden box from the shelf, opening it to reveal a silvery gray wand. Give it a try, my boy, Ollivander exclaimed as he extended the wand towards him. Qin Yu cautiously accepted the wand and raised it once more, yet this time Ollivander did not intervene. As Qin Yu brought the wand down, the room was suddenly illuminated by a gentle glow. The resilience of silver birch and the calm steadiness of unicorn hair, when combined, enable one to master their own power more effectively. A wand is akin to a companion. The harmony of strength and gentleness is essential to unleash perfect magic, Ollivander expressed with profound sentiment. Noticing the enigmatic glint in Ollivander's eyes, Qin Yu secretly speculated that this venerable wand maker, nay, this venerable wizard, had discerned something. The latent power within him was formidable yet prone to chaos, hence Ollivander had restrained him from wielding the dragon heartstring wand. In contrast, the wand crafted from silver birch and unicorn hair was much more temperate, allowing Qin Yu to adeptly harness his inner strength. What suits oneself is indeed the best. In light of such meticulous selection, Qin Yu could not help but admire Ollivander's expertise. His discerning eye was truly remarkable, encompassing all aspects. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, Qin Yu said earnestly. Ah, no need for thanks. It is my lifelong pursuit to help every wand seeker find their perfect match, Ollivander replied with a smile, holding the first wand of his life. Qin Yu felt an exhilarating aura emanating from it, stirring profound excitement within him. From this moment forth, you shall accompany me on my adventures in this magical realm, he silently vowed. As though responding to his heartfelt declaration, the wand trembled slightly, its tip radiating a gentle glow. After selecting the wand, Qin Yu paid 7 galleons and contentedly tucked it away, observing the few remaining galleons and a handful of sickles in his pouch. He acutely felt the pinch of financial constraints. Alas, while 1,000 galleons seemed substantial, they could swiftly dwindle if not managed wisely, he sighed inwardly. Farewell, Mr. Ollivander. Qin Yu pondered how to balance his finances while politely bidding adieu to Ollivander. Goodbye, young lad. Do come again, Ollivander replied, then seemingly struck by a sudden thought, added. Ah, should you encounter any issues with your wand, I offer complimentary core replacement services here. As Qin Yu was about to step outside, he paused in his tracks. His eyes alight with realization upon hearing Ollivander's words. Qin Yu cautiously inquired, Mr. Ollivander, do you accept materials for wand cores? For instance, unicorn hair or phoenix feathers? These items were recently mentioned by Ollivander. Upon hearing this, Ollivander was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively nodded and replied, Indeed, I do. These are invaluable materials, essential for my wand crafting. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yu revealed a joyful smile. Images of Hagrid's myriad of magical creatures and Dumbledore's majestic phoenix danced through his mind. Chapter 11. The whistle of the Hogwarts Express. After reaching a preliminary supply agreement with Ollivander, Qin Yu left the ancient wand shop in high spirits. He meticulously reviewed his enrollment list, confirming that nothing was amiss, before making his way to the area where Hagrid handled the shipping of items. I'm afraid I cannot accompany you on the train, Hagrid said apologetically. Yes, I had a premonition, Qin Yu shrugged in response. Hagrid's character seemed to embody a perpetual state of mishap. While one could trust his integrity, it was unwise to expect a trouble-free journey. They say the journey with the Thestrals poses considerable risks, necessitating a designated recipient. Thus, I must return to the school to await your arrival. Which means I cannot ride the train back with you, Hagrid explained to Qin Yu. That's perfectly fine, Hagrid. I am no longer a child. I can manage the train ride on my own, Qin Yu replied with composure. Although he appeared as an 11-year-old boy, his soul resonated with that of a man in his 20s. After all, he had once ventured to university alone by train, so this experience was not dissimilar. Then let me escort you to the station, and you can board the train with the others, Hagrid offered. All right, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. This time, they did not utilize the mundane transportation of the Muggle world. Instead, they sought a fireplace connected to the Floo network. Hagrid sprinkled a handful of flue powder into the hearth, called out the name of the train station, and with a burst of green smoke, the towering figure vanished into the fireplace. Qin Yu, emulating others, accomplished a flight network transmission amidst the green smoke. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within a fireplace near the train station. How does it feel to use flue powder for the first time? Hagrid inquired with a smile. To be honest, the process was rather swift. I scarcely had the opportunity to experience the sensation before arriving here, Qin Yu replied. Well, you are quite fortunate. Both Diagon Alley and this fireplace are immaculate. When I used it for the first time, I ended up swallowing a considerable amount of soot. Hagrid reminisced with a hearty laugh, filled with nostalgia for his youthful experiences. It seems I shall need to don a mask the next time I use flue powder. Qin Yu mused. That is indeed a prudent idea, but you must put it on immediately after calling out the destination. It requires a swift hand, Hagrid added. At this moment, it was already 10:40, and there were merely 20 minutes until departure. The two ceased their chatter, and Hagrid hurriedly guided Qin Yu to purchase tickets. Once the tickets were secured, Qin Yu bid Hagrid farewell and proceeded with his luggage cart into the station. With a heart brimming with anticipation, Qin Yu found himself positioned between platforms 9 and 10. There lay the legendary Platform 9, a gateway to the enchanting Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, despite his excitement, Qin Yu hesitated to dash into the wall, pondering the potential consequences of a mishap. After all, such incidents were not without precedent. Just as Qin Yu stood in contemplation, he overheard a rather impatient voice belonging to a middle-aged woman nearby. George, Fred, you were taking far too long. If it weren't for wanting to show Ron and Ginny the train station, I would not have bothered bringing you here. Well, Bill suddenly returned. We must catch up with him. A boy's voice responded. Indeed, it's a rare occasion for Bill to be home. We must ensure he feels our warmth. Another nearly identical voice chimed in. Ah, your warmth is merely a ploy to ensure Bill brings you more gifts next time, the middle-aged woman retorted sarcastically. Upon hearing their conversation, Qin Yu turned to look. Indeed, he spotted a spirited middle-aged woman accompanied by 7 children. Remarkably, the Weasley family's offspring were all present. This middle-aged woman was none other than Molly Weasley, and the children beside her were her eldest son Bill, her second son Charlie, in his 7th year, her third son Percy, in his 4th year, the mischievous twin brothers George and Fred, in their 2nd year, as well as the yet-to-be-enrolled young Ron and Ginny. Ah, Qin, it is delightful to see you again, Bill exclaimed joyfully upon noticing Qin Yu. Qin? You must be the young boy Bill mentioned who he encountered at the entrance of Gringotts. I am Bill's mother, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Weasley said warmly, her tone softening. Yes, I am Qin Yu. I am equally pleased to make your acquaintance, Mrs. Weasley. Qin Yu replied politely. He felt quite fond of this elder. What a lovely and considerate child you are. By the way, this is Charlie and Percy. They are both in upper years. So if you ever need assistance, feel free to approach them. And here are my youngest son Ron and my daughter Ginny. They will soon be of school age as well, and you will soon become schoolmates. Mrs. Weasley enthusiastically introduced her children. George, Fred, she continued. Qin Yu greeted them one by one, and both Ron and Ginny, while exchanging pleasantries with him, were filled with a profound curiosity. As one of the trio responsible for deducting points from Gryffindor, Qin Yu had long held admiration for Ron. However, time was of the essence. The train would not wait, and he had little opportunity to engage in extended conversation with the Weasley family. Children, the train will depart in 2 minutes. Hurry to the platform. Mrs. Weasley called out. Qin, safe travels. Charlie, Percy, take good care of Qin. After issuing her commands, she turned to the twins and shouted, George, Fred, put away your nonsense. If you dare disrupt the order on the train, you'll be in serious trouble. The twins responded with playful grimaces as they pushed their luggage carts towards platform 9, closely followed by Charlie and Percy. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Weasley and the others with a nod, Qin Yu took a deep breath and pushed his cart forward, moving unobstructed towards the concealed train station. At that moment, the Hogwarts Express let out a distant whistle, reminding the students that it was time to return to school. Once aboard, Charlie, as the prefect, was tasked with maintaining order, while Percy, with his serious demeanor, was somewhat of a loner. Thus, Qin Yu found himself in the company of the twins, who occupied a compartment together. However, he felt no fear of these two mischievous lads. After purchasing a variety of sweets from the trolley for a single galleon, he easily won their favor. As they traveled, feeling somewhat bored, Qin Yu engaged the twins in lively conversation. He expressed his thoughts on the conservative nature of the wizarding world's business models, particularly the underutilization of the flue network, which primarily served to transport people. He opined that the sharing economy would likely become a significant trend, suggesting the idea of shared flying broomsticks to address the inconvenience of travel for wizards. He predicted that traditional publications like the Daily Prophet would eventually be supplanted by new media forms, presenting a substantial opportunity. Furthermore, he remarked on the lack of innovation in the wizarding cultural industry, pondering why no one had considered producing an epic fantasy film. Initially, George and Fred regarded Qin Yu with the eyes of children, but as he introduced them to a plethora of unfamiliar terms, their attitude underwent a complete transformation. Having harbored dreams of wealth since childhood, they may not have fully grasped Qin Yu's diverse business concepts, yet they perceive them as extraordinary opportunities to realize their aspirations. In their eyes, Qin Yu began to embody a figure of significance. Watching the twins animatedly debate how to set rental prices for flying broomsticks and optimize the use of the Flu network, a faint smile crept across Qin Yu's face. He realized that he would no longer need to worry about finding help for his endeavors. These plans we've devised will not materialize overnight. What we can do now is amass our wealth, so that when the opportunity arises, we can seize it decisively. Qin Yu remarked to the twins as the train approached its destination. Qin, your vision truly surpasses ours, George mused. Indeed. Our dreams have been confined to running a modest shop, Fred echoed. Your ideas are commendable. Many of your imaginative concepts could indeed bring about change in this world. Qin Yu encouraged them. The twins beamed with delight at his praise. Although Qin Yu was a year their junior, their conversations had thoroughly impressed them with his breadth of knowledge, and receiving validation for their cherished ideas instilled in them a sense of pride. As night fell, the Hogwarts Express came to a gentle stop at Hogsmeade Station, the magical schoolchildren having arrived at their destination. The older students disembarked first, and George and Fred bid farewell to Qin Yu, fervently advising him to choose Gryffindor upon arrival. Of course, that decision ultimately rests with the Sorting Hat. George said with a hint of resignation. However, we genuinely hope you will join Gryffindor. It would make our discussions of grand schemes much more convenient. Fred added enthusiastically. Qin Yu smiled and expressed his hope that this would be the case, as he descended the train alongside the freshmen of the 1990 cohort. He happened to catch sight of the caravan of upperclassmen departing in their horse-drawn carriages. From a distance, he beheld a throng of slender black steeds, the nightmares, galloping away. A mystical breed visible only to those who have encountered death. Qin Yu was not the least bit surprised that he could see them. After all, he had not only witnessed death but had also experienced it himself. He murmured to himself, children, follow me to the dock and board the boat. Remember, no more than 4 people may be on one boat. And please, do not cause any trouble aboard. There are fierce monsters in the lake. And falling in could be quite alarming. Hagrid's voice boomed. The giant, standing over 3 meters tall, instantly evoked gasps from the newcomers. Simultaneously, an instinctive awe blossomed within their hearts. After all, a man of such immense stature towered over them by 2 or 3 times. How could they not feel intimidated? Of course, Qin Yu was an exception, as they were already familiar acquaintances. Qin, it's good to see you again. Hagrid greeted Qin Yu with a warm smile. Qin Yu also greeted Hagrid. Although the two had only just met for less than a day, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable familiarity with him. It was uncertain whether this was due to their past lives or the amiable nature of the jovial giant, or perhaps a combination of both. In any case, their relationship felt akin to that of longtime acquaintances. Subsequently, Hagrid invited Qin Yu to share a boat with him. They set sail smoothly. Once aboard, Hagrid whispered, his eyes crinkling with joy as he spoke. He was utterly enamored with the large dock. That's wonderful, Qin Yu replied, a hint of anxiety in his tone. His nervousness stemmed from the simple fact that Hagrid was quite heavy, and even with just the 2 of them aboard, Qin Yu feared the little boat might capsize at any moment. This greatly dampened his excitement at the prospect of seeing the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for the first time. In contrast, the other children in the boats were left agape with astonishment. The towering ancient castle loomed above them, as if a wise sage quietly awaited the arrival of a new cohort of students. They pondered whether they too would be remembered by this legendary magical institution and become part of its ongoing saga. As their small boat approached, the new students could hardly contain their exhilaration. Upon reaching the dock, Qin Yu hastily disembarked, followed by the other first years from their respective boats. Under Hagrid's guidance, they entered the oak doors of the castle and ascended 3 flights of stairs to a grand hall. After gathering in the entrance hall, the stern Professor McGonagall addressed them, outlining the upcoming sorting ceremony. When the time was right, the doors to the Hogwarts Great Hall slowly swung open, revealing a resplendent, brightly lit chamber. Despite having been informed of its grandeur beforehand, Qin Yu was still overwhelmed by the sheer magnificence of the hall. The thousands of floating candles and the starry expanse above provided him with an enchanting, grand visual experience. As the newcomers entered the hall, Professor Dumbledore rose from the center of the head table to deliver a welcoming speech, outlining several school rules, such as not wandering about at night and avoiding the Forbidden Forest. This was also Qin Yu's first encounter with Severus Snape, who seemed to sense Qin Yu's gaze, casting a few glances in his direction, yet his expression remained unyieldingly cold. Following this, Professor McGonagall commenced the sorting ceremony. Qin Yu was familiar with the process, yet as a participant, he felt a sense of novelty. However, among this year's first years, there were few familiar faces. He recognized Cho Chang and Katie Bell, who were sorted into Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, respectively. When it was Qin Yu's turn, he took a deep breath and stepped up to the platform. Professor McGonagall placed the ancient, unwashed sorting hat upon his head. Ah, a young boy from the East. Your origins are indeed perplexing. The immense power and great fortune within you make you well suited for Slytherin, where you would surely shine brilliantly. Yet, your steadiness and bravery also align with Gryffindor. What a conundrum. The sorting hat murmured in contemplation, a stark contrast to its decisiveness when resting upon the heads of others. Feeling the peculiar, animated hat upon his head, Qin Yu experienced a slight itch. I wish to join Gryffindor. Unable to endure its incessant murmuring any longer, he made a decisive choice on behalf of the hat. His desire to attend Gryffindor was certainly not motivated by any schemes concocted by the Weasley twins, George and Fred. Rather, it stemmed from a wish to be nearer to little Hermione. After all, he had promised to help her acclimate to her surroundings, and one must honor their word. Given the hat's indecisiveness, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, sparing himself from its continued prattling. Very well, your choice is undoubtedly the wisest. The Sorting Hat proclaimed loudly the name of the house to which Qin Yu would be assigned, Gryffindor. Instantly, a raucous applause erupted from the Gryffindor table, with George and Fred's cheers ringing the loudest. Amidst the applause, Qin Yu made his way to the Gryffindor table, securing a vacant seat. Following a sumptuous dinner, the heads of each year guided everyone back to their dormitories. The current head of Gryffindor, soon to graduate, was Charlie Weasley, whom Qin Yu had encountered previously. Charlie led the group to the 8th floor, where, at the end of a corridor, he addressed the portrait of a plump lady with the password, Dragon's Beard. The portrait swung open, allowing Charlie to usher everyone into the Gryffindor dormitory area. After pausing momentarily in the common room, Charlie instructed, boys to the left, girls to the right, do not confuse the two. With that, the children dispersed in search of their respective rooms. Qin Yu ascended the staircase on the left, eventually locating the dormitory adorned with his name. The inaugural night at Hogwarts was destined to be one filled with excitement, rendering sleep nearly impossible. Qin Yu lay upon his bed, contemplating the myriad events of his past lives, gradually succumbing to slumber after an extended period of reflection. Chapter 13. The vivid dark arts defense class. The daily schedule at Hogwarts bore a striking resemblance to that of Qin Yu's previous university life, rising at 7 or 8 in the morning, gathering in the Great Hall for breakfast, commencing classes at 9, attending 2 sessions in the morning followed by 2 in the afternoon, after which one could freely allocate their time. Naturally, the subjects taught were far more exhilarating than those of his former life. Take, for instance, the dark arts defense class. The instructor, Professor Stephen Swinton, was reputed to have once served as a magical healer. His penchant for showcasing a myriad of violent and gruesome images related to dark powers during lessons aimed to leave a lasting impression on his students. Recently, they had been learning about the treatment for wounds inflicted by werewolves. Professor Swinton presented an array of photographs depicting injuries caused by werewolf bites, alongside harrowing scenes of wizards transformed into savage beasts. As stated in the texts, if an infection occurs post-werewolf bite, it becomes incurable, as it is a curse from ancient times. Therefore, immediate and thorough cleansing is imperative following the injury. What constitutes a comprehensive cleansing? Jerome, would you care to answer? Professor Swinton inquired, selecting a student to respond. I don't know, Professor Swinton, a red-haired Slytherin boy replied succinctly. Oh, if you are unaware, allow me to enlighten you. As he spoke, the professor prodded a stack of magical cards on the podium with his wand, then directed it toward Jerome. Instantly, a dynamic projection materialized before Jerome. It depicted a woman brandishing her wand at her bloodied hand, which promptly severed at the wrist. This ghastly image evoked sympathetic pain among many students seated at a distance. It seems you still do not comprehend, Professor Swinton remarked as he conjured yet another projection before Jerome. This time, it showcased a burly man with beastly bite marks adorning one side of his face, who proceeded to slice away his own visage with his wand. A collective gasp resonated through the classroom, the students startled by the horrifying display. The children, unaccustomed to such stimuli, were visibly shaken. Jerome, caught in the throes of fear, stood frozen, his throat quivering as he nervously swallowed. Do you still not understand? Professor Swinton pressed further, prodding the stack of magical cards once more. Unable to withstand the fright any longer, Jerome hastily covered his mouth and bolted from the room. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of retching echoed through the corridor. Is this truly appropriate, Professor? Qin Yu could not help but interject. In comparison to becoming a heartless beast after transformation into a werewolf, I believe your current fright is quite justified, Professor Swinton replied, unperturbed. Very well, you make a valid point, Qin Yu conceded. But may I inquire if there exists a more effective method for wound cleansing? Or perhaps a potion that could be administered prior to the onset of symptoms? Qin Yu thought of the rabies vaccine from the Muggle world. Professor Swinton shook his head and remarked, as of now, the most effective method we can employ for treatment is the debridement of wounds. Of course, some may utilize healing spells without ultimately succumbing to infection, but such instances are exceedingly rare. Regarding the potion you mentioned, to my knowledge, there currently exists no magical elixir that can completely prevent or cure the werewolf curse. This response, coupled with the ghastly images, left the students with solemn expressions. The professor paused momentarily before continuing, however. There is a newly developed wolfbane potion that can temporarily suppress the transformation into a werewolf. Yet, it requires exceptional talent and skill in potion making to concoct. Your potion's instructor, Professor Snape, should be competent in this regard. Nevertheless, I hope you will never find yourselves in a position to consume such a potion. Thus, it would be more fitting for Snape to deliver this lesson, wouldn't it? Qin Yu silently scoffed at this. He had no recollection of Professor Swinton, while the familiar Professor Quirrell was currently traveling and would not commence teaching this subject until the following year. After an exceptionally vivid defense against the dark arts lesson concluded, The students departed the classroom with pallid faces, making their way in small groups to the Great Hall for lunch. During today's mealtime, most of the first-year students exhibited a distinct lack of appetite, entirely unlike their previous indulgence in the culinary delights crafted by the house elves. Indeed, Qin Yu was an exception. In his previous life, he had a fondness for crime-themed films and television dramas, which often depicted gruesome scenes replete with lifeless bodies. Consequently, he had developed a certain resilience. And by the end of the class, he had returned to his usual self. "Jerome, are you all right?" inquired a concerned young boy from the Slytherin table. "Professor Swinton is utterly insufferable. Why must he target me?" Jerome retorted, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him, devoid of any appetite for the food before him, which only exacerbated his frustration. "It seems every teacher possesses their own unique tactics. I've heard that Professor Snape is rather peculiar as well. Many students have been known to weep under his scathing remarks," the young boy divulged, sharing his insights. "I find myself preferring history of magic class. Professor Binns possesses a remarkable ability to induce slumber, and he pays no heed to those who doze off," Jerome reflected. At the Gryffindor table where Qin Yu sat, the first-year students engaged in lively discussions about their recent classes. They expressed their apprehensions regarding Professor Snape's lessons, particularly since he was the head of Slytherin House, leading them to speculate about potential biases against Gryffindor students. Qin Yu, however, merely smiled in silence. Fully aware that Professor Snape possessed a remarkably gentle disposition beneath his frosty exterior, a demeanor shaped by his personality. Such insights, however, were beyond the comprehension of these young children, who would hardly believe him if he shared them. After lunch, as they took a moment to rest, his roommates Wilson, Jimmy, and Bork departed in a group, leaving Qin Yu to walk behind with the somewhat introverted Elvis. He felt no aversion to mingling with these youngsters, though there was a subtle difference in interest due to their age gap. Consequently, he found himself gravitating towards Elvis, who was quieter and less boisterous. The thought of the rambunctious Hermione chattering away beside him brought a smile to Qin Yu's lips. "What are you thinking about that's so cheerful?" Elvis asked timidly, attempting to engage with his classmates, albeit with some awkwardness. "Indeed, I was just reminiscing about a friend. I promised to write to her before the semester began, and I must do so today. Otherwise, she might become quite upset," Qin Yu replied with a smile. "How wonderful. You have a friend to write to," Elvis remarked with a hint of envy. "You can write to me too, of course, but that will have to wait until we leave school. Perhaps during the holidays or after graduation." Qin Yu patted his shoulder and said, "Absolutely. I would love to receive your letters." "Really? I will definitely write to you," Elvis exclaimed joyfully. "I shall respond without fail," Qin Yu chuckled, then urged, "Elvis, we must hurry. Otherwise, we might be late for potions class." Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Elvis quickened his pace to catch up with Wilson, Jimmy, and Bork. Once Qin Yu and Elvis surpassed them, Jimmy shouted and began to sprint, eager to compete in a race, prompting Wilson and Bork to eagerly follow suit. Laughter echoed through the corridor as the boys chased one another, a simple joy characteristic of youth. Qin Yu couldn't help but reflect on the sheer innocence of childhood. He then entered the subterranean classroom, where the living embodiment of Professor Snape awaited, his icy demeanor palpable in the air. Chapter 14. Gryffindor loses a point if you believe that the potions classroom is a place for play and merriment. Then you are one step closer to death. Snape intoned languidly in his signature sibilant tone. Wilson, Jimmy, and the others, still breathless from their recent exertions, fell silent instantly, intimidated by Snape's chilling words. Qin Yu felt no fear. Instead, he sincerely remarked, "Professor Snape, thank you for your reminder. We will certainly be cautious in the future." He then addressed the other children, explaining, "Potions class contains many dangerous instruments and concoctions. The professor's words are meant to keep us safe." Upon his clarification, the children instantly comprehended Snape's good intentions and cast him grateful glances, echoing Qin Yu's words of thanks. This left Snape momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his acerbic tongue and awkward demeanor often rendered his well-meaning comments akin to curses, yet he had never anticipated a response to his kindness, having become accustomed to such indifference. Now, confronted with the gratitude of several children, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed. Were Qin Yu endowed with the ability of legilimency, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Old Snape, have you become a bit masochistic?" Acknowledging the dangers, he continued, "I would prefer you not to lose an arm or a leg in potions class." Snape persisted in showcasing his sharp wit. As the bell rang for class, the children hurried to find their seats. Many believe that potions are not magic since they do not involve the waving of a wand. I must inform you that this perspective is gravely mistaken. Others think that potion making merely involves heating a cauldron, which is a foolish and rigid mindset. Different ingredients require distinct preparation techniques, some necessitate squeezing, others soaking. Some need to be calcined by fire, while others demand your imagination to discover the most suitable method. Snape languidly imparted the knowledge of potion making. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu realized that the art of potion making indeed possesses profound intricacies. It was true. He, like many others, had presumed that potions were merely concocted by heating cauldrons. Yet, as he listened to Professor Snape's elucidating discourse, he gradually began to discern a deeper essence, granting him a renewed appreciation for the magical realm. "Qin, pray tell, What part of the watermill foil is utilized in potion making? Professor Snape inquired, singling out Qin Yu. Why me? Qin Yu thought, internally lamenting, I have been paying attention. The truth was, he harbored no knowledge of this particular herb, and upon acquiring his textbooks, he had rushed straight to school without the luxury of a thorough examinations, thus failing to note the significance of this so-called watermill foil. Even if you had asked about the dunk stone, at least I would have known it was an antidote. Is it the leaves? Qin Yu ventured, bracing himself for the response. Indeed, while it is true that many plants are employed for their leaves, roots, and stems, you have chosen a notably plausible answer, Professor Snape remarked with a hint of sarcasm before delivering the final verdict. Incorrect. Then, scanning the classroom, Snape queried, does anyone else know? The students collectively bowed their heads, avoiding his gaze in trepidation. Qin Yu mused to himself, indeed. There seems to be no Hermione-like scholar in the class. It is the essence, Snape slowly articulated. He then raised his voice, are you not taking notes? The students hurriedly picked up their quills, scribbling hastily. Potions demand precision. A single drop too much or too little yields entirely different results. Yet you, Mr. Qin, have chosen to rely on your cleverness to make reckless guesses, which is a gross dereliction of duty in potions class. As Professor Snape directed his gaze towards Qin Yu, he continued, Gryffindor loses a point. Let this serve as a reminder of the proper attitude one must adopt towards this subject. Qin Yu thought, how have I become the first to lose points? He was not particularly concerned about the trivial score after all. He was no longer a child, but he felt somewhat displeased at being made an example of by old Snape. The Gryffindors wore expressions of dismay. While many Slytherins reveled in their misfortune, having won the House Cup for 5 consecutive years, Slytherin viewed Gryffindor as their primary rival, and their delight was palpable at this deduction. Qin, don't be too disheartened. We will strive to earn those points back. Elvis consoled him as they left class. This isn't your fault. That water hemlock is quite an obscure herb. I wouldn't have known it either, Wilson chimed in. Exactly. Today, Snape was particularly harsh. Jimmy muttered indignantly. Observing the earnest expressions of his classmates, Qin Yu felt compelled to respond. Thank you all. I'll work hard to reclaim that point and earn even more. His words ignited a sense of determination among them, stirring their spirits. Come on, let's head to dinner. I'm famished, Qin Yu declared. Several children followed him toward the great hall. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat behind his desk while several professors took their seats. What are your thoughts on his recent behavior? Dumbledore inquired. Emotionally, he isn't easily stirred. Even when I displayed such gruesome imagery in class, he merely showed mild disgust. Maintaining a demeanor more composed than most, Professor Swinton was the first to speak. Dumbledore nodded and turned to severest Snape. I tried sarcasm, ridicule, and even deducted a point from Gryffindor, yet he remained unfazed. Snape replied succinctly. After Snape's words, a silence enveloped the room until Professor McGonagall could no longer contain herself. Professor Snape, I trust your deduction was not based on a flimsy pretext. Certainly not. My reasoning is sound, Snape replied coolly. Dumbledore interjected. And you, Professor McGonagall? In my observations, the boy appears quite normal. He even shows concern for his classmates, such as Elvis, helping to draw this shy child out of his shell, indicating a sensitive nature. McGonagall shared her insights. Indeed, he is quite attentive and perceptive. He has been a tremendous help in my herbology class, Professor Sprout added. I believe he has far too many thoughts regarding the flying class. He persistently questions why we must ride broomsticks instead of flying on a sword. His odd inquiries are quite vexing. Madame Hooch lamented. Flying on a sword? That notion is indeed peculiar and distinctly Eastern, Professor Swinton remarked with a sense of wonder. It appears, then, that he possesses a healthy mindset, free from isolation or repression. Dumbledore concluded. Indeed, that seems to be the case, they all affirmed. Well, this is good news. Our next step is to ensure he leads a normal life while teaching him how to harness his magical abilities. Dumbledore addressed the group. I had anticipated a special student arriving next year, yet here we have one a year early, Professor Swinton remarked meaningfully. Rest assured, Stephen. I believe he will soon learn to control his powers, allowing you to pursue the ancient wizarding relics in the Himalayas with peace of mind. Dumbledore smiled. Yes, let us hope so. All right, everyone, you may leave, Dumbledore concluded. As the brief meeting adjourned, everyone departed. Chapter 15. Thank heavens, Qin's letter has finally arrived, Hermione. How was your day? Mr. Granger inquired during dinner. Just the same, Hermione replied disinterestedly, pushing a piece of carrot into her mouth and chewing listlessly. Observing her demeanor, Mrs. Granger shot a disapproving glance at her husband, blaming him for bringing up the topic. Mr. Granger sighed, thinking to himself that he was at a loss for what to do. Thus, the Granger family's dinner fell into a somber atmosphere. They were well aware of the reason. Ever since that little Eastern boy had gone off to an unknown magical school, their daughter had gradually lost her smile, vigilantly awaiting a letter addressed to her. Hermione. Qin has just started school. He must be quite busy, and sending letters takes time. You'll receive one in a few days, Mrs. Granger comforted her daughter. Who was waiting for his letter? Not me. Hermione retorted, angrily poking at the broccoli on her plate as if it were a person. No. We are not waiting for his letter. We shall forget him. Mrs. Granger cheerfully insisted. Yes, I've already forgotten him. I don't think of him at all. Humph. That unreliable person, Hermione declared vehemently, just as the Granger couple contemplated their daughter's contradictory behavior with a hint of amusement. A series of knocks echoed from their front door. From the sound, it was clear that it was not a human knocking. "I'll check," Hermione exclaimed, rising abruptly to open the door. Upon swinging it open, a large white bird flew in. "It's an owl! It's an owl!" Hermione exclaimed joyfully upon spotting the magnificent creature. As Qin Yu departed, she had once mentioned that she would have an owl deliver her letters. Thus, when Hermione spotted a beautiful white owl flying in, her thoughts immediately turned to Qin Yu. Indeed, the owl circled above her head before deftly dropping a letter into her hands. "Dad, Mom, it's a letter from Qin," Hermione exclaimed with excitement upon reading the name on the envelope. The Granger couple exchanged glances, both silently pondering who had just claimed a minute ago that they weren't waiting for someone else's letter. Naturally, they refrained from voicing this thought, as their daughter had been upset for several days, and they didn't wish to provoke her further now that she was finally cheerful. "Hermione, let us eat first. We can read what Qin wrote after dinner," Mrs. Granger suggested to her daughter. "Okay," Hermione replied, carefully setting the letter aside before quickly devouring the mountain of food on her plate, including vegetables she typically found unappealing. Once she finished her meal and hastily wiped her mouth, the young girl waved goodbye to her parents and took the letter to her room. However, it wasn't too long before she dashed back out. "What's wrong?" Mr. Granger asked curiously. "Qin said to give Trig some food. Toast or ham will do," Hermione explained as she grabbed a plate, filled it with food, and hurried back to her room. Observing the closed bedroom door, Mrs. Granger couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank goodness, Qin's letter has finally arrived." "Indeed, if it hadn't, I wouldn't have dared to speak loudly in the house," Mr. Granger replied, slightly exaggerated, which elicited a laugh from Mrs. Granger. "By the way, who is Trig?" she inquired, puzzled. "I believe it must be that white owl," Mr. Granger speculated. "Hurry up and eat, Trig." Hermione placed the food on the windowsill. The white owl indeed began to feast joyfully. In truth, Hermione had not yet opened the letter. She had merely noticed Qin Yu's note on the envelope, which read, "Hermione, my owl is named Trig. He is very gentle. If you give him some toast or ham, he will become even friendlier." It was this message that had prompted her to fetch food. Watching Trig eat with such delight filled Hermione with joy as well. Finally, with a hint of nervousness, she sat down and carefully broke the wax seal, opening the envelope. From within, she retrieved 2 folded sheets of letter paper and a small hairpin adorned with a cat design. "Now this is more like it. He even remembered to send me a gift," Hermione thought, puffing up her chest proudly, though inside, she felt as sweet as honey. She cheerfully placed the hairpin in her hair and delicately unfolded the 2 sheets of paper to read. The letter was not long, and while its contents were few, Hermione found it utterly captivating. After reading it several times, Trig hopped onto her desk, interrupting her reading. Looking into the owl's round eyes, Hermione immediately understood its request. "I'm sorry, Trig. I'll write a reply right away. Please wait for me," she said apologetically. Trig hooted twice, forgiving her, and then flew back to the windowsill, patiently awaiting her response. Hermione smiled at the obedient owl and quickly pulled out a blank sheet of paper, finding a fountain pen to write back to Qin Yu. Just as she began with "Dear Qin," she suddenly recalled something mentioned in the letter and reached up to touch the hairpin on her head, tapping her fingers lightly on the cat's eyes. Instantly, a gentle white light cascaded down from above her. What a magical and practical accessory, Hermione thought, a smile creeping onto her lips as she wrote her thoughts on the paper, pouring forth a multitude of words. "Dear, it's quite late. It's time for bed." Mrs. Granger gently knocked on the door. Hermione glanced at the several pages she had written and quickly replied, "All right, Mom. I'm going to sleep now." Having said that, she swiftly reviewed her written content, found everything satisfactory, and folded the letter neatly into an envelope. She then added some flowers and leaves she had gathered over the past few days. "Trig, you've worked hard." Hermione handed the envelope to the owl. After a couple of coos, Trig grasped the envelope in its beak, nodded in farewell to Hermione, and flapped its wings, soaring out through the open window. Watching the owl fly away, Hermione found herself lost in thought for a moment, almost envious of the bird that could traverse mountains and rivers, going wherever it wished. "Haven't you turned off the lights yet, dear?" Mrs. Granger's voice called out again. "I'll turn them off now, Mom," Hermione replied, as she extinguished the light in her room. Climbing into her small bed, she quickly grabbed the letter she had just received, her other hand reaching for the hairpin, gently tapping twice to summon the soft glow once more. Adjusting the light to a dim brightness, Hermione resumed reading the letter, feeling as though she was experiencing the life of the boy at the magical school alongside him. Chapter 16. A letter to Hermione. Dear Hermione, it has been a long time since we last met, and I miss you dearly, as well as Uncle David and Aunt Jenny. Before I left, I promised to write to you, and I indeed acquired an owl for sending letters. His name is Trig, and you must have seen him by now. However, once school commenced, life became rather chaotic, and since I had just arrived at the school, I didn't have much of value to share, which is why it has taken me until today to write this letter. I hope you won't be angry with me. At this point, Hermione silently thought, I am indeed quite upset. But in light of your sincere apology, I forgive you. Speaking of this magnificent school of magic, while it is quite awe-inspiring, it has also given me a headache, as it is incredibly vast. There are easily 200 or 300 staircases, some of which frequently change positions, meaning that one staircase might go up today and down tomorrow, or even be completely impassable, causing me to get lost often. As a result, Elvis and I have nearly missed breakfast several times. By the way, Elvis is my roommate. I also have 3 other roommates named Wilson, Jimmy, and Bach. As for their surnames, I've heard they all have ancient histories related to the sacred 28 families. However, in this day and age, discussing bloodlines seems quite outdated. We merely treat it as an amusing topic of conversation. It's akin to when I tell them that Qin was the first great unified dynasty of China. It's simply a fun connection to my surname, not an assertion that I am a descendant of that dynasty. All 4 of them are wonderful individuals, friendly and lively. When you come here to study next year, I will certainly introduce you to them, and I am confident you will enjoy befriending them. Hermione, I wonder how you will introduce me? Will you also call me your roommate? Haha. I neglected to mention that I am currently at Gryffindor House, one of the 4 esteemed houses of Hogwarts School. The emblem of our house is a lion, symbolizing steadiness and courage. I have a premonition that, should you arrive, you would likely be sorted into this house as well, which would make me your direct senior. The other 3 houses are Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. There exists a certain competitive spirit among the houses, with Slytherin students often attempting to provoke us. However, they dare not engage in anything too outrageous, merely resorting to idle banter or displaying foolish expressions. In this regard, students in the magical world are not so different from those in the Muggle realm. As for the dormitory areas, I am unable to describe the girls' dormitory since I am a boy, but I have heard it is significantly superior to ours, boasting ample wardrobes and vanities. Of course, boys do not have much need for such amenities, and Jimmy and the others expressed no envy whatsoever. I can tell you, however, that Gryffindor's common room is quite pleasant, adorned with a warm and inviting decor, featuring a grand fireplace where we can chat and enjoy tea once you arrive. At this point, Hermione paused slightly, envisioning a scene of conversing by the fireplace with someone, her lips curving into a faint smile. At Hogwarts, our primary focus revolves around various magical courses, which I trust you are familiar with: herbology, potions, transfiguration, charms, flying, history of magic, and defense against the dark arts. Given the multitude of subjects, I intend to experience each one before providing you with a detailed introduction, which accounts for my delay in writing to you. Hermione, there was no need to wait. You could have written more frequently. Herbology is quite fascinating. Our instructor is Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, who is exceptionally kind. Most importantly, her domain is filled with a plethora of magical plants, several of which are rather valuable. I plan to engage with her thoroughly to see if I might procure some desirable items to sell in Diagon Alley. Of course, I have yet to share my aspirations with her. I have come to understand the saying one galleon can daunt even the bravest, as financial resources are essential in the magical realm. Otherwise, I would be unable to afford even a stylish broomstick, let alone one for you. I hope to save enough money by the time you commence your studies. P.S. Muggle currency is challenging to use in the magical world, with only a limited amount permitted for exchange. The flying class is what I most eagerly anticipate. Our instructor is Madame Hooch, who appears quite impressive. However, when I inquired about trading a broom for a sword, she regarded me as if I were a fool, leading me to believe her mindset lacks sufficient innovation. I do not harbor any aversion to flying on a broom. I merely wish for more options, which would surely enhance the experience. The history of magic course is rather drab, taught by the ghostly Professor Binns, and many students find themselves drowsy during lectures. Perhaps only you would manage to stay attentive. Transfiguration is taught by our house head, Professor McGonagall, and we are currently learning basic transfiguration, aiming to transform small creatures into objects. This proves quite challenging. My initial attempt to turn a snail into an eraser resulted in a rather hard and ineffective eraser that could not erase pencil markings. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick instructs us that precise articulation of incantations coupled with wand movements is essential for successful spellcasting. This sounds as if anyone with a mouth and hands could master it. However, the reality is fraught with mishaps, and we have experienced several magical explosions in class. The intricate incantations are difficult to pronounce accurately. I suspect these spells might be a form of communication with the divine, and when uttered with sincerity, one may actually be conversing with a higher power or some force. Nevertheless, Professor Flitwick advised against overthinking such profound matters, suggesting I ponder them further down the line as my studies progress. Now, to the main event, defense against the dark arts. Our instructor, Professor Swinton, has a penchant for frightening students, often showcasing gruesome images of dark magic or creatures right before us. Some in our cohort have even been so terrified they vomited, and many struggle to eat after class. Fortunately, I am somewhat less affected in that regard. However, I doubt you will be taught by him, as I have heard he is restless and enjoys traveling. At the end of the academic year, he plans to resign and venture to the Himalayas in search of ancient wizarding relics. This is quite a commendable pursuit if I were to acquire wealth. I too would wish to travel the world in search of magical creatures or to visit ancient ruins. Should you be willing, I could take you along. Hermione, traveling the world sounds like a delightful idea. Considering your earnest invitation, I shall contemplate it. Potions class is the one I am most eager to discuss with you. The instructor, Professor Severus Snape, is someone who appears difficult to approach at first glance, yet possesses a kind heart within. However, I must emphasize that attending his class is no easy feat. Success in potions requires two types of knowledge, an understanding of the ingredients and a thorough comprehension of the recipes and preparation methods. Professor Snape often poses unexpected questions regarding specific potions, and I was once called upon, only to provide a haphazard response that cost me a point, leaving me quite embarrassed and unable to refute it. I am confident that you would master this knowledge swiftly, yet I must caution you to refrain from raising your hand too eagerly in his class, as he is quite peculiar. If you appear overly enthusiastic, he may deny you the opportunity to answer and even make cutting remarks. I believe his intent is to prevent arrogance stemming from excessive knowledge. Yet his comments can be rather harsh, so I hope you will not dwell on them too much. Overall, these courses are quite intriguing, and I trust you will adapt swiftly. Chapter 17. The lively Lily. During breakfast, an owl swooped into the great hall, delivering packages and letters to each recipient. Jimmy received a package of sweets, a gesture from his mother to encourage him to make friends, which he shared with those at the table. Meanwhile, Qin Yu received a pink envelope adorned with floral patterns. As he held the envelope, his roommates and a few close classmates cast curious glances his way. It must be from some girl, Wilson remarked, raising an eyebrow meaningfully. Ooh, what kind of girl? Jimmy chimed in, his eyes lighting up. Qin Yu inwardly sighed at the children's insatiable curiosity. Indeed, it was from a girl. She is quite charming, with beautiful eyes. As for her appearance, you shall see for yourself when she comes to Hogwarts next year, he explained briefly to the inquisitive bunch. She is coming here to study? What is your relationship with her? How did you meet? They pressed, their curiosity further piqued as they bombarded him with questions. Qin Yu disregarded everything around him, hastily stuffing a few bites of ham sandwich into his mouth and sipping a glass of juice before seizing the letter and departing. This left a few individuals at the dining table engaged in lively discussion. Upon exiting the auditorium, Qin Yu meandered through winding paths until he finally arrived at a serene flower bed, where he settled onto a long bench. As he tore open the envelope, a delightful floral fragrance wafted towards him. Just as he pondered whether it was the sweet scent of the young lady, Hermione, he beheld the blossoms and leaves contained within. Amused by his own fanciful thoughts, he reminisced about the subtle aroma of her shampoo and body wash, which he had begun to miss after being away from the Granger household for so long. Setting aside such musings, Qin Yu withdrew the pages of letter paper, unfolded them, and began to read intently. The content of Hermione's letter bore a structural resemblance to his own. At the outset, she cautiously articulated that she did not miss him excessively, merely thinking of him occasionally. She then recounted her experiences since the beginning of the school year, mentioning how she had already completed much of the coursework in advance, rendering the classes somewhat tedious, and how the teacher's questions were rather simplistic, as she had scored full marks in the recent assessments, typical remarks from a high achiever. Furthermore, she noted that several female classmates had been unfriendly towards her. However, following an incident where someone had been hung from a tree, they had refrained from any overly hostile actions. Continuing, Hermione expressed her yearning for the courses Qin Yu had described, eagerly anticipating the arrival of September next year when she could join him in those magical classes. In terms of her personal life, she shared anecdotes about her parents taking her on outings, mentioning how they often expressed their longing for Qin Yu, with remarks like, "If only Qin were here." Following this, she detailed various trifles, such as insects invading Qin Yu's room, Mrs. Granger preparing his favorite dish of braised beef with potatoes, her desire to adopt a kitten despite her parents' disapproval, and how she seemed to have grown another 2 centimeters, soon nearing Qin Yu's height. In the concluding lines of her letter, Hermione wrote, "When I go out with my parents, or pass by certain places, I pick some flowers or pluck a leaf. And I've stuffed them all into this envelope, so in a way, you've accompanied me to these places." Finally, with utmost seriousness, she implored Qin Yu not to delay in writing back, revealing that she had developed a fondness for Trig. "Indeed, Trig and I have become good friends, so you must frequently invite him over. I will prepare plenty of delicious treats for him," Hermione emphasized, gazing at her closing words. "Love you." Qin Yu could not resist bringing the pages of the letter to his nose, hoping to detect a hint of familiarity amidst the floral scent. Yet, the ink's fragrance was overwhelmingly potent, imbued with the essence of heartfelt sentiments traversing vast distances, rendering the familiar scent elusive and indistinguishable. The phrase "in the past" travel was slow, and letters were far apart suddenly resonated within him as he contemplated the delicate sheets of paper. He then meticulously folded the letter and the flowers and leaves, making his way back towards the classroom. Today's lesson is quite simple, which has allowed most of you to successfully concoct this frostbite potion. However, remember, this does not indicate any innate talent for potion making. Rather, it signifies that you are not entirely inept. Professor Snape remarked in his characteristic sardonic manner as the class concluded. Qin Yu had grown quite accustomed to Professor Snape's manner of speaking. He took the lead and expressed, "Thank you for the compliment, Professor Snape." Soon after, several students joined in with raucous cheers. Snape could not help but roll his eyes at Qin Yu, finding the child rather boisterous. "Professor, with 10 minutes left in class. Would you teach us something extracurricular?" Qin Yu exclaimed, displaying an utter lack of self-awareness regarding any potential annoyance. "Oh, what is it that you wish to learn?" Professor Snape replied nonchalantly. "Is there a spell that can fix leaves into cards or bookmarks?" Qin Yu articulated his request. Upon hearing this, Professor Snape fell into a moment of bewildered silence. "Well, that is not particularly surprising. He often appears this way when silent. Is there not such a spell? Or do you not possess knowledge in this area of magic?" Qin Yu said, somewhat disheartened. Professor Snape did not respond verbally. Instead, he waved his wand through the air in a certain pattern, uttering "Carachus with a flash of white light. A leaf that had previously been on Qin Yu's desk transformed into a beautiful green bookmark, perfectly encasing the leaf itself. "What a stunning bookmark. I want one," exclaimed Qin Yu. "Professor, your spell is incredible. Could you teach us? I would love to learn." As they beheld the leaf bookmark in Qin Yu's hand, the classroom erupted with voices of envy and desire among the students. This is far more engaging than potion making, particularly for the girls, who seemed utterly captivated by such trinkets. Silence. Snape raised his voice, and the uproar in the classroom ceased instantly. "This is merely a minor technique. Since we have time today, I shall teach it to you. But I will only demonstrate once. If you cannot master it, you may choose to abandon it, indicating that this spell is not suited for you." With that, he wasted no time and began instructing the students on the spell known as Vivid as Solid. Snape, known for his strictness, explained the wand movement and pronunciation of the spell, after which he left the students to practice freely. However, when Qin Yu attempted the spell for the first time, he accidentally blasted a hole in the table. Snape happened to be passing by and casually cast a repair spell to mend the hole. After several attempts, Qin Yu finally found his rhythm and controlled his strength. Carachus. With a flick of his wand, a flash of light appeared, and a leaf bookmark was completed. With a sense of accomplishment, Qin Yu raised the bookmark and instinctively sought out Professor Snape, yearning for his praise, as he was indeed the first to master it. To his surprise, he noticed that Snape, at some point, had also acquired a bookmark and was gazing at it in a daze. Following Snape's gaze, Qin Yu observed a blooming lily intricately set upon the bookmark. The lily, a symbol of lily. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yu couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself, "This old fellow is lost in thoughts of someone else's wife. No, rather, it is a cherished confidant." With this thought, Qin Yu resolved to refrain from disturbing Snape further, allowing him to ponder in solitude. Chapter 18. Full Authority. Hagrid. "You mentioned that you sold a bag of unicorn hair for how much?" Qin Yu suppressed the rising tide of emotions threatening to overflow. Forcing the words through clenched teeth, he felt an intense flame igniting within him, surging toward his mind. Qin Yu was not mistaken. Hagrid indeed summoned him for tea with the intention of repaying a debt, rather than seeking further loans. However, the manner in which Hagrid intended to repay left Qin Yu feeling quite despondent. 2 galleons for a bag? What is going on? Hagrid asked, somewhat perplexed. He instinctively sensed that the young boy before him was displeased, yet he believed that, given he was repaying a portion of the debt, the child should be grateful. Thus, Hagrid found himself in a state of confusion. "What's wrong? You dare to ask what's wrong?" Qin Yu felt a surge of indignation rising within him. He took a sip of the tea on the table to soothe his parched throat, and, striving for composure, said, "Are you aware that a small bag of unicorn hair in Diagon Alley sells for 10 galleons? That does seem to be the case." Hagrid scratched his head in acknowledgement. "And you sold it to the unscrupulous traders of Hogsmeade for only 2 galleons. Qin Yu exclaimed in exasperation. "It was simply more convenient to sell to them. They also accepted some other items. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to gather the 50 galleons to repay you." Hagrid explained his reasoning. "I am not in a hurry for you to repay me. I would much rather see you not devalue the precious items you have painstakingly collected than to receive a delayed repayment." Qin Yu lamented passionately. As a quintessential Taurus, he held a deep appreciation for wealth, yet he valued even more the notion that neither he nor his friends should suffer significant losses due to financial matters. Suffering losses was the most detestable predicament for a Taurus. "Well, I used to sell to him frequently, and it wasn't too bad," Hagrid muttered softly. "Not too bad." Qin Yu widened his eyes and frowned in disbelief. "It's not good. Very bad." Hagrid quickly corrected himself. For reasons unknown, Hagrid sensed that it would be prudent to placate the young boy, lest he erupt in frustration. Observing Hagrid's demeanor, Qin Yu realized his reaction was somewhat excessive, and thus offered an apology. "I apologize, Hagrid. I was a bit too worked up just now, but I am genuinely concerned for you. How could you so casually part with such valuable items? Well, they are merely some beast hairs, not overly precious. Though, they are indeed quite valuable." Hagrid sighed in resignation. "But you know, I'm not particularly skilled in business dealings." Hagrid spoke a truth that resonated. While he often collected various magical creature materials such as hairs, eggshells, and shed skins, he never approached it as a business venture. He simply accumulated them and sold them in Hogsmeade for a few coins to enjoy a butterbeer at the Leaky Cauldron or purchase some chocolates and milk candies from Honeydukes. This inclination stemmed largely from his disposition. He had never excelled in social interactions, a fact that contributed to his affinity for animals. "This is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you. I wish to become the exclusive agent for the magical creature products you care for. What do you think? Qin Yu looked at Hagrid with earnest enthusiasm. Exclusive agent? Hagrid echoed, puzzled by the term. Yes, I would take responsibility for selling your items. And we would share the profits proportionally. I assure you, you will earn far more than if you continue to sell them as if they were worthless junk. Qin Yu explained in straightforward terms. In the presence of this 11-year-old, Hagrid found it peculiar. The boy's demeanor appeared more mature and serious than his own. That sounds quite promising. Hagrid expressed considerable interest in the idea, realizing that no one had ever approached him with such a proposal before. The children of affluent wizarding families, naturally, were disinterested in earning money, while those without wealth were absorbed in their magical studies. Most notably, where could one find a student like Qin Yu? Possessing such a mature business acumen? Hagrid's ineptitude in business, compounded by a lack of assistance, had resulted in him remaining a penniless magizoologist, despite having immense potential. He was akin to one sitting atop a mountain of gold yet subsisting on meager rations. At this moment, Qin Yu's arrival perfectly filled the void. Moreover, Hagrid recalled how Qin Yu had previously negotiated prices on his behalf, leading him to view the boy as intelligent and reliable. After inquiring about how best to collaborate and receiving the response that he should merely continue collecting items as before, Hagrid readily accepted Qin Yu's proposal, granting him the role of his exclusive agent. Qin Yu did not anticipate that the negotiation would reach a cooperative intention so effortlessly. It was somewhat surprising. However, upon reflection, he realized that Uncle Han's sincerity in dealing with others indicated his trust in Qin Yu, prompting a profound sense of responsibility within him. Hagrid, rest assured, I shall ensure that we amass great wealth. Qin Yu solemnly vowed. Haha, I dare not aspire to such grand fortunes. I merely wish to earn enough to procure the magical creatures I desire. Hagrid chuckled amiably. With the cooperative intention established, Qin Yu converted the remaining debt of 185 galleons into preliminary procurement and agency fees, much to Hagrid's delight, as being debt-free was indeed liberating. After agreeing on some details, such as the settlement cycle, Qin Yu suggested that Hagrid recruit additional helpers to facilitate the organization and proper safeguarding of the collected items. Hagrid found this to be quite sensible and readily concurred. Thus, Qin Yu sent forth a swift arrow, an owl, to summon the mischievous twins, George and Fred. Why these two rascals? Hagrid lamented upon seeing the hurriedly approaching Weasley twins, recalling the headaches they had caused him the previous year in preventing their antics in the Forbidden Forest. That's because you wouldn't let us play, they protested. Indeed, the school is so limited in space. Why should we be prohibited from exploring the Forbidden Forest? The twins continued their banter. Before the conflict between both parties escalated, Qin Yu hastily intervened and elucidated the purpose of summoning the Weasley brothers. What? You want us to do this? George and Fred expressed their disappointment. Did your letter not mention important business matters to discuss? Just moments ago, an owl had delivered a message to them, leading them to believe that Qin Yu had significant business plans to unveil, prompting their hurried arrival. To their dismay, they discovered that he merely required them for tasks such as caring for animals and collecting fur. Qin Yu was well aware that he could not easily deceive the twin brothers. Thus, with a serious demeanor, he inquired, what do you believe is the most crucial aspect of business? A brilliant idea, just like your innovative business model with the shared flying broom. George mused, fixated on Qin Yu's proposal. Sufficient capital. Without financial backing, even the best ideas remain unfulfilled. Fred countered, disagreeing with his brother's perspective. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu nodded and remarked, indeed, the two aspects you mentioned are of great significance. Then, observing the perplexed expressions on the faces of the two brothers, he continued, however, I believe the most crucial element is talent. Talent like yours, possessing a keen business acumen. This statement resonated deeply with George and Fred, who could not help but beam with delight, glancing towards Hagrid, hoping that this endearing giant would also hear Qin Yu's affirmation of them. Yet, Qin Yu added a caveat. At this moment, you cannot yet be deemed as mature and qualified business talents. Why not? The brothers inquired in unison. Because you still lack substantial experience. A successful entrepreneur does not emerge fully formed. Rather, they accumulate knowledge through myriad small endeavors, broadening their horizons and cultivating connections. Thus, do not underestimate the seemingly rudimentary tasks of gathering magical creature byproducts that Hagrid has undertaken. These experiences will foster your rapid growth. Qin Yu spoke slowly. Noticing that the brothers were still deep in thought, he decided to elaborate further. Our assumption of full agency for Hagrid serves dual purposes, to hone our team and to build our network. Consider this. If you excel in the collection, organization, and trade of these items, you will undoubtedly gain invaluable experience for similar future endeavors. More importantly, you will engage with a diverse array of clients, ranging from wand shop owners and potion merchants to magical bookshop proprietors. Or perhaps even a renowned magical researcher or the steward of an esteemed family. These individuals will become our potential collaborators in the future. Upon hearing this, George and Fred's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu spoke with a voice brimming with allure. Envision a day when your capabilities are sufficient to conquer any challenging commercial endeavor. Now, imagine a time when your friends and clients span across the entire British Isles, throughout Europe, and indeed, across the globe. In that moment, what could possibly stand in your way? What could possibly stand in your way? Qin Yu's words detonated within George and Fred's hearts like a bomb, resounding with a thunderous impact. They were not fools. On the contrary, they were remarkably astute, especially in the realm of commerce, possessing a keen instinct and a bold spirit of innovation. Now, under Qin Yu's enlightening guidance, they felt as if they had been awakened from a stupor. Their horizons broadened and their ambitions expanded. Indeed, they recognized the necessity of continuous self-improvement. Indeed, they understood the importance of widening their networks. Once these two elements were in place, a multitude of possibilities would unfold before them. At that moment, what could not be achieved? At that moment, all things would be possible. George and Fred exchanged glances, each reflecting the fervor igniting within the other, and together, they turned their fiery gazes toward Qin Yu. Qin, are these two children on the brink of madness? Their demeanor closely resembles that of the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid murmured worriedly to Qin Yu. No, Hagrid. They are ignited by their dreams. Qin Yu corrected him. Oh, Hagrid nodded, somewhat comprehending. Ah, youth is indeed a splendid thing. In his heart, Qin Yu sighed, then beckoned Hagrid to accompany him in attending to his beloved creatures. That afternoon, Qin Yu set foot for the very first time in the enchanting Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts. Chapter 19. The unicorn and sour soup porridge. As evening approached, the sun began to descend. Bathed in the warm glow of sunset, a magnificent creature, entirely snow-white with a spiraled horn atop its head, slowly approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It was an adult unicorn. Upon sighting it, Hagrid called out a name, and the noble being responded with a gentle snort. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, along with the Weasley brothers, Fred and George, stood in awe. To be candid, upon encountering such a wondrous being, Qin Yu, despite his 2 lifetimes, felt an astonishment that rivaled that of the Weasley twins. For the sake of this unicorn alone, he believed his journey into this magical realm was truly worthwhile. Hermione, here's another chance for you to express yourself properly. Hagrid, how should we interact with her? Qin Yu inquired, looking to Hagrid for guidance. The Weasley brothers also cast eager glances at Hagrid. After all, who could resist the allure of a unicorn? Oh, perhaps only Tom, who lacks a nose. You can feed her carrots, but they must be clean and thoroughly dried. Otherwise, she won't take a bite, Hagrid explained, adding, oh, and by the way, she is a lady. Carrots? Qin Yu glanced at the unicorn's majestic horn and mused internally, is this a case of form complementing form? Despite his playful banter, he hastened to catch up with his twin brothers, who had swiftly returned to Hagrid's hut to procure some carrots. It is often said that a man remains a boy at heart until his last breath, considering he was still in his youth. He was determined not to miss this opportunity to interact with the unicorn. The 3 of them rummaged through Hagrid's food storage and unearthed several vibrant carrots. Following Hagrid's advice, they carefully washed and dried them with a towel, akin to the meticulous care bestowed upon cherished collectibles by devoted enthusiasts. Soon, 3 glistening carrots were presented before the unicorn. The unicorn scrutinized the offerings with a discerning eye before, with an air of regal indifference, devouring them all. Ah, she chose my carrot first, Fred exclaimed joyfully. Pooh, you're such a sycophant. Qin Yu and George simultaneously cast scornful glances at him. Then, they swiftly produced another carrot, presenting it to the unicorn before them. Having successfully established a rapport with the unicorn, Kelly, through the offering of food, Qin Yu finally had the opportunity to gently stroke her silky fur. The sensation was indeed delightful, as smooth as caressing fine silk. Meanwhile, George and Fred had taken out various trinkets they carried, attempting to amuse the majestic creature. The unicorn stood proudly, observing with increasingly softened eyes, as if touched by a hint of mirth. This only spurred the twin brothers on, eager to transform into circus performers, presenting even more captivating acts for the unicorn. To their surprise, they discovered that, aside from creating mischief, they possessed a remarkable talent for entertaining animals. Hagrid remarked to Qin Yu, who was no longer fixated on the unicorn, that an individual's abilities and talents, when applied judiciously, could yield immense value. Qin Yu echoed a phrase he had encountered in a book from a past life. Indeed, I am beginning to see their worth. Just as Hagrid spoke these words, a wayward water balloon suddenly soared toward him, exploding upon impact and dousing his face in water, leaving his beard thoroughly soaked. Wiping his face vigorously, Hagrid grumbled, nevertheless, I still do not like those 2. My apologies, I shouldn't laugh at you. Qin Yu stifled his laughter. Hagrid, this was purely an accident. Truly, I am sorry. George quickly raised his hand in apology. Yes, we did not mean it. Hagrid, please don't send us away, Fred declared, having developed a fondness for Kelly and reluctant to depart. Faced with 2 pranksters who had turned surprisingly polite, Hagrid found it difficult to be angry and instead stated sternly, if you hit me again next time, I shall toss you straight into the Black Lake. The brothers immediately promised to be more careful and continued their playful antics with the unicorn. After satisfying her hunger and indulging in the human's antics, the unicorn gracefully retreated into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, leaving George and Fred feeling dejected behind her. Let us return, you have yet to dine. And I shall prepare something for you. Hagrid called the 3 children back to his hut. Thank you, Hagrid. Qin Yu expressed his gratitude for the dinner invitation. However, soon after, confronted with the sight of a pot of dark, unidentifiable concoction prepared by the well-meaning giant, Qin Yu, and the Weasley brothers turned pale. I just remembered. I left my clothes out to dry, so goodbye Hagrid, goodbye Fred, George, Qin Yu said solemnly. After exchanging glances with him, George and Fred promptly echoed. We also have matters to attend to. We must take our leave. What? I made a large pot of hearty stew. Aren't you going to finish it before you go? Hagrid exclaimed, somewhat surprised. So that is what it's called, a hearty stew? No, thank you for your generous invitation. But I regret to say it appears rain is imminent, and I must quickly return to fetch my laundry. Qin Yu replied earnestly. Nonsense. It's a clear night with bright stars. How could it possibly rain? George and Fred thought simultaneously. Indeed, it seems rain is approaching. Our windows are still open. Right, George? Absolutely, Fred. The trio concluded their statements, hastily exiting the door, leaving Hagrid alone to confront his pot of stew. However, just as Qin Yu and the others had scarcely distanced themselves from Hagrid's hut, they were suddenly startled by a series of piercing whinnies. This prompted them to halt in their tracks. Bang! The wooden door of the hut swung open abruptly as Hagrid emerged. What is it, Hagrid? Qin Yu called out loudly. It's Kelly. I do not know what has transpired, Hagrid replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Pondering to himself, could it be that the noseless Tom has arrived ahead of time? Is this fellow truly so susceptible to mere whispers? Without allowing him further contemplation, Hagrid had already galloped ahead towards the Forbidden Forest. Qin Yu naturally followed closely behind, with George and Fred also concerned for the unicorn's safety, hastening their steps in pursuit. Soon, Hagrid located the unicorn. Upon seeing that she was unharmed, Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief, realizing it had merely been a false alarm. However, the once graceful unicorn now displayed a look of panic in her eyes, restlessly pacing back and forth, revealing her evident distress. Hagrid approached, communicating in a manner understood only by him and the unicorn, utilizing a language that seemed to resonate solely between them. Qin Yu, along with George and Fred, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Anna is missing, Hagrid declared with a serious expression. Who is Anna? Qin Yu inquired, furrowing his brow. She is Kelly's child. A golden unicorn, barely a year old, Hagrid explained. The realization dawned upon them. No wonder the unicorn was so anxious. We must split up and search urgently, Qin Yu suggested. No, the Forbidden Forest is too perilous. I shall search alone, Hagrid interjected, halting Qin Yu. You mustn't search alone for too long. George, Fred, and I will accompany you. Please provide us with an outline of the unicorn's usual roaming grounds so we may search effectively, Qin Yu replied calmly. George and Fred nodded vigorously in agreement, seeing their determination and acknowledging that a group of three would indeed enhance safety. Hagrid acquiesced to Qin Yu's proposal and shared the areas frequented by the unicorn. Do not venture into other areas indiscriminately, Hagrid cautioned them before they parted ways. Understood. We will be careful, Qin Yu assured him with a reassuring glance. Thus, the four split into two groups, embarking on their search in different directions. However, Qin Yu underestimated the complexity of the Forbidden Forest's terrain. Initially, he maintained a certain distance from George and Fred, ensuring visibility of each other's lights. Yet, after traversing some distance, he realized the lights beside him had vanished without his notice. After calling out for George and Fred several times, he received no response. Am I lost? Qin Yu wondered anxiously. Chapter 20. Empiricism can be fatal. Can anyone tell me what to do if I get lost in the Forbidden Forest? I urgently await a response. Qin Yu pondered these nonsensical thoughts in his mind. He was uncertain whether it was he who had lost his way, or if it were George and Fred, those two mischievous rascals, who had strayed. Nevertheless, the outcome remained unchanged. He was utterly alone. He dared not call out their names too loudly, for this was the Forbidden Forest, and who knew what ferocious beasts might be summoned by his voice. Qin Yu glanced at the rudimentary map provided by Hage, then looked up in bewilderment at the surrounding trees and peculiar rocks. With a sigh of resignation, he tucked the tattered cloth away. He had to admit that he had acted rather impulsively, believing there was little to fear in the Forbidden Forest, especially since that young rascal Harry had been wandering there since his early years. Thus, it is evident that empirical reasoning can lead to peril. One must tread carefully in the realm of magic. Qin Yu traversed the dark and forbidding forest, his steps uneven as he muttered to himself. At that moment, he found himself utterly disoriented, relying solely on the fragments of memory and a faint sense of direction to navigate his way. Yet, this method proved unreliable. As the surroundings grew increasingly alien, gradually, impatience began to gnaw at him in the oppressive darkness, exacerbated by the occasional bizarre sounds echoing around him or the fleeting shadows of unseen creatures. Just as a sense of unease began to creep into his mind, a dormant power within him stirred restlessly. Ultimately, in a fleeting moment, that force surged forth instinctively, flooding to his forehead. Qin Yu swiftly discerned the surroundings and perceived sounds emanating from afar. This experience instilled in him a profound sense of empowerment. Under the influence of this mysterious force, his vision began to expand, and his hearing grew more acute. He could perceive the outlines of objects several hundred or even thousands of meters away, and hear sounds from the same distances. Soon, he easily spotted the frantic figures of George and Fred. Elated, He was about to approach them when he heard a faint whimper. The sound resembled that of the unicorn Kelly, yet it carried a much more juvenile quality. Indeed, it must be the young unicorn Anna. At this moment, empowered by this enigmatic force, Qin Yu's courage surged. Having located the young unicorn, he felt compelled to take action. Thus, he carefully discerned the direction from which the sound originated and swiftly made his way toward it. Before long, he arrived at a cave, where the voice of the young unicorn grew increasingly distinct. A surge of joy filled Qin Yu's heart, for he realized he had indeed found the right place. As he entered the cave, he was greeted by the sight of a small unicorn, entirely cloaked in golden hues. This delicate creature was bound to the ground, struggling with all its might. Anna, is that you? Qin Yu called out. Upon hearing his voice, the unicorn let out an even louder whinny, unmistakably affirming her identity as Anna. Qin Yu hurriedly stepped forward to lend assistance. As he approached, he realized that the items binding the small unicorn were layers of delicate white silk threads. Upon discerning what it was, a sudden pang of realization struck Qin Yu, leading him to contemplate a certain possibility. Who could it be? You are not Hagrid. An ancient voice reverberated through the cave. Qin Yu turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, and there stood a spider larger than a carriage. Its entire body was cloaked in black fur, boasting 8 eyes and 8 legs, with 2 immense pincers resembling colossal claws. It was the formidable 8-eyed giant spider. In his hurried arrival, Qin Yu had not paid much attention. He was taken aback to discover that this cave was the lair of the 8-eyed giant spider. Aragog? Qin Yu's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Oh, it seems you are aware of me. Did Hagrid inform you? The 8-eyed giant spider replied languidly. Indeed. I am a friend of Hagrid. Qin Yu quickly responded. I see. Then what brings you here? Inquired the 8-eyed giant spider. I seem to have lost my way. Qin Yu replied, half-truthfully. Is that so? How unfortunate. The 8-eyed giant spider remarked, with an air of melancholy. Qin Yu comprehended the true meaning of the regret expressed by the creature. It was not the lamentation of Qin Yu's disorientation, but rather a sorrow for his imminent demise. A life extinguished in its prime. Indeed, a multitude of shadowy figures rapidly converged from various corners of the cave, producing a chilling cacophony of rustling sounds. Might you spare my descendants? Qin Yu implored Aragog with a flicker of hope. I regret to inform you that while I have pledged to Hagrid not to harm, I cannot restrain my progeny, nor their progeny. Do you have any final words you wish to convey to Hagrid? The 8-eyed spider responded ominously. Curse you. Qin Yu could not suppress his outburst. Although he spoke in Mandarin, the 8-eyed spider failed to comprehend, yet it showed no inclination to understand. The rustling grew ever nearer. Qin Yu could perceive the numerous black spider eyes and the terrifying pincers that accompanied them. The little unicorn also sensed the impending danger. Growing increasingly restless as it pawed the ground with its hoofs, the swarm of spiders advanced further, encircling the 2 prey entirely, lacking any tactical approach. Several spiders from the front charged directly at Qin Yu. In that critical moment, he swiftly waved his wand and uttered the incantation for the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. Instantly, the attacking spiders floated helplessly in midair. However, a greater number of spiders surged forward. In a frantic flurry, Qin Yu waved his wand again, casting Petrificus Totalis, which caused the second wave of spiders to freeze in place. Realizing the effectiveness of this spell, he repeated the incantation several more times. Yet, it was a futile endeavor. With 2 fists against countless foes, and each adversary possessing 8 legs, the overwhelming swarm soon became too much for Qin Yu to withstand. Suddenly, an unseen thread shot forth, ensnaring his wand. Unaware of the impending danger, Qin Yu found his wand suddenly snatched away by a spider's silk. Without his wand, he was rendered powerless, leaving him in an increasingly perilous situation. Damn it, is this how it all ends for me today? Qin Yu silently cursed, feeling utterly despondent. What an unfortunate fate I have. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Dear host, life is filled with unexpected twists. You find yourself at a critical moment of life and death. In such circumstances, how will you extricate yourself from this perilous predicament? Please make a choice. 1. Rely on your wisdom and courage to escape from the 8-eyed spider horde, with a reward of 100,000 galleons. 2. Use the power of Mermoran to crush the 8-eyed spider horde with absolute strength, granting you the authority to summon the wish-granting room. The familiar voice of the system emerged at a most opportune moment. At such a time, if I could escape using mere wisdom and courage, I would have done so long ago. What is the point of your advice now? Qin Yu inwardly scoffed. Yet, time was of the essence. Choice 2. He hastily thought. Beep. You have chosen to utilize the power of Mermoran. Now, surrender yourself to Mermoran. What does it mean to surrender oneself to Mermoran? Qin Yu pondered in confusion. However, there was no time for contemplation. A tremendous force surged from an unknown source, and darkness enveloped his consciousness. Just before losing all awareness, he thought he heard manic laughter and piercing screams. Damn, this feels somewhat exhilarating, yet it's also bizarre. With that last thought, his consciousness plummeted into an endless void. Chapter 21. The flicker of flame in the mist, hands in a dream when the intense magical disturbance emanated from the forbidden forest. Albus Dumbledore, who was reading in his office, abruptly lifted his head. Soon, there was a knock at his door. Professor McGonagall entered. Professor Dumbledore? Could it be that child? She inquired, her voice filled with concern. Sighing, Dumbledore replied, Minerva, your intuition appears to be correct. It seems to indeed be that child. Then we must hurry to check. McGonagall exclaimed anxiously. Yes, I was just about to head over. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Just then, Professors Flitwick and Snape arrived in unison, their expressions equally grave. Though Snape's demeanor remained notably stoic, masking any other emotions. Let us go together, Dumbledore suggested, having anticipated their purpose. Thus, the four professors of Hogwarts set forth toward the location in the Forbidden Forest where a magical explosion had occurred. Before long, they returned to Hogwarts Castle, carrying the unconscious Qin Yu, and promptly took him to the hospital wing, placing him under Madame Pomfrey's care. Meanwhile, in a certain location in Egypt, which was an hour ahead of Hogwarts in terms of time, the night had arrived earlier, casting a deeper darkness. Beneath the moonlight, a pyramid stood silently. If an ordinary muggle were to pass by, they would see nothing but endless yellow sand, for the pyramid was concealed from the muggle world, visible only to wizards. At that moment, several wizards were busily attending to their recent discoveries outside the pyramid. Suddenly, a few distressed nifflers burst forth from the pyramid, their bodies covered in black fur and their snouts resembling duck bills. What has caused the nifflers to panic today? Why are they all bolting out when sent to seek treasure? A wizard with a short beard wondered aloud. The nifflers, known for their treasure-finding talents, had been particularly restless this summer, but never to the extent of seeming frantic like today. Another wizard chimed in. Indeed, it's odd. Among them, a young wizard captured one of the agitated nifflers, cradling it in his arms and soothing its head. Bill, what do you think could be the cause? The bearded wizard asked. I'm not sure. According to the ancient records of Gringotts goblins, there shouldn't be any superlative curses here. What could have frightened the nifflers? The young wizard, Bill Weasley, replied with a serious expression. Before they could reach a conclusion, a terrifying surge of energy emanated from deep within the pyramid. They then witnessed a brilliant white light erupt from the pyramid's center, shooting skyward and momentarily overshadowing the moon. The light then descended, like a meteor, into a location southeast of them. What on earth just happened? The bearded wizard stammered in astonishment. We should report this to Gringotts. We should refrain from entering the pyramid for now, Bill suggested, a hint of worry in his voice. Yes, we shouldn't enter. Let us first organize the treasures that have been decursed outside. Safety first. Another wizard quickly concurred. Everyone agreed to this proposal and, after summoning the nifflers back, they retreated 2 kilometers from the site, waiting for instructions from Gringotts. What these curse-breaking wizards did not know was that simultaneous to the disturbances within the pyramid they were investigating, similar energy fluctuations and columns of light erupted from various locations, near Lake Baikal in Siberia, beneath the Atlantic Ocean close to the Gibraltar Strait, atop a perpetually snow-capped peak in the Himalayas, and deep within the tropical jungles north of the Panama Canal. This phenomenon was too conspicuous to go unnoticed, and Muggles observed it, leading to a flurry of speculation and attempts to explain the events. However, many years later, these occurrences remained a mystery. Of course, the happenings in the Muggle world bore little impact on the magical realm. In a place beyond human perception and understanding, amidst a shroud of misty darkness, 5 orbs of varying colors ignited one after another. Gamma, Delta, Sigma, Psi, are we the only 5 to awaken? A white orb spoke mournfully. Indeed, Alpha. The others have not awakened for various reasons. I can confirm that Omicron has perished and will never rise to fight alongside us again, a green orb replied. Such words plunged the 5 orbs into silence. Companions, do you remember our mission? The white orb's voice resonated again. Of course we do. To guard the world and eradicate the destroyers. The other 4 orbs responded in unison. Yes, since we have awakened in this ruin. It signifies that the true destroyer has emerged. They may be exceedingly powerful or perhaps on a path to become so. Regardless, we must fulfill our duty to eliminate the destroyer. The white orb proclaimed with increasing fervor. To guard the world, without regret. The other 4 orbs echoed resolutely. Then let us cast aside our sorrow, seek our respective champions, and hasten their growth until they can vanquish the destroyer. The white orb declared with solemnity. For the world. The 4 flames responded resolutely for the world. The white light echoed this sentiment. Suddenly, the 5 flames extinguished, plunging the entire space once more into a shroud of misty darkness. On the following morning, Qin Yu awakened from an exceedingly long and vivid dream. In this dream, he seemingly returned to his previous life, becoming a mere cog in the relentless grind of a 9-to-5 existence. However, one fateful day, a small girl with chestnut hair abruptly kicked open his door and exclaimed loudly at him, engrossed in his game. Qin, why have you not returned for such a long time? Qin Yu gazed at the girl, realizing that her features appeared vaguely familiar. Where are we going? He instinctively inquired. To the magical world, of course. The little girl exclaimed, her eyes widening in excitement. At that moment, Qin Yu recognized her. She was Hermione, the girl who had sent him a letter adorned with flowers and leaves. All right, I shall return at once, Qin Yu affirmed, nodding vigorously. With that declaration, he grasped the soft little hand that had reached out to him. Just then, he awoke from this dream. Upon opening his eyes, He found himself staring blankly at the ceiling of an ancient castle, momentarily disoriented. However, his gaze fell upon a familiar wand resting beside his bed, a wand crafted from silver willow. He reached out and took hold of the silvery gray wand, directing it towards a teacup on the table to cast the levitation charm. Watching the teacup float gracefully in the air, a reassuring smile crept across Qin Yu's lips. Qin, now is not the opportune moment for you to wield magic, a gentle voice of a middle-aged woman resonated. Qin Yu turned around and discovered that it was Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse. Chapter 22, to collect the boss's dropped items. Qin Yu could not ascertain Madame Pomfrey's age, however. It was evident that she had already been the school nurse during the time of Snape, James, and Lily's schooling, indicating that she was indeed a venerable figure at Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey, how long have I been asleep? Qin Yu inquired. For several hours, I believe, Madame Pomfrey replied. So, I only slept through the night? Qin Yu confirmed the current time. What exactly happened to me yesterday? He asked, somewhat bewildered. How much do you remember? Madame Pomfrey did not respond directly to his question, but instead posed a counterquery. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, striving to recall the events of the previous day. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly began to speak. I only remember seeking out Anna, a little unicorn that had gone astray. Initially, I was accompanied by George and Fred, but as we wandered, we became separated. Then, I heard the unicorn's call. Subsequently, I ventured into a cave, where indeed I found Anna. However, the cave turned out to be the lair of the eight-eyed giant spiders, and after being besieged by numerous eight-eyed spiders, the ensuing events elude my memory. Qin Yu recounted his experiences truthfully. However, the matters regarding the system were undoubtedly beyond his disclosure. Upon hearing this, Madame Pomfrey nodded and replied, Professor Dumbledore discovered you in that cave, where you were in a state of unconsciousness. When he brought you to me, I conducted a comprehensive examination and found that you were merely asleep, with no significant injuries to your body. As for the specific events that transpired, you will need to inquire with Professor Dumbledore. Qin Yu pondered quietly. It seemed that after entrusting his body to Momoran, he had not sustained any harm, at least. Madame Pomfrey could discern no injuries. After undergoing another thorough examination by Madame Pomfrey, who confirmed that all was well, Qin Yu departed from the school infirmary, making his way directly to Professor Dumbledore's office. Upon knocking on the door of the headmaster's office, he beheld the venerable figure of Albus Dumbledore, with his white beard cascading gracefully from behind the desk, and perched nearby was Fawkes the Phoenix. At that moment, Fawkes appeared somewhat aged, his feathers losing their former luster. Feathers? Qin Yu could not help but steal a few glances at Fawkes, which elicited a wary glance from Phoenix in return. Qin, I have a fair idea of your intentions. Are you inquiring about yesterday's events? Dumbledore began. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore, I experienced a lapse in memory yesterday. Qin Yu was drawn back to the conversation by Dumbledore's words, shaking off his distraction. He then recounted, in general terms, his earlier conversation with Madame Pomfrey. Qin, I regret to inform you that my knowledge is rather limited. All I can convey is that a significant surge of energy occurred deep within the Forbidden Forest last night. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Flitwick accompanied me there, where we discovered a small unicorn guarding your unconscious form, surrounded by the remains of several acromantula. Subsequently, I brought you back, Dumbledore revealed. It appears that I lost consciousness after being subtly controlled and vanquished the attacking acromantula, though I escaped with my life. The sensation of losing consciousness is truly unpleasant. Qin Yu pondered silently. If my conjecture is correct, your recent surge of energy stems from a loss of control, triggered by a perilous situation. In a moment of extreme danger, you instinctively seized control of your body, a phenomenon I have witnessed in another individual before. Professor Dumbledore articulated his analysis. So, how am I to harness this power? Qin Yu expressed his trepidation, revealing that this was his inaugural encounter with such a circumstance. Previously, he had only dealt with energy fluctuations, never losing consciousness. Your current fears signifies that you have not lost yourself, which is a positive sign, Dumbledore reassured him. Rest assured, I have already conferred with several other professors. We shall devise a method to help you regulate it, ensuring it does not spiral out of control and lead to an unmanageable situation. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a warmth spread through his heart, and he replied, Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. It is our duty as educators to ensure that no child in the school is harmed. Very well, Qin. You should return and rest well. In the next few days, a teacher will reach out to you individually, Dumbledore said to Qin Yu. Certainly, Professor Dumbledore. With your presence, I feel assured. As Qin Yu spoke, he was about to rise and leave, but suddenly a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire once more with Dumbledore. By the way, Professor, you mentioned that all the acromantulas have perished. Is that correct? Indeed, all adult acromantulas have met their end, Dumbledore replied. And what of Aragog? Qin Yu pressed further. Dumbledore was certainly familiar with the name Aragog. He too has vanished without a trace. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Professor, I shall not disturb your work any longer. Farewell, Professor, farewell, Fawkes. Qin Yu bid farewell to a person and a bird, hastily departing from the principal's office. After Qin Yu departed, Dumbledore addressed the Phoenix, saying, Fawkes, it seems he is aware of your name. The phoenix rolled its eyes and emitted a low chirp, conveying its discontent with the gaze the young man had just cast upon it. After Qin Yu exited Dumbledore's office, he promptly made his way to Hagrid's hut and instructed Hagrid's owl to inform the Weasley twins, George and Fred. When the twins arrived at Hagrid's abode, Qin Yu presented each of them with a pair of Hagrid's specially crafted deer-hide gloves and a large jar. Confused, George held the gloves and jar, his expression one of bewilderment. Fred cast a similarly perplexed glance. Of course, we are going to collect the loot dropped by the boss, Qin Yu exclaimed, exasperated by their lack of insight. Before the twins could inquire about the nature of a boss's loot, Hagrid interjected, Qin intends to gather the venom of the acromantula. Upon hearing this, the Weasley brothers' eyes sparkled with excitement. They had visited that cave the previous day and encountered the unconscious Qin Yu, but at that moment, their concern had solely been for his safety, and they had paid little heed to the carcasses of the acromantulas. Now, with the revelation from Qin Yu and Hagrid, they finally recognized the treasure that lay within those monstrous remains. Is it true, Qin, that a pint of acromantula venom can fetch 100 galleons? And it is highly sought after? Fred asked eagerly, his eyes alight with anticipation. That price is outdated. It now commands at least 120 galleons per pint. Qin Yu replied with a smile. During his time in Diagon Alley, he had garnered some knowledge regarding the prices of certain items, such as acromantula venom, phoenix feathers, and unicorn hair, which he had keenly observed, knowing Hogwarts was abundant in such treasures. Encouraged by Qin Yu's words, George and Fred became invigorated. Thus, the three children each clutched a large jar and dashed excitedly toward the forbidden forest, with George and Fred unable to suppress their cheers along the way. Hagrid, of course, followed suit, carrying a burlap sack filled with tools, his pace leisurely as he trailed behind them. Chapter 23. A joyful yet disgusting task gazing at the chaotic spider lair. Qin Yu took a moment before leisurely asking, Did I do all of this? It should be so, Fred replied. When we arrived, Professor Dumbledore and the others were already here. At first, we thought the professors had rescued you. But Professor Dumbledore mentioned that this mess was a result of your uncontrolled magic. The phenomenon of magical mishaps is quite common among young wizards, especially those from Muggle families. Without the guidance of an adult wizard, they can easily experience magical surges. However, you certainly outdid yourself this time, George remarked, his tone tinged with admiration. Initially, George and Fred had merely perceived Qin Yu as possessing an extraordinary business acumen, not realizing he was equally formidable in the realm of magic, albeit through a lapse of control. Noticing their reaction, Qin Yu instinctively glanced at Hagrid, who, with his mouth closed, shrugged his shoulders in a manner suggesting that Dumbledore had not disclosed the full truth to them. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and soon grasped old Ding's intention. It would be prudent to keep the matter of the silent ones confidential within a small circle. Revealing it to too many would be more detrimental than beneficial. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us commence our endeavor. My comrades, do you not see the bountiful gold galore beckoning us? Qin Yu gestured toward the cavernous lair, strewn with the remains of the eight-eyed giant spider. Howl, roar, George and Fred exclaimed in exhilaration. Even Hagrid seemed to be swept up in the enthusiasm of the youthful spirits, wearing a broad smile. Thus, the quartet began to gather the spoils from this lair of the eight-eyed giant spider, to collect the items dropped by these minor bosses. As for the great boss Aragog, even Hagrid, the magical creature caretaker, was uncertain of its whereabouts, suggesting that it was likely terrified and had hidden itself away in some unknown locale. This uncertainty was one of the reasons they felt emboldened to venture in and scavenge for supplies. As for the occasional small spiders that wandered in, they posed no threat. The eight-eyed giant spider possessed a small orifice upon its pincers, which served as the conduit for its venom. When it ensnared its prey with its claws, it would swiftly release its toxin, aiming to poison its unfortunate target. Be cautious. Make sure to wear gloves. If the venom touches your skin, it could lead to severe decay, fever, or even unconsciousness, Hagrid explained while rummaging through the carcass of an eight-eyed giant spider. Listening to his expert discourse, George and Fred exchanged looks of admiration. Their perception of Hagrid underwent a significant transformation. The knowledge he possessed about these magical creatures was indeed beyond what they could glean from textbooks, and Hagrid shared it with remarkable fluency and passion. All right, Qin. You take a jar and hold it below. I will teach you how to extract the venom, Hagrid commanded. Qin Yu hastily placed his jar on the ground, while Hagrid used a knife to slice open a section of the skin on the head of the eight-eyed giant spider. He then inserted his gloved hand, clad in deerskin, into the opening, producing a rather unsettling squelching sound. That's somewhat nauseating, Qin Yu couldn't help but remark. George and Fred had already contorted their faces in disgust, as the sound reminded them of their mother grasping minced meat, and they vowed to never again show interest in their mother's steamed meatballs or fried patties. Ah, found it, Hagrid exclaimed with delight after rummaging through the spider's flesh and blood. He instructed Qin Yu to align the jar's opening with the venomous pore of the spider's claw, as Hagrid steadily exerted pressure with his hand inside the spider's head. A stream of pale green liquid shot forth from the pore, precisely filling the jar. Wow, it's such a beautiful color, the twin brothers exclaimed in delight. However, Qin Yu thought to himself, this is not a beautiful color, but a perilous one. He held the jar's opening with trepidation, fearing the spider's venom might splatter onto him. Fortunately, Hagrid's hand was steady, and not a single drop spilled until the venom was completely extracted. "All right, that's enough," Hagrid said as he withdrew his hand with a squelch from the spider's head. The trio hurriedly gathered around to inspect how much venom had been extracted. "Is that it?" George expressed his disappointment. "Yes, it's barely 2 ounces," Fred estimated. Given that a pint equals 20 ounces, it meant they would need to extract venom from 10 spiders to accumulate a pint, which would be worth 120 gallons. As for what a pint equates to, in metric terms, it is approximately 568 milliliters. To put this into perspective, a bottle of Nongfu Spring is 550 milliliters, meaning a pint exceeds this by a small margin. Henceforth, our slogan shall be, "We do not produce venom, we merely serve as nature's porters." As Qin Yu pondered over various thoughts, a smile crept upon his face. "My friends, although a single giant spider yields but a modest amount, we possess an entire cave filled with them," he exclaimed, gesturing toward the remaining 8-eyed giant spiders. His words elicited enthusiastic nods from George and Fred, who appeared as jubilant as a foolish heir witnessing a bountiful harvest. Subsequently, the three of them collaborated in the rather unpleasant task of extracting the venom. Qin Yu, having been influenced by the films of his past life and the recent classes on dark magic defense, gathered his courage and decided to take the plunge. Emulating Hagrid's approach, he wielded a sharp knife to slice open the exoskeleton of a giant 8-eyed spider at the mouthpiece, revealing the fleshy interior. He then reached in with his deer-hide gloved hand. After a brief exploration, he discovered a soft, deflated balloon-like sac. With George and Fred steadying the jar, Qin Yu grasped the sac firmly. Indeed, with a concerted effort, the venom was successfully extracted. Once the venom of this 8-eyed spider was thoroughly drained, the trio hurried towards the next one. The entire endeavor was both repulsive and monotonous. Naturally, they took turns with the task. Even Qin Yu, with his strong mental fortitude, would feel queasy after prolonged effort. Ultimately, they collected the venom from over 200 8-eyed spiders of various sizes within the cave, totaling approximately a dozen pints. Looking at the 3 jars nearly brimming with the substance, satisfaction radiated across the faces of Qin Yu, Hagrid, and the twins. In Qin Yu's heart, he mused that even if he felt nauseous and unable to eat, it would still be worth it. The 8-eyed giant spider, apart from its venom, possessed various valuable parts, such as its eyes, shell, and pincers, all of which were rare materials from magical creatures. While the 3 of them were extracting the venom, Hage utilized his tools to dissect the emptied 8-eyed giant spider, collecting its useful components and stuffing them into a sack. The 4 of them toiled for most of the day, and around 2 in the afternoon, they finally concluded their work. They returned to Hage's cottage, Qin Yu and the others carrying jars of venom, while Hage lugged 2 large sacks, feeling both joyful and exhausted. Meanwhile, on a nearby hillside stood 2 tall men. One bore a subtle smile while the other maintained a cold, expressionless visage. They were none other than Stephen Swinton and Severus Snape. "Professor Snape, it seems you were rather enjoying yourself," Swinton remarked, raising an eyebrow. "I find him to resemble a petty merchant, coveting trifling gains," Snape retorted sharply. "Ha ha ha, Professor Snape. There is an ancient saying in the East. A gentleman may appreciate wealth, but he acquires it through honorable means. I believe what Qin has obtained is rightfully his." Swinton replied with a grin. "I merely think that a clever child like him should not squander his energy on such matters," Snape said slowly. "Wow, it's the first time I've heard you commend someone, and that someone is a child," Swinton remarked, somewhat taken aback. Snape rolled his eyes, dismissing the conversation, and strode towards Hage's cottage. "Where are you headed?" Swinton called after him. "I intend to request some venom from them. I will need it for potion making," Snape replied without looking back. "Oh, I see. You liken him to a merchant because you fear being taken advantage of, don't you?" Swinton teased, following closely behind. "Nonsense. Why would I fear him?" Snape scoffed. Chapter 24, The Working Man. "Professor Snape, you are our first customer for venom. We shall offer you a discount, 100 galleons for a pint." Though he claimed not to fear Qin Yu, Snape felt a headache coming on when the boy, smiling and extending his hand, expertly asked for money. "I'll purchase 2 ounces, Snape said, producing a small vial and twitching his lips slightly. "Severus, if you haven't brought enough money, I can lend you some," Swinton interjected, feigning innocence. "Professor Swinton, I believe we are not yet familiar enough to borrow from one another. Besides, my potion research requires only 1 ounce. I am buying 2 ounces merely as a precaution." Snape shot him a glance and raised his voice. "Very well, Professor Snape. I shall fetch you 2 ounces. Qin Yu discerned that Snape was short on cash but had no intention of exposing him, as he was, after all, a customer. Though 2 ounces were modest, it marked a beginning. He accepted the vial from Snape and instructed Hage to bring an ounce jug. However, just as Qin Yu was about to fill the vial with venom, Snape raised his hand to stop him. "Wait, I do not want this jar. I prefer that one," he said, pointing to a different jar of 8-eyed giant spider venom. Qin Yu was taken aback for a moment, then furrowed his brow and inquired, "Professor Snape, what differentiates these 2 vials?" "Indeed, there is a distinction," Professor Snape replied, his tone laced with a mixture of pride and disdain. The vial you wish to take contains the venom of a juvenile eight-eyed giant spider, characterized by a hue of green tinged with yellow. In contrast, the adjacent vial displays a pure light green, unmistakably the venom of an eight-eyed giant spider over 10 years of age. The toxicity of these two substances is, quite frankly, worlds apart. Upon hearing this, George and Fred hurriedly leaned in for a closer look, their expressions betraying their bewilderment, as they failed to perceive any significant difference between the two vials, finding them to appear quite similar in color. Qin Yu merely sensed a subtle difference, though he could not dismiss the possibility that it was merely a figment of his imagination. As for Hage, he glanced back and forth between the three jars without discerning any underlying significance. Professor Snape, can you truly perceive the distinctions among them? Qin Yu inquired once more. Certainly. Snape replied curtly, his impatience evident towards Qin Yu's incessant chatter. Qin Yu, however, paid no heed to Snape's displeased countenance. He eagerly thrust the test tube and the vial of venom into George's hands and excitedly approached Snape, grasping his hand and exclaiming, "This is truly splendid. Professor Snape, your arrival has been of immense assistance to us. It has spared us from unnecessary losses." Although Qin Yu was not well versed in the distinctions of venom, he distinctly recalled that when they were extracting venom from the acromantulas, they selected from the largest to the smallest, as the larger spiders possessed more prominent venom glands, making them easier to locate. Once a vial was filled, they would then switch to another empty one, thereby inadvertently categorizing the venom. Now, with Professor Snape elucidating the differences in venom, and having corroborated this with his own experience, Qin Yu naturally believed his words. When Snape felt his hand suddenly seized by Qin Yu, he instinctively stiffened, but after a moment, he disdainfully brushed Qin Yu's hand away and retorted angrily, "Do not touch me without permission. Refrain from speaking in nonsensical terms. I have done nothing." After being pushed aside, Qin Yu exhibited no signs of displeasure. Instead, he rubbed his hands together and chuckled, saying, "Professor Snape, what do you think of this proposition? If you could assist us with a small favor, we would be delighted to offer you these 2 ounces of venom as a complimentary gift." Snape was momentarily taken aback, pondering the unexpected fortune that had presented itself. Meanwhile, Professor Swinton, who had accompanied Snape to witness the spectacle, glanced at the 3 vials of venom and then shifted his gaze between Qin Yu and Snape, a flicker of understanding illuminating his eyes. What Qin Yu requested of Snape was, in fact, quite straightforward, at least for Professor Snape, the esteemed potions master. This involved categorizing the venom into distinct levels for proper containment. Qin Yu and his companions initially believed that all the venom from the eight-eyed giant spiders was uniform, and thus they could simply sell it en masse to the merchants in Diagon Alley. However, they were taken aback to discover that the spider venom was classified into various grades. Had it not been for Snape's inadvertent remark today, they would have carelessly sold the venom and consequently forfeited a significant sum. Upon hearing that Qin Yu intended to offer him 2 ounces of venom for free, Snape was initially incredulous. However, upon learning of Qin Yu's ulterior motives, he began to comprehend the intent behind the offer. Consequently, in a bid to enhance the perceived value of his labor, Snape resolved to assist Qin Yu by dividing the 3 canisters of venom into 4 portions based on their quality. While dividing 3 by 4 may seem impossible, it posed no challenge for our esteemed potions master, Professor Snape. Qin Yu and the others stood by, watching as he commenced his demonstration. The 3 vials of venom were assessed by Professor Snape. The finest among them was designated as Grade S, while the most inferior received a Grade C. The vial that lay in between was singled out by him. With a flourish of his wand, Professor Snape uttered an incantation directed at the vial of venom, causing it to spiral vigorously. After a moment of observation, he waved his wand again, and the venom split apart as if cleaved by an unseen blade, dividing instantaneously into 2 halves. This spectacle left Qin Yu, George, and Fred utterly astonished, even eliciting a spark of interest from Hagrid and Professor Sprout. "Why are you still standing there? Quickly, take one of the portions." Snape snapped at Qin Yu. Qin Yu hastily retrieved a large wine vessel and poured half of the divided venom into an empty jar. "Professor Snape, your technique is unparalleled. You are truly the modern-day Lu Yu." Qin Yu could not help but exclaim. "Lu Yu? Who is Lu Yu?" Snape inquired with a furrowed brow. "Well, Lu Yu is an ancient Chinese potion master renowned for his expertise in brewing potions with tea," Qin Yu fabricated. "Ah, tea, indeed, it is a splendid ingredient for potions. One I frequently employ," Snape acknowledged with a nod. Thus, Snape effortlessly classified the 3 jars of venom into 4 grades, S, A, B, and C. In exchange for a modest fee of 2 ounces, he assisted Qin Yu and his companions in transferring the venom into transparent glass vials. Subsequently, Qin Yu not only fulfilled his promise by providing Snape with 2 ounces of S-grade venom, but also gifted him 1 ounce each of the A, B, and C grades. As they observed Snape emerge from Hagrid's hut, his expression still icy yet his eyes evidently twinkling with amusement, Swinton could not suppress a chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Snape asked, his frown betraying his displeasure. "Oh, nothing. I merely find it amusing that this boy is indeed quite astute. He utilized only a minuscule amount of venom to have you, a brilliant potion master, assist him for an entire afternoon, and you appeared to enjoy it so much." Swinton remarked with a sly grin. What do you know? I merely performed labor commensurate with my remuneration, Snape replied coldly. As for my enjoyment, engaging in potion-related tasks naturally uplifts my spirits. Had we adhered to our original, more rudimentary approach to selling, we would surely have incurred considerable losses. However, with Professor Snape's methodical classification, we can now price our venom according to its grade, thereby commanding a higher price. At the very least, our premium-grade venom will not be sold at a mere pittance. Qin Yu provided a thorough explanation to his three partners, who quickly grasped the intent behind his actions. Subsequently, Qin Yu had them fill approximately 10 small vials, each containing merely a few drops of venom, which he then sent as samples to potential clients in Diagon Alley. Once these tasks were completed, dinner time was swiftly approaching. Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers simultaneously declined Hagrid's invitation for dinner and hastily departed from his hut. However, Qin Yu soon returned to retrieve a book on magical creatures that Hagrid had promised him, and then he fled once more. Chapter 25, The Wish-Granting Room and the Affectionate Little Unicorn. Upon returning from Hagrid's hut, Qin Yu procured some food from the Great Hall before heading back to the Gryffindor dormitory. He needed to take a shower, for the day had been filled with the task of extracting spider carcasses and handling various venomous substances, leaving him in a rather foul state. While bathing, he calculated his anticipated earnings from the venture. They had amassed a total of 5 pints of S-grade venom, 3 pints of A-grade venom, 3 pints of B-grade venom, and 5 pints of C-grade venom. Based on their preliminary pricing, 200 galleons per pint for S-grade, and 150, 120, and 100 galleons per pint for AB and C grades respectively, the total income was projected to be 310 galleons. What a substantial sum indeed, even if divided among the 4 of them. Each would receive over 500 galleons. This would certainly suffice for him and Hermione to each acquire a Nimbus 2000. The thought of this prospect stirred a small thrill within him. However, all this was contingent upon successfully selling the venom. Once he finished his shower, Qin Yu ate a bit and began to peruse the book he had retrieved from Hagrid. This book provided an overview of common magical creatures, akin to a condensed version of fantastic beasts and where to find them, suitable for novice readers. Most importantly, it was authored by Newt Scamander, a figure of great renown. And the book itself was a rare collectible, having been printed in limited quantities. Qin Yu swiftly perused the pages, rapidly reaching the conclusion of the book. Subsequently, he meticulously wrapped the tome in parchment, securing it tightly. After composing a letter, he summoned his owl, Trig. Qin Yu entrusted the parcel, along with the letter, to the owl, instructing it to deliver the items to the Granger residence in a Muggle neighborhood of London. The letter conveyed words of encouragement to young Hermione, urging her to diligently pursue her studies. He mentioned having recently dreamed of her, and concluded by stating he had acquired a rare book on magical creatures from Hagrid, suggesting she peruse it during her leisure time to familiarize herself with these enchanting beings. Once the letter was dispatched, Qin Yu reclined to rest, for he was still in the early stages of recovery from a serious illness, his vitality not yet fully restored. Moreover, with no mobile device at hand to occupy him, there was little temptation to stay awake, and he certainly could not indulge in idle chatter with Elvis and Jimmy. Qin Yu believed that he had little in common with these young children and decided it would be more prudent to retire for the night. As his letter was dispatched rather late, when the owl knocked on the Granger's door, it was already past 9 in the evening. Hermione was overjoyed to receive Qin Yu's letter so promptly. She hastily prepared toast and ham to entertain the distant messenger, Trig, and then retreated indoors to unwrap the letter and package sent by Qin Yu. This letter was notably brief, consisting of merely a single sheet, not even fully written upon. Reflecting on the lengthy correspondence she had received just days prior, Hermione found it in her heart to forgive his brevity, especially upon reading that he had dreamed of her. With no lingering resentment, she nearly wished to ride Trig and soar to that magical school, though alas, Trig was too small for such an endeavor. The letter was likely sent late enough that a response was not required on the same day. Thus, she decided to let Trig stay overnight. At the conclusion of the letter, Qin Yu expressed himself thus. Consequently, Hermione felt no immediate urgency to reply, choosing instead to peruse the book Qin Yu had sent her. However, as the hour grew late, she could only skim through it vaguely. Before long, her mother indeed prompted her to retire for the night. Hermione carefully settled Trig on her windowsill, laying a thin blanket atop it to ensure a more comfortable rest for her owl. "Good night, Trig," she whispered as she nestled into her own covers, addressing the owl perched on the sill, and Trig responded with a soft hoot. Hermione beamed with a sweet smile. Closing her eyes, she wished to drift off to sleep swiftly, hoping that perhaps she might dream of Qin. In his letter, Qin mentioned that if one dreams of a person, that person will experience insomnia. Thus, one might ponder whether Qin would suffer from sleeplessness due to my dreaming of him. The young girl, lost in such meandering thoughts, gradually slipped into slumber. As for whether she indeed dreamed of Qin Yu, that remained a mystery known only to herself. Regardless of whether Hermione dreamed of Qin Yu, he was undeniably awake. More precisely, he had risen rather early, having retired to bed at an early hour the previous night. He awoke at 4 in the morning and found himself unable to return to sleep. Consequently, he ventured out of the Gryffindor common room and began to meander through the school. Remarkably, Hogwarts was enveloped in an unparalleled tranquility at that hour. exuding an extraordinary ambience as if all was in slumber, awaiting the dawn's awakening. As he strolled through the halls, Qin Yu felt as though he were reacquainting himself with this enigmatic school of magic. Unbeknownst to him, as he tread upon the moving staircases, he found himself on the 8th floor of the main castle. How did I end up here? Qin Yu muttered in astonishment. Nevertheless, having arrived, he resolved to explore this new locale, for he had never ventured here before. It was akin to charting uncharted territory. This area bore resemblance to other parts of Hogwarts, featuring expansive corridors adorned with distinctive portraits. Qin Yu halted before a painting, taking a moment to admire it, and greeted the figure within. The individual, evidently still drowsy, merely lifted an eyelid, yawned, and returned to slumber. However, just as Qin Yu contemplated his departure, an unexpected transformation occurred on the adjacent wall. A tall, ancient door began to materialize upon the previously smooth surface. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Qin Yu instinctively rubbed his eyes. And after confirming that he was not merely hallucinating from rising too early, a joyful smile graced his face. Indeed, he recalled the system choices and rewards he had made just prior to losing consciousness in the eight-eyed giant spider cave. The summoning authority of the Wishful Room. This newly revealed chamber must surely be the fabled Wishful Room. Truly, the early bird catches the worm. Qin Yu could not help but exclaim, albeit somewhat inappropriately. He then pushed open the door and stepped inside the Wishful Room. At that moment, the room appeared rather sparse, lacking the plethora of items one might expect from cinematic portrayals. However, upon reflection, Qin Yu considered that this space was likely tailored to the needs of its entrants, and his requirements undoubtedly differed from those of Harry Potter. As for the reason behind its emptiness, Qin Yu speculated, could it be intended for storage, a repository for items? After all, his planned endeavors would necessitate ample space for the myriad of magical creature paraphernalia he intended to store, making this quite suitable. Although the emergence of this room was shrouded in mystery, it lacked any particularly extraordinary features at the moment. After a brief exploration to familiarize himself with the layout, he exited. Undoubtedly, he would regard this place with importance, as it might prove invaluable in the future. The Weasley twins, George and Fred, had long been the mischievous troublemakers of their year, notorious for racking up points against their house, much to the chagrin of many, particularly Professor Snape, who seemed to see in them the specters of old adversaries, poised to unleash a curse that would behead them at any moment. However, recently, the duo appeared to have undergone a transformation. Aside from attending classes, dining, and sleeping, they were seldom seen around the school, leaving both students and faculty somewhat bewildered. Speculations abounded that the brothers were concocting some grand scheme, a notion that gained traction among the populace. If George and Fred were privy to these musings, they would likely remain unfazed. After all, those audacious enough to engage in pranks throughout the school were hardly likely to possess any sense of shame. Today, as was customary, George and Fred made little pause at Hogwarts, hastily departing the castle after breakfast. Their destination? Hagrid's hut. Unexpectedly, George remarked to his brother, I had no idea Uncle Hagrid was so knowledgeable. Just as Qin said, when three walk together, one can surely be our teacher, Fred chimed in. Actually, those words belong to an Eastern sage, but they hold a profound truth. We ought to cultivate humility and learn from those more capable than ourselves, George corrected Fred, summarizing their thoughts. Indeed, only through humble learning can we grow and become individuals capable of shouldering the burdens of commerce. Fred nodded in agreement. Thus, the brothers felt an immediate elevation in their character, imagining themselves as individuals of noble virtue. Yet, mere minutes later, upon witnessing a golden unicorn nuzzling Qin Yu like a pet dog, their composure shattered. Hagrid, what on earth is going on? Why would such a proud unicorn behave in this manner? They inquired, their emotions a blend of envy and bewilderment. Oh, early this morning, Qin came to see me. And then the little unicorn emerged from the forbidden forest. Upon seeing Qin, she became particularly affectionate. Hagrid recounted the events succinctly. Why, I'm not Ligia. Neither am I. They exclaimed, their tone shifting in disbelief. If I had to guess, it might be because Qin saved her during her most perilous moment. She likely feels gratitude or a sense of dependence towards him. As you know, unicorns are highly sentient beings, Hagrid endeavored to explain to the Weasley twins. Upon hearing this, George and Fred sighed in unison, acknowledging the truth of Hagrid's words, realizing they could not replicate such deeds. However, they quickly regained their spirits and approached with enthusiasm. Anna, we are good friends of Qin's. It's a pleasure to meet you. George addressed the little unicorn. Yes, we're friends of Qin. And since you're also his friend, that makes us good friends too, Fred added. Observing the unicorn's curious expression, George and Fred cautiously extended their hands. However, as their fingers neared, Anna promptly poked them with her horn, clearly disapproving of their attempts to touch her. Disappointment flickered across their faces. Nevertheless, the clean carrots they offered were gratefully accepted by Anna. Oh, it seems the unicorn truly takes after her mother. All right, Anna, it's time for you to return. Otherwise, your mother will worry. Qin Yu gently patted the unicorn's head. Upon hearing this, the unicorn let out a low whinny, nuzzled Qin Yu once more, then reluctantly departed from the little square outside Hagrid's hut and ventured back into the forbidden forest. She is truly magnificent, I cannot wait to see her shed that golden hue and transform into a pure white adult unicorn. George and Fred marveled. Qin Yu, indifferent to the two infatuated individuals, turned to Hagrid and inquired, Hagrid, has the owl returned with a reply? Early in the morning, after exploring the wish-granting house and enjoying breakfast, Qin Yu arrived at Hagrid's hut. However, upon his arrival, he was immediately ensnared by the playful antics of an exuberant little unicorn. After all, who could possibly resist the enthusiastic charm of a golden unicorn, no larger than a young foal? Qin Yu narrowly avoided bringing the little unicorn back to Gryffindor's dormitory for care. However, reason reminded him that the Forbidden Forest was truly Anna's paradise. Once he had seen Anna off, he recalled the significant purpose of his visit to Hagrid, which was to gather feedback from the clients. Indeed, those who had received the venom samples had mostly written back, and upon a cursory glance, he noted their satisfaction with the quality of the venom. Although many had indicated that our pricing seemed slightly excessive, Hagrid remarked. At that moment, George and Fred listened attentively to Hagrid's words, since they were pleased with the product. Let us reduce the price by 10%, Qin Yu suggested after some contemplation. Such a drastic reduction? George furrowed his brow. That would mean we would sell for over 200 gold galleons less. Fred quickly calculated this figure. Oh, over 200? Hagrid expressed surprise at that amount. Upon hearing the words of the three, Qin Yu could not help but chuckle as he remarked, who said we must sell everything at a 10% discount? What do you intend to do? Fred inquired with curiosity, while George and Hagrid cast similarly inquisitive glances. Hunger marketing. Qin Yu uttered a term. And before the trio could pose any questions, he continued, our discounted venom will be available in limited quantities. The total purchase limit for each customer across all grades of venom is 10 ounces. No more will be sold. Why not sell more? It would be of no use to us. Apart from Severus, no one at this school would purchase such a thing, Hagrid said, a hint of urgency in his voice. I merely stated that we will not sell it now. That does not imply we won't sell it in the future. Remember, as competent merchants, one must learn to control the market rather than be controlled by it. As for how to exercise market control, you two might consider pondering that. Qin Yu directed this last remark towards George and Fred, deciding not to press Uncle Hagrid further. Upon hearing this, the twin brothers donned contemplative expressions. While they mulled over the issue, Qin Yu instructed Hagrid to fetch paper and pen. He meticulously drafted letters of price reduction for each interested client, requesting them to decide on a purchase quantity for logistical arrangements. Quite troublesome, Hagrid remarked. Business, after all, requires some negotiation. This way, both parties can arrive at a satisfactory outcome. Qin Yu responded with a smile directed at Uncle Hagrid. Hagrid, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully, though it was uncertain whether he comprehended the essence of Qin Yu's words. Once this was accomplished, the four remained industrious. Following Qin Yu's suggestion, they undertook the cleaning, sorting, and categorizing of the various parts of the 8-eyed giant spiders that Hagrid had dismembered the previous day. After all, these items represented potential income. They could not allow them to languish in the warehouse, occupying valuable space. Qin Yu contemplated that when Hagrid delivered goods, he would casually bring along whatever he could sell. Chapter 26. The Provocateur on Monday afternoon, in Wiltshire, England, within an ancient manor steeped in a millennium of history. A middle-aged man with meticulously styled golden hair sat in a room that exuded both antiquity and opulence. This man was Lucius Malfoy, the proprietor of the estate. It was his customary tea time, a moment he dedicated to perusing intelligence reports meticulously compiled by his subordinates. Among the materials presented to him that day, a briefing from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's orbs piqued his interest. As an influential figure within the Ministry of Magic, possessing a degree of voting authority, acquiring such internal briefs was almost effortless for him. The reason this particular briefing captivated him was its mention of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Upon encountering the name Hogwarts, the image of Dumbledore, with his silver-gray beard, promptly surfaced in Lucius's mind. Why did this venerable old man cling to the position of headmaster for so long? Had he never considered making way for the younger generation? Lucius had expressed similar sentiments in both private and semi-public forums on numerous occasions. The essence of today's briefing indicated that several wizards had reported their children attending Hogwarts mentioned a violent explosion in the Forbidden Forest last Friday night. Yet the school had failed to provide a clear explanation. A violent explosion, coupled with deliberate concealment, there was undoubtedly something amiss. The laxity in governance that endangered a multitude of students was a clear dereliction of duty by the headmaster. Lucius Malfoy, who had long been intent on ousting Dumbledore from his position, astutely recognized the value of this information, a knowing smile creeping upon his lips. He then summoned his butler, inquiring, have there been any recent developments regarding Hogwarts? There is nothing particularly noteworthy, the butler replied, pausing momentarily before continuing, however. I did overhear a minor detail. It seems Hagrid has been seen selling rare venom and materials from dark creatures in Diagon Alley. Venom? Dark creatures? Coupled with the explosion in the Forbidden Forest, what, indeed, was our dear Professor Dumbledore up to? Although Lucius could not quite piece everything together, it did not diminish his sense that something was amiss. After all, creating trouble for Dumbledore was a pursuit he relished. With this thought in mind, Lucius rose and addressed his butler, please contact the other board members of the school. I believe it is imperative that we dispatch someone to investigate what has transpired at the school. After all, it is all for the safety of those young wizards. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was Tuesday. Recently, Qin Yu has been in high spirits. His journey to Diagon Alley with Hagrid has been remarkably smooth. Not only did he successfully complete the first phase of the venom transaction, but he also managed to sell the limbs, legs, and eyes of those 8-eyed giant spiders at a commendable price. At the very least, Qin Yu was pleased with the prices he received. This influx of income has proven to be quite substantial, allowing Qin Yu and his twin brothers to take yet another small step on the path to becoming capitalists in the magical world. A good beginning is indeed the first step toward success. Qin Yu was brimming with anticipation for the future. At that moment, they were attending a flying lesson, where their instructor, Mrs. Huiqi, instructed them to practice hovering in the air on their flying brooms. Qin Yu, astride his own broom, leisurely glided through the sky. Lost in joyful thoughts, he couldn't resist executing a challenging figure-8 maneuver, relishing the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the air. "What are you doing? Hurry, get away." At that moment, Elvis's voice rang out from a distance. As Qin Yu turned to glance back, he discovered a group of Slytherin boys encircling him in the air, while Elvis, gripped by anxiety, wobbled precariously atop his broomstick. "Elvis, the sky isn't your backyard. We shall fly wherever we please, and your opinion is of no consequence," Jerome remarked with a mocking tone. "Indeed, we shall soar as we wish. Your authority does not extend to us." A lackey chimed in eagerly. The cacophony of their derisive remarks only served to further destabilize Elvis, whose broom seemed on the verge of spiraling out of control, teetering dangerously close to a fall. Just then, a loud crack echoed through the air. "Ah!" Jerome suddenly cried out in pain, clutching his rear as he let out a yelp. "Who struck me?" he fumed, scanning the surroundings in irritation. It was then that he spotted Qin Yu not far away, grinning cheerfully while brandishing a wooden sword. Although Qin Yu had not yet discovered the method of soaring through the skies on a sword, he nonetheless carried his wooden sword during flying lessons, embodying the stubbornness of a typical adolescent. At that moment, this wooden sword proved invaluable. Having just retrieved a few pebbles from the ground, he soared back into the air, flinging one stone with precision and striking Jerome squarely on the posterior. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's wooden sword and the freshly produced pebble from his pocket, it was evident to Jerome who the assailant was. "Was that you who just hit me?" Jerome exclaimed, seething with rage. "I'm sorry, it was unintentional." "My hand slipped," Qin Yu replied with a smile. "Is a mere apology sufficient?" Jerome retorted with menace. "What do you want from me? I've already stated it was accidental. Do you intend to strike me?" "Let me clarify. I bear no intention of provoking you," Qin Yu said, feigning innocence. Jerome's frustration only intensified at Qin Yu's demeanor. As a member of Slytherin, he had long harbored disdain for Qin Yu, particularly as the latter seemed to enjoy a favorable rapport with the instructors, which only deepened Jerome's discontent. Now, having been unjustly attacked by Qin Yu, and observing his smug expression, old grievances surged anew within Jerome's heart. "You are courting death," Jerome declared, gripping the handle of his broomstick, leaning forward, and dashing towards Qin Yu with fervor. The entourage of followers, having also taken a disliking to this Gryffindor, swiftly followed suit as Jerome charged ahead. "Qin, be careful," Elvis shouted, his voice ringing out in alarm. At a critical moment, Qin rescued him, yet plunged herself into peril. Elvis was overwhelmed with gratitude and concern, tears nearly welling in his eyes. "Rest assured, I shall stretch my limbs and entertain them." As Qin Yu uttered these words, he began to lower his body, charging directly toward Jerome. Both individuals soared through the air at remarkable speed, on the verge of a collision. In a critical moment, Qin Yu suddenly sidestepped, gliding past Jerome. In the fleeting instant of their brush, Qin Yu swung his magnificent sword, delivering a resounding smack to Jerome's posterior. Slap. "Ah!" Jerome let out a cry, filled with humiliation. "Qin, I shall kill you," he exclaimed in a fit of rage. However, in the ensuing 5 minutes, Jerome not only failed to avenge himself but was, instead, relentlessly pursued and struck by Qin Yu in the sky. Qin Yu approached and struck the man with a wooden sword, then retreated to launch pebbles for a ranged assault. After a series of skirmishes, Jerome's minions had long since fled, leaving only Jerome, disheveled and howling in agony from above. "Qin, I will not let this go. Are you threatening me? I will kill you," he shouted, his bravado giving way to fear. "Ah, my father will not spare you." "Who is your father? The Minister of Magic?" Qin retorted. "What? Could you please stop hitting me? Give me a reason," Jerome pleaded, his tone shifting from defiance to a desperate request. "I was wrong. I will never bully Elvis again. Please, I beg you, stop." As time passed, Jerome's voice transformed from initial bravado to a display of false courage, eventually breaking down into tearful supplication. "What are you doing, Qin?" Mrs. Huiqi's voice echoed as she returned, having stepped away momentarily to organize the Quidditch tryouts, only to witness Qin Yu pursuing Jerome in this manner. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu returned the wooden sword to the cloth pouch on his back and gracefully descended to the ground atop his flying broomstick. "Teacher, we are engaged in a game," Qin Yu stated with utmost seriousness. "No, he is merely speaking nonsense. We are indeed playing a game," Jerome initially intended to report them, but, upon receiving a frosty glance from Qin Yu, swiftly changed his tune. "Moreover, The root of the issue lay in their collective bullying of Elvis, which meant that delving deeper into the matter would bring no benefit to anyone involved. Mrs. Huichi observed the two boys with a discerning gaze, fully aware of the mischievous nature of these rascals. After a brief pause, Mrs. Huichi coldly declared, "Disruption of classroom order will result in a deduction of 10 points each for Gryffindor and Slytherin." Qin Yu sighed involuntarily, while Jerome's expression transformed into that of a bitter melon. At that moment, Qin Yu spotted a middle-aged man with flowing golden hair passing by, accompanied by Dumbledore. As he discerned the man's features, particularly the serpent-headed cane he held, Qin Yu recognized his identity. It was none other than Lucius Malfoy, the father of the arrogant Draco. What could this old scoundrel be doing at Hogwarts? Qin Yu couldn't help but frown. Chapter 27, Professor McGonagall, I have just discovered a talent. Professor Dumbledore. Isn't there a concern regarding the school's discipline? Such blatant brawling occurring in class, Lucius remarked languidly. Mr. Malfoy always relished the opportunity to needle Dumbledore. Ah. Youthful exuberance is the nature of boys. Lucius, I recall your school days were rather mischievous as well, leading to Professor McGonagall deducting numerous points from your house. Dumbledore replied with a smile, gazing at Lucius Malfoy. That was in the past. I now comprehend the importance of adhering to rules as a student. Lucius asserted with a forced seriousness, faced with a man who had lived for over a century. Lucius was acutely aware that Dumbledore possessed a wealth of dirt from his school days. Clearly, the topic was not worth delving into, and Lucius continued. That first-year Gryffindor student appears to possess remarkable flying talent. What is his name? He merely asked casually, feigning concern to shift the subject. His name is Qin Yu. I have just learned he excels in flying, Dumbledore replied nonchalantly. He then led Lucius Malfoy to his office, clearly reluctant to elaborate further on Qin Yu. Observing Dumbledore and Lucius Malfoy walking away in the corridor, Qin Yu felt a wave of confusion. Indeed, he was aware that Malfoy was a genuine Death Eater, a villain who had evaded imprisonment in Azkaban through deceitful claims of being under the influence of the Cruciatus Curse and the power of his family. In the future, the Malfoy family would swiftly return to Voldemort's ranks upon his resurgence. Yet, at this moment, Qin Yu felt powerless against Lucius Malfoy. Could it be that Dumbledore was unaware of Malfoy's duplicity? The fact that this renowned wizard had not acted against him certainly indicated there were myriad reasons and considerations at play, since confronting him was currently unfeasible. Qin Yu resolved to focus on enhancing his own abilities, preparing to protect himself, or even to fight, when the Dark Lord returned. During the subsequent flying lesson, Qin Yu diligently practiced the maneuvers taught by Madame Hooch, avoiding any further trouble. After all, he was not one to seek conflict. He had merely been unable to refrain from chastising that rascal Jerome. As he pondered this, Qin Yu sensed that his temper seemed unusually high today. Normally, he would not have pummeled Jerome for 5 minutes, perhaps just one. Why had he been so persistent this time? Reflecting on this, Qin Yu instinctively glanced at Jerome. The red-haired boy, catching sight of Qin Yu's gaze, trembled involuntarily, nearly falling from his broomstick. He quickly maneuvered away, maintaining a safe distance from Qin Yu. Professor McGonagall, I have just discovered a talent, Charlie Weasley exclaimed, catching up with Professor McGonagall in the corridor. She had just exited her office, heading in a particular direction. Oh, what talent? McGonagall paused, intrigued. She held a fondness for Charlie, a dedicated Quidditch fan, especially since he was the captain and seeker of Gryffindor's Quidditch team, showcasing considerable skill. Alas, he was set to graduate next summer, and McGonagall found herself troubled by the impending transition of the Quidditch team after the seniors departed. Oliver Wood, the vice-captain, was trustworthy, yet the team lacked a seeker of Charlie's caliber and a daring beater. I found a perfect candidate for a beater, Charlie declared enthusiastically. Indeed, his purpose for approaching her was related to Quidditch, McGonagall thought to herself. Is that so? And who might this individual be, Charlie? McGonagall inquired. Qin. The first year, Qin. Charlie eagerly revealed the name of this talent. Huh. McGonagall was momentarily taken aback. Assuming she was unfamiliar with Qin Yu, Charlie continued. You may not realize how gifted Qin is in Quidditch. Just during class, I witnessed him soaring on his broom, pursuing a Slytherin student while expertly wielding a wooden club to strike with precision. Is that not the mark of a natural beater? Note, in Quidditch, each team consists of 7 players, divided into positions: keeper, chasers, beaters, and seeker. Beaters are responsible for using their bats to knock the bludgers away from their teammates and towards the opposing players, thus disrupting their scoring attempts. Upon hearing Charlie's words, McGonagall felt a headache coming on. Internally, she thought, how could I possibly be unaware of this boy? In fact, I know far more than you do. Charlie, I must caution you. His recent behavior during flying class, engaging in altercations with classmates, is quite unacceptable, and he has already faced a deduction of points, McGonagall stated firmly. So, you did witness Qin's performance? Charlie responded, delighted. Is that the point? McGonagall felt a bead of sweat forming on her brow. Cough, cough, indeed. It is wrong to disregard classroom discipline, Charlie quickly asserted with mock seriousness. Then, he donned a bright smile, filled with anticipation, and asked McGonagall, So, do you approve of him joining Gryffindor's Quidditch team? Charlie, I must inform you that while Qin possesses some talent, he may not necessarily be the best choice. McGonagall replied with a significant tone. Why not? You previously stated that a beater requires 3 parts talent and 7 parts courage, and I distinctly see both qualities in Qin. To be honest, I initially intended for George and Fred to try out for the beater position, as you know they have some spunk. However, after witnessing Qin's performance, I realized those two can only be substitutes. Charlie unabashedly spoke of his brothers. There are certain matters I cannot elaborate on, but if you are insistent, I will consider allowing Qin to join the Quidditch team, McGonagall said after a moment of contemplation. Undoubtedly, McGonagall harbored concerns regarding Qin Yu's latent potential. Yet she was reluctant to obstruct the boy's normal life over this issue, placing her in a dilemma. Wonderful. Charlie joyfully clapped his fists together. I merely suggested you consider it. There is no final decision yet. This matter is not as straightforward as you might think, Professor McGonagall cautioned him. She continued, well, I am aware of the situation now, and I have pressing matters to attend to. Your headmaster Dumbledore is dealing with a rather troublesome individual, and I must see if I can offer him any assistance. Please, go ahead with your tasks. Goodbye, Professor McGonagall. Charlie waved his hand in farewell. Goodbye, Charlie. Professor McGonagall responded before hastily making her way to the headmaster's office. Chapter 28. A kind and brave spirit Elvis. Please pass me that sandwich. Thank you. At the lunch table, Qin Yu addressed his roommate, Elvis. After Elvis obediently handed him a sandwich, Qin Yu took a few more items of food, placed them on a plate, and prepared to leave. Qin, where are you headed? Elvis inquired with curiosity. I am off to meet a friend. Well, someone who is likely to become a friend, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Without waiting for further questions from Elvis, he hurried away with his plate of food. As he watched Qin Yu's departing figure, Elvis tilted his head in contemplation, wondering whom he might be meeting and whether he knew them. Feeling a twinge of envy at Qin Yu's ability to make friends so effortlessly at school, Elvis regarded him as a role model. What Qin Yu was about to meet was not a person, but rather a house elf. Indeed, Lucius Malfoy had come to Hogwarts accompanied by his house elf, Dobby. While the presence of Lucius was noteworthy, it was the sight of this yearning for freedom elf that brought Qin Yu greater joy. In this magical realm, the demise of certain characters had left even an onlooker like Qin Yu feeling unsettled, such as Severus Snape, Albus Dumbledore, and the elf Dobby. The elf's yearning for freedom, loyalty to friends, and bravery in the face of peril had profoundly touched Qin Yu. Thus, as soon as class concluded, he made his way to the Great Hall to procure some food before heading directly towards the headmaster's office. Indeed, Qin Yu soon spotted the small elf leaning against a column in the corridor outside the headmaster's chamber. However, in addition to Dobby, he also noticed Professor McGonagall, who was stepping into the office. Once Professor McGonagall had entered and closed the door behind her, Qin Yu strolled over to take a closer look at Dobby. The elf had large eyes, pointed ears, and donned a distinctive garment resembling a modified pillowcase, giving him a rather frail appearance. Greetings, sir. I am Qin Yu. What is your name? Qin Yu approached and stated directly. Dobby, sir. My name is Dobby. The elf exclaimed hurriedly. However, Dobby then looked at Qin Yu in astonishment, unable to believe his ears, and said, Did you just call Dobby, sir? You called Dobby, sir. Qin Yu smiled gently. Are you not a gentleman, but rather a lady? No. Dobby is not a lady. That is not what Dobby meant. Dobby merely wished to express that you're referring to Dobby as sir is truly unexpected. No one has ever addressed Dobby in such a manner, the little elf chattered on. Well then, from now on, someone shall address you as such, Qin Yu remarked, a slight ache forming in his nose. Indeed, what this little elf sought throughout his life was nothing more than the respect of others. But Dobby is merely a lowly house elf, Dobby replied, lowering his head. I believe that a person's nobility stems from possessing a kind and courageous heart, rather than their lineage. Would you not agree, Dobby? Qin Yu gently stated. A kind and brave heart? Does Dobby truly possess such a heart? Dobby murmured in response. Indeed, I believe you do. Qin Yu smiled, gazing sincerely into Dobby's large eyes. Dobby has a kind and brave heart. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Dobby has never felt so joyful as today. Dobby's master always says that house elves are lowly. No, Dobby must not speak ill of his master. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Watching the self-deprecating house elf scold himself while bumping into the wall, Qin Yu could not help but sigh. Acknowledging that the path to liberation for house elves is indeed a long and arduous one, Qin Yu found himself unable to restrain the little sprite. When Dobby ceased his antics, Qin Yu offered him some food, saying, Dobby, it's lunchtime now. Would you care for something to eat? These are our school's special delicacies, exceptionally delicious. Dobby tiptoed to glimpse the food on the plate, unable to suppress a swallow, yet ultimately shook his head and replied, Thank you, but Dobby cannot eat. Why not? Qin Yu inquired, perplexed. Without the master's permission, Dobby cannot partake in food, the little sprite elucidated. Huh? Is there such a rule? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. He understood that house elves could not wear clothes gifted by others, as such an act would signify the dissolution of their master-servant bond. But he had not realized that the same applied to food. However, upon reflection, he comprehended that if house elves could freely indulge in any food, they would not appear so gaunt. This revelation evoked a sense of sympathy within Qin Yu for the plight of house elves. Sir, are you planning to give this to Dobby? Dobby inquired tentatively. Not entirely. I actually wish to share it with you, as I haven't had lunch yet, Qin Yu answered candidly. Well then, Dobby can accompany you while you eat. Dobby can watch and smell the food, if you don't mind, the house elf said cautiously. Of course, I don't mind. Qin Yu replied with a smile. Thus, Qin Yu settled down in the corridor, enjoying his meal while engaging in conversation with Dobby. Although it was somewhat cruel that Dobby could only watch and not partake, he felt immense joy knowing that a portion of the food was meant for him, even if he could not eat it. Dobby, what brings you to school today? Qin Yu asked, genuinely curious. Master did not instruct Dobby to keep secrets. Since you wish to know, Dobby will tell you. Master said there was an explosion in the Forbidden Forest, and Professor Dumbledore must have some secrets. Master came here to confront Professor Dumbledore, to unsettle him in his position as headmaster. Master dislikes Professor Dumbledore very much, Dobby rambled on, divulging his master-esque grievances. Oh, I see, Qin Yu nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that Lucius Malfoy had learned about the explosion in the Forbidden Forest, but he clearly did not grasp the full truth. Nor was he aware of Qin Yu's involvement. Otherwise, he would not have assumed it was Dumbledore's secret. With this realization, Qin Yu felt somewhat reassured. Qin, you can eat Dobby's portion of food too. The house elf looked at Qin Yu with hopeful eyes. Oh, all right. Although Qin Yu felt somewhat full, he could not refuse the earnest request. Dobby beamed with delight as he watched the food disappear, happier than if he had eaten it himself. Professor Dumbledore. I heard that after the explosion in the Forbidden Forest, some students were injured. Is that true? After a brief exchange of pleasantries in the office, Lucius pressed Dumbledore for answers. This made the latter's heart skip a beat. Dumbledore had initially believed that Lucius was only aware of the explosion, thus, he could simply claim that it was an unfortunate incident during a magical trial. However, Lucius's knowledge of student injuries necessitated a different explanation. Yet, Lucius was evidently oblivious to Qin Yu's involvement. Otherwise, he would not have remained so composed upon encountering him. With this thought in mind, Dumbledore subtly exchanged a glance with Professor McGonagall, who, having partnered with him for years, could intuit his meaning. Lucius, indeed, some students strayed into the Forbidden Forest. But they did not suffer serious injuries, Dumbledore stated calmly. Oh? Then what exactly caused the explosion? The school board sent me here seeking an explanation. Lucius unfurled the banner of the Board of Governors. No problem. We can head to the Forbidden Forest together shortly, and I will clarify everything, Dumbledore nodded. Chapter 29. Life is a play. All about performance. After chatting with Dobby for a while, Qin Yu rose to leave, seizing the moment before the headmaster and Lucius emerged from the office. Based on the information gleaned from Dobby, Qin Yu understood it prudent to draw as little attention from Lucius as possible, especially since the explosion in the Acromantula cave was closely tied to his latent powers. If Lucius were to uncover this secret, it would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications. As he bid farewell to Dobby, the house elf spoke with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Qin, will Dobby see you again? Can Dobby eat with you again? No, Dobby is not asking for that. Dobby is just thinking aloud, Dobby stammered. Dobby, we will certainly meet again, and I believe there will come a day when you will attain your freedom. Qin Yu assured Dobby with a resolute smile. Even if Harry Potter failed to liberate Dobby from the Malfoy household, Qin Yu vowed to find a way to help him gain his freedom. Thank you, Qin. Dobby is very happy to have met you today, Dobby said, his eyes glistening with emotion. I am equally delighted to have met you, Dobby, Qin Yu replied. At that moment, he sensed footsteps approaching from the office, and he waved goodbye to Dobby, hastily picking up the empty tray and scurrying away. Not long after Qin Yu's departure, the door to the headmaster's office swung open, revealing Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Lucius stepping out. As Dumbledore emerged, he subtly shifted to block Lucius's line of sight, having spotted Qin Yu hurrying away in the distance. Based on his understanding of Qin Yu, Dumbledore surmised that the boy had likely been lingering near the office, especially given the look of longing on the house elf's face as he watched Qin Yu depart, further solidifying Dumbledore's suspicions. Let us proceed, Lucius, Dumbledore said, leading the way down the corridor. Lucius hesitated momentarily, as he recalled that the route to the Forbidden Forest from this direction seemed circuitous. However, having not returned to the school for some time, he was less familiar with the layout and chose not to voice his confusion. Very well, Professor Dumbledore, Lucius acquiesced, kicking the dawdling house elf Dobby to hurry him along. Lucius, do you not intend to have lunch before heading to the Forbidden Forest? Dumbledore inquired once more. Business takes precedence. I did not come to Hogwarts to dine, Professor Dumbledore, Lucius replied haughtily. Indeed, you are here on the board's assignment to investigate matters, Dumbledore quipped lightly. Although Qin Yu endeavored to avoid an encounter with Lucius Malfoy, fate had other plans in store for him. Shortly after his return to the Gryffindor dormitory, Prefect Charlie Weasley approached him with a summons to the Forbidden Forest. Charlie, do you know why I'm being sent to the Forbidden Forest? Qin Yu inquired, feigning ignorance as he trailed behind Charlie. It seems a significant figure has arrived to investigate a matter, and Professor McGonagall asked me to inform you to cooperate and provide an account, Charlie explained. Suddenly recalling something, he added, oh, and Professor McGonagall specifically instructed me to reassure you not to be afraid. She mentioned that although wandering into the Forbidden Forest is against the rules, your safety is of utmost importance. Just be more cautious in the future to avoid similar mistakes. Upon hearing Charlie's relayed message, Qin Yu immediately grasped Professor McGonagall's intent to frame his previous experience as merely an accidental intrusion into the Forbidden Forest. This was a directive to ensure consistency in their narratives and avoid any contradictions. By the way, when did you wander into the Forbidden Forest? Charlie asked, a hint of confusion in his tone. Professor Dumbledore made it quite clear on the first day of term that the Forbidden Forest is off limits. Well, my pet went missing. And while I was searching for it, I inadvertently entered the Forbidden Forest. Qin Yu fabricated a reason. Oh, you should be more careful next time, Charlie advised. Yes, I will, Charlie. Thank you for the reminder. Qin Yu expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. Haha, my mother has encouraged me to assist you. So feel free to reach out if you need anything, Charlie replied with a smile. Interestingly, Qin Yu felt a sense of kinship with the Weasley family. During his inaugural visit to Diagon Alley, he had encountered Bill Weasley, the eldest son, and later met the entire Weasley family at King's Cross Station, specifically at Platform 9. To this day, he often fiddled with the small pyramid Bill had gifted him, having placed a cherry inside it, which remarkably had not spoiled even after 10 days. Although he had not spent much time with Charlie, their shared experiences fostered a natural sense of familiarity, and their conversation flowed easily, particularly when discussing George and Fred, which provided ample topics to discuss. I never imagined you would become friends with those two troublemakers. If they give you a hard time, just let me know. And I will certainly hold them accountable, Charlie declared with an air of seriousness. Indeed, it seems that this family possesses a shared spirit, with a resolute determination for justice. Qin Yu chuckled. Really? It appears my brother is quite exasperated with those two rascals, Charlie shrugged, acknowledging the sentiment. In truth, George and Fred are good-hearted individuals. They simply have yet to learn how to interact with others in a more constructive manner. I believe that once they discover their true passions, they will undoubtedly astonish everyone. Qin Yu asserted earnestly. Seeing the sincerity in Qin Yu's expression, Charlie recognized that he was not merely speaking thoughtlessly. I think I understand why those two are drawn to you, he remarked, though he failed to notice that Qin Yu referred to George and Fred as children. As their light-hearted banter continued, they soon reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Professor McGonagall awaited them. Before entering, Charlie leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, Qin, let me share a secret. I recommended you for the Quidditch team to Professor McGonagall. She said she would consider it, but I am confident you will become a member. Wow, that is splendid news. Thank you, Charlie. Qin Yu exclaimed, genuinely thrilled. Quidditch was a sport he was eager to experience. A captivating pastime that had enthralled the wizarding world for nearly a millennium. All right, Charlie, you may return now. I will accompany Qin from here. Professor McGonagall instructed as they drew closer. Okay, Professor McGonagall. Charlie nodded in agreement before entrusting Qin Yu to her care and making his way back to Hogwarts Castle. Once Charlie had distanced himself, Professor McGonagall turned to Qin Yu and spoke softly. Qin, do you know what to say next? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu nodded and said, that day, I inadvertently ventured into the Forbidden Forest while searching for my pet, and subsequently lost my way. Professor McGonagall smiled with satisfaction and added, later, when you found yourself in peril and called for help, it was fortuitously overheard by Professor Dumbledore, who then unleashed a powerful spell to vanquish that terrifying swarm of acromantulas. Qin Yu continued, indeed, it was thanks to Professor Dumbledore that I emerged unscathed. Professor McGonagall could not help but applaud, laughing as she remarked, I was just worried that Charlie had failed to convey my words clearly, or that young Qin Yu hadn't grasped my intentions. That's why I sought an opportunity to guide him to the lair of the acromantulas, hoping to enlighten the boy along the way. To her surprise, the child proved quite astute, displaying an impressive calmness while weaving his tale. However, Professor McGonagall pondered that such a talent for deception might not bode well, potentially leading to future troubles. Yet, this was not the moment for such concerns. Professor McGonagall, I thought you had also lost your way. Lucius suddenly materialized before them. McGonagall mused to herself that he had come specifically out of concern for her taking the child. Thankfully, she had already quickly aligned her narrative with young Qin Yu. Indeed, Mr. Malfoy, the Forbidden Forest can easily disorient one, she responded, following his lead. Lucius found himself at a loss for words. Oh, so it is you. He finally turned his attention to Qin Yu, somewhat taken aback. Both Professor McGonagall and Qin Yu were momentarily stunned, but they did not display it overly. McGonagall subtly exchanged a glance with Qin Yu and then addressed Lucius with a measured tone. Mr. Malfoy, do you know this young boy? Qin Yu exhibited a child's innate curiosity as he cast a puzzled glance at Lucius Malfoy. How could I possibly know him? After all, I only arrived at Hogwarts today and witnessed this young boy bullying his classmates in class, a truly unforgettable impression. Lucius spoke with a tone laced with mockery. Despite the sarcasm in his words, both Professor McGonagall and Qin Yu simultaneously sighed in relief. It seemed that this individual had only just become aware of Qin Yu today, unable even to recall his name. Naturally, as the esteemed master of the Malfoy family, one would hardly expect him to invest energy in the affairs of a mere young wizard. Following closely behind Lucius and Professor McGonagall, Qin Yu soon arrived at the lair of the acromantula. At this point, the cave was devoid of the carcasses of the 8-eyed spiders. Apart from the valuable parts taken by Qin Yu and Hagrid, the remaining flesh and entrails had long since been consumed by scavenging animals. What remained were mere traces of the energy explosion and the stains of acromantula blood. Lucius, the individual is here. You may proceed with your inquiries. Once you have finished, allow the boy to return home, as Hogwarts has classes scheduled for the afternoon, Professor Dumbledore instructed Lucius Malfoy. Very well. Lucius nodded, turning to Qin Yu. Now, young boy, do tell us what transpired that day. Remember, it is imperative that you speak the truth. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately became somewhat flustered and timid, stammering, That day, Shrek went missing, so I searched everywhere for him. Wait, who is Shrek? Lucius interrupted Qin Yu, frowning in inquiry. Shrek is my pet. He is an adorable mouse with large ears. He is usually very well behaved and even runs on a wheel. All right, continue. Get to the point. Lucius impatiently interjected, cutting off the boy's rambling. Okay, I will continue. That day, when I discovered he was gone, I set out to find him, and then I got lost, wandering in circles until I arrived here. There are so many enormous spiders. It was terrifying. Each spider has 8 legs and 8 eyes. I was utterly frightened, shouting and crying. Thankfully, Professor Dumbledore appeared and rescued me, vanquishing those dreadful spiders. As Qin Yu spoke, his face was etched with a palpable sense of trepidation, vividly portraying his fear and helplessness. Upon concluding his remarks, he bowed gratefully to Professor Dumbledore, expressing, Thank you so much, Professor Dumbledore. If it weren't for your timely arrival, both Shrek and I would have been in peril. Not at all, Dumbledore replied gently. Ensuring the safety of our students is a fundamental duty we bear as educators. Are you certain you are not lying? Lucius inquired, evidently displeased with the boy's statement. Prior to Qin Yu's arrival, Dumbledore had already briefed Lucius on the circumstances. And now Qin Yu's account aligned closely with Dumbledore's narrative. Lucius had initially suspected some nefarious undertone to the explosion in the Forbidden Forest, only to discover it was merely a routine rescue incident. If the individual intervening had been Dumbledore, it would not have been surprising, given that he is widely regarded as one of the greatest wizards of our time, perhaps even the greatest. Why would I lie? Qin Yu responded, bewildered, as he gazed at Lucius. Lucius, disinterested in the boy's retort, scanned the surroundings in search of any unusual clues, though ultimately it proved futile. At that moment, Professor Snape sauntered in at a leisurely pace. Severus, do you have any Veritaserum on hand? Lucius asked immediately. Veritaserum? What purpose would that serve? However, if you require it, I can fetch some, Snape replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Lucius glanced at the smiling Dumbledore, the stern Professor McGonagall, and the bewildered boy whose name he could not recall. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed. If you do not have it, let it be. Since the matter is resolved, I can explain it to the board members. I wonder how Professor Dumbledore intends to address this incident? Lucius remarked, expecting a significant affair but feeling somewhat discontented by the outcome, which left him with no recourse. After all, he was no match for Dumbledore's prowess. It seemed that this visit to Hogwarts was destined to yield little in terms of substantial gains. Lucius mused, feeling somewhat disheartened. Professor McGonagall, this child belongs to your house. How do you propose we proceed? Dumbledore inquired of Professor McGonagall. Although he had entered the Forbidden Forest in search of a pet, he had ultimately violated one of Hogwarts' most stringent regulations. He could have sought assistance from a teacher but chose not to do so. In light of this, I believe we should deduct 50 points from Gryffindor and assign him a form of labor as punishment, Professor McGonagall stated slowly. Ah, more points deducted, Lucius muttered. Qin Yu pouted, his eyes reddening, on the verge of tears. Professor Dumbledore, upon hearing this, nodded and said, I believe such punishment is appropriate. Furthermore, I shall reiterate the dangers of the Forbidden Forest to the faculty and students during dinner, urging them not to venture there lightly. Do you think our approach will satisfy the board, Lucius? Humph. I shall honestly report Professor Dumbledore's negligence in school management to the board. Lucius replied coldly. Of course. He could only utter such harsh words, for this incident would not topple Dumbledore. After making this remark, Lucius disregarded the others present, flicked his robes, and departed with his serpent-headed cane. Dobby, what are you doing? Hurry up, Lucius snapped. After casting a concerned glance at Qin Yu, Dobby reluctantly followed. Once Lucius and his house elf had walked away, the timid and trembling young boy Qin Yu immediately donned his signature warm smile. I shall certainly carry a truth serum whenever we converse in the future, Snape remarked with an eye roll, leisurely exiting the cave. Upon hearing Snape's words, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but furrow her brow, realizing that Qin's acting skills were nothing short of masterful, allowing today's events to conclude smoothly. However, if he were to employ such tactics against Hogwarts teachers in the future, they would surely have their hands full. With this thought, McGonagall instinctively glanced at Professor Dumbledore, who offered her a reassuring smile. Well, with the headmaster present, she needn't worry excessively, McGonagall mused. Chapter 30. The gentleman's nature is not different. He is good at utilizing resources when it comes to acting. Qin Yu truly had little to boast about, especially in the presence of Comrade Snape, who was an expert in subterfuge. That said, Lucius had his doubts about Qin Yu's earlier claims, but Snape's timely arrival diverted Lucius's attention. By suggesting he could fetch the truth serum while maintaining an air of nonchalance, Snape's demeanor led Lucius, who prided himself on his discernment, to trust Qin Yu's words. Moreover, Qin Yu was confident that even if Snape were to procure the truth serum, he would undoubtedly tamper with it, for one could always rely on Severus Snape's loyalty. The most significant reason, however, was that as a scion of a noble pure-blood family, Mr. Malfoy simply found it beneath him to expend excessive energy quarreling with a mere child. Thus, Qin Yu successfully evaded detection. While Malfoy could only accept Dumbledore's explanation and ultimately departed in disappointment. Did Mr. Malfoy not consult Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds? Qin Yu inquired, puzzled. The appearance of Snape was reassuring, yet Qin Yu remained apprehensive about Hagrid's potential emergence at any moment. One could always trust Snape's acting, but one should never place faith in Hagrid's loose tongue. Fortunately, until Malfoy took his leave, Qin Yu did not catch sight of Hagrid. As it happened, Hagrid was occupied that day, and thus spared from inquiries regarding the acromantula venom, a matter I had instructed him to attend to. And I have already explained this to Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore concluded, looking into Qin Yu's eyes. Therefore, young Qin Yu, the profits from your venom sales should rightly be shared with the school. You must discuss this with your friends. Dumbledore had anticipated that the prospect of relinquishing profits would cause the boy distress, but to his surprise, Qin Yu promptly nodded in agreement. No problem. I can assure you that we will contribute 10% of the profits to the school. His response took both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall aback. 10% was no trivial sum, particularly for a child. It was indeed considerable. However, they soon witnessed Qin Yu break into a brilliant smile as he slowly added, So, Professor Dumbledore, we can promote these items as specialties from Hogwarts, correct? Certainly. You may do so. Dumbledore instinctively nodded, though he quickly adopted a knowing expression and playfully chided. You are indeed quite astute for your age. Dumbledore, wise and seasoned, was far from a traditionalist. He comprehended the implication behind Qin Yu's words. Hee. All thanks to the headmaster's guidance. Qin Yu eagerly praised Dumbledore. Very well, the matter here is settled. Let us return to our lessons, Dumbledore said, patting Qin on the shoulder with a smile. Indeed, I shall first greet Hagrid and then promptly return to classes at Hogwarts. As Qin Yu spoke, he bid farewell to Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall before hastening towards Hagrid's hut. Professor Dumbledore, what did that child mean by his earlier words? How could he so readily agree to let the school share in a portion of the profits? Professor McGonagall inquired, her mind wholly occupied with educational matters, leaving her somewhat perplexed regarding Qin Yu's intentions. Minerva, you fail to grasp the essence here. He aims to leverage the school's reputation to engage in, to generate profit. With the esteemed name of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he can undoubtedly command a slightly higher price. Dumbledore elucidated the underlying motive. Understanding dawned upon Professor McGonagall, and she sighed in resignation, remarking, he truly is a child of many stratagems. His ability to discern opportunities amid crises and to capitalize on circumstances is quite formidable. As a wise figure from the East named Sun once said, a talented individual possesses qualities no different from others. It is merely their adeptness in utilizing external factors that sets them apart. Qin embodies such traits. Dumbledore responded, indeed. That holds considerable truth. After expressing her agreement, Professor McGonagall pondered aloud, Professor Dumbledore, you seem increasingly fond of quoting Eastern sages lately. I have heard you reference them on more than one occasion. Is that so? Dumbledore replied, momentarily taken aback before chuckling. Perhaps it is due to this Eastern child that I have unwittingly begun to appreciate Eastern wisdom. One cannot deny the profound insights offered by those ancient sages. Minerva, I recommend you explore those texts when time permits. You are certain to find them rewarding. Very well, I shall do so, Professor McGonagall nodded, readily acquiescing. The two old friends continued their conversation, leisurely strolling back to Hogwarts. Qin Yu went to meet Hagrid, partly to reassure Uncle Han that he was safe and to alleviate his worries, and partly to discuss the sales issues regarding the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider and various other items. Our promotional strategy could be bolder, branding all these products with the Hogwarts label, perhaps even adding the esteemed name of Professor Snape, who is quite renowned in the field of potion research. As Qin Yu articulated his plan, it was similar to what Professor Dumbledore had speculated, though old Dumbledore had not anticipated that Qin Yu would involve Snape as well. Is that feasible? Will it comply with the school regulations? Hagrid expressed his concerns. Rest assured, I have already reached an agreement with Professor Dumbledore. As long as we submit 10% of the profits to the school, we can openly use the Hogwarts trademark. Qin Yu flashed a sunny smile at Hagrid. Oh, in that case, that's splendid. Hagrid responded with a beaming smile. Transitioning from a mere vendor to a school-affiliated enterprise lent Hagrid a newfound sense of confidence. Of course, this was purely Qin Yu's audacity, and such leeway would not be permitted indefinitely. However, the priority was to secure some funds first. Well, I must take my leave. I came to inform you that if those previous clients wish to make additional purchases, we should not rush into it. Let us negotiate a suitable price before proceeding. Qin Yu said as he stood up. Sure, I'll heed your advice, Hagrid replied quietly. Exiting Hagrid's hut, Qin Yu briskly made his way back to school. Just in time. He arrived at the classroom before Professor Binns, the history of magic instructor, emerged from the blackboard. During the lesson, Qin Yu astonishingly became the first student in the entire first year, perhaps even the whole school, to voluntarily raise his hand to answer a question in history of magic. After elaborating on the historical significance and profound impact of the medieval Muggle persecution of witches, Qin Yu received praise from Professor Binns and earned a point for Gryffindor. Upon hearing Professor Binns announce the award of a point, Qin Yu was nearly moved to tears. Merlin's beard, after losing so many points, I finally managed to regain one. Chapter 31. Autumn and September. After departing from Hogwarts, Lucius had Dobby, the house elf, use apparition to transport him back to Malfoy Manor. Father, where have you been? Why did you take so long to return? His young son Draco eagerly approached him. Lucius tapped Draco's shoulder with his serpent-headed cane and said sternly, "Have you finished reading the book I assigned you?" The book? I've read part of it." Young Malfoy immediately lowered his head, feeling guilty. "Then return to your room and continue reading," Lucius commanded. "Yes, father, I understand. I'll go now." Draco obediently retreated to his room. Watching his son depart in such an obedient manner, Lucius's expression softened slightly. "Lucius, Draco is still just a child. Must you be so harsh with him?" A blonde woman approached, speaking with a hint of exasperation. "Narcissa, he is our only son and the future heir of the Malfoy lineage. How could I afford to be lenient? If he cannot surpass those lowly half-bloods and mudbloods in the future, how will he uphold the honor of our sacred 28 families?" Lucius declared with pride. "My dear, I understand your concern for family honor. However, he is still young. Once he reaches school, I believe he will emerge as the finest student in Slytherin. He will be a source of pride for the Malfoy family." Narcissa, Lucius's wife, replied gently. "Indeed. He shall become the finest student in Slytherin. But that is no simple feat. Enough of this discussion, Narcissa. I am weary today and wish for some peace," Lucius stated before striding toward his study. He had left in high spirits but returned feeling quite disheartened, having gained little. Lucius wished to connect with his son. Yet he alone understood the weight of family honor. It represented unimaginable power, a burden that could crush a person's shoulders. Thus, he never relaxed his expectations for Draco. Seated in his study, Lucius closed his eyes, attempting to calm his tumultuous thoughts. Reflecting on the day's events, he sensed he had overlooked something significant. What could it be? "That old fool Dumbledore must be hiding something," Lucius murmured. His gaze wandered around the room until it inadvertently landed on a flying broomstick resting in the corner. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, he realized what he had neglected. Yes, that boy riding the broomstick and beating Slytherin students. The first-year Gryffindor student. So young yet possessing such remarkable flying talent, was undoubtedly an exceptional student and would surely attract the attention of the teachers. However, during the investigation in the cave of the eight-eyed giant spider in the Forbidden Forest, neither Dumbledore nor Professor McGonagall, nor even Snape, had shown any particular concern for this boy. Of course, Snape was indifferent towards everyone, Lucius mentally added. Upon reflecting on his earlier attitude towards Draco, he realized it was indeed related to this Gryffindor boy. Subconsciously, he feared that Draco might be bested by such a student, prompting him to urge his son to study diligently. If Lucius had taken notice of that boy's striking performance, why had Dumbledore and the others remained so indifferent? Their lack of concern led him to overlook the child at the time. They hadn't even mentioned the boy's name. Lucius sifted through his memories and found this detail troubling. "Dobby, do you remember the name of that Eastern-looking boy?" Lucius inquired of the ever-attentive house elf, eager for an answer. Upon hearing this, Dobby's face contorted with pain as he stammered, "Dobby, Dobby, Dobby." Lucius frowned, exasperated, and picked up a hefty tome from the table, hurling it at Dobby's head. "Silence. What good are you?" Dobby, struck, instead wore a beaming smile, promptly closing his mouth and ceasing to speak. "Very well. I shall arrange for someone to investigate later. There cannot be many students with Eastern features at Hogwarts. It shouldn't be too difficult to track down." Lucius sighed and spoke. Although Dobby did not reveal Qin Yu's name, the master's words filled him with a sense of unease. Instinctively, he sensed that the master harbored unfriendly sentiments toward Qin. Once again, they were enveloped in that impenetrable, fog-like darkness beyond human comprehension. 5 orbs of varying hues ignited once more. Yet this time, the flames emitted a feeble glow, lacking the brilliance of before. The white flame spoke first, "Companions. Our time is limited. Have you chosen your vessels?" "We have decided, Alpha," replied the other 4 flames in unison. "Henceforth, our meetings will become increasingly complex. You must each protect yourselves and your vessels. I hope that before your vessels attain the strength to vanquish the destroyer, you will all remain safe." The white flame intoned solemnly. "We will," they echoed. "Very well, may fortune be upon us. May fortune be upon us." As the words faded, the 5 flames extinguished abruptly. Shortly thereafter, in a room of a small town in Egypt, a young boy who had been in a coma for 5 days suddenly developed a burn on the back of his right hand, resembling a fiery scar. This burn formed a distinct pattern, composed of a circle and a zigzag lightning bolt that pierced through it. In an instant, the boy's eyes fluttered open, and he slowly rose, turning his neck as his bright eyes greedily surveyed his surroundings, a blissful smile adorning his face. Simultaneously, in a shadowy alley of Kathmandu, Nepal, an elderly beggar, presumed dead by his peers, abruptly opened his eyes. On the back of his right hand, the same circle and lightning scar manifested. With eyes filled with compassion, the beggar gazed upon the world and then stood up, gradually making his way out of the dim alley, emerging onto the bustling street. He stepped into the sunlight and, amidst the throngs of people, he stopped a young woman, speaking to her in a voice imbued with kindness. "Child, this world needs you." The young woman's gaze shifted from confusion to determination, ultimately nodding in agreement. "Yes, this world needs me." On that Friday morning, while attending a potions class, Qin Yu was suddenly struck by a chill that made him shudder involuntarily. This shiver nearly caused him to spill the solution he was holding, a substance that would corrode the skin upon contact, startling both him and his classmate, Elvis. "Is it already this cold in England in mid-September?" Qin Yu murmured. He then steeled himself and resumed his potion crafting. Chapter 32. After class tutoring, Qin Yu held a deep fondness for the autumn at Hogwarts. The weather had just begun to cool, with a refreshing crispness in the air that was most agreeable. The shiver he had felt earlier was likely due to his somewhat inadequate attire. Stepping out from the potions classroom, which was located in the basement, he inhaled the invigorating fresh air, instantly feeling his lungs cleanse themselves of any lingering heaviness. The autumn breeze seemed to carry with it the fragrant aroma of distant leaves from the forbidden forest, evoking images of a delightful golden unicorn frolicking joyfully in nature. Suddenly, as he was savoring the beauty of the season, something struck him on the shoulder. Irritated, he turned to discover Professor Snape, his expression as icy as ever. Leisurely putting away a book that had evidently been the source of his unexpected assault. "Do not waste time here. Hurry to lunch," Snape commanded before turning away, leaving Qin Yu with a solitary silhouette reminiscent of a cold, desolate river. Rolling his eyes, Qin Yu understood that Snape's concern for his meals was not born out of mere whimsy, but rather a reflection of his recent commitment to personally tutor Qin Yu after hours. Well then, perhaps it is best not to tarnish the sanctity of Professor Snape. He mused inwardly, chuckling at the absurdity of his own thoughts. Upon arriving in the Great Hall, Qin Yu swiftly indulged in his meal. After devouring a chicken leg, 2 slices of oat bread, and a generous bowl of vegetable soup, he wiped his mouth and departed for the 8th floor of the Hogwarts main building. Indeed, his destination was none other than the Room of Requirement. Just as he reached the corridor, Professor Snape, cloaked in his black robes with long, sleek hair, approached him slowly. "Professor Snape, I have a question that I simply must ask," Qin Yu said, his expression tinged with conflict as Snape drew nearer. "Then do ask," Snape replied coolly. "Have you been here for some time, hiding and waiting for my arrival?" Qin Yu inquired, voicing a suspicion he had harbored. He doubted that Snape had been unable to locate the entrance to the Room of Requirement and had instead chosen to conceal himself to avoid appearing foolish while waiting. Unbeknownst to him, such a trivial question reflected poorly on his own maturity. Snape paused for a moment, narrowing his eyes as he replied, "In a moment. We shall engage in practical combat. I intend to assess your progress." "What? No, Professor Snape, is this decision not a tad hasty? I have only been learning from you for 2 days." Qin Yu exclaimed in alarm. This was a master of dark arts and potions, a wizard capable of conjuring remarkable spells even during his school years, with a talent that stood unmatched in the magical realm. To practice with him would surely result in nothing less than a thorough thrashing. Who wouldn't he feel apprehensive in such a situation? "Practical experience is the finest form of learning," Snape retorted, walking towards the door that had just materialized. "Can we not discuss this further, Professor Snape?" "I am but a child," Qin Yu pleaded, hastening to catch up. "Cease your pathetic theatrics. I will be mindful of your limits. You shall not perish," Snape replied coldly. He found Qin Yu's self-identification as a child laughable. Were all children like him, the world would surely be in chaos. I'm afraid of pain. Could you perhaps be gentler in your approach?" Qin Yu remarked with a grimace, facing the obstinate Snape. "I shall do my best," Snape responded lightly, a statement that offered little reassurance. "Oh, why did I have to ask such a foolish question?" Qin Yu lamented inwardly. According to Dumbledore's plan for Qin Yu, he was to focus on 2 primary areas of training: emotional control and response to unforeseen circumstances. Emotional control was easily understood, as the loss of control stemmed from the host's own emotional turmoil, particularly negative emotions. As for handling unexpected situations, Qin Yu's previous episodes of losing control had all been triggered by sudden challenges. If he could adeptly manage these situations, there would be no need for external assistance. These 2 approaches directly address the core of the issue, and Qin Yu held a deep admiration for Dumbledore's insight. For the execution of this plan, Professor Stephen Swinton would guide Qin Yu in emotional control, while Professor Severus Snape would oversee his response to unexpected situations. Given that Snape primarily taught offensive and defensive spells, which could indeed be quite destructive, Qin Yu suggested utilizing the Room of Requirement, as it offered ample space, seclusion, and soundproofing. "Humph. You think you can find the Room of Requirement?" Snape scoffed dismissively. Yet, Qin Yu indeed led him to the door of the room, leaving Snape without a retort and secretly acknowledging the boy's fortuitous luck. This day marked the 3rd session of training with Professor Snape in the Room of Requirement. "Today, we will practice nothing other than the Expelliarmus spell," Snape announced, delineating the rules of their encounter. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, "All right, Professor, I understand." He added, "It's merely a disarming spell, not one of great lethal force. It shouldn't result in any fatalities. Severus Snape, without further ado, strode to the center of the arena, and Qin Yu promptly followed with his silver-gray wand in hand. Then, Snape straightened his posture, raising his wand before him. And Qin Yu mirrored his actions, inclining slightly. Subsequently, the two turned, walking to opposite ends of the arena, where they paused at the edges before turning to face each other once more. After the duel's formalities were completed, Snape cast a solemn gaze upon Qin Yu. The atmosphere suggested a serious engagement. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yu began to take the situation more seriously, preparing himself earnestly. Expelliarmus. They both intoned, almost in unison. However, Qin Yu had barely completed his incantation when he felt an invisible force sharply yank the wand from his grasp, causing it to slip from his fingers. With a clatter, his silver-gray wand fell to the ground. Your timing was commendable, yet your spellcasting lacks familiarity. The motions have not yet become second nature to you. For this attempt, I shall award you a score of 30, Professor Snape remarked critically. Then, addressing Qin Yu with a commanding voice, he instructed, pick it up and try again. Qin Yu, following the instructions, bent down to retrieve his wand. After a brief exercise of his wrist, he resumed his standoff with Snape. This time, he silently recited the disarming spell several times, and when he felt adequately prepared, he sought an opportunity to strike. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! On this occasion, Qin Yu successfully articulated the complete incantation and waved his wand, even managing to act half a second before Snape. Nonetheless, he found his wand dislodged by Snape's counteraction. The spell requires precise guidance. The more critical the moment, the calmer one must remain. Your hasty attempt to cast the spell without hitting the target rendered your efforts futile. 40 points. Snape remarked with deliberate slowness, then added, pick it up and try again. Qin Yu once again picked up his wand, moving erratically across the arena. Recognizing the significance of accuracy, he resolved to make it difficult for Snape to target him. Expelliarmus! Snape swiftly cast the disarming charm, knocking Qin Yu's wand from his grasp. Mockingly remarking, foolish, do you truly believe your adversary would grant you so much time? 50 points. Qin Yu muttered under his breath, perplexed by the irony of being insulted yet awarded more points. As he retrieved his wand, he could not afford to lose focus. Once again ready for confrontation, he prepared to unleash spells at a moment's notice. Over the next half hour, Qin Yu found himself in a standoff with Snape no fewer than 50 times. Yet each encounter ended with his wand being dislodged. This left him feeling quite deflated. He could almost hear the unicorn hair within his wand emit a plaintive cry of distress. Nevertheless, through each failure, Qin Yu diligently gleaned insights and lessons, continuously refining his offensive strategies. On one occasion, he nearly struck Snape's palm, but at a crucial moment, Snape executed a rather cunning and unorthodox hand movement, deftly evading the attack. As the duel continued, Qin Yu became utterly fatigued, while Snape appeared unfazed, breathing not a hint of exertion, exuding an air of nonchalance that rendered Qin Yu's strategy of exhausting his opponent untenable. He surmised that if this continued, he would be the first to succumb to exhaustion, as the relentless movement and constant vigilance over his opponent's every action were proving to be tremendously taxing. Moreover, he felt as though his hand was on the verge of swelling. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! They cast their spells simultaneously once more, yet Qin Yu found himself disarmed again. As he was struck, fatigue overwhelmed him, causing him to stumble and collide with a nearby table. The wizard's body is a crucial asset. One must learn to maintain it in optimal condition, Snape stated, 59 points. Without waiting for Snape to speak, Qin Yu took the initiative to pick up the wand. This time, he wandered around the arena while regulating his breath, allowing his body to recover swiftly. As he traversed half the field and circled back to where Snape had originally stood, he felt his condition stabilize. At least the hand gripping the wand was no longer trembling. At that moment, he noticed Snape's gaze fixated on a specific spot on the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Yu decisively raised his wand and declared loudly, Expelliarmus. Just as Snape began to utter a spell, a flash of white light surged forth, striking his right hand precisely. With a clatter, his wand fell to the ground. Incredible! Have I truly won? Qin Yu exclaimed in disbelief. The timing was impeccable, his strike resolute, and his spellcasting skillful. He had achieved perfection. Snape remarked coolly, Hey, Professor Snape, don't you think I've made remarkable progress? Do you feel a sense of impending doom? As if the teacher might starve while the student flourishes? Qin Yu said with enthusiasm. After all, it was Snape. Knocking his wand from his hand was an accomplishment worthy of a lifetime of boasting. However, in stark contrast to Qin Yu's exuberance, Snape's expression bore a hint of melancholy. As Qin Yu observed the tall figure bending down, he was taken aback when, instead of promptly retrieving the fallen wand, the individual picked up a card lying on the ground and tucked it into a book that had also fallen nearby. The book and the card had been resting on a table, and just moments ago, Qin Yu had lost his balance and knocked the book off, causing the card to slip out. This card, of course, was familiar to Qin Yu. It was the bookmark that Old C had used in class, featuring a sealed lily. Professor Snape, I apologize. It was not my intention, Qin Yu hurriedly exclaimed. You have committed no error. On the contrary, the ability to exploit an enemy's vulnerabilities and launch a decisive strike is commendable, Professor Snape remarked, slowly closing the book. What Qin Yu truly wished to convey was his sincere apologies for having inadvertently damaged your lily. However, such sentiments felt rather too intimate for their current rapport. Expressing them might even provoke the melancholic old S to unleash his wrath, and thus, Qin Yu wisely opted for silence. I have heard that you managed to disarm Severus? Ah, the youth indeed possesses remarkable prowess. Professor Swinton remarked with a glimmer of schadenfreude during the evening tutoring session. Indeed, it was sheer luck. Professor Snape was momentarily distracted by certain matters, which allowed me to disarm him. Qin Yu thought wisely, not daring to overestimate his own abilities. Huh. You are truly a humble child, commendable, Professor Swinton chuckled in response. As for the secrets surrounding Snape, Qin Yu had no intention of divulging them to Professor Swinton, choosing instead to remain vague. Once the idle chatter subsided, Professor Swinton began instructing Qin Yu on emotional control, employing the art of meditation as his method. As I previously taught you, sit cross-legged, relax your mind, and do not force yourself to listen, see, or think, nor should you deliberately attempt to refrain from these actions. Allow your consciousness to drift into a state that balances motion and stillness. Do not strive to move, nor to remain static. Professor Swinton, whose knowledge of meditation seemed to come from some enigmatic source, spoke in a convoluted manner. Yet his voice possessed an enchanting quality that gradually guided Qin Yu into a meditative state, a realm between movement and tranquility. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to the state of slumber, yet simultaneously reminiscent of wakefulness. In this sensation, Qin Yu gradually perceived the profound mysteries of the spiritual realm. Upon awakening from this meditative state, he discovered that his mental strength had significantly increased, and even the fatigue he had experienced from battling Severus Snape during the day had completely vanished. This revelation compelled Qin Yu to regard Professor Swinton with newfound respect, and he silently mused that Hogwarts was indeed a place teeming with hidden talents. Chapter 33. The photograph and the letter. The mastery of one's emotions lies in the ability to respond calmly in the face of unexpected events. Since your encounter with the eight-eyed giant spider, have you found it increasingly difficult to maintain your composure in challenging situations? After the meditation concluded, Professor Swinton engaged Qin Yu in conversation within the confines of the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor's office, offering a form of therapeutic dialogue. Qin Yu pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "Indeed, during the last flying lesson when I struck Jerome, I may have been a tad too forceful. Subsequently, I found myself irritated by the incessant noise of others, and in a fit of annoyance, I levitated everything they held. There was also a time when I nearly poured corrosive liquid onto Professor Snape's robes. Fortunately, I regained my composure just in time. Reflecting on it now, I feel a pang of fear." "Yes, you should indeed be grateful for your timely clarity," Professor Swinton responded empathetically. "Ever since I began practicing the meditation technique under your guidance, I've noticed a significant improvement in my temperament. When faced with unpleasant situations, I am better able to suppress my anger. For instance, today, a few Slytherin boys were bullying a Ravenclaw girl, and I merely shouted at them in annoyance without resorting to violence." Qin Yu continued. "Is it possible that they were intimidated by you and conceded quickly, which is why you refrained from acting out?" Professor Swinton almost uttered this thought. However, reason urged him to provide positive reinforcement rather than highlight the boy's shortcomings. "Indeed, this is a commendable development," Professor Swinton affirmed with a nod. As the night deepened, after conversing for a while, Professor Swinton advised Qin Yu to return and rest. "What time is our training tomorrow?" Qin Yu inquired before taking his leave. "Let me think. Around 10 in the morning. I wish to indulge in a bit more sleep. Do come find me then. I shall devise a more engaging training exercise for you, one that will certainly spare you the monotony of merely sitting," Professor Swinton replied, leaving a hint of intrigue. "All right. Professor Swinton, good night." Qin Yu waved goodbye. Professor Swinton remained seated in his office, gazing out at the night sky, lost in thought. Indeed, he was in a state of reverie rather than meditation. Qin Yu departed from the main building of Hogwarts and made his way towards the Gryffindor Tower. He soon reached the 8th floor and, after uttering the password to the fat lady, the entrance swung open. He slipped through the doorway and entered the Gryffindor common room. As was his custom, he proceeded with his evening routine, changed into his pajamas, and climbed into his bed. However, instead of immediately succumbing to sleep, Qin Yu chose to continue practicing the meditation technique taught to him by Professor Swinton. The professor had once advised him that whenever he had spare moments, he should indulge in this practice, as it would enhance his mental control, and a wizard's mental fortitude was indeed a component of their power. At that moment, Qin Yu felt no drowsiness. Rather, he found it an opportune time to refine his skills. He closed his eyes and began to meditate, following the method imparted by Professor Swinton. The room was not particularly quiet. On the contrary, Jimmy and Wilson were engaged in lively conversation, lamenting their inability to visit Hogsmeade on Saturday like the older students. Bach was toying with a musical object, while Elvis was absorbed in a book, occasionally turning the pages with a rustle. These sounds, coupled with the fleeting image of a certain girl that occasionally surfaced in his mind, and the chaotic thoughts that wandered aimlessly, made it somewhat challenging for Qin Yu to find tranquility. Do not force yourself to listen, to see, or to think. Do not deliberately avoid listening, seeing, or thinking. Do not strive to move, nor to remain still. Professor Swinton's words echoed in Qin Yu's mind. guiding him into a profound state of calm. Before he realized it, the voices of his roommates began to fade into the distance, transforming into a mere background hum that stirred not a ripple in his heart. The chaotic thoughts gradually subsided, slipping away unobtrusively. He found himself sinking deeper into meditation, his spirit quietly rejuvenating and strengthening. The following morning at Hagrid's hut. Wow, what a beautiful young lady. She seems to have grown taller since I last saw her, Hagrid exclaimed, holding up a photograph with his giant hand in admiration. Let me see. George and Fred, the mischievous twins, eagerly tiptoed forward, eager to snatch a glimpse of the picture. Qin Yu pushed the two boys aside and took the photograph from Hagrid's hands. Why be so stingy? I barely caught a glimpse, protested George. Indeed, we ought to remember what she looks like. It would be easier to assist her when she arrives at Hogwarts. Fred chimed in. You needn't concern yourselves. I will look after her, Qin Yu retorted with irritation directed at the two boys. He then turned to Hagrid and continued. She specifically asked me to convey her gratitude to you in her letter. She mentioned that the book you gifted her is truly remarkable and has been of great assistance. Haha, what a polite young lady. Tell her there is no need for thanks. It is my privilege that she enjoys it, Hagrid replied with a smile. Indeed. The photograph depicted none other than Hermione. In it, she stood upright, beaming, at the doorstep of the Granger residence, cradling her bewildered owl, Treacle. This was the photograph enclosed with the letter Qin Yu had received that morning, just as he had mentioned. Hermione had taken the time to express her appreciation for Hagrid's gift, the rare and treasured book authored by Newt Scamander, which she adored. She had gleaned much from it and dreamed of owning a bowtruckle or a niffler, or perhaps even an invisible creature. As Qin Yu carefully placed the photograph back into the envelope, he noted the slight disappointment in George and Fred's eyes. Now, let us get down to business. Early in the morning, Qin Yu arrived at Hagrid's hut, not merely to convey the contents of Hermione's letter, but also with an ulterior motive, to discuss business matters with Hagrid and the Weasley twins. So, I hear you plan to sell products under the guise of the school? Fred spoke up first. Fred, mind your phrasing. What do you mean under the guise of the school? We are duly authorized by the institution. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Indeed. We shall also contribute a portion of the profits to the school, which is entirely reasonable, Fred quickly asserted with a serious demeanor. Correct? We are justifiably utilizing the school's name. George chimed in. Now, we must address the issue of pricing, Qin Yu stated, highlighting the crucial topic of their meeting. Thus, he and the Weasley twins commenced a discussion regarding the pricing of the potions they intended to sell, all under Hagrid's watchful gaze. Ultimately, they agreed to increase the initial price by approximately 20%, setting it at 250 galleons per pint for S grade, while A, B, and C grades would be priced at 180, 150, and 120 galleons per pint, respectively. With the prestigious Hogwarts name and Professor Snape's renowned reputation, this pricing was indeed a generous offer. When Hagrid solemnly pointed out that 250 was an unlucky number in the East, Qin Yu shrugged, expressing his indifference. This left Hagrid in a state of confusion, struggling to comprehend why Qin was unconcerned about the number. Next, they proceeded to emblazon each bottle with the Hogwarts emblem and label them as personally graded by Professor Snape. Qin Yu concluded. George and Fred nodded in unison, expressing their admiration for Qin Yu's audacity. Oh, not that. Rather their reverence for his commercial acumen. Chapter 34, Confronting Fear. Qin. I heard from Charlie that you might be joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team? George asked, brimming with envy. Charlie praised your flying skills, claiming that we pale in comparison. Fred added, feeling somewhat defeated. At that moment, as they exited Hagrid's hut and made their way towards Hogwarts Castle, the Weasley twins had always considered themselves exceptional among their peers. However, upon encountering Qin Yu, who was a year their junior, they felt thoroughly overshadowed in intellect, emotional intelligence, and magical talent. Most importantly, their once proud business acumen seemed rather juvenile in Qin Yu's presence. Hearing that he might join the Quidditch team they had long aspired to, it was inevitable that feelings of envy and inadequacy would arise. Nevertheless, they had come to respect Qin Yu. Otherwise, witnessing the close interaction between him and Kelly and Anna would have unsettled them. Charlie indeed mentioned this to me, but Professor McGonagall believes we should not act hastily. She wants me to participate in the upcoming Quidditch tryouts, and only if I qualify will I be permitted to join, Qin Yu explained to the twins. What? You're also trying out? George exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't he that put us in direct competition? Fred felt a sudden surge of uncertainty. Just give it your all. I believe you can do it, Qin Yu encouraged. Well, although we know there is a bit of a gap, we can't back down now, George motivated himself. Yes, there are plenty of spots this time. We still have a chance. Fred regained some confidence. Then let us do our best and wish each other good luck, Qin Yu said to the two. Yes, good luck. The twins echoed in unison. As they conversed, the trio soon entered the grand doors of Hogwarts. As Qin Yu bid farewell to George and Fred, he noted that the hour was nearing 10 o'clock and proceeded directly to the main building to seek out Professor Swinton. Upon knocking on the door of Professor Swinton's office and stepping inside, he beheld a black cabinet positioned in the middle of the room. The moment Qin Yu laid eyes on the cabinet, a sense of understanding washed over him. Indeed, Professor Swinton smiled and declared, Today's training exercise is to confront your fears. Initially, I intended to show you some frightening images, but you seem unlike the other children. You do not appear to fear such things. Therefore, I have procured this, a boggart. As Swinton spoke, he gestured towards the black cabinet. Boggart? Qin Yu feigned ignorance. Precisely. It is a shape-shifting magical creature that can see into the depths of your heart and transform into your greatest fear. The method to vanquish a boggart is quite simple. You must employ the boggart banishing charm, ridiculous, to alter it into something you find utterly amusing. In doing so, what once instilled fear becomes a source of laughter, explained Professor Swinton. Qin Yu was somewhat familiar with this concept, though he had never cast the ridiculous charm before. Nor did he know what his deepest fear was, which left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Observing Qin Yu's reaction, Professor Swinton experienced a flicker of satisfaction. Indeed, this child had finally been intimidated. All right, now I shall teach you how to cast the ridiculous charm. With that, Professor Swinton provided a thorough explanation regarding the pronunciation of the incantation, the movement of the wand, and the timing required for its execution. It must be said that Qin Yu exhibited considerable talent in the realm of magic. It was unclear if he had always possessed such aptitude or if it was the result of some latent power, but regardless, he mastered the spell with remarkable speed, proficiently casting the incantation in under 5 minutes. This prompted Professor Swinton to reflect once more on how reassuringly capable Qin Yu truly was. Next came the moment of confronting the boggart. Remember, the more you fear it, the stronger it becomes. You must calm your mind. Do not allow fear to dominate your emotions. Strive to find a way to render it humorous. Professor Swinton gravely reminded as he stepped beside the cabinet. Understood, Professor Swinton. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. In truth, he felt a twinge of curiosity about what he feared most. Let us begin, Professor Swinton declared, waving his wand and opening the cabinet door. As the door creaked open, an indescribable sensation of discomfort began to swell within Qin Yu's heart. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from the cabinet, contorting in midair before transforming into a familiar object that landed on the floor. Upon witnessing this object, Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. It was an office desk, strikingly familiar, adorned with a keyboard, mouse, and monitor, alongside a recognizable mug and cactus. The monitor displayed an unfinished PowerPoint presentation. The first slide boldly emblazoned with the words Weekly Summary Report. Qin Yu gazed at the familiar surroundings as if an invisible force were tugging him towards his workstation. And he could almost hear the urging voice of his boss. Could it be that everything was merely an illusion? Was he still the same corporate drone, devoid of a magical realm and the presence of Hermione? As this thought crossed his mind, it felt as though something within him was obstructed, causing his emotions to spiral into agitation, his breathing becoming somewhat labored. Qin. Suddenly, the voice of Professor Swinton resonated through the air. A sudden shock coursed through Qin Yu's heart, prompting him to instinctively employ the techniques of meditation. His mind swiftly calmed, and he waved his wand, uttering the incantation, ridiculous. As the final syllable left his lips, his wand pointed toward the desk, which instantly contorted with a resounding pop. The objects rearranged themselves, forming the shape of a large pug, with the monitor serving as the dog's head. Observing the tail-wagging pug composed of desk and monitor, Qin Yu exhaled a breath of relief, revealing a smile. Quite a clever idea, Professor Swinton commended. Subsequently, the boggart vanished, and the cabinet door closed once more. You performed admirably this time. Your ability to adjust your mindset and respond promptly demonstrates a commendable control over your emotions, Professor Swinton concluded. Thank you, Professor Swinton. Had it not been for your timely reminder, I might have struggled to overcome my fear, Qin Yu expressed sincerely. You need not underestimate yourself. Many individuals experience a moment of disorientation when confronting fear for the first time. Your performance was entirely normal, and I believe that even without my prompt, you would have regained your composure swiftly. The boggart's trial was relatively successful, as it allowed Qin Yu to truly experience fear without succumbing to emotional turmoil, thus summoning his latent strength, an encouraging sign that fulfilled the day's training objective. Once Qin Yu's emotions had fully settled, Professor Swinton arranged several more trials. By the end, Qin Yu faced the boggart without hesitation, transforming it into an array of comical forms. Very well, you may return now. Goodbye, Professor Swinton. Farewell, Qin. With the morning's trials concluded, Professor Swinton allowed Qin Yu to depart. After his exit, as he stood in the quiet office, Professor Swinton pondered the fears that haunted Qin Yu, his expression shifting with emotion. Ultimately, he murmured enigmatically, "What a peculiar child." He then waved his wand, unlocking the cabinet that contained the boggart. The boggart rapidly transformed, landing on the ground as a statue. The statue depicted a tall man clad in a robe, a round shield in his left hand, and a long sword in his right. The man stood resolutely, his gaze unwavering. Gazing at the statue, Professor Swinton furrowed his brow. Ridiculous. With a flick of his wand, the statue's face was instantly adorned with paint, morphing into a clown with a red nose. Soon, the ludicrous clown vanished, retreating back into the cabinet. Chapter 35. Professor's Cruelty. The question lingers. After witnessing the world's wonders and splendor, can one truly resign to a monotonous existence? Qin Yu had never pondered this question deeply until Boggart revealed to him the profound attachment he held for his past life. It became evident that the innocence, dreams, and aspirations he harbored in his heart during his youth had not faded away. Perhaps it was due to his rebirth, returning to the essence of youth, that these feelings were revitalized. Or perhaps it was precisely those innocent dreams and yearnings that allowed him to once again embrace his youthful spirit. This question remains elusive, much like his inability to discern why the fates had guided him to this juncture, unveiling a new world that transformed him into a boy once more. Thus, he resolved to follow his heart, to immerse himself in the myriad experiences of this world, be they sorrowful or joyful, ultimately striving to lead a life distinct from the ordinary, cherishing this existence in the flowing currents of time. Qin Yu successfully completed Professor Swinton's training under Bogut, which also introduced him to a multitude of perplexities and reflections. However, from the professor's office to the Grand Hall of Hogwarts, he had come to terms with certain matters. Though some questions remained unanswered, he felt a clarity and resolve that surpassed his previous state of mind. This newfound understanding eclipsed the sense of accomplishment he had derived from disarming Professor Snape with the disarming charm. It is not to suggest that Professor Snape was inferior to Professor Swinton. On the contrary, Qin Yu regarded Severus Snape as an exceptionally talented and imaginative wizard. Snape's incisive critiques always pinpointed Qin Yu's shortcomings, providing targeted guidance tailored to his unique characteristics, which significantly accelerated his magical prowess. In Qin Yu's estimation, Professor Swinton was a remarkably erudite individual, effortlessly drawing from a wealth of knowledge spanning the ages and cultures, whether wizard or muggle. His expertise in ancient legends was particularly impressive, leading Qin Yu to suggest he teach a course on the history of magic, where he would undoubtedly surpass Professor Binns in popularity. Snape and Swinton, one an aloof genius and the other a passionate scholar, often prompted Qin Yu to muse on the intriguing dynamic of their personalities. Little did he know that Grindelwald and Dumbledore formed a famously celebrated duo in the magical realm. And by analogy, Snape and Swinton could easily be dubbed SSSS or even S4. Imagining a scene where Snape and Professor Swinton shared the same frame, Qin Yu found an inexplicable sense of harmony in the thought. Beyond these two professors, the younger generation, comprising Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Draco Malfoy, could easily form pairs as well, leading to combinations like Rona, Deha, and Darrow. It is worth noting that if the trio became friends, they could even debut as HWBOYS, with HW representing Hogwarts. Qin Yu had once envisioned the future of cultural industries in the magical world with George and Fred, and their collaboration promised considerable potential. Lost in these whimsical thoughts, a smile crept onto Qin Yu's lips, for the sight of Harry, Ron, and Draco standing together was indeed striking. At that moment, he found himself seated at the dining table in the Grand Hall, where Jimmy and others noticed his expression and cast curious glances his way. "Qin, is there something that brings you joy?" Elvis inquired first. Elvis had always considered Qin his best friend at school, hence his concern for Qin's affairs. "I know. It must be the letter from this morning. I arrived quite early and saw that Qin received another pink letter." Jimmy exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, Qin received a letter again?" Wilson remarked enviously. Sharing a similar expression with Elvis and Bork, Qin Yu found it futile to engage in discussions with these young children, for they could never comprehend his secret admiration for the coupledom he cherished. Any attempt to articulate his thoughts would be in vain. As for the matter of trust, had they not grown desensitized to the numerous instances he had experienced? "Enough about my affairs. What plans do you all have for the next couple of days?" Qin Yu skillfully shifted the conversation. As anticipated, Jimmy and the others ceased their inquiries. Their attention redirected as they excitedly spoke about attending the Quidditch tryouts for the various academies the following day. Upon learning that Qin Yu had enrolled in the selection process, their excitement intensified. Jimmy proposed that they form a cheerleading squad to support Qin Yu, while Elvis eagerly volunteered to create a banner. Listening to their animated chatter and feeling the warmth of their enthusiasm, Qin Yu was inexplicably touched. After lunch, Jimmy and the others busied themselves with preparations to cheer for Qin Yu. Qin Yu continued to receive the meticulous guidance of Professor Snape. It soon became evident that Qin Yu's previous success in disarming Snape with the disarming charm was merely a result of Snape's leniency. As the training commenced that afternoon, although the use of the disarming charm was still the only permitted method of attack, Qin Yu could distinctly sense that Snape had shifted to a more serious approach. The amplification of magical power aside, Snape delivered a blow that left Qin Yu's hand numb, an outcome he had anticipated, given Snape's formidable strength. However, the fact that Snape could unleash 2 spells in rapid succession was utterly bewildering. No one had ever informed him that such a feat was possible. This left Qin Yu utterly confounded. As if that were not enough, just as Qin Yu began to acclimatize to Snape's dual assault, Snape unleashed a 3-hit combo. Moreover, Qin Yu harbored suspicions that, in addition to consecutively casting spells, Snape had whimsically incorporated effects such as shockwaves, disorientation, repulsion, dazzling flashes, paralysis, scorching flames, and freezing into the disarming charm. Qin Yu found himself in a state of utter disarray, overwhelmed and inexpressibly pained. Strictly speaking, Professor Snape had indeed employed only the disarming charm, albeit one that had been modified by his own hand. By the conclusion of the training, Qin Yu felt as though his body might disintegrate. Was this not a deliberate act of retribution for yesterday's events? Observing Snape's nonchalant demeanor, Qin Yu could not help but mentally scoff. Fortunately, the old professor had cast a few healing spells at the end, alleviating much of his fatigue and discomfort. Given the significance of the Quidditch tryouts, Qin Yu was granted a day of reprieve to partake in the selection process. The following day, he arrived at the Quidditch pitch, surrounded by a throng of friends. There, he encountered several familiar faces also vying for a spot on the team, including George, Fred, and a Gryffindor girl named Angelina Johnson. Additionally, a remarkably handsome Hufflepuff named Cedric Diggory was present, and from a distance, Qin Yu had to concede that this fellow was indeed his equal in terms of attractiveness. Chapter 36. The Quidditch tryouts. Quidditch, originating in the 11th century, boasts a history nearing a millennium and stands as the most influential sport in the magical realm, without exception. Within Hogwarts, many faculty members and students are fervently passionate about this sport. Professor McGonagall, in particular, is a seasoned Quidditch enthusiast. Having once ignored Professor Snape for 3 weeks following Gryffindor's defeat to Slytherin, only to be elated for several days after a subsequent victory. Moreover, she possesses a keen eye for discovering Quidditch talent, going to great lengths for the benefit of Gryffindor's team. Under her guidance, Gryffindor has established itself as one of the most formidable teams in the entire school. Naturally, on such a momentous occasion as the tryouts, Professor McGonagall would not be absent. Upon Qin Yu's arrival at the stadium, he spotted Professor McGonagall seated in the exclusive staff section, her demeanor somewhat serious as she observed the field. How nerve-wracking. With so many eyes upon them, what if he were to fall? It would be utterly embarrassing. George and Fred, standing anxiously beside Qin Yu, voiced their concerns. Meanwhile, they could not help but glance over at the group of Gryffindor girls waiting nearby for their turn in the selection process. Qin Yu discerned that the two brothers were likely admiring the strikingly beautiful Angelina Johnson, who had come to audition for the role of a chaser. Upon noticing the gaze of Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers, Angelina offered them a nod of acknowledgement. "Wow, is she greeting me?" Fred exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Perhaps she is addressing me." George chimed in. "You're both overthinking it. She must be waving at me." Qin Yu teased the two foolish boys deliberately. "As if. She doesn't even know you." Fred retorted dismissively. "Indeed, the girl beside her is the one who is signaling you," George remarked. Qin Yu glanced over and indeed saw a familiar young girl beside Angelina, seemingly a student from this year's Gryffindor, named Katie Bell. Qin Yu waved at her, signifying a greeting. The three engaged in casual conversation, and the previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably. Moreover, George and Fred, with their inherently carefree dispositions, were hardly the type to shy away from challenges. If they were truly timid, they would not have achieved the status of the two most dominant figures at Hogwarts. In Quidditch, players are categorized into 4 distinct roles: keeper, chaser, beater, and seeker, each selected through different methods. Although the selection process varies from year to year, the skills assessed remain relatively consistent. For instance, the keeper's ability to guard the goal in midair is evaluated, while chasers are tested on their capability to pursue the quaffle, score goals, and evade bludgers. As for Qin Yu, who aspired to be a beater, he needed to perform a series of challenging strikes in the air and hit specific targets to qualify. The seeker's primary focus is on speed. As the golden snitch is exceptionally swift, a player's velocity must match it to have any chance of capturing the elusive ball. Cedric Diggory, the charming and charismatic Hufflepuff, was vying for the position of seeker. He epitomized the quintessential handsome student, radiant, dashing, and intelligent, embodying the image of a perfect wizard. When he soared through the air on his Nimbus broomstick, the Hufflepuff girls erupted in enthusiastic cheers, with some even proclaiming their love for him. Even students from other houses joined in the fervor, demonstrating his immense popularity. The selection for Hufflepuff Seeker was overseen by a senior Quidditch player from the house. After retrieving the golden snitch from a box and briefly explaining the procedure to the participants, he released it into the air. In an instant, the snitch unfurled its wings and darted away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Wow, that was incredibly fast. I doubt I possess the talent to be a seeker," George and Fred remarked, each expressing their astonishment. As they spoke, Cedric and the others gripped their broomsticks tightly, leaned forward, and accelerated rapidly in pursuit of the snitch. A wave of applause erupted from the stands as Cedric took the lead, undeniably impressive. "I must admit, Cedric excels in speed, far surpassing the other candidates," Qin Yu acknowledged sincerely. True to expectations, just a few minutes later, Cedric successfully captured the specially designed golden snitch for the selection. He gleefully brandished the small, golden ball, eliciting even more enthusiastic cheers and applause from the girls in the stands. "Uffed, so he is just handsome and fast," Fred scoffed. "It's merely a selection. Come the actual match, he might not even outpace Charlie." George, proud of his brother Charlie, chimed in. "It's a pity Charlie will graduate next year," Qin Yu remarked with a hint of dismay. "Indeed, our team still needs a seeker, and it appears no one is auditioning this year," Fred expressed his concern. "What should we do? I should have devised a way to ensure Cedric failed the selection," George lamented. "Yes, I have 7 or 8 spells that could interfere with him catching the golden snitch, but alas, it's too late now. He has already succeeded." Fred echoed his frustration. "All right, you two. Can't you think of a more reasonable approach?" Qin Yu rolled his eyes, slightly irritated. Then, with a knowing smile, he added, "Besides, who knows? There might be a first year next year who could succeed Charlie. First year? Forget it. Just thinking of Ron's clumsy demeanor makes me anxious about the next batch of first years. George remarked, unable to suppress his critique of his younger brother. While I agree with you, it's not entirely fair to speak of Ron that way. Fred said with a serious tone. After all, he is our brother. Qin Yu could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Ron. The selection for Seekers concluded swiftly, as there were few who qualified, with Cedric from Hufflepuff standing out remarkably. The performances from the other houses were rather lackluster. Gryffindor only managed to recruit one barely adequate candidate to serve as a substitute. However, Qin Yu believed that if he truly put his mind to it, he could easily outfly him. Following the Seeker selection, it was time for the goalkeepers and chasers to be evaluated. When Angelina Johnson took to the field, Fred and George cheered with great enthusiasm. Had it not been for the prohibition against using amplification charms, they would have undoubtedly caused quite a commotion. It must be noted that Angelina was not only strikingly beautiful but also possessed exceptional flying skills. She executed numerous difficult maneuvers atop her broom and successfully caught the golden snitch, scoring a goal in the process. Unsurprisingly, she was selected. Once the selection for chasers concluded, it was time for the beaters, and Qin Yu felt a tinge of nervousness as he gripped his broomstick. Chapter 37, Classic Tactical Maneuvers. Wow, it's Qin. The one from Gryffindor. He's also participating in the selection, a petite girl with light golden hair exclaimed excitedly to her companion from the Ravenclaw stands. At that moment, several Gryffindor candidates were ascending slowly on their brooms, hovering above the pitch. It really is him. It's rare for a first-year student to participate. He is quite impressive. Her companion replied, eyes sparkling with admiration. I've always thought he was special during our classes together. Not only excelling academically but also engaging with the teachers with such ease. And he has such a warm smile, the blonde girl mused. Indeed, his smile is captivating. With those lovely dimples, her friend agreed wholeheartedly. Should we cheer for him? But he isn't from our house. Would that be inappropriate? As the two girls whispered among themselves, a voice nearby called out, Qin, go for it. They turned to see a fellow first year from their own house. Both girls raised their eyebrows, no longer hesitating, and turned to face the field, cupping their hands around their mouths, shouting in unison, Qin, go. You're the best. Their voices soared above the earlier shout, resonating with fervor. As Qin Yu soared into the air, he was taken aback by the resounding cheers emanating from the stands. Although he had previously mused that Cedric was not particularly impressive and cautioned against underestimating the youth, he had to concede that the boy's popularity surpassed his own. After all, Cedric had been enrolled for over a year, actively participating in various school activities, thus earning a modicum of fame, while Qin Yu had only recently begun his academic journey. With few acquaintances to speak of. To his astonishment, however, he noticed a significant number of individuals chanting his name in support. The majority were students from Gryffindor. But there was also a commendable representation from other houses. Surveying the stands, Qin Yu spotted several enthusiastic faces among the Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and even Slytherin sections, all waving and calling out to him. Most were younger first-year students, many of whom he recognized. It seemed that he had garnered a bit of a following. And a sense of pride swelled within him as he offered a modest smile and waved back at the crowd. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, he was already regarded as a remarkable figure among the first-year students. His mature demeanor, exceptional academic prowess, evidenced by his eagerness to answer questions and earn points, his amiable interactions with classmates, Jerome being the sole exception, and his undeniable leadership qualities, as indicated by Jimmy and Elvis's constant companionship, had endeared him to many. Moreover, his rapport with professors, with whom he could engage in light-hearted banter, further enhanced his appeal. These attributes rendered him an object of admiration, envy, and even jealousy among his peers. It was not uncommon for groups of girls to clandestinely gather and exchange information about him, with Elvis occasionally serving as an unknowing source of intelligence. They had meticulously uncovered details of his birthday, favorite colors, preferred foods, and even the number of socks he owned. Had Qin Yu been aware of this, he would have certainly dealt with Elvis in a rather harsh manner, perhaps even tossing him into the Black Lake as a form of punishment. However, by the time he discovered these revelations, much time would have passed, and Elvis would have long since repented of his actions, deeply reflecting on his past mistakes. Returning to the matter of the selection of batters. After receiving the enthusiastic cheers from his classmates, Qin Yu felt invigorated, particularly by Elvis and Jimmy, who had even unfurled a banner that, although small and distant, added to the atmosphere. Regardless, he felt a newfound calmness wash over him. As he gazed at the oversized owl models floating in the sky, he couldn't help but critique the imaginative designs of Professor Swinton. Speaking of which, the selection of batters was orchestrated by Professor Swinton himself, who had devised the rules. He had arranged for 10 large black and white owl models to hover in the air, these whimsical figures serving as imaginary players. The host of the selection would then launch a certain number of bludgers into the sky, aiming to strike the white owls. Subsequently, the participating students would utilize their bats to hit the bludgers, with the objective of safeguarding the white owls from being hit while attempting to knock down the black ones. The evaluation would be based on the number of white owls protected and black owls struck down. While these rules were quite standard, Qin Yu found the sight of the chubby, round-faced owl models to be rather incongruous. Yet, this was quintessentially Swinton. Time did not slow for Qin Yu's musings. And soon the whistle blew, signaling the commencement of the selection. 5 Gryffindor students, including Qin Yu, George, and Fred, hovered in the air, maintaining a distance of 30 to 40 meters from one another. Just after the whistle sounded, several official Quidditch team members, led by Charlie and Wood, began to release the bludgers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the bludgers slicing through the air echoed as 5 bludgers shot toward the floating white owls like cannonballs. Observing the approaching bludgers, a senior Gryffindor candidate boldly soared toward the nearest one, brandishing his bat. However, whether due to an excessive swing or the unruly nature of his broomstick, he lost his balance and tumbled forward, his bat swinging wide as the bludger collided painfully with his arm. Ouch! He cried out, plummeting from the sky along with his uncontrollable broomstick. Fortunately, a teacher had cast a cushioning charm just in time, preventing further injury upon landing. Nevertheless, the impact from the bludger had evidently caused significant harm to his arm, and he lay on the ground, writhing in agony. At this moment, several upperclassmen acting as paramedics approached calmly, skillfully casting a pain relief spell on his arm before swiftly lifting him onto a stretcher to remove him from the field, ensuring the selection process was not disrupted. The entire procedure unfolded seamlessly, indicating their prior experience with such emergencies. In the realm of Quidditch, broken arms and legs were not uncommon, let alone a mere dislocation. The injured fellow was immediately eliminated, serving as a stark reminder to the remaining 4. Dealing with bludgers was no trivial matter. George and Fred exchanged glances, opting to avoid direct confrontation, preferring to let the bludgers roam for a while, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, the candidate unfamiliar to Qin Yu swiftly positioned himself beside the white owl he was to protect, adopting a vigilant stance, ready to pounce. As Qin Yu gazed at the approaching bludger, a smile graced his lips. He flexed his neck and shoulders, then lowered his body to grasp the wooden handle of his broomstick. With a swift motion, he urged the broom into action, launching himself into the air with remarkable speed. What is Qin doing? Why is he flying in the opposite direction? There is no bludger over there. A young girl with light golden hair exclaimed in confusion. Right? Could it be that he is afraid of being hit? Her companion murmured quietly. Impossible. Qin is not that kind of person. How could he be afraid? The girl retorted indignantly. I didn't say he was scared. Perhaps he just wants to temporarily dodge his teammates, her friend hastily clarified. Maybe. But I really don't know. The two continued to watch the sky, their curiosity piqued. They were not alone in their bewilderment. Many others shared their confusion, as Qin Yu indeed flew sideways. However, not everyone was oblivious. Seasoned Quidditch enthusiasts, like Professor McGonagall, recognized the significance of Qin's maneuver, her usually calm eyes sparkling with excitement. Meanwhile, Professor Swinton, seated in the teacher's stand, wore an expression of surprise and delight. Such a show-off, Professor Snape muttered under his breath. Yet a glimmer of admiration flickered in his gaze. Those who understood the strategy grasped it quickly, while those who did not remained puzzled for only a brief moment. For Qin Yu's speed soon revealed his intentions. Rather than following a straight path, he executed rapid, arcing movements, akin to navigating a roundabout in the Muggle world. Once he completed a swift semicircle, he returned just in time to intercept the very bludger he was defending against. He accelerated, aligning his motion with that of the bludger, quickly closing the distance. At that moment, the bludger was less than 10 meters away from the white owl he was guarding, perilously close to colliding with the adorably plump bird model that floated lazily in the air. In a critical instant, Qin Yu steadied his flight with one hand gripping the broomstick while the other raised his bat, striking fiercely at the oncoming bludger. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Qin Yu's bat struck the bludger with precision, sending it soaring into the air. The endearing white owl deftly avoided a disastrous fate, continuing to float and sway in the sky, as if celebrating its narrow escape. Applause erupted from the stands, a chorus of admiration for the remarkable feat of executing a curved, synchronized strike. This young man is truly exceptional, managing such a complex maneuver. Those with discerning eyes eagerly called out the name of this classic move. Indeed, it was the curved, synchronized strike. I had my doubts about his intentions moments ago, but instinctively dismissed the possibility, believing it to be an action only achievable by professional players. How could he possibly accomplish it? Yet, he did. Others nearby echoed the sentiment. Is it really that difficult? One person questioned, puzzled. Difficult? Please remove the that. The essence of this maneuver lies in control. Without sufficient speed and technique, one cannot hope to keep pace with the bludger. The first speaker passionately elucidated to the uninformed individual. At such a young age, he has already mastered this move. The future is bright for him. Absolutely. I will certainly keep an eye on him. Someone chimed in. By the way, what is this boy's name? I don't recall hearing about him before. Which grade is he in? He appears to be a first-year newcomer. I overheard some first graders calling him Qin or King, but it was too loud to catch clearly. Never mind, I'm a fan now. Bravo. Those who understood the brilliance of Qin Yu's actions were ecstatic, passionately explaining to those around them just how impressive and challenging the move truly was. The first-year students who had been cheering for Qin Yu were even more fervent in their support. Meanwhile, Qin Yu himself was entirely unaware of the concept of a curved, synchronized strike. He simply grasped the relative nature of speed. This realization was aided by witnessing the unfortunate mishap of another player struck by the bludger. Had he not seen that, Qin Yu might have attempted a direct confrontation. However, after observing the dire situation, he swiftly adjusted his strategy. Since altering the actual speed of the bludger was impossible, he could fly in the same direction as it, thereby minimizing their relative speed to nearly a standstill, making his strike far less laborious. It was this insight that led Qin Yu to execute a series of maneuvers involving a curved approach followed by a synchronized strike against the bludger. His ingenuity proved fruitful, as he successfully propelled the swiftly flying bludger, granting him a fleeting sense of confidence and accomplishment. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently performed a highly advanced Quidditch tactic before the watchful eyes of the audience, leaving them all astounded. During the subsequent selection process, Qin Yu continued to showcase his exceptional control and speed, striking the bludger from various angles. In addition to the curved approach, he experimented with different techniques, inadvertently employing several classic tactical maneuvers. This transformed the selection into a solo showcase of his talents, of course, lacking formal training. Some of his attempts were executed imperfectly or only half-heartedly, yet this did not diminish the perception of him as a rising star in the realm of Quidditch. Figures such as Professor McGonagall and Charlie Weasley were undoubtedly delighted by his performance. Meanwhile, Professor Snape quietly grimaced, foreseeing potential challenges for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and refrained from casting any jinxes to bring that showboating youth down. With the entirety of the stadium's attention fixated on Qin Yu, the unnamed participant who had been struck by the bludger fell to the ground without garnering much notice, except from the diligent and skilled medical team. As for the Weasley brothers, George and Fred, they had conveniently joined forces to tackle the troublesome bludgers, ultimately scoring considerable points each. Their collaboration was not against the rules, as there had been no prior stipulation against teamwork. When the selection concluded, Qin Yu naturally secured his place as a beater on the Quidditch team, while George and Fred were designated as substitute beaters. Despite being substitutes, the brothers were thoroughly pleased, for they held a genuine respect for Qin Yu's abilities. Afterward, they descended from the sky, jovially seeking out Angelina Johnson, who had also made the Quidditch team, to express their enthusiasm for becoming teammates and looking out for one another in the future. Following Qin Yu, the Slytherin candidates who took the stage exhibited rather lackluster performances. One lad even attempted to imitate Qin Yu's graceful arcing maneuver, only to find himself flung out of the competition, thus unnecessarily burdening the medics. Qin Yu handed the borrowed Nimbus broomstick to Charlie and then made his way to the stands to join his roommates. Witnessing their enthusiastic cheers in his support, he resolved to treat them to an assortment of sweets from the Duke of Honey, which would require Hagrid to venture to Hogsmeade, as they, being younger students, were prohibited from going out. Upon arriving at the Gryffindor student section, Qin Yu was greeted with fervent applause. "Qin, you are incredible! Qin, that move was absolutely spectacular. Qin, could you teach me how to use the broomstick? I'm still quite unpracticed." Amidst the cacophony of voices, Qin Yu smiled and exchanged greetings as he passed through, savoring a brief moment of what it felt like to be a public figure. He then approached the spot where Elvis and Jimmy were situated. Upon noticing Qin Yu's arrival, they eagerly waved a small banner, likely crafted from Elvis's scarf, and shouted, "Qin, you are amazing." Qin Yu finally discerned the words inscribed upon the banner. "Qin is the king." The autumn breeze rustled the scarf-shaped banner, causing it to flutter like a flag. At that moment, neither the youth holding the banner nor the onlookers comprehended how such a phrase would resonate throughout the magical realm in the future. Instead, they simply reveled in the pure, uncomplicated joy of the present. Joy, after all, is meant to be straightforward. Chapter 38. Bertie Bott's Every Flavor Beans. He who spits loses the selection for the Quidditch team unfolded over the course of an entire day, marking a rather lively event for the entire school. The youth, brimming with enthusiasm, exuberantly shouted and cheered from the sidelines, channeling the vibrant energy unique to their age, seemingly tireless in their exuberance. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, the selection neared its conclusion, and one by one, the crowd began to disperse, leaving behind a few upperclassmen and teachers to tidy up the venue. From a distance, Qin Yu spotted Professor Swinton approaching the lower part of the field. With a gentle wave of his wand, the black and white owl models that hovered in the air began to sway and descend. As they neared the ground, they suddenly contracted and swiftly flew into a cloth bag held by Professor Swinton. He then tugged at the string of the bag, securing it before departing. Observing the modestly sized bag, akin to a potion textbook, Qin Yu could not help but display a look of envy. This bag must have been enchanted with an expansion charm or some similar spatial spell, allowing it to contain such a multitude of large owl models. What a splendid item! How I wish it were mine. Qin Yu smacked his lips, murmuring to himself. It seemed that, sensing some ill intentions directed towards him, Professor Swinton swiftly tucked the bag into his open cloak, concealing it beneath his wizard robe, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. This left Qin Yu feeling a tinge of disappointment. Soon after, he noticed the expressions of Fred and George, even more disheartened than his own, as they approached him. "So, how does it feel to be snubbed?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, speaking with a hint of schadenfreude. As the saying goes, one should not expose other shortcomings nor strike them in the face. Qin Yu skillfully sidestepped this virtue. Let us refrain from harsh words, Angelina politely remarked, stating that she had prior commitments with friends, thus declining our invitation. Fred expressed his dissatisfaction. Indeed, it was our own delay that led to this, George lamented, following suit with disappointment. Earlier, Qin Yu and his companions had contemplated hosting a small gathering at Hagrid's hut to celebrate the successful selection process. Fred and George eagerly proposed inviting Angelina, as they all shared the honor of being selected together, fostering camaraderie among teammates. However, that idea came to a halt. Let us save it for next time. After all, we will have plenty of opportunities during training, Qin Yu generously consoled the two. Instantly, their spirits were lifted, and they led Elvis, Jimmy, Wilson, and Bach toward Hagrid's abode. Observing the Weasley brothers animatedly recounting tales of the wondrous creatures Hagrid tended to, Qin Yu felt his consolation was unnecessary. They were undoubtedly natural optimists. Of course, it was not simple for someone like them to thrive in the Weasley household. Contemplating these fragmented thoughts, Qin Yu joined the group on their way to Hagrid's hut. Upon their arrival, Hagrid, the gracious host, had just finished arranging his modest living room. Seeing the group, he rubbed his hands together and cheerfully exclaimed, "Boys, welcome to my humble abode." "Thank you, Hagrid," several of the children quickly replied. Their attention then shifted to the array of candies on the table, captivated and unable to look away. Before Qin Yu's arrival, he had already instructed the owl to inform Hagrid, requesting his assistance in procuring some sweets. Hagrid, ever thoughtful, had purchased a delightful assortment, piled high on the table like a miniature mountain. Although the school's food was quite satisfactory, how could the children possibly resist the allure of candy? Gurgle. It was unclear who swallowed first, but soon the sounds of eager gulps echoed around the room. Without further ado, let the feast commence. Qin Yu picked up a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean and popped it into his mouth. With a single chew, a burst of spicy flavor enveloped his palate. Hiss. Qin Yu inhaled sharply, his brow furrowing as he struggled to chew and swallow. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, once consumed, one must not expel them. Those who do, lose. Apart from Qin Yu, the others also ventured a taste of these whimsically flavored confections, their expressions a vivid tapestry of emotions, bitter, spicy, sour, and sweet, all abundantly clear. Fortune smiled upon Wilson, who savored a strawberry-flavored bean, while others met with misfortune. George was nearly brought to tears. After sampling the every flavor beans, everyone chose their preferred candies and indulged heartily. Naturally, after consuming a certain quantity, one achieves a sense of satisfaction and loses their fervor, refraining from endless consumption. At this juncture, Hagrid's personally brewed tea became a favored delight among the group. Remarkably, while Hagrid's culinary skills may be described as disastrous, his tea was commendable. Each child held a cup, sipping the tea while inquisitively inquiring about the various decorations in Hagrid's abode, particularly fascinated by the curiosities of magical creatures, fur, horns, and more, filling them with wonder. Certainly, Qin Yu was not among them. He sat on the steps of Hagrid's hut, cradling a cup of tea, taking small sips while watching the sun gradually descend on the horizon. At an indeterminate moment, a golden unicorn approached with a light, graceful gait. Upon nearing the hut, it emitted a joyful whinny directed at Qin Yu. This was the unicorn, Anna. Her presence sent the group of young children into a frenzy. They stood at a distance, gazing at the elegant creature, hesitant to approach for fear of startling her. At this juncture, George and Fred, brimming with self-satisfaction, each carried a thoroughly cleaned carrot, devoid of moisture, and ventured closer. However, Anna paid them no heed and continued directly towards Qin Yu. The gathering at Hagrid's hut concluded promptly before dinner commenced. Prior to its conclusion, Charlie, who had been tidying up the Quidditch pitch, arrived. He first cautioned his two younger brothers not to cause any more trouble for Hagrid, which elicited a mildly dismissive response from George and Fred. He then turned to Qin Yu to discuss the selection process. Charlie conveyed Professor McGonagall's suggestion for Qin Yu to assume the position of seeker rather than that of a beater. "Why?" Qin Yu inquired, momentarily taken aback. "Because your speed is quite impressive," Charlie replied with a shrug. "No," Qin Yu exclaimed, shaking his head vehemently, rejecting the proposal. Before participating in this selection, he had harbored certain expectations for the seeker position, perceiving it as a remarkable role capable of turning the tide single-handedly. Given that capturing the golden snitch would grant his team a significant advantage of 150 points. However, after today's selection, he realized that being a beater was the position he truly desired. Since Qin Yu was resolute, Charlie did not press the matter further. Recognizing that their team currently had no shortage of seekers, they could always have Professor McGonagall persuade him after he graduated next year. Thus, before Hagrid could eagerly showcase his culinary skills, Qin Yu led the bewildered children away from the hut. Chapter 39. Allow me to introduce myself, a combined chapter. Are you truly not considering being a seeker? It's an incredibly coveted position. As they entered the Gryffindor common room, George and Fred could not contain their curiosity once Charlie returned to his dormitory. "I really have no particular interest in being a seeker," Qin Yu replied. Upon concluding his statement, Qin Yu paused momentarily before earnestly addressing the two individuals. "I believe that a team resembles a diminutive army. The chasers are akin to the frontline soldiers, boldly engaging in direct assaults. The seekers serve as the unconventional forces, advancing solo to achieve unexpected victories. While the batters represent the sharpest spears and the deadliest weapons of this military ensemble, epitomizing the pinnacle of a team's combat prowess. Rather than aimlessly pursuing a fluttering, winged ball, I would much prefer to wield my bat and unleash havoc upon the field, vanquishing any who dare to oppose me. How exhilarating that would be. As he spoke, he mimicked the action of swinging a bat with fervor, exuding an undeniable vigor. Indeed, we share the same sentiment. The batter occupies the most exhilarating position, George remarked with a knowing smile. Without a batter, Quidditch would lack its very soul. Fred added in agreement. The three of them, united in their admiration, embraced the vision of dominating the field in the future, their spirits soaring with unbridled joy. After parting ways, Qin Yu pondered that if he continued to associate with these two brothers, he would likely descend further into a realm of youthful exuberance. The topic of Quidditch selections remained a lively discussion for several days following the conclusion of the trials. Qin Yu has become a minor celebrity at school. At the very least, many recognize him as the batsman who safeguarded the large white owl on selection day. However, most are unaware of his name, as he is merely a first-year student who has recently enrolled. A few days later, the inertia of daily life pulled everyone back to their routine, and the Quidditch selection became a distant memory. People resumed their usual activities, engaging in conversations about other matters and individuals. Naturally, those classmates who were already fans of Qin Yu continued to eagerly seek out information about him. Elvis remained their primary source of information. However, when Elvis informed them that Qin Yu had a female friend who frequently wrote to him, their hearts shattered, leaving them despondent. Some melancholic girls relinquished their fantasies about Qin Yu, resorting to their studies to numb their wounded hearts. Others, undeterred, believed they still had a chance, questioning who among them was not a magical princess in their own right. Qin Yu, oblivious to these youthful sentiments, was exceedingly busy. Following his formal induction into the Gryffindor Quidditch team, he engaged in a whirlwind of classes, tutoring sessions, and Quidditch training. Although his schedule was demanding, he did not perceive it as exhausting. On the contrary, he quickly adapted to this new lifestyle. His classes, including potions, herbology, charms, and transfiguration, were profoundly enriching. With each lesson, Qin Yu increasingly appreciated the allure of magic, leveraging his exceptional insights and imaginative thinking to pose peculiar questions to his instructors, frequently interrupting their teaching flow and significantly hindering the normal progression of lessons. Professor Sprout, on numerous occasions, complained to her colleagues that she might not complete the semester's curriculum before the Christmas holidays, as Qin Yu had borrowed various herbs for research purposes, citing the feasibility of cultivating them, and had even requisitioned large quantities of some precious herbs for experimental use. In terms of Quidditch training, under the meticulous guidance of Charlie, Qin Yu systematically learned commonly employed tactical maneuvers and made swift progress. Within a mere fortnight, he was already able to coordinate with the official team members, showcasing commendable performance in a friendly match against Ravenclaw, which instilled a sense of caution among the defeated players of the Eagle House. Following this friendly encounter, Professor McGonagall personally gifted him a Nimbus 2000 broomstick, which deeply moved Qin Yu. However, he later learned that the funds for this broom came from the profits of the potion they had submitted. And he even found out that old Dumbledore had referenced the proverb "wool comes from the sheep" when approving the budget for the broom, leaving Qin Yu momentarily speechless upon hearing this. As for the tutoring sessions, Professor Snape had concluded his tormenting lessons on the disarming charm and began teaching Qin Yu more advanced spells, namely the fire-making spell and the stunning spell, Stupefy. Qin Yu particularly enjoyed the fire-making spell due to its exhilarating nature, as boys have always relished the dual pursuits of playing with water and fire. The immense power of this spell also contributed to his fondness for it, with its dual capability for offense and defense. Professor Snape conveyed in archaic English that this spell could unleash flames upon foes while also providing a protective barrier when the flames were contained, commonly referred to as a fire shield. Nevertheless, mastering the control of fire proved challenging for Qin Yu, as he could only currently manage the Dragon's Breath technique, and he was not yet adept at containing the flames, fearing that further practice might leave him singed. Meanwhile, Professor Swinton had exhausted his teachings on meditation and fear, leading to more casual conversations with Qin Yu. Professor Swinton, does our daily tea and conversation not seem rather unproductive? Qin Yu finally asked one evening as he surveyed the array of refreshments prepared by the professor. How could it be deemed unproductive? Engaging in conversation is a vital means of emotional adjustment. When your thoughts collide with another's, your understanding of the world becomes more nuanced, your perspectives more stable, and your resolve significantly strengthened, Professor Swinton replied earnestly. Indeed, your words hold much merit, Qin Yu acknowledged. Qin Yu expressed his strong agreement and then took a bite of a pastry that seemed to be made from glutinous rice flour. Today, let us delve into the subject of astrology, shall we? Professor Swinton inquired. I am a Taurus. My birthday is on May 5th, Qin Yu remarked before sipping his tea. I indeed guessed correctly. I am a Gemini, Professor Swinton said, pointing to himself. I am not particularly interested, Qin Yu replied. Professor, I have heard that astrology is merely a superstition in the Muggle world. Is it truly necessary for us to discuss this? Qin Yu could no longer contain his thoughts. Your perspective seems somewhat one-dimensional. While it is true that astrology possesses a superstitious aspect, it can also be interpreted through the lens of psychology. Systematic and ritualistic elements instill an innate sense of trust. This is precisely how astrological theories operate. Once individuals develop faith in these theories, they inevitably influence their behavior in subtle ways. I believe this influence has a tendency to promote beneficial outcomes while steering one away from harm. To regard it solely as superstition is to overlook its depth and complexity. Professor Swinton articulated his theory with clarity and conviction. As Qin Yu sipped his tea, he listened attentively, occasionally nodding in agreement. Was there really any difference between this and the frivolous conversations he had in his past life? Time slipped away unnoticed, and Qin Yu felt as though he had grasped something profound, yet simultaneously, it seemed as if he understood nothing at all. Well, that will be all for today. You may take your leave. Professor Swinton, parched from his discourse, contentedly drained his cup and dismissed Qin Yu. The following evening, Qin Yu arrived punctually. Today, let us delve into the hidden layers of drama, Professor Swinton announced, clearing his throat with a serious demeanor. Wait a moment, Professor Swinton, Qin Yu interjected. Before we discuss that, could you assist me with something? I have been studying it for quite some time and still cannot comprehend its principles. He produced a small object from his pocket. What might this be? Professor Swinton inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. It is a handcrafted piece gifted to me by a friend. I once placed a grape and a cherry inside, and both remained fresh for an extended period. Qin Yu explained, extending the object towards him. Indeed, this was the small pyramid given to Qin Yu by Bill, who believed that their daily banter was a squander of time and Hogwarts educational resources. He thought it prudent to seek wisdom from Professor Swinton. Recently, Qin Yu had been experimenting with this pyramid, aiming to understand its mechanics so he could create a larger version to store more fruits. His intentions were both simple and practical. Is that so? Professor Swinton remarked, taking the pyramid and examining it closely. The more he scrutinized, the brighter his eyes became. And he murmured, "Wow, this is from the Egyptian Alchemical Research Center. It has been ages since I have encountered their new inventions. However, the alchemical materials belong to them. The enchantment contained within is clearly not from Cairo's system. How intriguing. The flow of magic exudes an air of classical sorcery. Professor, could you elucidate the operational principles of this object?" Qin Yu interjected at an opportune moment, drawing Professor Swinton back from his reverie. "Oh, you wish to understand its workings? What is your purpose?" Professor Swinton countered with a question of his own. "Well, I simply desire to create one myself. If possible, I would like to make it larger, about this tall." Qin Yu gestured, indicating a height of over a meter. That is no small feat," Professor Swinton chuckled, not denying his understanding of the pyramid's operation. "Then, would you be willing to teach me?" Qin Yu asked eagerly. Professor Swinton did not respond immediately. Instead, he waved his wand, instantly clearing away the tea and snacks. He adjusted his wizarding robe, straightened his posture, and solemnly addressed Qin Yu. "Before I impart my knowledge, allow me to introduce myself. I am Stephen Isaac Swinton, the 109th official student of the great alchemist, His Excellency Nicholas Flamel. I hold the alchemical arts in reverence and wish to embrace the sacredness of creation with utmost sincerity." "Huh? All right, the formalities are complete," Professor Swinton remarked, swiftly returning to his usual demeanor. Observing Qin Yu's bewildered expression, he chuckled and explained, "What I am about to teach you pertains to alchemy, a discipline steeped in ritual. For only the devoted alchemist can glimpse the might of the creator and forge the legendary philosopher's stone, capable of transmuting base metals into gold and granting immortality." The philosopher's stone. Qin Yu's heart raced at the mention. "I merely wished to create a preservation fridge. How did we veer into discussions of the philosopher's stone? Rest assured, I do not intend to teach you how to concoct the philosopher's stone. Even I struggle with that. The only person in the world capable of creating it is my mentor, Nicholas Flamel. However, I can guide you in producing the materials used in this pyramid, which is a more elementary aspect of alchemy. I will also attempt to teach you how to replicate the enchantments within." Professor Swinton said with a shrug after observing Qin Yu's expression. "Oh, is that so? Thank you for your willingness to teach me," Qin Yu replied, then hesitated. Do I need to perform a formal introduction like you just did?" "Ha, not at all. That is a ceremony my mentor requires from us formal students. In truth, all you need is a sincere heart when approaching alchemy," Professor Swinton reassured him with a wave of his hand. "Phew. I will certainly treat this with the seriousness it deserves," Qin Yu promised eagerly. Then, Professor Swinton resumed examining the small pyramid, his mood visibly lifted as he remarked, "Finally, we have something to engage with." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu could not help but silently muse that, indeed, you were merely idle and had nothing better to do than to engage in frivolous banter with me all day, were you? Of course, such words were not to be uttered aloud. Yes, one must possess a heart that is both sincere and earnest. Qin Yu banished his distracting thoughts and attentively listened to Professor Swinton's forthcoming explanations. Thus, the leisurely moments spent in Professor Swinton's office, sipping tea and engaging in conversation, transformed into something more enriching. It must be said that alchemy was far more challenging than he had initially envisioned. A substantial amount of theoretical knowledge awaited his study, compelling him to delve into his books even upon returning to his dormitory. These tomes included foundational alchemical texts and a collection of notes penned by Professor Swinton himself. This bustling lifestyle led to a decrease in the frequency of his letters to Hermione. However, the young lady earnestly expressed that her studies were paramount, permitting a slight reduction in correspondence. Nevertheless, the letters brought by Trig from Hermione did not diminish. This all had, unbeknownst to anyone, developed a routine of periodic flights between their two locations, often arriving at Granger's residence even without a delivery task. Indulging in some toast and ham before returning with Hermione's letters. Time flowed like sand, akin to horses trotting past a window. As the last leaf fell from the maple trees beyond the castle, the biting wind heralded the onset of deep autumn at Hogwarts. Chapter 40, The Center-Parted Hairstyle. Eight-eyed giant spider and tomato soup Aragog had returned. Hagrid, with a tone of relief intertwined with profound regret, addressed Qin Yu. The giant had just emerged from the forbidden forest, his thick outer garments seemingly still imbued with the chill of the woodland. Who? Qin Yu, occupied with grooming the unicorn Kelly, momentarily failed to comprehend Hagrid's words. It's that escaped old eight-eyed giant spider, Hagrid elucidated, gesturing with both hands to mimic the 8 legs of the spider. Qin Yu meticulously removed the unicorn hairs from the comb and handed them to Fred, who was diligently collecting them. He then nodded in realization and remarked, "So it was him. Didn't he say that this old fellow ran away from home?" To be honest, Qin Yu harbored little fondness for the 8-eyed giant spider. When he had inadvertently wandered into its lair, he had clearly stated his affiliation as Hagrid's friend. Yet the creature continued its vicious onslaught. Had it been someone without a system, they would surely have met their demise, while the old creature might not intend to harm. Its indifference when witnessing Qin Yu and the little unicorn in peril was something that lingered heavily on his mind. Thus, Qin Yu persistently referred to it in such a manner. Well, after Aragog fled, life has not been kind to him. He nearly met his end while passing through the centaur gathering place. Now that the weather has turned cooler, he has quietly returned. And I only just discovered this while patrolling the forbidden forest, Hagrid added. He further emphasized, he specifically instructed me not to inform you of his return. George and Fred exchanged glances, both silently pondering, isn't he prohibiting you from telling Qin? Then why mention it at all? Does he fear I might eradicate him completely? Qin Yu retorted with irritation. Perhaps there is such a concern. Aragog mentioned that you were truly terrifying at that moment. Had he not fled in time? He surely would have perished. Hagrid nodded in agreement, deeply convinced. Qin Yu rolled his eyes slightly, while meticulously styling the unicorn Kelly's hair into a center part. He coldly remarked, convey this to it. Since it did not harm me at that time, I shall not inflict harm upon it. Moreover, let it be known that this consideration is extended on account of your esteemed Uncle Hagrid. As for its offspring, they have brought their misfortunes upon themselves. Their remains rightfully belong to us. Should it harbor any objections regarding this matter, I am more than willing to engage in a discussion. George and Fred, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously. The venom of the 8-eyed giant spider was indeed highly lucrative, and they had already established connections with wizarding clients as far away as Brazil. I can assure you that Aragog will harbor no objections. His offspring have long been untamed, embodying a nature entirely distinct from his own. To the extent that even he struggles to rein them in, Hagrid explained to Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers. From Hagrid's words, Qin Yu gleaned the understanding that Aragog had been raised by Hagrid himself. Akin to a husky in the Muggle world, fierce yet capable of understanding human commands, while Aragog's progeny were entirely wild, brutal, and ignorant, comparable to feral dogs or wolves. One was a pet, the other a beast. Hagrid undoubtedly felt a bond with Aragog, yet held no sympathy for those untamed creatures. Aragog, too, shared this sentiment. Considering the sheer multitude of his offspring, what room was there for sympathy? Well, then, there is nothing further to discuss. Let it remain in its lair, Qin Yu concluded. As an afterthought, he added to Hagrid, please inform it that in the future, should any of your friends enter, it ought to keep a vigilant watch over its young. If any incidents of harm occur, I would not hesitate to obliterate the spider's den once more. At that point, we shall see if it can escape successfully again. Certainly, Qin Yu would not casually employ his formidable powers to obliterate the spider's den. However, intimidating words could certainly be uttered. After all, it is merely a large insect. Could it possibly comprehend the adage that war spares no deception? I will surely convey the message. Upon hearing this, Paige nodded with solemnity. Qin Yu and his companions acquired the venom, which they used to subtly open a gateway into the magical world's market. Under Hagrid's persuasion, Aragog obtained a temporary understanding and warning from Qin Yu, thus bringing the incident involving the 8-eyed giant spider to a satisfactory conclusion. George and Fred Weasley felt at ease. While Hagrid returned to the forbidden forest to convey Qin Yu's words to Aragog, the only discontent at the scene came from the little unicorn, Anna. As Qin Yu groomed the mane of the elder unicorn, she impatiently circled around, eager for attention. Hagrid's arrival had inadvertently slowed the progress of Qin Yu's styling for her mother, which irked her. At last, Hagrid departed, and Qin Yu styled the unicorn, Kelly, into a perfectly satisfying center parting that would please even the most fastidious. Immediately, the little unicorn approached, requesting Qin Yu to attend to her as well. Seeing her enthusiasm brought a smile to Qin Yu's face. He removed the last of the white unicorn hairs from the comb, handing them over to the Weasley brothers to keep safe, and began to groom Anna's coat. The Weasley brothers were not accepted by the unicorns for such tasks. As for the collected golden unicorn hairs, there was no need to save them. After all, Ollivander would not accept them. Nevertheless, while Qin Yu groomed her, the little unicorn eagerly gestured for him to collect her golden hairs as well, to ensure Anna did not feel that her hair was less valuable than her mother's. Qin Yu, George, and Fred switched to a different bag for the golden hairs. Thus, a Friday afternoon passed in this manner. As Qin Yu spent time with the unicorns, grooming their manes, he felt as though he had stolen a moment of tranquility amidst the chaos of life. Meanwhile, the Weasley brothers, George and Fred, were quite pleased with the collection of unicorn hair they had gathered. When Hagrid finally returned from the Forbidden Forest, bringing with him Aragog's assurance, Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers departed from Hagrid's hut and made their way back to Hogwarts Castle. On their journey home, George and Fred walked ahead, while Qin Yu ambled leisurely behind, lost in thought about recent events. Inevitably, his mind wandered back to the ancient acromantula, Aragog. And with that thought came a recollection of the system that had once saved his life. Ever since the encounter with the acromantula, it seemed the system had fallen silent, leaving him to wonder where it had gone. Could it be due to a lack of funds? Pondering this, Qin Yu could not help but halt his steps, silently beseeching. System, are you still there? If so, give me a sign. After 5 seconds of silence, he received no reply. Just as he was about to continue on his way, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Squeak. Qin Yu. Qin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, he helplessly muttered to himself, Your recent work efficiency seems to have diminished, old friend. How long has it been since you last issued a selection task? I have no additional income. I am solely relying on diligent labor for my earnings. And it is truly exhausting. Ding. A strong desire for adventure has been detected in the host. Would you like to activate the S-level difficulty world mode? The system's voice echoed. S-level difficulty world mode? What on earth? The system's words caught Qin Yu by surprise. Under this mode, the world would descend into the utmost chaos, placing the host in constant peril. Consequently, I would be able to frequently issue selection tasks, the system explained in an emotionless mechanical tone. Do you mean to say that as long as I wish to court danger, you will present me with selection tasks? Qin Yu was taken aback, pondering for a moment before asking. The system replied, You have understood correctly. Would you like to initiate the S-level difficulty world mode? You have 5 seconds to decide. If you do not respond within the allotted time, it will default to activation. The countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, forget it. I refuse to engage in this madness. Qin Yu exclaimed urgently. I am living my life just fine. Why impose an S-level difficulty upon me? Are you trying to suggest that my life is not precarious enough? Ding. The host's response has been received. The current difficulty world mode will remain unchanged. The system announced. Moreover, the system added. Should the host wish to activate a higher difficulty level world mode, please feel free to summon me at any time. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu rolled his eyes and remarked, I do not possess any masochistic tendencies. I certainly do not wish to engage in a high difficulty mode. Then refrain from summoning me. The system replied. How delightful. Wait a moment. Your words seem to carry an emotional undertone. Are you perhaps challenging me? Qin Yu inquired with a hint of excitement. Do you possess emotions akin to those of humans? He continued to question. However, the system remained silent, offering no response whatsoever. After attempting for a while longer, Qin Yu ultimately decided to abandon his inquiries, fearing that he might provoke the system. If it were to impose an S-rank difficulty mode, that would be quite overwhelming for him. At the very least, he was currently content with his life and did not wish to escalate the challenges he faced. As the evening chill swept across the hillside, Qin Yu shivered and pulled his neck in closer. Upon seeing George and Fred waving to him from a distance, he quickened his pace to join them. Seated at the dining table, after enjoying a warm bowl of tomato soup, Qin Yu felt quite comfortable, his stomach pleasantly warmed. Following this, he consumed 2 pastries and a piece of potato before departing the hall to visit the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor on the 3rd floor. This space had become rather crowded since Professor Swinton decided to teach Qin Yu alchemy, filled with an array of alchemical materials and apparatus. Upon Qin Yu's entrance, Professor Swinton, with a sense of pride, announced, You have arrived at the perfect moment. I have successfully deciphered the material formula from the Egyptian Alchemical Research Center, and we can begin our experiments. Chapter 41. Nobility arises from refinement and forging. Professor Swinton, you truly are a wellspring of knowledge and a prodigious talent. I am immensely proud to be your student, Qin Yu stated earnestly. Haha, you flatter me. I still have a long way to go to reach the level of my mentor, Lord LeMay. This matter is hardly worth mentioning, Professor Swinton replied, waving his hand dismissively. Nevertheless, the smile playing upon his lips betrayed his delight. Had it been Professor Snape who heard Qin Yu's commendation, he would have rolled his eyes and coldly remarked, If you possess the time to flatter, you might as well devote yourself to reviewing the spells I have taught you. In contrast, Professor Swinton was more thick-skinned, or rather, adept at handling praise with grace. Recently, Qin Yu had been primarily learning the theoretical aspects of alchemy under Professor Swinton's guidance. engaging in simple alchemical operations such as the common transformations of blackening, yellowing, and whitening, as well as the specifics of obtaining pure cinnabar. Meanwhile, Professor Swinton, while instructing Qin Yu, devoted nearly all his remaining energy to reverse engineering the alchemical materials required for that small pyramid. This focus had rendered him somewhat absent-minded in his defense against the dark arts class, as the students had not been subjected to any of his frightening illustrations for quite some time, resulting in a notable improvement in their appetites. After several days of research, Professor Swinton finally deciphered the composition of this material, which had indeed required considerable effort. All right, Qin, do not just stand there. Let us commence. I can hardly contain my eagerness, Professor Swinton said, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he addressed Qin Yu. Though Qin Yu understood Professor Swinton's enthusiasm for alchemy, he could not shake the feeling that his words, combined with his expression, compelled him to turn and flee. Unaware of Qin Yu's inner thoughts, Professor Swinton promptly handed him a set of alchemist robes, while he himself waved his wand to don a similar outfit. The robe was adorned with ancient, intricate patterns. After Qin Yu donned his attire, he joined Professor Swinton before an array of alchemical materials and instruments. Let me test your knowledge. What is alchemy? Professor Swinton inquired earnestly before commencing. Alchemy is the art of manipulating and exploring the four fundamental elements, earth, wind, water, and fire, utilizing these elements to create substances of greater nobility, even life itself. Qin Yu articulated the definition of alchemy. Indeed, nobility arises from refinement and forging. As the primordial four elements undergo a transformative rebirth through fierce flames and various trials, Professor Swinton replied with reverence. Upon concluding his statement, Professor Swinton directed Qin Yu to initiate some preparatory tasks, processing the necessary materials. These preliminary operations were familiar to Qin Yu, presenting no significant challenge. By the time Qin Yu completed the preparation, Professor Swinton had already set up the alchemical crucible, beneath which blazed a blue flame. Subsequently, Professor Swinton instructed Qin Yu to sequentially add the pre-processed materials into the crucible while he himself wielded his wand, regulating the intensity of the flames and the flow of substances within the crucible. As Qin Yu placed the final ingredient, the materials within the crucible transformed into a swirling, multicolored liquid. At that moment, Professor Swinton cast a spell that dramatically increased the flame's temperature. Then, he reverently retrieved a transparent glass vial containing white powder from his robes, uncorked it, and poured approximately 1/3 of its contents into the crucible. This is the alchemical catalyst gifted to me by Lord LeMay. It will simplify many cumbersome steps, Professor Swinton elucidated to a somewhat perplexed Qin Yu. Upon hearing the words, Qin Yu nodded slightly, his gaze returning to the reaction within the alchemical cauldron. As the white powder was poured in, the previously chaotic molten liquid reacted violently, intertwining and merging as if animated, while the color gradually unified into a radiant golden hue. Gold, the very essence of opulence. However, Qin Yu was well aware that what they were concocting was not mere gold, but a substance far more precious. Professor Swinton, ever vigilant of the transformations occurring in the cauldron, observed intently until the liquid reached his desired shade. He then waved his wand, gently diminishing the flames beneath the cauldron, extinguishing them with utmost caution, neither hastening nor delaying the process. Once the flames were completely snuffed out, Professor Swinton cast a levitation spell upon the golden liquid, allowing it to rise from the cauldron. In midair, it transformed into a perfectly round golden sphere, comparable in size to a ghostly flying ball. As this sphere rotated in the air, it gradually solidified, leaving delicate, cloud-like patterns on its surface. Qin, catch, Professor Swinton called out, raising his voice. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu promptly extended his hands. The golden orb, under the deft control of Professor Swinton, gently descended until it finally rested in Qin Yu's palms. At the moment his hands made contact with the orb, Qin Yu felt as if a vibrant pulse of life emanated from the golden sphere. Alchemy, indeed, is a wondrous discipline. In his heart, Qin Yu contemplated that the successful concoction of alchemical materials was the first step in the creation of the pyramid. They would utilize this freshly crafted alchemical substance to forge the 5 faces of the pyramid. Subsequently, they would inscribe the incantations from the smaller pyramid onto these 5 faces. This was an ancient spell, employing some archaic incantations, and it was indeed a remarkable talent for his friend to engrave these spells onto the pyramid. Professor Swinton remarked to Qin Yu. Indeed, Bill is quite remarkable. I cannot even attempt to replicate those incantations. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Ah. The drawing of incantations is not merely a matter of reproducing the appearance. One must also perceive the flow of the incantations. Otherwise, even if one were to replicate them perfectly, the outcome would lack any efficacy, Professor Swinton chuckled. It sounds somewhat troublesome, Qin Yu shrugged. Yes. It is said that these incantations were crafted by ancient sorcerers who perceived the ethereal whispers. Of course, our current replication does not require such depth. A rough imitation will suffice. This task is beyond my solitary capabilities. I shall need assistance. The first person that Professor Swinton thought of was, naturally, Professor Dumbledore. Yet he swiftly dismissed that notion, not wishing to burden Dumbledore with such a trivial matter. Thus, Professor Snape became the next best candidate after Dumbledore. Qin Yu felt he could not contribute much to this endeavor, allowing Professors Swinton and Snape to delve into their research. On the evening of the 5th day, Qin Yu was summoned to the office by Professor Swinton. In the center of the office stood a golden pyramid, over a meter tall. Professor Swinton and Professor Snape flanked it, one with a smile and the other with a stern expression, resembling the Sphinx. Chapter 42. A new effect. Gazing at the imposing pyramid before him, Qin Yu felt as though he were beholding a masterpiece. Its beauty was striking. The golden symmetrical facets shimmered with an ethereal glow, captivating the eye. He then glanced at his two visibly fatigued instructors. A sudden thought emerged in Qin Yu's mind. Have I gone to such lengths merely for a refrigerator to preserve freshness? Is it too much ado about nothing? Just look at Professor Snape, who appears utterly exhausted. His once lustrous and silky black hair has become somewhat brittle and frayed. Qin Yu gazed at Professor Snape with a tinge of regret. Noticing his stare, Snape rolled his eyes and coldly remarked, though I am unaware of your thoughts, I cannot guarantee that I won't throw you out of the third-floor window if you continue to look at me that way. Hey, I merely think you appear rather haggard. It must have been quite taxing for both you and Professor Swinton during this time. Qin Yu replied, his playful demeanor tinged with sincerity. As for the research work, I do not find it burdensome. Rather, it is you who should adopt a more serious attitude. One must not approach tasks with trepidation. Professor Snape continued in his icy tone. Understood. Qin Yu nodded eagerly. All right, Severus, the lecture time has concluded. It is time to showcase our research findings from these past few days. Professor Swinton interjected at the opportune moment. Indeed, Snape nodded in agreement. Then, both professors stepped aside simultaneously, with Swinton waving his wand towards the pyramid. One of the golden panels of the pyramid slowly lifted and hovered in midair, revealing its hollow internal structure. Inside lay a delicate porcelain plate adorned with various fruits, an apple, 3 bananas, a bunch of grapes, and 2 avocados. Observing the smug expressions of Swinton and Snape, Qin Yu sighed inwardly, thinking, I truly am at fault. I should not trouble these esteemed individuals with such trivialities. This is indeed a case of overqualified talent. Although he harbored such thoughts, he could not allow them to manifest on his face. The efficiency of the 2 teachers was remarkable. He never anticipated they could replicate the spell of the small pyramid so swiftly. I am genuinely in awe. Qin Yu expressed with admiration. This admiration was sincere. Qin Yu was also studying the incantations within these pyramids. Yet he could only manage a rough approximation without any flow of magical power, let alone achieving the desired effects. Now, gazing at the pyramid's interior radiating magical waves, he truly felt the classical aura of magic that Professor Swinton had spoken of. Replicate? Do you really believe we would engage in such rudimentary tasks? Snape sneered, speaking haughtily. Huh, is that not the case? Qin Yu looked momentarily perplexed. Snape, disinterested in addressing his question, pointed his wand gently at the apex of the pyramid and began to mutter an incantation. A thin layer of chill swiftly emerged within the pyramid. As the coldness permeated, Qin Yu heard the crackling sound of icy crystals forming, while the inner walls of the alchemical material pyramid visibly crystallized with frost. Looking at the fruits on the plate, he noticed they were already coated with a layer of frost, evidently frozen. Is that a rapid freezing effect? Qin Yu gazed incredulously at the 2 professors. To put it into perspective, the small pyramid that Bill had given Qin Yu merely had a preservation function, and its magical aura was not particularly strong. However, this larger pyramid not only emitted a powerful magical presence but also possessed this rapid freezing effect, which left Qin Yu quite astonished. Severus, we agreed that I would demonstrate. Swinton exclaimed, visibly irritated. Does it truly matter who demonstrates? Snape replied nonchalantly. Of course it matters. How can I establish a grand and positive image in front of the students if you do this? Swinton argued passionately. Oh, if you wish, feel free to demonstrate again. Snape retorted. Another demonstration would serve no purpose. It could never match the impact of the first. Swinton protested in frustration. You never specified how many times you would demonstrate. Snape pointed out incisively. You are merely being argumentative. Swinton bit back angrily. Suit yourself, Snape replied, arms crossed at his waist, indifferent. At that moment, Qin Yu could not help but raise his hand to interrupt their exchange. I believe I ought to say that regardless of who demonstrates, both of you professors shine magnificently in my eyes. You have shown me the wisdom and magical qualities that an exceptional wizard should possess. It is my utmost honor to be your student, Qin Yu declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, Swinton's demeanor softened considerably, while Snape merely huffed and refrained from further comment. Now, which of you will elucidate the principle behind this incantation? I am genuinely eager to know, Qin Yu prompted the 2. Naturally, it shall be I, Swinton asserted. Pointing to the pyramid, now thickly coated with frost, and began his explanation. Firstly, the alchemical materials utilized by your friend are of low quality. Produced by the Egyptian Alchemy Research Center, costing little. In contrast, the materials we previously concocted are of significantly higher quality. Furthermore, the incantations inscribed within the small pyramid, while possessing some preservation and anti-decay effects, fail to unlock the full potential of those ancient spells. This has been the conundrum that both Snape and I have been diligently tackling. Now, we can proudly assert that we have thoroughly researched 80% of the capabilities of those incantations and have begun to develop practical applications. Thus, in addition to preservation, this pyramid can also facilitate rapid freezing. After Swinton finished, Snape nodded and added, "Many of these incantations serve to convert magical energy. If you wish to understand the operational principles of the pyramid, you must study each incantation and comprehend their roles within the magical process." "It sounds rather complicated," Qin Yu mused, smacking his lips. "It is indeed complex. However, with our guidance, we shall ensure you grasp it," Swinton replied confidently. "Thank you, esteemed professors." Qin Yu expressed his gratitude hastily. "Naturally, we lack the time for a detailed explanation today," he noted. Observing how fatigued the two professors appeared from their recent studies on these incantations, he then proposed to commence formal learning the following day. The professors had no objections, understanding that there was no rush. In the days that followed, Qin Yu began to learn these ancient incantations under the joint guidance of both professors. The process was relatively smooth, albeit somewhat tedious. Fortunately, he found amusement in watching Swinton and Snape bicker like children over trivial matters, which served as a delightful distraction. Naturally, he was more captivated by the mystery and power of these incantations, alongside the profound magical expertise of the two professors. One day, while sipping strong tea and enjoying fruits retrieved from the pyramid, Snape gazed at their research subject and murmured, "Have we labored so long merely to store fruits? Oh, you have finally come to realize this?" Qin Yu's lips twitched, feeling a pang of embarrassment. "What is wrong with that? Is there something inappropriate?" Swinton inquired, puzzled. "There is nothing wrong. I simply grew curious about how much funding you have expended on this pyramid," Snape replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu curiously turned to Professor Swinton. He was aware that the alchemical materials were undoubtedly of considerable value, yet he remained oblivious to their precise worth. "Let me think. The materials used in alchemy might cost around 2,000 to 3,000 galleons, perhaps a tad more," Professor Swinton contemplated aloud. 2,000 to 3,000 galleons? Qin Yu was somewhat taken aback. After all, they had sold the venom of an 8-eyed giant spider over an entire autumn and had not earned such a sum. But that was not the end of it. Professor Swinton continued, "As for the catalyst gifted to me by Lord LeMay, its worth cannot be quantified in monetary terms. As it is an item unavailable on the market, it's the crystallization of Lord LeMay's intellect. Ah, the wisdom of the greatest alchemist of our time, how invaluable that must be." Qin Yu thought to himself, feeling utterly exasperated. "Of course, the greatest value lies in the efforts you and I have invested, along with those occasional brilliant ideas that you propose, Qin," Professor Swinton concluded with a sense of pride. While his words were indeed eloquent, Qin Yu pondered for a moment before responding, "Professor Swinton, perhaps I should repay you? I certainly cannot afford Lord LeMay's catalyst, but at the very least, allow me to reimburse you for the alchemical materials." "Haha, do you really think I am here just to amuse you, Qin?" Professor Swinton chuckled. "Well, not quite. I mean, certainly not," Qin Yu quickly corrected himself. "Admittedly, part of my motivation stems from having nothing to do, but after encountering the small pyramid, I have developed a strong desire to replicate it, even to surpass it. As a wizard, when faced with such a challenge, one must devote oneself entirely to it. After all, it is this thirst for exploration that propels our advancement," Professor Swinton stated earnestly. "Indeed, throughout this process, I have learned a great deal and gained a deeper understanding of magic," Professor Snape interjected. "Exactly. You see, your Professor Snape shares my sentiments. While we merely constructed a pyramid for storing fruit, it does not imply that we are limited to such endeavors. Wouldn't you agree, dear Qin?" Professor Swinton said with a smile. "That does seem to hold some truth. However, the vast sum of galleons is not of great significance to me." Professor Swinton paused momentarily before adding, "Because I truly possess a considerable amount of wealth." Qin Yu was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that the usually unassuming Professor Swinton was, in fact, a wealthy individual, which somewhat overturned his understanding. "Swinton from the banks of the River Devon in Yorkshire?" Snape murmured, his brow furrowing. "Ah, you've discovered me," Professor Swinton replied, displaying a playful expression that indicated his identity had been uncovered. However, for reasons unknown, Qin Yu sensed a hint of indescribable solitude concealed within that smile. Chapter 43. The thoughts of a young girl in a sunlit attic adorned with large glass windows. A little girl with chestnut hair and beautiful eyes was diligently tidying her room. The space was not cluttered, for its owner had not resided there for long. She had departed before the weather turned cool, venturing to a place that eluded her on any map. Thus, her wardrobe contained only a few spring and summer garments. Nevertheless, she meticulously folded the sun-kissed clothes, placing them carefully into a modest cupboard. She then arranged various items in the room according to her personal aesthetic, deciding the optimal placement for the coat rack, the vase, and the books, stationery, and cups that belonged to the room's owner on the desk. Naturally, the floor required a thorough cleaning, as dust inevitably settled even in an uninhabited space. Once she completed these tasks, she clapped her hands and surveyed the room, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Her gaze ultimately settled on a standing picture frame upon the desk. Within it was a magical moving photograph of a boy clad in a crimson-lined robe, soaring through the sky on a broomstick. At one moment, he turned to look back, smiling in her direction. Gazing at the boy who seemed to gaze back at her, the little girl pressed her lips together, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "Are you well?" She silently repeated a phrase she had penned countless times in letters. Her gaze drifted from the photograph to the window, peering into the distance. I miss him a bit. This longing was not as intense as when he had just departed. She no longer hid away in her room weeping at his absence, feigning indifference before her parents. This yearning felt as mundane as eating, sleeping, or breathing, subtle yet involuntary, as if it had become a habit of her idle thoughts. She imagined what he might be doing. What thoughts could occupy his mind, and whether he occasionally thought of the little girl with whom he had once studied, dined, and played. More often, however, she simply envisioned his features, his smile, and the sound of his voice. Curiously, there were individuals she had known for ages yet felt like strangers with, even adversaries. Such as those girls who often mocked and teased her, now subtly apprehensive of her. Conversely, there were those she had known for a mere fleeting moment who had fiercely entered her world, urging her to be a strong, courageous person and to embrace joy. She missed him not for his looks or intellect, but because he had inspired her to become a better version of herself. She no longer wallowed in self-pity due to the foolish taunts of others, nor did she flush with embarrassment and futile arguments. For he had taught her that one should not live by the opinions of others, and that engaging in disputes with fools only rendered oneself foolish. With your eloquence. You must leave many speechless at school, the little girl remarked, playfully poking the animated figure in the photograph. The boy promptly dodged to the side on his broom to evade the risk of being poked from above. Giggle. The sight of the boy made her laugh aloud. Apologies. I shouldn't tease you. Stay here peacefully, and I shall often dust you off, she said to the boy in the picture. The boy rolled his eyes and continued to soar on his broom in the photograph sky. Hermione, have you tidied up Qin's room? We must be off. Her mother's voice called from downstairs. Yes, Mom, I'm all done. I'll be right down. The little girl replied eagerly. This little girl was none other than Hermione Jane Granger, the daughter of the Granger family. As Halloween approached, the Granger household buzzed with excitement. During a thorough cleaning session, Hermione once again hung out Qin Yu's clothes to dry and tidied his room. The next order of business was to accompany her parents to the supermarket to purchase Halloween decorations and ingredients for their dinner, with pumpkins being the most essential item. Upon descending the stairs, Hermione changed her shoes, donned a thick coat, and set out with her parents to the nearest large shopping mall, driven by Mr. Granger. This mall was well stocked and had always been the most bustling commercial hub in their vicinity. With Halloween nearing, the crowds had swelled. Many, like the Grangers, were there to shop for the holiday. Navigating through the throngs of cheerful adults and children, Mrs. Granger couldn't help but sigh. Oh, if only Qin were here. We could celebrate Halloween together. She reminisced about the charming boy, a delightful child indeed. Mr. Granger, upon hearing this, gently grasped his wife's hand, signaling her to be cautious with her words. Mrs. Granger immediately understood her husband's intent and glanced anxiously at their daughter. However, to their surprise, their daughter wore no expression of sorrow. Instead, she smiled and said, It's all right. Qin said he would return for Christmas, and we can celebrate together then. Yes, we shall celebrate Christmas together. Mrs. Granger smiled upon hearing those words. Instinctively, she glanced at her husband, who happened to be looking at her at that moment. Their eyes met, and both were taken aback by the surprise reflected in each other's gaze. Indeed, their daughter seemed to have matured. No longer the fragile and sensitive child she once was. She had become remarkably strong and self-assured. This shared thought blossomed in their minds simultaneously. Subsequently, the family of three entered the supermarket within the mall, diligently placing items from their shopping list into the cart. The list included apples, toffees, lamb chops, beef, potatoes, carrots, and a plethora of other goods. When they reached the shelf laden with pumpkins, Hermione meticulously selected 2 pumpkins of similar size, declaring her intent to carve them into jack-o'-lanterns. She named one Qin lantern and the other, naturally, Hermione lantern. This delightful notion elicited a chuckle from the Grangers. After completing their shopping, the Granger family drove home. By then, twilight had descended, illuminating the streets with streetlights and Halloween-themed decorations adorning shop fronts, while pedestrians donned peculiar outfits in anticipation of the festive occasion. The atmosphere of the holiday grew increasingly palpable. Upon their return home, they were unexpectedly greeted by Trig, the owl, perched on a lamppost at their doorstep. Hermione, upon sighting him, swiftly opened the car door and dashed out. She called Trig to come home and received a letter from him. As per her usual routine, she retreated to her room to peruse the letter. Upon entering her sanctuary and settling at her desk, Hermione could not resist bringing the envelope to her nose. Inhaling deeply before opening it, the distinct scent of the special craft paper enveloped her, flooding her heart with a rush of emotion. What she had thought to be a simple longing suddenly surged within her, transforming into a fervent and intense feeling. Chapter 44, The Approach of Winter. The Black Lake freezes on the eve of Halloween. Qin Yu awoke to the tantalizing aroma of roasted pumpkins wafting through the hall. Shortly after taking his seat, a flurry of owls swooped in, delivering letters and packages to their respective recipients, creating a lively commotion within the hall. It was evident that the postman was exceptionally busy that day. Qin Yu, too, received a package, securely wrapped and about the size of a backpack. As anticipated, he recognized Hermione's handwriting on the parcel. Upon unwrapping it, he discovered a vibrant red sweater and a pair of brown knitted gloves. After reading the accompanying letter from Hermione, he learned that the sweater had been purchased by Mrs. Granger, while the gloves were lovingly crafted by Hermione herself. She had chosen these colors because red represented Gryffindor-esque colors, and brown complemented her hair. Qin Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words regarding the striking red sweater. Its bold hue was quite eye-catching, and he felt grateful to be a child. For in his past life, he would have hesitated to wear such a color publicly. As for the gloves, though they might have appeared somewhat unrefined, they were warm and would serve him well in the winter. In her letter, Hermione also mentioned their preparations for Halloween and her efforts in crafting 2 beautiful jack-o'-lanterns, which infused Qin Yu with the spirit of the holiday. The excitement of the upcoming festivities rendered the students somewhat inattentive during their classes, preoccupied with thoughts of the evening's banquet. Consequently, during potions class, one student mistakenly added an excessive spoonful of powdered milk thistle, filling the dungeon with an odd aroma. Professor Snape, after reprimanding the careless student, expertly cast a spell to dispel the unpleasant scent, allowing everyone to breathe in the fresh air once more after a brief moment of discomfort. Finally, when the last class of the afternoon concluded, the students hurriedly ascended to the surface to partake in the Halloween Eve feast. The hall was adorned with an array of Halloween decorations, and the ceiling transformed into a magical starry sky, with thousands of bats fluttering above, perfectly capturing the essence of the holiday. The banquet was, of course, sumptuous, with delectable dishes exuding enticing aromas, filling the 4 long tables in the teacher's dining area. As Qin Yu took in the grand and lively scene, he suddenly sighed. "What troubles you, Qin?" Elvis, perceptive as ever, noticed his sigh. "I was just thinking how wonderful it would be to capture this moment and share it on social media." Qin Yu shrugged, envisioning a post that would elicit a comment from Hermione and a like from Professor Dumbledore. An amusing thought indeed. "Social media? What is that?" inquired George, sitting nearby, while Fred cast a similarly curious glance. "Well, how shall I explain it?" Qin Yu hesitated, contemplating how best to articulate the concept to these young wizards, who had limited understanding of the Muggle world, let alone future innovations. Just then, he noticed Percy flipping through a copy of the Daily Prophet, which inspired him. Imagine it as if you created your own edition of the Daily Prophet, sharing images and text about events like tonight's Halloween Eve feast. Your friends could view it through the Flu Network and leave comments. The Flu Network, one of the most vital means of transportation in the magical world, connected many wizarding households through their fireplaces. To use it, one would sprinkle a spoonful of Flu powder worth 2 sickles, declare their destination, and be transported in a swirl of green smoke. Additionally, the Flu Network allowed for partial bodily transport. For instance, one could send just their face to another fireplace to converse with someone across the way. However, such an act carried certain risks and could easily startle others, which was why it was rarely done. Qin Yu employed an analogy between the familiar Daily Prophet and the Flu Network, which, although still somewhat perplexing to them, provided George and Fred with a general understanding of the concept. Furthermore, the astute duo quickly sensed the potential within this matter. Consequently, they eagerly pressed Qin Yu for a more detailed explanation. Unable to resist the insatiable curiosity of the Gemini twins, Qin Yu reluctantly shared what he knew from his previous life regarding social circles, weaving it together with the peculiarities of the magical world in a seemingly plausible manner. The Weasley brothers listened with increasingly bright eyes. Although Qin Yu had touched upon similar subjects in the past, he had not elaborated much. Now, with his comprehensive introduction, it felt as though a new door had been opened for the brothers. The magical world would be transformed as a result. George exclaimed with palpable excitement, "And we shall be the ones to alter the entire magical realm." Fred's voice trembled slightly with enthusiasm. "Ahem, I truly admire your zeal," Qin Yu remarked with a light cough. What else could he say but to encourage them? Upon hearing this, the brothers instantly felt invigorated and huddled together to discuss their ideas. This discussion led to an unexpected outcome. Percy Weasley, the elder brother with aspirations of joining a powerful department within the Ministry of Magic, was convinced by his younger siblings to consider a position in the Department of Magical Transportation, specifically within the Flu Network Authority. Of course, this would only occur after Percy graduated, for he was still merely a 4th-year student, yet to even attain the position of prefect. After Halloween, the weather turned exceedingly cold, with the distant mountains surrounding Hogwarts adorned with a layer of ice and snow, while the Black Lake had frozen over into a hard, bitter surface. Under the patient guidance of the 2 professors, Qin Yu finally mastered the use of the incantations within the pyramid, realizing that these incantations resembled a language, capable of producing various effects through different arrangements and combinations. To reward Qin Yu for his academic achievements, Professor Swinton bestowed upon him a piece of alchemical material. This was a remnant from their construction of the large pyramid, amounting to approximately 1/3 of the original quantity, which was quite substantial, as the materials used in the pyramid's creation were meticulously compressed and thus preserved. When Qin Yu received the alchemical materials, he was truly overjoyed, for these items hold considerable value and are not readily available in the market. According to Professor Swinton, even he could only create a limited quantity of such high-quality alchemical materials due to the scarcity of catalysts provided by the esteemed Lord Nicholas Flamel. With the alchemical materials and incantations at his disposal, Qin Yu naturally yearned to concoct something extraordinary, though it certainly would not be a refrigerator. Thus, he set his sights on the flying sword he had long desired. However, this endeavor proved challenging. aside from hammering the alchemical materials into a 1-meter-long blade. He made little progress, as the sword neither possessed the ability to fly nor wielded significant power, perhaps even inferior to a Quidditch beater's bat. Recently, he had little energy to devote to this project, as he was about to partake in his first official Quidditch match. Chapter 45, The Quidditch Match, Part 1, on Saturday, November 9th, Professor Dumbledore received a letter from the Ministry of Magic, more specifically from the Wisengamot, summoning him to London for an urgent meeting. Many witches and wizards are often unclear about the Wisengamot's role within the ministry. It is nominally part of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which encompasses renowned offices such as the Or Office and the Office for the Regulation of Magical Muggle Artifacts. Arthur Weasley, father to George and Fred, serves as the head of the latter. However, despite appearing to be on par with other departments, the Wisengamot possesses a unique status, as its members are of great renown. The chief warlock is none other than the preeminent figure in the wizarding world, Dumbledore, accompanied by other significant members, including the Minister of Magic, Deputy Minister, and senior officials from various departments, alongside other illustrious wizards. Its function is to periodically adjudicate significant events, engage in deliberations, and cast votes. Crucially, the Wisengamot predates the ministry itself, making it one of the earliest power structures in the magical realm. Thus, receiving correspondence from this body indicated that something of great import was afoot, and Professor Dumbledore could not afford to delay. He entrusted the opening remarks of the Quidditch match to Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House, while he hastened to the underground of Whitehall in central London, the location of the British Ministry of Magic. Whether he entered through the restroom like ordinary ministry employees remains unknown to outsiders. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hereby declare the commencement of the first Quidditch match of this academic year at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall gently pressed her wand to her throat, casting the sonorous charm to amplify her voice throughout the Quidditch pitch. As her brief announcement concluded, the stadium erupted into a chorus of enthusiastic cheers. Now, let us welcome the players from Gryffindor and Slytherin, as well as our referee, Madam Hooch. McGonagall continued. The 15 participants, comprising players from both teams and the referee, mounted their broomsticks and gracefully entered the central arena. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall returned to her seat. With a sharp blast of her silver whistle, Madam Hooch signaled the official start of the match. The 14 players from Gryffindor and Slytherin soared swiftly into the sky as a large quaffle, 2 smaller bludgers, and a golden snitch were released by Madam Hooch. Go Gryffindor! Victory to Slytherin! The students of both houses cheered fervently for their respective teams. Hello, everyone. I am Linda Zhu, a 5th year from Hufflepuff, and I will be your commentator for today, said a beautiful girl with burgundy hair, smiling from the commentary box. Hi, everyone. I'm Moni Wanda, a 3rd year from Ravenclaw, and I'll be your second commentator, chimed in another girl with short chestnut hair, exuding a cool demeanor. Given the vastness of the Quidditch pitch and the players darting about, it is challenging for spectators, even those seated high up, to catch every detail of the match. Thus, commentators are essential, as they possess the best vantage point and magical tools to discern aspects that are difficult for others to see. As the match commenced, the players did not engage in overly aggressive confrontations. Currently, the quaffle was in the possession of Slytherin's chaser, DeLeon Pusey, who had several matches of experience under his belt, having joined the Slytherin team last year. Linda Zhu noted. Indeed, during the last match against us, Ravenclaw, Pusey scored a rather splendid goal. While our goalkeeper seemed to be in a stupor, Moni Wanda remarked with a hint of resentment. Her words elicited laughter from many in the stands, while the Ravenclaw students glared at the short-haired commentator with irritation. However, it was indeed a fact. Ravenclaw's Quidditch team had been struggling for the past 2 years, their players unable to compete with those of Gryffindor and Slytherin, often facing humiliating defeats. Yet, Moni Wanda's comments were rather harsh. How could one speak so disparagingly of their own house's team? Moni, that's not quite fair. Ravenclaw's performance in the last match was commendable, Linda Zhu interjected diplomatically, skillfully shifting the topic. Let us refocus our attention on the pitch. Pusey is now flying toward Gryffindor's goalposts. Moni, do you think he can score? Moni shook her head immediately. It's unlikely. Gryffindor's vice-captain, Oliver Wood, is an exceptionally experienced keeper, currently executing a classic double-8 maneuver to defend the 3 goalposts. Look. Pusey is hesitating about which post to aim for. Wait, is that Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson? What is she up to? Angelina is rushing in. Has she seized the quaffle? Goodness, this young girl, who has only recently passed the tryouts a little over a month ago, has snatched the quaffle from Pusey. As Pusey hesitated, Angelina accelerated forward, claiming the quaffle. Witnessing this moment, Moni Wanda, who had been commentating with composure, suddenly erupted with excitement. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor stands. She's remarkable, Linda exclaimed. No, she is courageous. For a newcomer to dare take the ball from an established player requires immense bravery. Moni expressed her admiration. Absolutely. Quidditch is indeed a sport that demands courage. Linda concurred. In contrast to Angelina's bravery, our male players on the field appear somewhat lackluster. Look at our captain, Charlie Weasley. He is leisurely searching for the golden snitch. Moni, Perhaps it's not fair to criticize Captain Weasley. After all, the snitch is notoriously elusive. Huh, no worries. Charlie is actually a distant cousin of mine. From what I know, he has a particularly good-natured disposition, and he is currently single. I could help arrange a date for you too, Moni. Seated not far away. Professor McGonagall could not help but interject in a low voice as the child's topic meandered. I apologize, Professor McGonagall, exclaimed Moni, sticking out her tongue. Angelina seized the quaffle and darted toward the Slytherin goalposts. However, 3 Slytherin chasers were hot on her heels. Oh no, Angelina is in danger, Linda exclaimed with concern. She needs assistance. It's challenging for her to break through the trio of Slytherin players, and the beater is closing in. Before Moni could finish her sentence, a burly Slytherin beater swung his bat and struck a bludger, sending it hurtling toward the encircled Angelina Johnson. Just then, a figure dashed in, positioning himself beside Angelina. And with a resounding thwack, he sent the bludger soaring away. Moni immediately shouted, "It's George Weasley from Gryffindor." He saved Angelina just in the nick of time. That was impressive. But Moni, how did you recognize him as George Weasley? He bears a striking resemblance to his twin brother, both being Gryffindor beaters. It's quite simple. George's nose is slightly more prominent than Fred's, and his eyes are of different sizes, making him easily distinguishable. I discovered this secret during my summer stay with the Weasleys last year. You might doubt it, but I assure you. My eyes are like a microscope. I could tell it was George at a glance. Moni declared with a sense of pride. Professor McGonagall sighed, uncertain whether to intervene in their conversation. Meanwhile, soaring through the air, George glanced over at the commentary booth with a headache. He thought to himself that he could hardly contend with this distant cousin. Last summer, she had certainly caused quite a stir in their household, leaving him and Fred, as well as Ron, with lasting impressions. On Angelina's side, she charged forward with the quaffle but was thwarted by the Slytherin keeper after her throw. The Slytherin students in the stands erupted in cheers, while the Gryffindor students expressed their disappointment. No worries, focus on defense, George. Qin Yu flew past George, offering words of encouragement. Right? George nodded, then quietly suggested, Qin, let us use that tactic. At that moment, the bludger was in the possession of Slytherin's Marcus Flint, a notably tall and formidable player. All right, I'll guard over there. Wait for my signal, Qin instructed before swiftly darting ahead, under the protection of 2 other chasers. Marcus advanced toward the Gryffindor goalposts in a V-shaped formation. Thanks to the insights of seasoned Quidditch enthusiast and commentator Moni Wanda, many students unfamiliar with the rules began to understand the troublesome eagle-head offensive formation. On the Gryffindor side of the stands, Hagrid's massive figure squeezed through the crowd. Hagrid, we're over here, Elvis called out upon spotting him. After the recent candy gathering, several of Qin Yu's dorm mates had become acquainted with Hagrid, thus greeting him warmly upon his arrival. Hagrid, why did you arrive so late? Jimmy inquired curiously. I was delayed by a situation in the Forbidden Forest this morning. Hagrid replied. Was there an issue with the unicorns? Wilson asked anxiously. Oh no, it was the centaurs. Something seemed amiss. I went to inquire, but they sent me back. Hagrid explained with a hint of exasperation. After uttering this, Hagrid muttered, honestly, I'd rather not get involved in their affairs. Their tempers are notoriously foul. Then let us ignore them. Let us watch the match. Hagrid, can you help us hold up a banner? Elvis suggested. Absolutely. Hagrid agreed enthusiastically. Then took a banner from Elvis and held it high above his head. Chapter 46, Quidditch Match, Part 2. Qin Yu grasped the wooden handle of the flying broom, guiding it towards a predetermined position. This location was situated diagonally in front of the Gryffindor goalposts, not far from the goalkeeper, Oliver Wood. Qin Yu could even discern the furrowed brow on Wood's stern visage. The situation on the field was decidedly unfavorable for Gryffindor, as the ball was now in the possession of Slytherin's Marcus Flint, a formidable opponent. With the assistance of 2 Slytherin chasers, Marcus charged towards Gryffindor, while Gryffindor's 2 chasers attempted to flank him. Angelina, descending from above, aimed directly for Marcus in an effort to disrupt his advance. Gryffindor had employed the Parker clamp tactic, indicating an aggressive offensive maneuver. Alas, Angelina Johnson was violently knocked aside by Marcus, rendering the aggressive tactic a failure, as Moni Wanda announced from the stands. Moni, does that count as a foul? Linda Zhu inquired with curiosity. Moni elucidated. The absence of a foul call from Madame Hooch suggests that his action should be deemed a legitimate defensive collision. Oh, I see. The current circumstances are rather unfavorable for Gryffindor, Linda remarked with concern. At that moment, Angelina, having been struck by Marcus, struggled to maintain control of her broom, her descent becoming increasingly unsteady. Fortunately, Charlie Weasley, who had yet to locate the elusive golden snitch, swooped down just in time to assist her in stabilizing her descent. Observing the unfolding situation on the field, Qin Yu displayed no intention of intervening. Even as the short-haired girl at the commentary booth began to mockingly suggest that the 2 Gryffindor beaters were seemingly admiring the scenery in the sky, he remained suspended in the air, unaffected. Meanwhile, George Weasley, the other Gryffindor beater, although in motion, did not fly toward Marcus but rather veered off to his diagonal side. This maneuver perplexed the 2 Slytherin beaters, who had initially regarded him with suspicion, but they soon exchanged contemptuous smiles, likely believing that he had surrendered. as there was no one from Gryffindor available to stop the forceful Marcus Flint. Their expectations materialized as Marcus once again sent a Gryffindor chaser flying, drawing closer to the goalposts. Why isn't goalkeeper Oliver Wood continuing his double figure eight maneuver? Linda Zhu inquired, puzzled. Because Marcus is not the previous De Leon Pusey. He is far too formidable. The double figure eight maneuver not only fails to ensure comprehensive defense, but also drains the goalkeeper's stamina, leaving an opening for Marcus. Hence, Gryffindor's keeper, Wood, has opted to guard the center goal and remain poised for any potential saves, Meng and I explained with clarity. Gryffindor is indeed in a precarious situation, Linda sighed. Indeed. Wood may struggle to hold his ground, Meng and I concurred. As the two witches at the commentary booth articulated their insights, the audience in the stands acutely felt the tension and delicacy of the situation on the field, watching Marcus fly rapidly towards the goalposts. Gryffindor students felt a wave of anxiety for goalkeeper Wood, while the Slytherins erupted with excitement. Even first-year Jerome was cheering loudly. Marcus surged forward with the ball, leaving Gryffindor's chasers behind. Captain Charlie Weasley, after rescuing Angelina, could not catch up to Marcus and had to remain vigilant against Slytherin's seeker. Alas, this goal is likely to be lost. Professor Swinton's voice drifted into Snape's ear. Snape furrowed his brow at the unexpected intrusion. I was just experimenting with a new potion formula and lost track of time. You know how demanding those incantations can be on their vessels, Swinton shrugged, casually explaining it, before turning his gaze back to the field and asking, how has Qin fared in his first official match? I haven't missed anything, have I? Not at all. He has been up there, merely enjoying the view, Professor Snape replied coldly, echoing the short-haired girl's words. Of course. He did not truly believe that Qin was merely admiring the scenery. Rather, he harbored a subtle anticipation for the boy's forthcoming performance. Having known him for quite some time and well aware of his cunning nature, enjoying the view, Swinton repeated with a knowing tone. Convincing him that Qin was genuinely so docile was as implausible as persuading Snape to don women's attire. Indeed, with makeup and a fan in hand. With that thought, Professor Swinton instinctively glanced at Snape, who seemed to sense the scrutiny and turned his head slightly, narrowing his eyes with an expression as cold as ice and laced with menace. Professor Swinton quickly dismissed the absurd notion, adopting a serious demeanor. After all, there exists a spell in the magical realm known as the Confundus Charm, alongside another known as Avada Kedavra. As the two professors exchanged idle banter, the dynamics on the field began to shift. As Marcus approached the goalposts, poised for a strike, George appeared to be flying outward instead of intercepting him. What is that fool doing? Go stop Marcus. Professor McGonagall admonished, though Meng and I, feeling the tension, refrained from uttering any profanities due to McGonagall's imposing presence. Meng and I believe George may have his own strategy. Linda Zhu offered a different perspective. How could that be? Aside from causing chaos, what else could he possibly do? Meng and I retorted, her tone reflecting her deep familiarity with him. Once Marcus neared the goalposts, he slowed down, steadying himself, and at that moment, no one could impede him. He even had time to glance back at the floundering Gryffindors, a disdainful and arrogant smile gracing his features. Note, it is against the rules for a beater to carry the ball through the goalposts, meaning Marcus must stop outside the goal to throw. Goalkeeper Wood's expression was grave, akin to facing a formidable adversary. Marcus began to weave side to side, creating confusion about which of the three goalposts he would target. However, Wood did not have to wait long. After a moment of hesitation, Marcus lunged left, abruptly halting his movement, ready to throw. Wood hurriedly dove towards that goalpost. But his reaction was hasty, leaving him unable to block the ball that Marcus was about to unleash. George! A booming voice echoed through the air. In the next instant, a black bludger was struck fiercely by George, soaring off in a specific direction. That direction was not towards Marcus, guarded by Slytherin players, but rather toward Qin Yu, stationed diagonally in front of the goalpost. What is he doing? Linda couldn't suppress her bewilderment. Many in the crowd shared her confusion, questioning what this red-haired beater from Gryffindor was up to. Did he believe they would concede a score and resort to internal discord? After all, Qin had been leisurely spectating the match without exerting any effort, provoking irritation among the onlookers. Nevertheless, some who were familiar with Quidditch or had witnessed Qin's selection exhibited skeptical expressions, with Professor McGonagall raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Professor Snape merely huffed, his emotions inscrutable. The reactions among the crowd were varied, but they were fleeting as the bludger, propelled by George's forceful strike, accelerated with a piercing whistle, covering the distance of several dozen meters in an instant, poised to strike its target. Yet, the beater named Qin remained stationary, neither retreating nor dodging, his gaze steady as he focused on the rapidly approaching bludger. In a swift motion, he raised his bat high and swung with tremendous force, making contact with the whistling bludger. The sound of the impact was a deep, resounding thud that resonated after a brief pause in the air. The speed of that strike was evidently remarkable. In shock and awe, the spectators witnessed the bludger, upon being struck by Qin's bat, abruptly alter its trajectory, veering at an almost 135-degree angle, continuing its relentless advance. After its second blow, the bludger's velocity surged, now aimed directly at Marcus Flint. Gryffindor's intentions were finally laid bare. their strategy revealed with startling clarity. However, the Slytherin players, having been overly cautious of others, failed to notice Qin Yu, the batter, and it was too late to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as the swiftly moving bludger soared towards Marcus. Meanwhile, Marcus had already adjusted his stance, cradling the bludger with one hand, raising it high as if to throw. Unexpectedly, a piercing whistle filled his ears, followed by a jarring impact, as though a cannonball had struck his waist with immense force, threatening to shatter his bones. Ah! Marcus cried out in pain, his body tumbling to the side, causing the bludger to slip from his grasp. The Slytherin chaser, Marcus, was struck by the bludger, succumbing before the goalpost. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of noise. Merlin S-Beard. A double-team maneuver. What on earth did I just witness? With George S' support, Qin executed a double-team maneuver. He is truly extraordinary. It is exhilarating to witness such a brilliant tactic in a Quidditch match at Hogwarts, simply astonishing. Senior Wood also performed admirably, swiftly catching the bludger that Marcus had relinquished. Holding it tightly, after securing the ball, he flashed a radiant smile at Qin, a smile infused with equal parts affection and admiration, truly heartwarming. The fan and commentator, Mingni Wanda, was so exhilarated that her words became somewhat incoherent. Mingni, mind your language, Professor McGonagall reminded her once more. I meant to say, their cooperation is so seamless. Undoubtedly the result of extensive training and practice. Such camaraderie is indeed enviable. Mingni adjusted her phrasing, though it still came out a bit awkwardly. Nevertheless, the audience had already been swept up by her earlier enthusiasm. Qin, 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 Wood, Wood, Wood. Naturally, the cheers for Weasley were also plentiful. The three of them are the heroes of this remarkable defense and rightfully deserve such accolades and admiration. Qin Yu and George executed their tactics with great success, soaring through the skies in exhilaration. However, it was merely a single interception, and their pride had begun to cloud their judgment. Professor Snape remarked coldly. As the head of Slytherin House, his demeanor was understandably grim. Oh, really? Do you genuinely believe this is a trivial interception? Professor Swinton, seated nearby, replied with a sardonic smile. You may silence yourself, Snape said, slightly irked. Of course, he was acutely aware that this was far from a simple interception. Gryffindor's meticulously planned ambush not only thwarted Marcus's goal but also inflicted some injury upon him, which would undoubtedly impact the match. Most critically, Qin Yu's recent strike had directly shattered the confidence and courage of the Slytherin Quidditch team. With their captain faltering, how could their morale not plummet? In truth, the subsequent match unfolded precisely as Professor Snape and many others had anticipated. The Slytherin Quidditch team played with a distinct lack of vigor, adopting a conservative approach. Even the ever-vocal Marcus Flint, who stubbornly remained on the field, could not uplift their spirits. Furthermore, the player named Qin transformed as if he had become a different person from the match's inception, wielding his bat with devastating prowess. Becoming a psychological shadow for the Slytherin players, even the typically non-threatening Seekers fell victim to his blows. Particularly after one had used the Boggart lure to nearly send Charlie tumbling headfirst. Qin was irked and pursued him across half the pitch. Qin struck Marcus once more. We observe that Marcus now appears somewhat disheveled. However, he remains remarkably tenacious. Qin's agility and precision are on full display yet again. Now, let us listen to the cheers resonating from the stands. What are they proclaiming? Migni Wanda, having posed the question, cupped her hand to her ear in anticipation of the response. Qin is the king. Qin is the king. Qin is the king. The chant erupted first from the Gryffindor section, swiftly spreading throughout nearly the entire Quidditch arena, save for the Slytherin students. This was inscribed on the banner held aloft by Hagrid, words pinned by Elvis during Qin Yu's selection process, and now more voices joined in unison to echo it. They were declaring that Qin is the king. Linda Zhu, too, was swept up by the fervor of the moment, exclaiming passionately, Indeed. Qin is the king of the Quidditch pitch at this very moment. Qin is our king. Mingni's final words erupted from her chest in a thunderous roar, with the stands echoing her sentiment. Feeling the overwhelming surge of enthusiasm from below, Qin Yu experienced a stirring within. He did not wish to feign indifference. Rather, he found that living freely and exuberantly was one of the purposes of his renewed life, and he relished this moment of uproar and joy. My king. George had flown over at some point, placing his right hand upon his left chest, bowing theatrically with great seriousness. Qin Yu could not help but roll his eyes slightly. Then, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, All right, let us exert ourselves a bit more and strive to widen the score gap. This way, Charlie 1T have to exert himself. Indeed, if we can increase the margin to over 150 points. Do we still need to catch the golden snitch for those additional 150 points? Hee, if Charlie hears this, he would surely be infuriated. George found Qin Yu's words rather harsh. I believe he should be pleased instead. After Qin Yu uttered these words, he bent down and dashed forward. George, with a loud cry, followed swiftly in his wake. Chapter 47, Clamor and silence, cunning and innocence. Deep within the forbidden forest lay a mysterious yet humble settlement. The distant clamor of the Quidditch pitch reached this place. Its sounds already somewhat muted, yet the shouts of the crowd could still be faintly heard. However, the slogans being chanted left one perplexed. rendering their precise meanings elusive. At the edge of this settlement stood a centaur, a creature with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a horse, gazing toward the direction of the noise. He possessed a mane of golden white hair, sapphire-like eyes, and a strikingly handsome visage, while his equine lower half boasted a silvery mane that flowed smoothly. Both his human and horse forms exhibited well-defined muscles, their contours rugged and embodying a wild beauty. This was a centaur, a remarkably handsome one at that. Clop, clop, clop. The gentle sound of hooves grew closer. An elder centaur approached leisurely, his red hair and beard complementing his chestnut-colored horse body. Forenza, you have seen it for yourself. The chaos of humanity does not belong to us. Today, that man was exceedingly dangerous. Should we engage too closely with humans, it may bring about our utter ruin. The elder centaur spoke in a deep, measured tone. Indeed, earlier that morning, just before the commencement of the Quidditch match at Hogwarts, a man clad in a black cloak had suddenly appeared in the depths of the Forbidden Forest in their centaur enclave. Upon arrival, he inquired about a matter from many years past, and after being met with refusal from one of the centaurs, he furiously unleashed a spell that knocked the creature to the ground. Subsequently, the centaurs raised their bows and collectively attacked him. Yet he effortlessly deflected their arrows and ultimately pressed the tip of his wand harshly against Forenza's neck. Faced with the threat to their companion, they had no choice but to divulge what they knew of events from years gone by. Ronan, is it true what they say about my father? Why did he follow that group of people back then? The young centaur, Forenza, turned to Ronan, his brow furrowed in inquiry. His sapphire eyes brimmed with confusion and uncertainty. As he turned, a bruise on his neck revealed itself, a remnant left by the man's wand. Despite the centaur's proficiency in magical healing, the mark proved difficult to erase in a short span of time. I do not know why your father, Asta, departed. I was young and naive at the time. All I know is that Asta was the most gifted seer of our tribe, able to perceive the trajectory of fate through the stars. Later, a group of people arrived to take him away. He spoke of destiny calling him to undertake a great task, something he had to fulfill. Yet, as you know, he never returned. The elder centaur, Ronan, continued in his somber tone. So, did he alter fate, or did he merely become a part of it? Forenza pressed on. Such matters are beyond anyone's knowledge. We can only understand that centaurs must stand apart from fate, not become entangled within it. Ronan spoke earnestly. Ronan, you cannot reason with this lad. He must endure hardship to grasp these truths. Clearly, he has yet to suffer enough today. A furious voice interjected. The sound of hooves grew more intense. Soon, the owner of the voice appeared before the two centaurs, a centaur with black hair and a matching mane. The black centaur appeared somewhat disheveled, as evident wounds remained visible despite magical treatment. Bane, I will uncover the truth of that incident. Rather than cower here awaiting the whims of fate, Forenza defiantly met the ire of this hot-tempered figure. You seem eager to flee. Perhaps you wish to become a mere pack animal for those humans. Bane retorted angrily. You are the one who resembles a pack animal. Forenza shot back, glaring fiercely. Enough. Bane, Forenza, you are not adversaries. Ronan interjected, stepping between the two to mediate. Both opposing centaurs huffed in unison and turned away. The black centaur stormed off, while the young centaur continued to gaze toward the raucous Quidditch pitch, lost in thought. Whether envisioning the match or contemplating the world of humans remained uncertain. The first inter-house Quidditch match of the academic year at Hogwarts finally concluded with Charlie capturing the Golden Snitch. Prior to his triumph, Gryffindor had already established a lead of over 90 points against Slytherin, although it fell short of the 150 points that Qin Yu and George, the beaters, had anticipated. It was more than sufficient to secure a decisive victory over Slytherin. The victors were jubilant, while the vanquished wore expressions of defeat. Professor McGonagall stood once again at the podium, her voice resonating as she declared the match a resounding success, praising it as a contest imbued with a spirit of competition. Following this, teachers and students began to exit, still immersed in discussions of the match, recounting which moments had been the most unforgettable, be it Qin's deft dual strikes or his relentless pursuit of Slytherin's seeker, who, in the end, hesitated to make a desperate grab for the snitch when it finally appeared. In any case, this match had firmly lodged Qin's name in the ears of everyone present, and it would undoubtedly linger in the memories of many. Ming and I, cousin, thank you so much for today. Fred exclaimed as he spotted Ming and I Wanda emerging from one of the exits of the stands. Ming and I Wanda smiled and replied, it was a trivial matter. However, I am curious, given the prowess of Qin and the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was it truly necessary for me to assist? As they spoke, they sidestepped the crowd. Of course it was necessary. Qin often says that even a lion, when hunting a small rabbit, will exert its utmost effort. Besides, the Slytherin Quidditch team is hardly a meek rabbit, Fred explained, quoting Qin Yu. Why would you want to hunt a rabbit? How cruel. Ming and I furrowed her brow, feigning distress. Cousin, please do not pretend to be a lady in front of me, Fred retorted, exasperated. This was the same girl who dared to toss Ron's pet Scabbers into a fish tank. How could she possibly be a delicate flower? Fred also understood that Ming and I was not one to revel in cruelty toward animals. As for her treatment of Scabbers, she claimed a deep-seated aversion to the rat, which led her to want to teach it a lesson. much to the confusion of the Weasley family. Haha, while Qin's words may seem a bit peculiar, I wholeheartedly agree with the sentiment. Thus, my contribution to Gryffindor's victory in this match makes me a part of your plan, does it not? Ming and I said with a smile, a hint of cunning glimmering in our eyes. Indeed, you are the best friend of our Gryffindor Quidditch team. Fred chuckled, acknowledging, indeed. It was Moni's deliberate mockery and ridicule of the Gryffindor Quidditch team that Qin Yu orchestrated. The intention was straightforward, to instill a sense of overconfidence in the Slytherin team, allowing Gryffindor to strike fiercely when the opportunity arose. This strategy proved remarkably effective, exceeding all expectations. Of course, it was also a testament to the rigorous training that Qin Yu, George, Fred, and the rest of the team had undergone. The double strike maneuver, which merely bent the bludger at a dull angle, demanded exceptional strength and precision from the batters. Qin Yu endured several days of being mercilessly struck by the bludger, emerging with a bruised visage. Fortunately, such sacrifices yielded significant rewards, allowing him and the Gryffindor team to achieve a resounding victory. Are you regretting letting George take the field while you remained behind? Moni inquired languidly. Not at all. I accept the outcome of the wager. I did not intentionally concede to him, Fred replied, raising an eyebrow. In fact, Fred's coordination with Qin Yu was equally commendable as that with George. As long as he aimed the bludger towards Qin Yu, the latter would adeptly position himself for a secondary strike. However, only 2 beaters could participate on a Quidditch team, forcing the Weasley twins to confront the dilemma of separation. They conceived a rather amusing solution to settle their competition through a contest. The challenge involved consuming Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, a candy with an unpredictable assortment of flavors ranging from sweet to sour and everything in between. In the clearing before Hagrid's hut, they each set out 100 beans, competing to see who could consume the most without spitting any out. When Fred reached the 56th bean and encountered the infamous flavor of fishy grass, he immediately succumbed, painfully declaring his defeat and spitting out the offending bean. Unbeknownst to George, who had been blissfully unaware of the flavor he was consuming, he too began to retch upon Fred's announcement of surrender. Such a ludicrous contest could only have been conceived by the two of them. In the aftermath, Fred willingly relinquished his position as beater, allowing George to take the field. Moni, we will host a celebration later at Hagrid's hut. Do make sure to attend, Fred invited. Certainly, Fred. I shall return to change into something more suitable before joining you, Moni replied. With that, they parted ways. Moni returning to the Ravenclaw dormitories while Fred joined Qin Yu and the others. The once boisterous Quidditch pitch fell silent after the departure of teachers and students, with only a few lingering birds, unperturbed by the changing seasons, pecking at the grass below in search of sustenance. Indeed, both chaos and tranquility can coexist in this realm. Chapter 48. The troubling undercurrents. Hagrid's hut had become a favored gathering place for Qin Yu and his companions. Nestled beside the forbidden forest, it offered a breathtaking view of the mountains, fresh air, and the occasional sighting of Hagrid's magical creatures, albeit rarely. The unicorn mother and foal would occasionally grace them with their presence, elegantly nibbling on fresh carrots before departing. If boredom struck, one could always venture to the nearby Whomping Willow to test their mettle against the temperamental tree. According to George and Fred, the Whomping Willow was quite aggressive, delivering genuine blows that could be quite painful. To date, no one else had dared to challenge it. In any case, everyone cherished their time here, provided Hagrid refrained from serving his burnt biscuits or murky soup. Following Gryffindor's victory in the Quidditch match, the entire team gathered, along with Moni Wanda, who had changed into casual attire. Hogwarts students were permitted to dress more casually outside of classes or significant events. However, many opted to remain in their robes. All the food was procured by Hagrid from Hogsmeade, funded by the galleons Qin Yu had provided. Since the market opened for acromantial venom, they had made a modest profit, bolstering Qin Yu's confidence. He set aside enough for Hermione's books and school supplies, as well as a broomstick, leaving him with ample funds to spend freely, although, as of now, there were few opportunities for extravagant purchases, with the largest expenses being snacks from Hogsmeade. As Qin Yu and his friends enjoyed their repast at Hagrid's hut, the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore, returned to the school after a lengthy absence. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall, clad in her emerald green robes, entered the circular office of the headmaster. Upon her arrival, she succinctly briefed Dumbledore on the Quidditch match's outcome, before inquiring with growing concern, Albus, what transpired that compelled such urgency for your presence? After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore replied slowly, a messenger has arrived from Brazil, claiming that the Aurors of the Brazilian Ministry of Magic have discovered a group of individuals who have become a significant threat with a tendency to proliferate. Their ideology bears resemblance to that of an old friend of mine. An old friend of yours? Who might that be? Professor McGonagall asked, her brow furrowing. Dumbledore's circle of friends included several formidable figures, some of whom had previously caused considerable unrest. Fortunately, with Dumbledore's presence, his friends had seldom faced dire consequences. Thus, one must exercise caution when befriending Dumbledore. Should one stray from the path, he would not hesitate to intervene, regardless of personal ties. Geralt Grindelwald. Dumbledore uttered the name he had not spoken in over 40 years. Grindelwald? Professor McGonagall's typically impassive expression shifted to one of surprise. Is he not imprisoned in Nurmengard? Nurmengard is a prison that stands in infamy alongside Azkaban within the magical realm, housing wizards guilty of grave offenses. In the legendary duel of 1945, Gellert Grindelwald, deemed one of the most formidable dark wizards in history, was vanquished by Albus Dumbledore and subsequently imprisoned in the cells of Nurmengard. This tale is now a distant memory, and were it not for Dumbledore's mention, Professor McGonagall might have nearly forgotten about him. After all, the tides of time bring forth new legends. Following Grindelwald's reign, a new Dark Lord emerged, equally formidable, wreaking havoc upon the magical world and overshadowing Grindelwald's narrative. Yet, those who lived through Grindelwald's tumultuous era could not truly forget him, as he had once cast a shadow of madness over the magical community. Indeed, Grindelwald remains incarcerated, and Nurmengard is heavily fortified, rendering his escape improbable. I have just returned from a conversation with him, where he explicitly stated that the actions of those outside do not stem from his designs. However, he yearns for someone to carry on his ideology. Although he expresses remorse for his past transgressions, he still believes certain tenets of his philosophy to be just. Dumbledore sighed as he articulated this, reflecting on Grindelwald's will, which espouses wizarding supremacy, the notion that wizards are destined to dominate the world rather than lurk in the shadows. His envisioned path to this supremacy involved uniting the magical community and subjugating muggles. Are you suggesting that someone is exploiting his name to amass power? Professor McGonagall inquired gravely. It seems so, Dumbledore replied, concern etched upon his face. You are aware that his ideologies resonate with many wizards, even more so than Voldemort's. After all these years, people still refer to Voldemort as you-know-who. This moniker for Voldemort reflects a societal taboo against uttering his name, and with a decade approaching since his last rise, Dumbledore feared the possibility of his return. One Voldemort is already a cause for distress. Now, an emerging faction of zealots advocating for wizarding supremacy complicates matters further, leaving Dumbledore feeling somewhat overwhelmed. As he glanced at the quietly perched Phoenix, Fawkes, a fleeting sense of melancholy crossed his features. No matter how powerful one may be, they cannot withstand the ravages of time. Although this sentiment was momentary, Professor McGonagall perceptively caught it. In a soothing tone, she reassured him, Albus, there is no need for such despondency. I firmly believe that the future of our magical world is bright. For there are many admirable young individuals who uphold the ideals of justice. Even if we cannot achieve certain things, they will ultimately carry the torch. Youth, Dumbledore murmured, his mind occupied with complex emotions, sadness, anger, guilt, regret, and anxiety. However, these feelings quickly receded, replaced by resolve, steadiness, and determination. Minerva, you are right. The future of the magical world will undoubtedly be radiant. For the sake of those young souls, I shall endeavor to do what I can. With this declaration, Dumbledore seemed to speak both to Professor McGonagall and to himself, realizing that his previous expectations needed reconsideration. Professor Dumbledore, I am at your service. McGonagall replied with a smile. Thank you, Minerva, Dumbledore responded earnestly. Chapter 49, Missing You. Bit by bit, Qin, you must experience the grandeur of the Hogwarts Christmas feast, where 100 plump roasted turkeys, mountains of roasted meats and boiled potatoes, delectable sausages, rich gravies, and an array of fruits abound, Hagrid exclaimed, attempting to entice Qin Yu to stay for the holiday. After spending half a year together, Hagrid found the prospect of Qin's departure for over 10 days somewhat unsettling. With Christmas approaching, Hogwarts was preparing for the festive celebrations, as many children opted to remain at school, having registered with Professor McGonagall. Hagrid and Qin Yu were currently selecting the perfect fir tree for the Christmas festivities at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. This one, it's perfectly straight, Qin declared, pointing to a tall, straight fir. Turning back to Hagrid, he continued, I'm indeed looking forward to celebrating Christmas at Hogwarts. But I've already promised Hermione that I would return home to spend it with her, and I must admit I miss her, along with Uncle David and Aunt Jenny. Well, I do not intend to dissuade you. I merely wanted to share the experience of Hogwarts Christmas with you, as the children truly adore it, Hagrid shrugged, feigning nonchalance. I'll surely partake in the school's Christmas festivities next year or the year after. After all, I have 7 years here, and opportunities abound, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Yes, indeed, there's ample time ahead, Hagrid agreed, feeling reassured by Qin's words. He then approached the selected fir tree, wielding his massive axe. After assessing the best angle, he swung the axe with precision, expertly carving around the trunk. As the final blow struck, the tree creaked ominously before leaning and ultimately crashing to the ground. Once the fir was felled, Hagrid hoisted one end of the trunk onto his shoulder and began dragging it out. Qin followed closely behind, helping him carry the axe. This marked the 12th tree they had cut down that day, more than sufficient, so they decided not to return for additional tools. As Hagrid dragged the fir, leaving a winding trail in the snow, Qin followed the path back to Hogwarts Castle. Upon entering the Great Hall, they found George and Fred, grimacing as they assisted the professors in moving supplies. The duo had enchanted a snowball, which had spiraled out of control and exploded near Professor Snape, leading to their current predicament. The arrival of Qin Yu invigorated the two individuals, who exclaimed with enthusiasm their desire to adorn the newly relocated tree with an array of decorations. Before long, the hall was festooned with a lively atmosphere, thanks to the efforts of Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Hagrid, and several students. As Qin Yu surveyed the walls adorned with cascading floral ribbons, exquisite Christmas ornaments, and sparkling icicles, alongside a Christmas tree bedecked with hundreds of candles and golden baubles, he inexplicably recalled the little girl with brown hair and enchanting eyes. Perhaps holidays are meant to be shared with those we hold dear. The very first person he encountered upon his arrival in this world remained an irreplaceable presence in his heart. Upon returning to the Gryffindor dormitory, Qin Yu began to unpack his belongings, bringing along a few winter garments, while the remainder of his suitcase was filled with gifts for the Granger family, a significant portion of which was intended for Hermione. These were items he had occasionally purchased or acquired through various means, gradually accumulating a substantial collection. As he gazed at the overflowing suitcase, he suddenly remembered Professor Swinton's bag, which housed numerous owl models. If only he possessed such a contraption, packing would be a trivial concern. Determinedly, Qin Yu resolved to persuade Professor Swinton to gift it to him next year. 2 days before Christmas, Hogwarts officially commenced its holiday break. Students remaining at the school could freely engage in various activities, frolicking in the dormitories, common rooms, and throughout the campus, or dedicating time to their studies. Those departing would board the Hogwarts Express at Hogsmeade Station, embarking on their journeys to distant destinations. On this day, Qin Yu, with considerable effort, hoisted his suitcase onto the train. The number of passengers returning home for Christmas was markedly fewer than those who had traveled back at the beginning of the school year, resulting in many vacant compartments aboard the train. Qin Yu selected an unoccupied private room and entered. However, despite the sparse crowd, he did not immediately relish the tranquility, as students passing by occasionally recognized him as the formidable beater from Gryffindor during the last Quidditch match. They could not resist approaching him to extend their greetings. Even Cedric Diggory came over to inquire if he could sit for a while. Upon receiving Qin Yu's consent, he excitedly took a seat. Expressing his admiration for Qin Yu and seeking his guidance on how to become a proficient Quidditch player, in Qin Yu's mind, he mused that as a seeker, how could Cedric seek advice from him, a mere batter? Nevertheless, faced with the enthusiastic inquiries of his fans, Qin Yu chose to respond with patience. After all, he had previously harbored a tinge of jealousy towards Cedric's popularity, and now to find himself the object of admiration was somewhat poignant. Thus, he shared a few insights from his previous encounter with the Slytherin Seeker, and to his surprise, Cedric was able to extrapolate from that, articulating strategies to evade formidable batters on the field. This left Qin Yu in awe of the young man's innate talent for Quidditch. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, stretching over 2 or 3 hours. "Qin, I truly enjoyed our discussion today. Did I intrude upon your time?" Cedric said, glancing at the setting sun, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. "Not at all. I too relished our conversation. My friends haven't returned home for Christmas, leaving me with little to occupy my time. Moreover, your insights have been quite enlightening. However, I must warn you, I intend to apply these strategies in future matches, so should we meet on the field, be prepared." Qin Yu replied with a smile. "Absolutely. I will also implement what I learned today in our games, and then let our skills determine the victor," Cedric declared with a spirited resolve. What an upstanding young man, Qin Yu mused internally, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy when considering Cedric's fate. Of course, that was Cedric's original destiny, which did not necessarily dictate the course of this iteration. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, silently adding the thought. As their journey continued, neither Qin Yu nor Cedric felt the need to part ways. Cedric found their conversation to be genuinely delightful. This first-year student, merely a year younger than him, possessed an extraordinary depth of knowledge and wisdom, coupled with the exuberance of youth. Thus, he confided many of his innermost thoughts to Qin Yu. For instance, he spoke of his father's expectations, which at times felt suffocating, leading him to suppress many of his own dreams. While not harboring resentment towards his father, he expressed a sense of confusion and helplessness, fearing he could not bear the weight of restoring his family's honor. Qin Yu, unsure how to guide him through the pressures of his upbringing, offered gentle encouragement, advising him to maintain a balanced mindset and not to impose unrealistic demands upon himself. "Qin, after our conversation today, I feel immensely relieved. I truly regret not reaching out to you sooner," Cedric said earnestly, gripping Qin Yu's hand as the train approached the station, his eyes glistening with emotion. "I too wish we had met earlier," Qin Yu replied earnestly. This young man clearly lacked friends with whom he could share his true feelings. Otherwise, why would he confide so deeply in Qin Yu? Qin Yu reflected. Yet, he sensed Cedric's sincerity and found their exchange enjoyable, alleviating some of his own anxiety about returning home. As the train drew nearer to their destination, Qin Yu felt increasingly unsettled, a vague and indescribable apprehension. Fortunately, having someone to converse with helped to divert his attention. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station, Cedric disembarked and was greeted by his family, while Qin Yu took the London Underground to the neighborhood where he had spent a spring and a summer. As he rolled his suitcase to the familiar house, he found a couple and a young girl, around 10 years old, waiting for him. They were, of course, the Granger family and little Hermione. The owl, Treacle, had already familiarized himself with the route and had flown ahead to inform the Granger family of Qin Yu's return. Qin Yu stood there, somewhat hesitant. However, Mrs. Granger exhibited no such hesitation as she stepped forward, enveloping him in her embrace while gently stroking his head. "Qin, you have finally returned. Annie truly missed you," she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Although they had only spent a few months together, she felt an overwhelming affection for the boy. Almost as if he were her own son. "Aunt Jenny, I missed you too," Qin Yu replied with a smile. Soon after, Mr. Granger approached and offered Qin Yu a gentle hug. Unlike his wife, Mr. Granger was less expressive of his emotions, yet he was genuinely delighted by Qin Yu's return. "By the way, Hermione, weren't you always mentioning how Qin should come home for Christmas? Why are you silent now?" Mr. Granger inquired, directing his attention to his daughter, who stood a short distance away, unusually quiet. Upon hearing her father's words, Hermione bit her lip softly, gazing at Qin Yu with a tinge of shyness. In that moment, she found it difficult to discern which version of Qin was the true one, the Qin from her memories, the Qin from her letters, or the one standing before her now. Qin Yu gazed at the young girl who had evidently grown taller, and in that moment, he seemed to sense the confusion, bewilderment, and trepidation within her heart. Indeed, the more familiar one believes themselves to be with another, the more pronounced the sense of estrangement can become upon a long-awaited reunion. She felt it, and he was not much better off. However, Qin Yu was determined not to let this feeling of unfamiliarity linger. He stepped forward, approaching Hermione. The latter suppressed the urge to retreat, allowing him to draw closer. Then, Qin Yu gently opened his arms, his clear eyes tenderly meeting Hermione's gaze. At that moment, the tension that had gripped Hermione dissipated entirely upon seeing the warmth in his eyes. Yes, he may have grown taller, perhaps developed a more composed demeanor, and experienced a myriad of captivating adventures and intriguing encounters, yet he remained fundamentally the same. The one who had once encouraged her, aided her, and accompanied her. The one she had dreamt of countless times. With this thought, Hermione beamed, eagerly taking the step she had longed to take, and then she melted into his outstretched embrace, pressing against his chest and holding on tightly. In truth, she yearned to be the first to envelop him in a hug even more than her mother did. She felt a twinge of jealousy at her mother as precedence. In that moment, she silently resolved to always seize the opportunity before anyone else. Any sense of unfamiliarity, confusion, bewilderment, or trepidation vanished entirely in that instant. Qin Yu was certainly no exception. He held the girl in his arms, gently tousling her long brown hair as he softly inquired, "Hermione, have you missed me?" Hermione instinctively nodded in affirmation, but then, reflecting on his 6-month absence, she pouted slightly and added, "Just a little." Chapter 50. Qin, good morning. I must take my leave. Two friends reunited after a long separation embraced for a brief moment. Surely, this was not excessive, was it? Qin Yu felt a twinge of guilt, especially with Mr. and Mrs. Granger observing nearby. Yet, he had indeed held the embrace for a moment longer than usual. Hermione had clung to him with such fervor that he could distinctly sense the emotion swirling within her. Unsure of how to articulate his own feelings, he selfishly lingered in the warmth of her embrace for a while longer, a duration that perhaps exceeded the bounds of propriety. However, as long as no one deliberately scrutinized the situation, it would be just fine. For instance, the Grangers were preoccupied with helping Qin Yu carry his luggage back home, thus oblivious to the length of their embrace. In truth, Qin Yu was being overly sensitive. Soon after, Hermione cheerfully took Qin Yu's hand, leading him into the house, eager to share a multitude of thoughts with him. Observing their daughter, who had recently been so quiet yet had now transformed into a lively spirit, the Grangers couldn't help but marvel at her rapid emotional shift. Following this, they enjoyed a sumptuous dinner, leaving Qin Yu quite satiated. After the meal, Hermione and Qin Yu settled in the living room for a chat. However, as the clock approached 9, nearly 10 o'clock, Mrs. Granger gently reminded them that it was time to wash up and retire for the night. Considering Qin Yu's long train journey had left him in need of rest, Hermione, though somewhat reluctant, ultimately encouraged him to freshen up and ascend to bed. As he lay on the small bed in the attic, gazing at the ceiling and the room's decor, a profound sense of unreality washed over Qin Yu amidst the enveloping silence. Indeed, it was in this very room that he had awakened once before, subsequently experiencing a myriad of events, and now he found himself back in this familiar space. Life is indeed intriguing, often drawing circles that lead one back to the beginning. Yet, as he returned to this starting point after traversing so much, he found himself questioning whether he had truly experienced it all. It was reminiscent of a phrase he had encountered in a previous life: life is but an illusion. Yet, even if it were an illusion, Qin Yu mused that at least it was a splendid one. An irresistible impulse surged within him to venture downstairs and see if the little girl, named Hermione, truly resided below. Fortunately, reason prevailed, urging him to refrain from acting foolishly at that moment. Amidst a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts and self-reflections, Qin Yu gradually succumbed to drowsiness, slipping into a state of slumber. Just as he hovered between light and deep sleep, he faintly discerned the sound of soft footsteps approaching. This was a unique ability acquired through his meditation practice. Even in slumber, he retained a sense of awareness of his surroundings. The footsteps drew closer with caution, ultimately pausing at his bedside. Thus, Qin Yu stirred from his light sleep, opened his eyes, and beheld the very girl he had just been yearning to see. "Qin, can't you sleep either?" she exclaimed with excitement, though she restrained her voice. Who else could this be but Hermione? After a moment of surprise, Qin Yu smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes. I can't sleep either." At that moment, Hermione was crouched by Qin Yu's bedside, clad in a light blue nightgown, her hair simply styled into 2 braids. Her bright eyes gazing at him. Qin Yu sat up and gently patted her head, saying, "Come sit up here." The little girl, delighted by his invitation, climbed onto Qin Yu's bed. They settled down side by side, just as they had on numerous occasions before. Qin Yu then pulled the blanket over them both, ensuring they would be warm, for the winter nights still held a chill in the room. Just as he intended to turn on the light, Hermione suddenly grasped his arm and interjected, "Qin, please don't turn on the light. My mother might discover I'm still awake. If she finds out, she will surely scold me, and she told me not to disturb your rest." Qin Yu silently reflected on her words, thinking to himself that she had failed to adhere to both of her mother's requests. Observing her anxious demeanor, he withdrew his hand. Hermione then pointed to her head with a hint of pride and said, "I have this." As she pressed a spot on her head, a soft glow emanated, dispelling some of the darkness in the room and providing a sense of comfort. The source of the light was the cat-shaped hairpin that Qin Yu had gifted her, which he recalled purchasing for 10 silver sickles in Diagon Alley. "Is it pretty?" Hermione tilted her head and asked. "Indeed, it is," Qin Yu replied with a smile, gazing into her eyes. This time, Hermione was momentarily taken aback, as she quickly realized that his definition of pretty was not limited to the hairpin. She found herself staring at him, momentarily at a loss for words. It was only when her heart began to race and her cheeks flushed that she awkwardly turned her head, clearing her throat. At this moment, she noticed that the hand she had used to stop Qin Yu was now being held by a larger hand. "Your hands are too cold. Let me warm them for you," Qin Yu remarked, sensing her inclination to withdraw her hand. Hermione blinked a few times, acknowledging the warmth of his hand, and made no attempt to pull away. "What shall we talk about?" Qin Yu initiated, breaking the silence that had settled between them. I haven't thought of anything," Hermione replied, momentarily at a loss for a topic. "All right, let me think. I'll share with you the story from Professor Sprout's herbology greenhouse to Professor Snape's potions classroom," Qin Yu said slowly. "Yes." Hermione eagerly nodded, intrigued by the prospect of the tale. From the herbology greenhouse to the potions classroom sounded captivating to her. Thus, Qin Yu began recounting his experiences at Hogwarts, starting with Professor Sprout's greenhouse. Of course, he spoke of more than just the greenhouse. That was merely an amusing preamble. Herbology was quite enjoyable, he explained, as long as one understood the characteristics of the plants. In flying lessons, the key was to find a comfortable flying position to truly relish the experience. Elvis had initially detested flying lessons, but his feelings gradually changed. In Charms class, there were always students eager to experiment with peculiar spells, such as one to transform juice. Jimmy once attempted it, but what he produced resembled vinegar rather than fruit juice. Professor Snape was indeed a complex individual. Qin Yu found him difficult to fathom. Despite their familiarity, Snape still managed to embarrass him in class. Fortunately, Qin Yu was diligent with his studies, or else Gryffindor would have lost even more points. "By the way, I've been rather unfortunate, having points deducted frequently. Go ahead and laugh if you wish," he added with a wry smile. As for Professor Swinton in defense against the dark arts, he had become less intimidating to most students, who had grown accustomed to the frightening images he displayed in class. "He has been quite helpful to me. He's a good teacher. I wonder if you'll have the chance to meet him." Qin Yu continued to share stories from Transfiguration class, some of which he had previously written about in letters, while others were new. Regardless of whether he had mentioned them before, Hermione listened intently, for hearing them directly from Qin Yu was far more vivid and engaging than reading them. She could interject at any moment, asking for details, and her eyes sparkled with excitement at the thrilling parts. While she could not help but laugh heartily at the amusing anecdotes, quickly stifling her laughter for fear of waking her parents. Time slipped away, and as Hermione's hand grew warm in Qin Yu's grasp, he held her other hand as well. When both were warmed, the night had deepened. Noticing Hermione's eyelids beginning to droop, Qin Yu gradually lowered his voice. Eventually, she rested her head against his shoulder, her eyelids too heavy to lift. Therefore, he ceased speaking. The room returned to silence, yet the silence did not evoke the previous sense of unreality. The real Hermione was there beside him, resting sweetly on his shoulder in slumber. At some point, Qin Yu, too, succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Qin Yu awoke to find himself lying in bed, with Hermione nestled against his chest. It seemed that after he had fallen asleep, she instinctively lay down beside him. After all, sleeping seated could not compare to the comfort of lying down. Perhaps his movement disturbed her, for Hermione slowly opened her eyes, gazing at his face with a hint of confusion. "Am I still dreaming?" she murmured, pinching his cheek to confirm its reality. Once she felt the tangible sensation, Hermione fully awakened, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic. She quickly sat up. "Qin, good morning. I must go?" With that, the little girl scampered down the stairs. During breakfast, Hermione maintained her composure while eating from her plate. Mr. Granger casually inquired, "Qin, how did you sleep last night?" "Quite well. This bed is indeed comfortable," Qin Yu replied. "That's good to hear. However, even during the holidays, One must cultivate the habit of going to bed early and rising early, Mr. Granger remarked, casting a meaningful glance at his daughter. Huh, Dad, I was wrong, Hermione nearly exclaimed. Qin Yu harbored a similar sentiment. Upon reflection, it was inevitable that their conversation the previous day would be overheard by those downstairs. And it was hardly surprising that Mr. Granger discovered them awake in the dead of night. After all, Qin Yu had not employed any sound-dampening spells. Nevertheless, it was evident that Mr. Granger had no intention of pursuing the matter further. After reminding them to take care of their rest, he deftly shifted the topic. This brought a quiet sigh of relief from both Hermione and Qin Yu. Following breakfast, the Granger couple took Hermione and Qin Yu out for shopping, returning to the same large department store where they had previously purchased Halloween supplies. This shopping trip promised to yield far more than their Halloween acquisitions. Once they returned home and adorned the house with decorations, the spirit of Christmas filled the air almost instantaneously. Chapter 51. Young employees of the Ministry of Magic. The Granger family's Christmas, while not as grand and ceremonious as that at Hogwarts, was nevertheless warm and cherished. On the eve of Christmas, Qin Yu and Hermione assisted the Granger couple in preparing their home, even setting up a small Christmas tree adorned with stars, snowflakes, and ribbons, which looked quite delightful. After their labors, the two took a nap, and upon awakening the following day, Christmas morning, they discovered a gift placed beside each of their beds. Qin Yu received a scarf adorned in warm hues of red and yellow, exuding a comforting warmth, while Hermione was delighted by a comprehensive set of colorful paints, eagerly insisting that Qin Yu pose as her model for a painting. Early this morning, Mrs. Granger busied herself with preparations for the Christmas feast. Given the occasion, a roasted turkey was indispensable, following the advocacy of King Henry VIII and the promotion by King Edward VII. This delicacy from the New World has become a quintessential dish for Christmas in England. A 10-pound turkey stood as the centerpiece of today's culinary endeavors. With little else to occupy his time, Qin Yu assisted Mrs. Granger in her preparations. It seemed that every British household possessed a treasured turkey recipe handed down from mothers or grandmothers, and Mrs. Granger was no exception. Her recipe had purportedly been passed down through 4 generations, though Qin Yu found this claim somewhat exaggerated. After thoroughly cleaning the turkey, Mrs. Granger expertly separated the skin from the meat, then spread a mixture of butter infused with thyme, sage, and sea salt within its cavity. She also coated the exterior with this secret butter blend, before loosely stuffing the turkey with diced carrots, onions, and celery. Finally, she placed the prepared turkey in the oven, diligently basting it with the drippings every 30 minutes to prevent the skin from drying out and cracking. After 3 hours, the tantalizing turkey was presented on the dining table, accompanied by an array of other delectable dishes, marking the commencement of a sumptuous Christmas feast around 2 in the afternoon. In the spirit of the holiday, with an abundance of food before them, the Grangers, along with Qin Yu and Hermione, indulged heartily. To conclude the meal, they savored a serving of Christmas pudding, a perfect finale. During the Christmas season, in addition to enjoying a grand meal at home, the Granger family took Qin Yu and Hermione on excursions to admire the festive streetlights, explore Christmas markets, and partake in the Christmas carnival held at a nearby park. Qin Yu and Hermione had indulged in a delightful 2-day escapade. However, on the 3rd day following Christmas, a man clad in a black uniform and adorned with a broad-brimmed black hat appeared at the Granger residence. This gentleman, seemingly in his 20s, exuded an air of courtesy. Mr. Qin, Miss Granger, good day. I am Wade Brooke, an employee of the Department of Magical Education under the Ministry of Magic, specifically from the Minor Wizard Registration Office. He introduced himself. The Minor Wizard Registration Office? Qin Yu thought it was the first time he had heard of such a department. However, Hermione was already aware of it. Frowning with curiosity, she inquired, "Wasn't it May who came before? Why isn't she here today?" "May has been promoted to the International Magical Cooperation Office, and I am now responsible for the registration of underage wizards," Wade Brooke explained with a smile. "Oh, I see." Hermione nodded in understanding. "Mr. Qin, your previous registration was directly submitted by Professor Dumbledore, so it is quite normal that you are unaware of the Minor Wizard Registration Office. Our department primarily oversees the management of underage wizards. I have come to verify your information and to provide some reminders regarding you and Miss Granger's conduct outside of school." Wade Brooke elucidated the purpose of his visit. Listening intently, Qin Yu began to grasp the situation. His prior identity issues had been entirely managed by old Dang, leaving him unfamiliar with the department. In contrast, Hermione had a dedicated liaison for her identity registration, and from the tone of her voice, it was evident that she was not a stranger to the ministry employee named May. It was likely that May had acquainted Hermione with various aspects of the magical world, which allowed her to gain insight prior to her enrollment. Qin Yu speculated quietly. After verifying the authenticity of Wade's ministry badge, he and Hermione welcomed this individual into their home. At that moment, Mr. Granger was seated on the living room sofa, perusing a copy of the Times, while Mrs. Granger was busy organizing the cupboards and refrigerator in the kitchen. Both were somewhat taken aback upon seeing their guest, yet as guardians of young wizards, they had prepared themselves to some extent. They allowed the self-proclaimed ministry employee to converse in Qin Yu's room, with young Hermione accompanying them. "Mr. Qin, Professor Dumbledore has only registered your current home address and guardian information. The rest is rather scant. Could you elaborate on your situation? Wade stated directly after taking a seat on a chair in the room. Beside him hovered a paper form, with an automatic recording quill poised above, ready to document details. Hermione, standing nearby, stared in amazement at the quill, her eyes wide with wonder. May had not brought such a marvelous item during her visit. Qin Yu, having encountered such magical artifacts frequently, was not particularly surprised. After listening to Wade's words and pondering for a moment, he slowly replied, due to certain circumstances. I have lost my previous memories. All I can recall is that I was taken in by Mr. and Mrs. Granger here. Subsequently, I experienced a phenomenon of uncontrolled magic, which was fortuitously discovered by Professor Dumbledore, who then admitted me into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. That is the essence of the matter. Qin Yu is fundamentally pragmatic. Having articulated all that he could, upon his conclusion, Wade furrowed his brow and inquired, can you recall nothing of your prior experiences? It was not that he had completely forgotten. Rather, he could only recollect certain specific details, such as the knowledge he had acquired and some life skills. With a cautious heart but a calm demeanor, Qin Yu responded. The information is indeed somewhat lacking. However, it is not entirely surprising for a young wizard to encounter various unforeseen circumstances. I shall take note of it. Wade nodded in agreement. The featherquill danced gracefully in the air, transcribing Qin Yu's words verbatim onto a registration form. Once the recording was completed, Wade waved his hand, causing the form to roll up automatically and be tucked away within his robes, while the quill was sheathed in a protective case. After this, Wade turned to the two children in the room, adopting a serious tone. Next, I must remind you about your activities outside of school. According to the third clause of the Reasonable Restraint Act for underage wizards, those under the age of 17 are prohibited from deliberately using magic in the presence of muggles within muggle residential areas. Should there be any violations, a warning letter will be issued by the Ministry of Magic. In more severe cases, officials from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures may come to investigate, and in the direst situations, the Director of the Magical Law Enforcement will conduct an interrogation, potentially involving all members of the Wisengamot. Naturally, such extreme scenarios are quite rare. Observing the children's expressions grow solemn, Wade offered a reassuring smile. In truth, there is no need for alarm. This is merely a reminder. As long as you are mindful not to use magic indiscriminately, you should encounter no issues. But what if we find ourselves in danger? Qin Yu inquired. Lacking familiarity with this underage restraint law, Hermione also exhibited a look of concern, as she had not considered this aspect before. Her life had been rather uneventful, devoid of any perceived threats. Wade elucidated, according to the 7th clause of the Restraint Act, wizards may appropriately use magic when their own lives or those of present wizards or muggles are in jeopardy, even in the sight of muggles. That is reassuring. Wade then concluded, I extend my gratitude to Mr. Qin and Miss Granger for your cooperation today. This follow-up has now been completed. You are most welcome, Mr. Brooke. Thank you for your efforts. Qin Yu and Hermione rose to their feet and then accompanied the young employee from the Ministry of Magic as she departed from the Granger residence. Once she was sent off, Qin Yu inquired about Hermione's previous interactions with May. As he had anticipated, May not only revealed her identity as a witch to Hermione, but also enthusiastically explained various aspects of the magical world, presenting Hermione with several books. It seemed that she was quite a remarkable individual, Qin Yu remarked. Indeed, May is truly wonderful, Hermione concurred. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu and Hermione, the Ministry of Magic employee named Wade Brooke, after departing from the Granger residence, did not return to the subterranean halls of Whitehall in London. Instead, at a certain moment, he abruptly vanished, only to reappear shortly thereafter in an ancient and opulent manor in Wiltshire. Before long, he was ushered into the study of the manor's owner by the resident house elf. Wade, how is the investigation proceeding? Inquired the middle-aged man with golden hair, seated behind the desk. Mr. Malfoy, after my inquiries into the records of the Muggle world, it appears that this individual named Qin did indeed emerge in that Muggle community this past spring. Unfortunately, there are no records preceding that time, Wade replied. Today, in my capacity as a representative of the Department of Magical Education, I had the opportunity to meet with the child personally. His statements align largely with the findings of my investigation. Here's the documentation I compiled. As Wade handed over the registration form, Lucius Malfoy, the golden-haired owner of the manor, perused the page with swift precision. So, everything seems quite normal, does it? Malfoy mused after a moment of contemplation, his tone laced with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, that is the case, Wade responded calmly. Humph, yet another instance of everything being normal. It appears our headmaster is quite intent on convincing everyone that he is merely an ordinary child, Malfoy remarked coldly. Despite the absence of tangible evidence, he understood that the very notion of normalcy could mask the greatest abnormalities. I believe so, Wade replied, his tone unperturbed. Thank you for your efforts, Wade. Malfoy softened his tone slightly. It is my duty, Wade inclined his head respectfully. Qin Yu's Christmas holiday lasted over 10 days. But the vacation for adults was not nearly as lengthy. After a few days of respite, Mr. Granger and Mrs. Granger returned to their professional duties. The two children were left to their own devices at home. After addressing some of Hermione's inquiries regarding the study of magic, they found themselves with little to occupy their time. After all, following a warning from the Ministry of Magic employee named Wade Brooke, Qin Yu was reluctant to allow Hermione to handle a wand. While performing simple spells might not pose a significant issue, he certainly did not wish to find himself and Hermione seated in the defendant's chair at Wisengamot, or worse, facing an appeal. Thus, on that particular morning, an idea suddenly struck Qin Yu, and he spoke to Hermione with an air of mystery. Today, I shall take you to a delightful place that I guarantee you will adore. Where to? Hermione inquired, bewildered. You'll find out when we arrive, Qin Yu teased, keeping her in suspense. Then, the two ventured out of their home, utilizing the subway and tram to reach a rather dilapidated and narrow building. Flanking this structure were a large bookstore and a record shop, and the ordinary muggles passing by seemed utterly oblivious to its presence, as if it were shrouded from their sight. Indeed, this was the Leaky Cauldron. Let us go. Thus begins our adventure to Diagon Alley. As Qin Yu spoke, he grasped Hermione's hand and stepped inside. The latter's face was already alight with excitement and anticipation. The update on the dimensional wall was somewhat delayed. Yesterday, I took some time to sort through the subsequent plot, which consumed quite a bit of time. In truth, the more seemingly mundane the storyline appears, the more effort the author must invest. Otherwise, it becomes exceedingly difficult to convey the story's tension. Whether this book possesses such tension is a matter of debate. Furthermore, I have been meticulously cautious to maintain the story's immersive quality, pondering every phrase and word to ensure they do not detract from the reading experience. This meticulousness may well be the source of my struggles in writing this book, as my writing skills are lacking, yet I remain overly particular. Lastly, if it would not be too much trouble for everyone, could you kindly click that button to support the author? It would earn me a small sum, and every little bit adds up, allowing me to treat myself to a decent meal. Forgive my trivial request in the name of sustenance. Chapter 52. Hermione, pay close attention. I shall demonstrate only once. This shabby and chaotic tavern remained lively, yet Qin Yu sensed an odd atmosphere permeating the place today. Thus, he held Hermione's hand tightly, as they navigated cautiously through the throng of patrons and tables. Do you think the pureblood supremacists will truly make a comeback? It has been years since they disappeared. Spoke an older patron, his tone tinged with concern. What pureblood supremacists? They now refer to themselves as Grindelwald's army. Their name is rather up to date. I heard this from an orator of the North American Magical Congress. Those individuals have been causing quite a stir in Brazil, replied a somewhat younger middle-aged wizard. Upon hearing the names of the pureblood supremacists and Grindelwald, Qin Yu instinctively slowed his pace. The influx of information was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Hermione seized the opportunity to curiously survey the tavern. She was quite certain there must be wizards present. Ah, indeed. She even caught glimpses of what appeared to be wands tucked into the pockets of certain individuals, which thrilled her. After all, she had encountered very few genuine wizards thus far. Counting Qin Yu, that made 5, and including herself, 6. Is the North American Magical Congress attempting to intervene in the affairs of the Brazilian Ministry of Magic? With their capabilities, they would be fortunate to maintain their own house. Grindelwald certainly caused them no small amount of trouble during his time in North America. However, the situation in Brazil is indeed quite troubling. Grindelwald's army is expanding rapidly, and the Brazilian Ministry of Magic has already dispatched individuals to seek cooperation and support, including from the North American Magical Congress. You know, the current International Confederation of Wizards is not particularly effective. They are hardly reliable and must devise their own solutions. Let us hope they do not venture into Europe. How could they possibly overlook Europe? You two should refrain from discussing such matters. Be cautious of being overheard by the ministry. Our Minister Fudge is not fond of such conversations. Very well, let us drink. Tom, another round of sherry, please. I would like a butterbeer. After a brief discussion, the group shifted topics and began to converse about other matters. Qin Yu displayed little interest in their conversation about vampires and werewolves, so he chose to ignore it and continued walking with Hermione. Should we greet them? Hermione whispered, her gaze sweeping over the diverse patrons seated around the bar. Why greet them? Qin Yu was taken aback. Shouldn't we introduce ourselves? Hermione expressed her thoughts. This notion momentarily perplexed Qin Yu. However, considering that it was Hermione's first time encountering so many wizards, it was understandable that she felt a sense of joy at finding kindred spirits and wished to integrate herself into their midst. Thus, he grasped her sentiment. She was merely an innocent girl, unaccustomed to such surroundings. Amused by this realization, Qin Yu couldn't help but ruffle her hair affectionately. Smiling as he said, "My dear, this isn't the ideal place to make friends. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." I understand. Hermione nodded, recognizing that her idea might have been somewhat abrupt. Wow, you're that little Eastern boy from the last time Hagrid brought you, right? How has your experience at Hogwarts been over the past 6 months? The bar owner noticed Qin Yu and greeted him warmly. It's been quite fulfilling. Qin Yu replied with a smile. Haha, school days are always the most wonderful. The owner continued, by the way, would you like a drink? I can prepare a non-alcoholic mocktail suitable for children. He was promoting his offerings to Qin Yu and Hermione. Maybe next time, we're in a bit of a hurry. Qin Yu politely declined. They truly couldn't afford to be out for too long. If they returned home late, Mr. and Mrs. Granger would undoubtedly worry. And he also wished for Hermione not to linger in the bar. After bidding farewell to the bar owner, Qin Yu led Hermione through the counter toward the alleyway that led to Diagon Alley. However, just before he entered the alley, a loud crash echoed from the bar, prompting Qin Yu to instinctively look back. He discovered a drunken man had collided with a table and a somewhat haggard-looking young man. Sorry. The inebriated man slurred, repeatedly apologizing. Watch where you're going next time, the weary young man retorted, visibly irate. Qin Yu found the pronunciation of this individual rather peculiar. It did not resemble the accent typical of London, nor did it align with the familiar tones of British English. Subsequently, the young man noticed his belongings had fallen to the ground and hurriedly bent down to retrieve them. As he did so, a portion of his arm extended from his cuff, revealing a tattoo that appeared to be in motion on the back of his wrist. It was a black equilateral triangle, within which resided a circle and a vertical line. Due to the man's swift movements, Qin Yu could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the design, lacking a clear view. Thereafter, the man navigated through the crowd, stepping into the courtyard ahead of Qin Yu, hastily departing into Diagon Alley. Once the man had left, Qin Yu, accompanied by Hermione, ventured into the small courtyard. Where did that person go? Hermione inquired curiously, surveying the courtyard that was merely cluttered with trash bins and weeds. Due to the obstruction of her view, Hermione had not witnessed the opening of the Diagon Alley entrance and remained unaware of how the individual had vanished. Qin Yu, naturally, could fully embrace the pretense. With this thought in mind, he temporarily set aside the events he had just witnessed, took out his wand, and solemnly addressed Hermione. Hermione, pay close attention. I shall demonstrate only once. Demonstrate what? And why just once? When you taught me various things before, didn't you demonstrate multiple times? Hermione inquired, somewhat perplexed. Qin Yu found himself momentarily speechless, choked by her words. At that moment, he truly wished to silence the girl. Nevertheless, he decided to demonstrate a few times. In any case, he urged her not to blink, for he was about to commence. Qin Yu composed himself and continued speaking. The young girl instantly donned a serious and focused expression. Qin Yu refrained from further words, recalling the instructions imparted by Hage. He gently tapped the tip of his wand against a specific spot on the wall 3 times. Immediately, the bricks he had touched began to shift swiftly, gradually forming an arched doorway. Hermione, witnessing this enchanting spectacle, widened her eyes in astonishment. How marvelous, the young girl murmured. Qin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction from her reaction. He then took Hermione's hand and led her through the doorway, stepping onto a cobblestone street. When Hermione turned back to glance, the doorway had already sealed itself, reverting to a solid wall. As they ventured further, they encountered numerous wizards populating the street, with the first shop being a store that sold various cauldrons. Hermione eagerly tugged Qin Yu closer, curious to learn the purpose of the cauldrons. Cauldrons are primarily used in potion classes. We can purchase them when school starts, Qin Yu advised. Yes, I know. I'm just looking, not buying, Hermione nodded in response. She enthusiastically browsed the shop, contenting herself before departing. Next came a shop for wizard robes, an alemporium, a magical pet store, a stationery shop filled with enchanted supplies, an astronomical instrument shop, an alchemical workshop, and more. Hermione thoroughly embodied her principle of merely browsing, entering every shop they passed. And even if she did not make a purchase, she remained thoroughly engrossed. At that moment, Qin Yu realized that, regardless of time or culture, and irrespective of age, women, or girls, seem to possess an innate inclination for shopping embedded within their genes. Of course, this could also be attributed to Hermione's wonder at experiencing this place for the first time. After all, when Qin Yu last visited Diagon Alley, he too was filled with curiosity. However, having undergone various experiences at Hogwarts, his sense of wonder regarding the magical world had somewhat dulled, leading to a diminished curiosity towards these magical shops and items. Thus, Hermione continued her exploration, occasionally daring to engage in brief conversations with the shop owners. After a considerable amount of time, they arrived at a potion shop and stepped inside together. Excuse me. Do you still have the 8-eyed giant spider venom and spider abdomen hairs from our last visit? A disheveled young wizard inquired anxiously. I'm sorry, sir, but the last ounce of 8-eyed giant spider venom was just purchased. However, we still have a small bag of spider abdomen hairs, the shopkeeper replied regretfully. Noticing the young wizard's disappointment, the shopkeeper added, we have venom from the grim-faced giant spider, which bears some resemblance to the 8-eyed giant spider venom. Would you consider this as a substitute? Alas, the toxicity of the grim-faced giant spider cannot compare to that of the 8-eyed giant spider. Very well. I'll take this instead. Give me 5 ounces. No, better make it half a pint. If the quality is lacking, I'll have to buy more, the young wizard mumbled. Note, 1 pint 20 liquid ounces. Here, pint and liquid ounces are units of volume. Certainly. The shopkeeper nodded eagerly, then inquired, and how about the spider abdomen hairs? Just a small handful. I don't need much, the young wizard replied. After Qin Yu and Hermione entered, they observed the proprietor engaging in his trade with keen interest. Once the owner handed over a bottle filled with venom and a package of spider abdomen hairs wrapped in tin foil to the young wizard. Collecting an array of gleaming gold and silver coins, Qin Yu approached to greet him, calling out the proprietor's name. "Who are you?" the owner inquired. Somewhat unfamiliar with the young oriental boy. "I am Qin Yu. We have corresponded," Qin Yu replied with a smile, introducing himself. "Qin, are you the authorized representative for products from the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts?" the owner said, astonished. He had not anticipated that the individual he had been corresponding with was such a young child. Nevertheless, he quickly reconciled this surprise, realizing that in the magical world, peculiar occurrences abound. After all, even a 1-year-old had managed to defeat that infamous figure. Thus, it was not altogether astonishing for a boy in his teens to be conducting business. Merely the authorized representative for certain byproducts of magical creatures, Qin Yu clarified. Correcting the owner. Goodness. If he were to claim he represented items from the Forbidden Forest, Professor Dumbledore would surely obliterate him if he ever found out. Well, perhaps that was a slight exaggeration. Old Dumbledore still held affection for him, but a deduction of 100 points from Professor McGonagall was undoubtedly unavoidable, Qin Yu mused. "Oh. Right, my mistake," the owner replied, clearly understanding, as he winked at Qin Yu, his eyes glinting with a merchant's cunning. While he could subtly convey such assertions to customers, making them overtly public could invite unnecessary troubles for both himself and his suppliers. "Now, Mr. Qin, have you come to procure a new shipment of acromantula venom?" the owner inquired with eager anticipation. "Regrettably, there is no new supply of acromantula venom at present. I am merely accompanying my, sister, to explore Diagon Alley," Qin Yu explained. "I see. Feel free to browse. Should you find anything in my shop that piques your interest, I will extend a 20% discount," the owner said. Though disappointed, he remained cordial. "Thank you, good sir." Qin Yu expressed his gratitude promptly. As new customers entered the shop, the owner hurried to attend to them, though this particular patron turned away in disdain, complaining about the exorbitant price of dragon liver. Qin Yu exhibited a meticulousness in this wizarding apothecary that far surpassed Hermione's, attentively observing the quality and pricing of the items, as it was, to some extent, his vocation to comprehend market demands in order to supply these establishments effectively. Naturally, Hermione was far from bored. She eagerly grasped Qin Yu's hand, imploring him to elucidate the various curious magical ingredients, transforming their excursion into a vibrant lesson on herbology or potion making. However, upon realizing that he was unfamiliar with the majority of items towards the back, he decisively took Hermione's hand and exited the shop. Time slipped away swiftly, and before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. Hermione's jaunt through Diagon Alley was filled with delight, yet her favorite destination remained flourish and blots. For within its confines lay a plethora of books she had never even heard of, some of which moved and emitted eerie sounds, adding to the allure. "Qin, may I stay here and read for a while?" Hermione inquired with palpable anticipation. On the second floor of Flourish and Blots, there existed a reading area where patrons were permitted to peruse the tomes. Qin Yu mused. Finally, the little ancestor is going to take a break. He promptly nodded in agreement and ordered 2 glasses of the uniquely crafted fruit juice from Lehan Bookstore. Thus, the two settled at a window-side table, sipping the juice, each with a distinct flavor in every sip, while perusing the books they had chosen. Hermione was engrossed in a tome about the history of the magical world and various magical regulatory bodies, her focus unwavering. Isn't she a bit too ambitious to start with such a book? Qin Yu thought to himself, only casually jesting. Beside him lay a book titled Curious Notions of Alchemy, authored by a wizard from the Egyptian Alchemical Research Center. However, after reading for a while, Qin Yu found the author's ideas rather eccentric, some bordering on absurd. When he read that one could solve the energy crisis of the human world using a philosopher's stone, he couldn't help but chuckle. Is the philosopher's stone as common as a pebble, so easily obtainable? Such impracticality was laughable. With that, he closed the book, took a sip of his juice, and gazed out the window, soothing his slightly weary eyes. Outside, shops lined the streets and crowds bustled about. Thanks to the soundproofing charm, he found the atmosphere here pleasantly tranquil, almost reminiscent of observing the myriad facets of wizarding life. This scene could inspire a painting, perhaps titled Christmas on the Streets. A smile crept onto Qin Yu's lips, though it faded slowly, replaced by a gentle furrow of his brow. Is it that person from the bar? He wondered to himself. Indeed, a pale-faced young wizard hurried past below, the very same individual he had encountered at the leaky cauldron. Recalling the tattoo he had seen, doubt crept into Qin Yu's mind. Ding. Dear host, the seemingly calm magical world is rife with undercurrents. You have inadvertently discovered a suspicious character and felt a sense of caution arise. Now, please make your choice. 1. Proceed with caution and inform others of your findings. Reward, 1,000 galleons. 2. Take the risk to investigate and achieve certain results. Reward, advanced disillusionment charm. The sudden appearance of the system heightened Qin Yu's awareness that matters were far from simple. Chapter 53. A fortuitous assembly. The disillusionment charm, a form of concealment spell, enables the affected individual or object to blend seamlessly with their surroundings, mirroring aspects such as color and texture. A more advanced version of this charm allows the caster to impose specific alterations, like removing the wings of a thestral, ensuring that muggles remain oblivious to its peculiarities, thus safeguarding the wizard who breeds thestrals from exposure. It is said that the highest tier of this charm can render one invisible, akin to donning an invisibility cloak. It sounds remarkable, and while it is indeed challenging to perform, Dumbledore could undoubtedly master it. As for someone of Snape's caliber, he could achieve a certain degree of invisibility, though it would pale in comparison to Dumbledore's perfection. Qin Yu had practiced this spell under Snape's guidance, though not with great success. He could only manage to somewhat match his surroundings in color. In summary, an advanced disillusionment charm is an invaluable spell, comparable to acquiring an invisibility cloak. The allure of such a reward from the system was undeniable. He knew that mastering it through his own efforts would likely take him 2 to 3 years, while the system's reward would significantly shorten that time. Faced with the system's 2 options, had he not been accompanied by Hermione, he would have undoubtedly chosen the second. However, with Hermione present, he found himself hesitating. Perhaps the first choice is not so bad, Qin Yu pondered. Qin, what is the matter? Are you lost in thought? Hermione inquired. Having noticed the contemplative expression on his face, I suddenly remembered something I need to do in Diagon Alley, but it's nothing urgent, Qin Yu replied casually. Oh, then you should just go ahead and do it. After all, there's nothing pressing right now. Besides, don't you often say that if something must be done, there's no need to find excuses to delay it? Have you forgotten your own advice? Hermione said earnestly. Taken aback by her words, Qin Yu realized, indeed, some matters cannot be avoided, and prolonging them serves no purpose. As a time traveler, he should have grasped this truth more acutely. Given his awareness of the challenges that lay ahead, perhaps it was the tranquility of his current life that had lulled him into forgetting the effort required to effect change in the future. With newfound determination, he nodded and said, You're right, some things cannot be evaded, nor should they be postponed. Exactly, Hermione smiled, pleased to have imparted a valuable lesson to Qin. Then she asked, Do you need me to accompany you? No, it's better if you stay here to read. This task is more convenient for me to handle alone. Qin Yu replied, shaking his head. Qin Yu certainly could not take Hermione along for the investigation, and it was rather safe for her to remain at the Lehan bookstore. All right, Hermione replied obediently, though slightly disappointed. She then pointed at her empty cup, bit her lip, and, with a hint of embarrassment, asked, Qin, may I have another glass of juice? Of course, no problem. I will ask the owner to bring you another cup, and I will leave some money with her. Just tell her what you would like, Qin Yu said with a smile. That's wonderful. Thank you, Qin. Hermione exclaimed joyfully. Don't mention it. Qin Yu replied as he stood up, gently ruffled Hermione's hair, and then quickly made his way downstairs. Select option 2. Qin Yu silently reminded himself. Ding. Your choice is filled with courage. Please complete the investigation promptly. Good luck. The system responded. As Qin Yu descended the stairs, he glanced back at Hermione, who was quietly absorbed in her reading by the window. Sensing his gaze, she tilted her head in his direction, beaming a radiant smile and waving her hand to reassure him. It was a gesture that conveyed her understanding, encouraging him to attend to his tasks without worry for her. Indeed, she was a delightful, considerate, and empathetic sister. Qin Yu bid farewell to Hermione once more with a wave before descending the staircase. After leaving a generous sum of galleons and instructing the proprietor to deliver a glass of exquisite fruit juice to Hermione, he hastily exited in search of the young man. In truth, from the moment he spotted the suspicious figure to his descent, not much time had elapsed. Coupled with the clarity of the man's movements, Qin Yu swiftly detected his silhouette. He then cautiously trailed behind, maintaining a prudent distance for safety. Qin Yu followed the individual for a while, observing as he meandered through the bustling streets teeming with people. However, the man's demeanor and movements betrayed a certain tension, clearly indicating he had no intention of making any purchases. After approximately 10 minutes, the man glanced at a magical clock displayed in a shop window, and his pace began to quicken. He swiftly departed from the lively thoroughfare, veering into a more secluded pathway, which grew increasingly quiet. Eventually, at a certain moment, the man's figure inexplicably vanished from sight. Qin Yu hurriedly approached and discovered that the individual had turned into a narrow, deserted alley. The young man then paused in the alley, exhibiting a sense of urgency, as if awaiting someone. Given the brevity of the alley, which had openings at both ends, Qin Yu opted not to linger at the entrance to avoid detection by the young man or any potential arrivals. Instead, he sought refuge in the branches of a nearby grand tree, climbing up to conceal himself. Although it was winter, the tree was lush with foliage, likely of a special species, allowing Qin Yu to remain hidden within its canopy, making it difficult for passers-by to discern his presence at a glance. After nearly 10 minutes, as the young man in the alley grew increasingly restless, pacing back and forth, an individual appeared at the opposite entrance of the alley, clearly making their way towards him. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Qin Yu swiftly descended from the tree with utmost caution, then nimbly approached the alley's entrance, halting beside a pile of debris. He cleverly concealed himself behind a broken wooden plank and cautiously peered through the gaps to observe the two individuals in the distance. You are dreadfully late. Utterly lacking any sense of time, exclaimed the young man with evident displeasure. It was your insistence to meet here. I feared encountering acquaintances. Thus I had to take a longer route, replied the newcomer, seemingly resigned. This man donned a dark cloak, his face obscured by the hood. But Qin Yu surmised from his voice that he was likely a man in his 30s. You could have arrived earlier. Meeting here is the safest option for both parties. The young man retorted impatiently. Honestly, we ought to cultivate more trust between us. For the greater good, we should act accordingly, the cloaked man declared. Let it be. We are not like you. At the very least, we do not discriminate against our wizarding brethren based on bloodlines, the young man scoffed. All right. Let us set aside our ideological differences for now. It is evident we have a necessity for collaboration, do we not? The cloaked man moderated his tone. Regarding the matter of cooperation, I have no objections. However, I am not the one who holds the authority to make decisions, the young man conceded, no longer confrontational. Subsequently, the cloaked man extended his hand, presenting a key. Now, let us discuss the pressing matters at hand. We find the contents satisfactory. Here is the second portion of the payment. The young man accepted the key and handed over a small pouch. The cloaked man opened the drawstring, glanced inside, and with satisfaction proclaimed, "Excellent, may our collaboration be fruitful." He extended his hand, and though the young man hesitated, he reluctantly shook it. Yet, at that moment, a commotion at the alley's entrance startled them. First came the sound of a cat's meow, followed by a pained exclamation, and then a loud thud reminiscent of falling wood. Who goes there? What is happening? Both men exclaimed in unison, swiftly drawing their wands. Upon seeing a shadow emerge at the alley's mouth, they simultaneously aimed their wands at one another. However, they barely completed their incantations before the opposing spell struck them first. Expelliarmus! Clatter! Clatter! The sound of their wands clattering to the ground filled the alley, instilling fear upon the two men, who realized that their adversary not only possessed formidable strength but also acted with decisive intent, clearly not someone to be trifled with. I have something to discuss. The cloaked man began to plead. Stupefy. Before he could finish, the second wave of spells from their assailant struck. Both the cloaked man and the young wizard collapsed to the ground. Almost a minute passed before the shadow at the alley's entrance cautiously approached, gingerly kicking each of the fallen men. Seems there is no issue, came a voice that sounded somewhat juvenile. As he dispelled his concealment charm, a strikingly handsome face with distinctly Eastern features emerged. Indeed, this individual was Qin Yu, who had been trailing the suspicious men. Ironically, the very spot he had chosen to hide was the home of a stray cat, which, upon discovering an uninvited guest, had immediately launched an attack. Qin Yu was intently observing the two individuals in the alley when, caught off guard, one of them suffered 4 deep gashes on his hand. In pain, he let out a cry, causing the wooden plank he held to clatter to the ground, a noise that could not fail to alert the two men. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu, relying on the reflexes honed by Professor Snape, swiftly cast the spells Disarm and Stun, incapacitating the two figures in the alley in rapid succession. The binding spell primarily targets the use of magic in the presence of muggles, however, in a place like Diagon Alley, frequented solely by wizards. Qin Yu felt emboldened to act without hesitation. Is there room for negotiation? Qin Yu coldly remarked. The world is fraught with peril. It is better to strike first than to engage in idle chatter. After incapacitating them, he proceeded to tear open the sleeves of the two men and discovered a triangular, circular, and vertical line pattern on the wrist of the younger man. Indeed, this was the fabled symbol of the Deathly Hallows, also associated with Grindelwald. On the inner wrist of the other man, there was a vivid red tattoo depicting a serpent emerging from the mouth of a skull. Upon seeing the second emblem, Qin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Merlin's beard, one Death Eater and one pure-blood fanatic. Must they come together so fortuitously? As Qin Yu sighed, he picked up the keys and bag from the hands of the two individuals and tucked them into his coat, hearing faint voices in the distance, presumably from passers-by. He chose not to linger. After all, these two individuals were unlikely to take anything with them. He swiftly exited the alley from which he had entered. Wow, Qin, where did this little kitten come from? Hermione's eyes softened and sparkled with affection upon noticing the small yellow cat cradled in Qin Yu's arms. It is difficult for a girl to resist the charm of a small creature. I found it on the way. It seems to be a stray. I just cleaned it up and plan to take it to a pet shop shortly, though I'm not sure if they will accept it. Qin Yu replied with a hint of helplessness. Despite the cat's initial aggression towards him, he recognized that he had invaded its territory and even trampled one of its worn-out toys, a battered puppet. As he departed the alley, the little yellow cat trembled, likely realizing that this boy possessed a formidable and intimidating presence. Qin Yu, feeling pity for the little creature, casually cast a cleaning spell before bringing it back. Can I hold him? Hermione asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sure, but be careful. He just scratched my hand, Qin Yu cautioned. Oh, are you all right? Hermione inquired anxiously. Glancing at his hands. It's fine now. I bought a special potion for treatment at the apothecary, he replied, showing her the back of his injured hand. After the healing spell and the potion, the marks were barely discernible. With that, Hermione felt relieved and began scolding the little yellow cat. How could you bully Qin? He is such a kind and gentle person. Look, he even brought you back. The cat emitted a soft, confused sound. perhaps not fully grasping the meaning of kindness or gentleness. At that moment, they were on the first floor of the leaky cauldron. Qin Yu had left some money with Hermione while he went to browse, and she took the opportunity to select a few books, which the shopkeeper placed into a canvas bag. When Qin Yu returned, the shopkeeper handed him back a pile of galleons, which had hardly diminished. He thought to himself, this girl truly knows how to manage her finances and is considerate enough to save me money. Carrying the bag of books, while Hermione cradled the little yellow cat, they exited the leaky cauldron. Why did you buy this book as well? Qin Yu casually glanced into the bag and asked with surprise. I noticed you eyeing it for a while. And the shopkeeper mentioned it had been in the store for ages without a buyer and was on sale for just 5 sickles, so I decided to get it. Hermione explained, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her voice. Do you dislike it? Not at all. In fact, it's quite a remarkable book with a unique perspective. And for just 5 sickles, it's an absolute steal. Qin Yu replied with a smile. Great. I'm glad. Hermione beamed back at him. Ultimately, Qin Yu and Hermione returned home with the cat. They had initially intended to leave the little yellow cat at the magical pet shop, where the clerk claimed it had the lineage of a Kneasel and might be sold. However, as they walked away, Hermione murmured, Crookshanks is so beautiful. Why did that clerk say he was ugly and hard to sell? Who? Qin Yu paused, confused. The clerk, Hermione replied, bewildered. I meant the crook something. He continued to inquire. Crookshanks. She completed the name. Yes, Crookshanks. Qin Yu nodded. Crookshanks is indeed lovely, Hermione stated solemnly. So who is Crookshanks? Qin Yu frowned. The little cat we found. I just named him, she said, glancing back longingly at the pet shop. Qin Yu wasn't certain if Hermione had mentioned the name earlier, but Crookshanks certainly suited the cat's appearance, with its slightly crooked short legs. The name resonated with him. He just wasn't sure if this Crookshanks was indeed Hermione's cat. Although the fluffy yellow coat, round face, and short legs did resemble the one she intended to buy in her 3rd year. If no one wants Crookshanks, will he be stuck in a cage forever? That's so sad, don't you think, Qin? She lamented. Huh, where are you? Hermione suddenly noticed he had stopped walking. She turned to find Qin Yu standing behind her, holding the bag of books with an expression of bemusement. Why aren't you moving? She asked, puzzled. Are you sure you want to leave? He raised an eyebrow in response. Hermione blinked several times, then a smile broke across her face. Qin, are you saying exactly what you think? He affirmed. Really, there's no doubt. You've already named him, so he must be our cat now. Since Hermione had named the cat Crookshanks, regardless of whether Qin Yu was aware of the name or not, he had no intention of leaving the cat behind. Fantastic. I absolutely adore you, Hermione exclaimed, rushing over to peck a kiss on his cheek before darting back into the magical pet shop. Ah, the customary Western greeting kiss. Nothing surprising there, Qin Yu thought to himself. He cleared his throat and followed her back into the shop. They successfully reclaimed the cat. And Qin Yu also purchased some pet supplies, including growth enhancers and grooming products. The shopkeeper was delighted, showing no signs of annoyance at the 2 youngsters returning for the cat after just leaving. Hermione was overjoyed, cradling Crookshanks, now with a name, refusing to let him go. Crookshanks, you'll be living with us from now on. I'm your mom, Hermione, and this is your dad. No, wait, your uncle, Qin. She announced as they strolled down the street. Why am I not the dad? Qin Yu inquired, perplexed. Because I'm your little sister, so you're Crookshanks' uncle, Hermione replied earnestly, clearly recalling how Qin Yu had introduced her as his sister to the leaky cauldron's owner. Fine, uncle it is, Qin Yu conceded, deeming the topic unworthy of further debate. Thus, the 3 of them, 2 humans and a cat, wandered through Diagon Alley for a while longer, sampling its unique delicacies before concluding their day and departing from the bustling street. When Qin Yu, Hermione, and Crookshanks returned home, the Granger couple had not yet finished their work. Qin, do you think Mom and Dad will agree to let us keep him? Hermione began to express her concerns. Don't worry, I will assist you in persuading Uncle David and Aunt Ginny, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Wonderful. Crookshanks, did you hear that? Qin will help us. So you can rest assured, Hermione exclaimed as she cradled the little cat. Qin Yu waited for a moment, but was met with no customary kiss, alas. It was only to be expected, as that feline had captivated almost all of Hermione's attention. By the time the Granger couple returned home in the evening, they indeed harbored reservations about adopting the cat, primarily concerned that Hermione would be unable to care for it while they were preoccupied with work. However, Qin Yu endeavored to persuade them, explaining that bringing a pet to Hogwarts was a requisite, and purchasing one 6 months in advance was hardly an issue. He also assured them that Crookshanks was an astute cat, requiring little supervision. To further his case, he even demonstrated how the cat could use the toilet. Of course, the bewildered and frightened Crookshanks failed to execute the action gracefully, nearly tumbling into the bowl instead. Nevertheless, Mrs. Granger ultimately acquiesced, believing that if the 2 children could conceive such an idea as teaching a cat to use the toilet, they deserved some leniency. Thus, Crookshanks was officially welcomed into the Granger household, and that very night, Hermione took the cat to her room to sleep together. Meanwhile, Trick, who had been resting on her windowsill, was tasked by Qin Yu to deliver a letter to Hogwarts. As he lay in bed, Qin Yu pondered the events of the day, sleep eluding him. He reflected on the conversations he had overheard at the leaky cauldron. the young wizard he had encountered who appeared to be a member of the purported pure-blood party, G.A., and the cloaked figure adorned with the dark mark. Additionally, he recalled the key and the bag they had exchanged during their meeting. These matters rendered Qin Yu acutely aware of the complications at hand. He had just confirmed that the key was likely a vault key from Gringotts, while the bag contained a sealed transparent glass vial filled with a liquid as dark as blood. Could it be that the G.A. members intended to sell this substance to the Death Eaters for profit? Qin Yu speculated boldly. What, then, could possibly be contained within that small vial? Qin Yu momentarily contemplated the idea of peering outside. However, reason urged him to refrain from courting danger, affirming that a degree of caution could prove advantageous. At that moment, he increasingly felt that his choice to embark on this perilous investigation was indeed the correct one. Had he opted for inaction and merely reported the suspicious individual to others, he would have garnered little information, and those he could trust were few and far between, making timely communication impossible. Thus, he endeavored to accomplish what he could and obtained a wealth of investigative results. The remainder could be entrusted to those more suited for the task. Reflecting on this, Qin Yu could not resist glancing out of the window. Uncertain if it was his newfound prescient ability, he witnessed a distortion outside, and suddenly, a gray-haired old man appeared. In an instant, the window swung open, and the elderly figure entered. It was none other than Professor Dumbledore, one of Qin Yu's most trusted allies and the most formidable among them. Professor Dumbledore had hurried over upon receiving notification from Trick. Qin, what has transpired? Dumbledore inquired. His curiosity piqued. Qin Yu did not elaborate in the letter, merely urging him to arrive without delay. Qin Yu initially intended for Trig to fly to Hogwarts with the key and the bag. However, prioritizing safety, he merely notified Dumbledore to meet him promptly, ensuring absolute security. Today, I accompanied Hermione to Diagon Alley. Thus, Qin Yu recounted to Dumbledore everything he had seen and heard there in meticulous detail. Throughout the discourse, the venerable Dumbledore did not interrupt, though the gravity of his expression deepened with each revelation. By the end, as Qin Yu handed him the small vial from the bag, concern flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. Are you suggesting that this is not their first transaction, but rather the second? Dumbledore inquired, posing what seemed a trivial question. Yes, it appears they have met before, and there was a degree of familiarity, even a debate over ideological matters, Qin Yu replied. Ah, I see, Dumbledore acknowledged, stowing away the key and the vial. He then cautioned Qin Yu, you must refrain from taking risks in the future. I will handle the further investigation regarding today's events. Enjoy the remaining days of your Christmas holiday. Well, I merely found myself in the right place at the right time. I did not actively provoke them, Qin Yu remarked, touching his nose. Your vigilance and bravery are commendable, but you are still young. Some matters are best left to us, as they harbor significant danger, Dumbledore advised earnestly. Understood. Professor Dumbledore. I will heed your counsel, Qin Yu responded obediently. That is good to hear. I shall take my leave now, do rest early. Dumbledore said with a smile as he bid farewell. Goodbye, Professor Dumbledore. With a swift flicker, the old wizard vanished from sight. Once the items were dispatched, Qin Yu finally exhaled in relief. Ding. The host has submitted the findings to the key individual. The investigation task has been successfully completed, and rewards have been issued. Please check your rewards. The system notification chimed. Qin Yu had not anticipated that the task would only be deemed complete at this moment. He felt a surge of excitement as he tested the advanced ability of the disillusionment charm he had just acquired. Chanting the incantation, he tapped his wand against himself. In an instant, he discovered that his body was no longer visible, as if he had transformed into a ghost devoid of form. This effect brought him great satisfaction. Chapter 55. I wish to take you along. Since its enactment in 1875, the Statute of Secrecy has undergone continuous refinement, with the introduction of the trace serving as a beneficial auxiliary measure. The trace, a detection spell cast on underage wizards, primarily monitors their behavior outside of school. However, during the actual enforcement of the statute, it is a fundamental requirement that underage wizards refrain from willfully using magic in the presence of muggles. As for young witches and wizards practicing magic in wizarding households, a common occurrence, or discreetly trying out spells or wands, the trace, even if it reports such activities, will not prompt the Ministry of Magic to dispatch orders unless the actions are excessively blatant or cause significant disruption. In such cases, the Ministry typically resorts to sending warning letters. Moreover, for unregistered wizards or those of Muggle descent, the Ministry's oversight is comparatively lax. Some may even lack the trace entirely. And without guidance, these children are prone to magical mishaps, such as making zoo glass disappear or uprooting trees. In these situations, the Ministry finds it challenging to respond promptly, relying instead on information from other sources. In summary, as long as one does not act recklessly, the Ministry will not intervene. Note, this serves as a unified explanation. There is no need to delve deeply into the Statute of Secrecy and the trace. Observe Harry's actions from the first book to the last. As long as no one from above is targeting you, the statute is quite flexible. I understand the trace cannot be ignored. Yet it seems unreasonable for certain things that Harry and Malfoy have done to be off limits for the protagonist. Consider this a creative adjustment. The trace is indeed significant. But the protagonist will certainly not act irresponsibly unless the plot demands it. In light of the aforementioned, after cautiously experimenting with the disillusionment charm, Qin Yu refrained from further use and resisted the impulse to descend and frighten Hermione and Crookshanks. It must be said that Dumbledore is indeed someone who instills complete trust in Qin Yu. Having entrusted matters to old Dumbledore, he felt considerably relieved. As the night grew quiet and sleepiness began to envelop him, he lay down in bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. In the ensuing days, Hermione seized every opportunity to cradle Crookshanks, and the bond between the girl and the cat rapidly intensified. Remarkably, Crookshanks had even learned to use the toilet. This was undoubtedly due to Hermione's persistent teaching, but one could not deny that the cat was exceptionally intelligent, leading Qin Yu to momentarily ponder whether Crookshanks might be an animagus in disguise. Nevertheless, Crookshanks never revealed his true form. "I've been teaching him to say mama. By the time you return from school, he might have already learned it," Hermione said with a smile. However, upon uttering these words, she suddenly realized that the Christmas holiday was drawing to a close, and Qin Yu would be returning to school the following day. At this thought, the joy that had shone in her eyes was replaced by a sense of melancholy and wistfulness. Qin Yu observed the situation keenly and spoke gently. "I will return soon, and I shall write to you frequently." However, Hermione pouted and replied, "I do not wish for mere correspondence." The days spent together during the Christmas holiday had led Hermione to feel that simple letters were insufficient. Having Qin by her side was far preferable. Yet, inevitably, Qin had to return to school. This thought clouded Hermione's mood, and her feline companion, Crookshanks, seemed to sense her emotions, nuzzling his furry face against her arm. In the face of Hermione's melancholy, Qin was momentarily at a loss for comforting words, as he too felt a pang of sorrow at their impending separation. Then, noticing Crookshanks nuzzling against Hermione, an unbidden irritation surged within Qin. He grasped the cat by the scruff of its neck and moved it aside. "Qin, you," Hermione exclaimed in surprise as Qin leaned closer, gently enveloping her in his embrace. If he didn't know how to offer comfort, he could at least hold her for a moment as a gesture of solace. At first, Hermione's body was tense, but upon inhaling Qin's familiar scent, she gradually relaxed. Nuzzling her cheek against his neck, her earlier discontent dissipating. "You must write at least one letter a week. No, two. They can be brief, but you cannot neglect to write simply because you are busy," the young lady insisted with a stern expression. "Very well, I promise to write at least twice a week. If I fail, you can send Trig to bring me back," Qin assured her. "How could Trig possibly manage that?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "He has many siblings who can assist him," Qin replied, maintaining a serious demeanor. "Then you might just find yourself dropped from the sky by them." Hermione laughed at the imagined scenario of several owls carrying Qin aloft. The girl's fleeting gloom vanished as quickly as it arrived. With Qin's promise, particularly after that embrace, her spirits lifted considerably. She dashed upstairs to help Qin pack his belongings. As Qin watched Hermione kneeling by the bed, somewhat awkwardly yet diligently folding his clothes, a warmth blossomed in his heart. To receive such attentiveness from a future minister of magic was indeed a poignant thought. "Qin, you should also prepare your things. Determine what you need to take and what can be left behind," Hermione urged him seriously, noticing he was standing idly. "I wish to take you with me," Qin said casually as he organized his items. "Is that truly possible?" Hermione's eyes sparkled with hope. "All right, the girl is being mischievous." "Huh. Unless you transform into an owl or a cat," Qin replied, feigning annoyance. "Then I will transform. I am already a cat," Hermione declared. Climbing onto Qin's bed and pretending to be a small feline, Qin Yu reached out, gently stroking her head in harmony with her performance. Naturally, Hermione's acting could only deceive Qin Yu for a fleeting moment. She was far from transforming into a genuine little cat, and thus could not truly accompany him to Hogwarts. The only consequence of her antics was that the neatly folded clothes were once again disarrayed. After a playful interlude, Hermione resumed her position by the bedside, assisting Qin Yu in refolding the garments. By the following morning, after having breakfast, Qin Yu gathered his belongings and prepared to depart. The Granger couple intended to escort him to the train station, but Qin Yu, feeling capable of managing alone and wishing to avoid imposing on their work, graciously declined their kind offer. He then bid farewell to the Granger family at the door. "Goodbye, Crookshanks." Hermione, cradling the little yellow cat in her arms, waved one of its paws in farewell to Qin Yu. The Granger couple was taken aback by Hermione's demeanor. They had anticipated tears. Yet today, she appeared remarkably composed and even playful. Unbeknownst to them, Hermione had already experienced a moment of emotional turmoil the day prior and had been comforted. Although she felt a pang of reluctance now, she was not overly consumed by it. The little girl was gradually learning to grow stronger. Qin Yu departed from the Granger residence, traversing by bus and subway until he arrived at King's Cross Station, where he entered Platform 9 and to board the Hogwarts Express once more. He was returning to that enchanting school of magic as the holiday came to an end and a new term was about to commence. Chapter 56. Familiarity and change. Familiar mountains, familiar waters, familiar classrooms, campus, dormitories, the Great Hall, and the long legs of Professor Snape. If you do not rouse yourselves from the languorous sloth of the holidays, I would not hesitate to toss you into the black lake to awaken your senses. Listen to that icy voice, hear that biting tone. It certainly invigorates one in an instant. Mr. Qin, you appear to be in rather high spirits thus. You shall demonstrate the grinding of the weasel's desiccating gland, Professor Snape remarked, pulling Qin Yu aside with a languid air. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression instantly fell. Are you truly going to take me away, yellow weasel gland? He inquired. If you perform well, I might consider awarding Gryffindor an additional point. Professor Snape replied in a dispassionate tone. Very well, you are indeed formidable. It is my honor, Professor Snape. Qin Yu responded with a radiant smile. Then resolutely approached the podium and experimental station at the front of the classroom. Taking a deep breath, he grasped a shriveled, dull gray organ of an animal with tweezers and tossed it into the mortar. This unremarkable object was the yellow weasel gland. Qin Yu had encountered it in his textbooks and knew that despite its unassuming exterior and faint odor, once ground into powder, it would yield extraordinary results. Summoning his courage, he steeled himself and forcefully crushed the yellow weasel gland with the pestle, pressing down hard to grind the fragments. As he ground, an overwhelmingly foul stench rapidly permeated the classroom. Ugh, it's unbearable. I can't take it anymore. Help, I'm in tears. The students in the classroom were all retching from the horrid smell, calling for assistance. Qin Yu found himself in a precarious situation, teetering on the brink of potential demise. Remember the scent, Professor Snape pronounced with an elevated tone, deliberately enunciating each word. The classroom was in a state of uproar, and without raising his voice, the students would remain oblivious to his words. We remember, Professor. Please, spare us, came the chorus from the students. This odor is indelibly etched in my memory. I shall never forget it, even in my dreams, they exclaimed in unison. The notorious stench of the weasel's gland was swiftly dissipated as Professor Snape wielded his wand, banishing the foul aroma from the air. He then confined the unpleasant scent to a location beneath Qin Yu's chest, ensuring it went unnoticed by others. Observing this understated yet effective technique, Qin Yu felt a renewed admiration for Snape's magical prowess and resolved to master such skills. This way, he could cook in the dormitory without the fear of being discovered by the prefects. Lost in these thoughts, Qin Yu finally completed the grinding process and sifted the powdered weasel's gland through a fine mesh. Acceptable, Professor Snape remarked, nodding at the resulting fine powder. Qin Yu blinked rapidly, signaling his next point. Gryffindor earns a point, Snape stated in a measured tone. The Gryffindor students erupted in cheers, while the Slytherin students present could only begrudgingly respect the fact that Qin had earned this through sheer effort. The noxious powder of the weasel's gland, while incredibly foul, held significant utility. It could be transformed into a potion that repels insects and beasts, providing a measure of safety in the wilderness. I shall now demonstrate the precise method for concocting this potion. Professor Snape began the formal lecture. By the end of the class, the first-year students found their appetites once again extinguished. The potency of the weasel's gland far surpassed even Professor Swinton's gruesome illustrations. Snape's notorious reputation swiftly overshadowed that of Swinton. Honestly, I teach diligently. Why do I garner such a reputation? Professor Swinton expressed his dissatisfaction. At that moment, both Qin Yu and Professor Snape were in the defense against the dark arts teacher's office, marking the first reunion of the trio since the previous year. The absence of Swinton had been due to his preoccupations. Where does your inflated sense of self-worth come from? Qin Yu retorted with irritation. Qin, you are my most beloved student. How could you say such a thing? It truly saddens me. Swinton lamented, his expression turning woeful. All right, Stephen. What is the purpose of today's summons? Snape interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. Upon hearing this, Swinton immediately adopted a serious demeanor, retracting his playful facade. He did not respond immediately, but instead produced a small vial containing a dark, reddish liquid. What is this? Snape inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. However, Qin Yu revealed a solemn expression. Indeed, he recognized this object, which he had acquired from a dubious individual in Diagon Alley during the Christmas holiday. It seemed that Qin still recalled this item. Professor Swinton turned to Qin Yu and inquired, do you remember it? Yes, I do. But why did Professor Dumbledore entrust it to you? Qin Yu asked with curiosity. Entrust it to me, of course, because this falls within my area of expertise. Professor Swinton replied with a shrug. Your area of expertise? Qin Yu pondered what peculiar skill Professor Swinton might possess. It pertains to alchemy, Swinton promptly answered, leaving Qin Yu with little time to speculate. Is this object related to alchemy? Qin Yu's curiosity intensified. Indeed. Would you mind elucidating the circumstances for me? Professor Snape interjected. Let Qin explain. Professor Swinton gestured towards Qin Yu. Thus, Qin Yu recounted his encounter in Diagon Alley. Upon concluding his narrative, Professor Snape remarked coolly, your actions were quite decisive. As for this matter, Professor Dumbledore is conducting his own investigation. He merely asked me to analyze the composition and effects of this liquid. It is only after my research yielded results that he permitted me to communicate with you, Professor Swinton added. So what exactly is it? Qin Yu inquired. It is a product of life alchemy. I suspect it originates from the dark alchemy of North American witchcraft, Professor Swinton explained, as he unveiled an object shrouded in black cloth beside him. It was an iron cage containing a seemingly dazed white mouse, its body marred by numerous wounds, some appearing fatal. Undead? Professor Snape uttered this distasteful term. Precisely, it is indeed undead, Professor Swinton affirmed with a nod. What does undead mean? Qin Yu asked, perplexed. Undead refers to a state where the body may perish or sustain injuries, yet remains capable of movement, Professor Swinton succinctly elucidated. Listening to his words and observing the mouse, Qin Yu suddenly comprehended the situation. Was this not akin to a zombie? Could this dark liquid potentially transform animals or humans into the undead? Qin Yu expressed his astonishment. Yes, but its effects likely extend far beyond this singular function, Professor Swinton cautioned. His statement cast an immediate hush over the room. After a prolonged silence, he waved his wand towards the mouse, and with a flash of white light, black smoke began to emanate from the creature, which soon turned to ashes. It had long since perished, Professor Swinton stated in a calm tone. He continued, it appears the situation is somewhat intricate. Hence, Professor Dumbledore suggests we must further train Qin, equipping him with greater adaptability, for he is often surrounded by unforeseen events. I would prefer to avoid such surprises, Qin Yu silently mused. Yes, I share the same sentiment. Professor Snape nodded in agreement. Ah, well, I appreciate your efforts and those of Professor Dumbledore, Qin Yu remarked with a roll of his eyes. Thus, the supplementary lessons that Qin Yu had anticipated would conclude peacefully escalated into a more rigorous regime. Professor Snape even pushed Qin Yu to the brink of employing the unforgivable curses, relentlessly testing the limits of his capabilities, though most of the time, the training was not excessively harsh. Classes, supplementary lessons, Quidditch practice, and occasional visits to Hagrid's hut filled his days. Qin Yu's life at Hogwarts swiftly reverted to its former state, even becoming more hectic. Amidst this busyness, he upheld his promise to a certain young lady, writing to her at least twice a week. The letters from the girl named Hermione, however, exhibited a striking transformation. She would candidly express her longing for him. A stark contrast to her previous habit of merely mentioning that she occasionally thought of him, or, more bluntly, Miss Trek. It seemed that the brief 10-day holiday had brought about significant changes in her, as Qin Yu perceived the evolution of Hermione's writing style. His time at Hogwarts continued to pass rapidly. The harsh winter gradually receded, the ice and snow melted away, and spring arrived. Chapter 57. Uninvited guest. With the arrival of spring, nature awakened, and the young wizards, shedding their heavy winter garments, began to revel in the common rooms of their respective houses, along staircases and corridors, across the expansive campus, and in the open fields, exuberantly releasing their youthful energy. Even the typically sullen Elvis began to engage in competitions with Jimmy during flying lessons. Having adapted to the posture of sitting on a broomstick, his flying skills improved markedly, leading Qin Yu to speculate that in time, he might even become a Quidditch keeper. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students accompanying them, particularly Jerome, dared not provoke trouble any longer. For the memory of Qin Yu wielding a wooden stick against him in midair remained vividly etched in his mind, even now. The thought of that day made his rear end ache slightly. Qin Yu. It was a wooden sword, not a stick. Faced with Qin Yu's prowess on the Quidditch pitch, Jerome had long since conceded. Unable to match his strength or skill, he had no choice but to accept it. Of course, Qin Yu felt little sense of accomplishment in forcing a young brat to capitulate. It was hardly something to concern himself with, knowing that should he refuse, he could simply teach him another lesson. While others practiced flying, Qin Yu leisurely soared on his broom, savoring the scenic beauty around him. The vibrant spring, with its lush green hills, painted an enchanting tableau around Hogwarts. Perhaps by mere coincidence, during this flying lesson, Qin Yu once again spotted the impeccably coiffed Lucius Malfoy, accompanied by his house elf, Dobby. This time, however, Lucius had the audacity to halt beside the designated flying lesson area, raising his proud head and regarding Qin Yu in the sky with a smirk. Ah, this old rascal must be up to something, Qin Yu instinctively thought. Beside Lucius stood Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House, clad in a flowing emerald robe. Professor McGonagall wore a somewhat solemn expression as she called out to Qin Yu above. Qin, I need to speak with you. Professor McGonagall had already conferred with Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, so there were no surprises for her. Consequently, Qin Yu descended slowly on his broom. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. Good morning, Mr. Malfoy. Qin Yu greeted them politely. Good morning, Qin. Lucius Malfoy nodded in response. Professor McGonagall, may I inquire what you need from me? Qin Yu asked with curiosity. Qin. It is like this, Professor McGonagall replied with a serious demeanor. I have some matters to discuss with you, Mr. Qin. Lucius Malfoy interjected. Oh. What is it that you wish for me to address, Mr. Malfoy? Is it regarding the incident in the Forbidden Forest last year? Qin Yu inquired, perplexed. Not only that day's events, Lucius teased, withholding further explanation. Is there something else? Qin Yu felt a pang of concern. Let us speak of this matter in Professor Dumbledore's office. Professor McGonagall interjected. Very well, Professor McGonagall. Qin Yu eagerly agreed. With Dumbledore involved, he felt reassured. Thus, Qin Yu followed them towards the headmaster's office. Along the way, he deliberately slowed his pace, maintaining some distance, as the house elf Dobby continuously cast him anxious glances. Once Qin Yu had put some space between himself and Lucius and Professor McGonagall, Dobby also slowed his pace to approach him. Then, in a hushed tone, Dobby opened his mouth to whisper a single word to Qin Yu. Qin Yu originally did not hear clearly, but Dobby raised his voice and repeated, "The Veritasium." Upon comprehending Dobby's words, Qin Yu felt a wave of dread wash over him. This was inescapable, was it not? Last time, Lucius had attempted to administer this potion to Qin Yu, but Snape's timely interruption had saved him from that fate. Clearly, this time Lucius was resolute in his intention to use the Veritasium. At this thought, Qin Yu's mind was engulfed by a cacophony of distressing thoughts, and all he wished for was to swiftly escape. However, reason dictated that fleeing would be futile. "Mr. Qin, please hurry." Lucius urged from ahead. Then, in a low yet commanding tone, he admonished, "Dobby, what are you doing? Hurry up." "Yes, master, Dobby is coming," Dobby replied, scurrying to catch up with Lucius. Closely trailing at his side, Qin Yu let out a sigh, his expression a tangle of emotions as he followed suit. At that moment, he could only hope that old Deng could offer him assistance, or that Professor Snape might manipulate the Veritasium in his favor. Otherwise, if he inadvertently revealed the secrets he harbored, he could only dread the consequences. Would he be seized and subjected to experimentation like a mere lab rat? As this thought crossed his mind, an unsettling image of the zombie white mouse, which Professor Swinton had shown him and Snape not long ago, emerged in his mind, the mouse ultimately reduced to a pile of ashes by Swinton's hand. That poor creature had suffered so much. Lost in these troubling thoughts, Qin Yu followed the others in reciting the entry incantation and stepped into Dumbledore's office. Professor Dumbledore was busily engrossed in writing something. "Lucius, I sincerely apologize, but I am quite preoccupied at the moment and could not come to greet you," Dumbledore said, setting down his quill to address Lucius Malfoy. "It is quite all right, Professor Dumbledore. My visit today is not of great significance. I am merely here to verify the information of a student at Hogwarts as per the board's request." Lucius appeared to be in good spirits, his tone noticeably less haughty than before. "This student, of course, referred to Qin Yu. Oh, I have a general understanding of your purpose from your letter. We shall fully cooperate," Dumbledore replied, rising to his feet. He then led the group to the adjacent sitting area. Unbeknownst to the others, he cast a kind glance towards Qin Yu. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Qin Yu felt a sense of relief. "Professor Dumbledore, based on the intelligence we've gathered from the Muggle world, we discovered several serious incidents of wizarding information leaks last year. For instance, at the reptile house in the London Zoo, a young boy was seen conversing with a python. Additionally, near a certain Muggle community, an enormous willow tree was uprooted in plain sight. We have reason to suspect that those involved in these occurrences are students from Hogwarts," Lucius stated bluntly as he settled into his seat. With a piercing gaze directed at Qin Yu, Lucius's words prompted a look of panic from the latter. Aye. Qin Yu stammered. "Lucius, I believe these events are not too fantastical. After all, instances of young wizards losing control of their magic are quite common," Dumbledore remarked in a calm tone. "However, I feel that the danger posed by these incidents has not been adequately acknowledged, especially concerning last year's events in the Forbidden Forest, which remain shrouded in mystery," Lucius retorted coldly. "Oh, I believe the matter of the Forbidden Forest has been thoroughly investigated," Dumbledore replied with composure. "I fear there may still be some oversights," Lucius countered. "Then, what do you propose to do?" Dumbledore inquired, maintaining his serene demeanor. "I think it is imperative for our subject, Mr. Qin, to provide a detailed account," Lucius reiterated, casting his gaze back at Qin Yu. "Why yes, Mr. Malfoy." Qin Yu stuttered nervously, glancing anxiously at Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, appearing much like a bewildered and flustered ordinary student. "Excellent, Mr. Qin," Lucius nodded in satisfaction, then produced a small vial, addressing Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, may I borrow some tea from your supply?" Upon witnessing this, Qin Yu inwardly lamented. Realizing Lucius had cunningly brought Veritasium with him, it was clear he intended to enlist Snape as assistance, though even Snape would be unable to help in this situation. This likely explained Dobby's earlier risky warning, though the warning proved futile as Qin Yu had no time to prepare. "Very well, Lucius," Dumbledore waved his wand, pouring a cup of tea before Lucius. After carefully inspecting the cup, Lucius opened the vial and added 3 drops of the colorless, odorless liquid. As the cup was pushed toward him, Qin Yu felt his palms grow clammy. What should he do? Did Dumbledore have a backup plan? If he inadvertently revealed his latent powers, he would undoubtedly be deemed a threat and expelled from the school. Most crucially, if he consumed the Veritasium, would he accidentally divulge details about the system and its origins? Where's the system now? Shouldn't it have offered me options? Surrender or flee? The tumult of thought surged within Qin Yu's mind, yet he could not allow his anxiety to manifest outwardly. This was a true test of his acting skills. However, just as his trembling hand reached for the cup's handle, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "It's all right." The simplicity of those 2 words nearly brought tears to Qin Yu's eyes. "Is this true?" he queried internally. "My matters are beyond their comprehension," came the system's succinct explanation. "Everyone present?" Though seemingly ordinary, the statement exuded the system's formidable confidence. "Bravo, system," Qin Yu silently praised. With the system's assurance, he found newfound courage. Indeed, If the system could be so easily discerned by others, it would be far too vulnerable. Hence, even if subjected to legitimacy, his memories concerning the system and his identity as a transmigrator would remain concealed. Indeed, they will not, the system confirmed. Understood. Qin Yu maintained a facade of calm as he communicated with the system, outwardly resembling a terrified and bewildered young boy. After all, any normal child would undoubtedly feel a sense of dread before consuming a dubious liquid. Fear not, Mr. Qin, this potion poses no threat to you. In fact, once ingested, you may even experience a profound sense of relaxation, Lucius Malfoy coaxed gently. Are you attempting to deceive me? Qin Yu silently retorted. If it is so harmless, why don't you take a couple of sips yourself? Despite having attended only a little over half a year of potions class, he was well aware that any substance affecting the mind or brain could not possibly be devoid of risk. Nevertheless, the situation had reached a point of no return. Avoidance was no longer an option. Moreover, consuming the potion now seemed to be the simplest solution. Qin Yu grasped the cup with trembling hands, causing it to rattle against the porcelain saucer with a delicate clinking sound that resonated unusually clearly in the quiet room. This sound brought a satisfied smile to Lucius's face, while Professor McGonagall's expression grew increasingly grave. In stark contrast, Headmaster Dumbledore remained remarkably composed. Lucius was not solely focused on the young Eastern boy. Rather, he devoted only a fraction of his attention to Qin Yu, while the majority was fixated on Dumbledore and the ancient wand resting beside him. He was wary of a sudden move from Dumbledore. Fortunately, Dumbledore did not reach for his wand even as the boy imbibed the potion-laced tea, allowing Lucius to breathe a sigh of relief. Qin, I must inquire, what transpired in the Forbidden Forest that day? Lucius wasted no time, posing the question directly. The Forbidden Forest? Qin Yu's gaze drifted, and he muttered incoherently. Yes, what did you experience in the lair of the eight-eyed giant spiders? Lucius guided the inquiry. Unbeknownst to him, two aged, slender fingers discreetly crossed, creating a subtle arc of white light that hinted at an impending action. That day, I owe my gratitude to Professor Dumbledore. He saved me. Qin Yu pondered for a moment before uttering those words. This revelation caught Lucius off guard, his brow furrowing in displeasure, as it was not the answer he sought. The hidden fingers beneath the table gently retracted, the white arc dissipating. Relate your experience to me. What occurred before Professor Dumbledore's arrival? Lucius's tone grew increasingly irritable. I was terrified, surrounded by a swarm of spiders with 8 eyes. Thankfully, Professor Dumbledore arrived just in time. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Qin Yu expressed heartfelt gratitude at the end. There's no need for thanks. Ensuring the safety of every student is my duty as headmaster, Dumbledore replied warmly. As he observed the two exchanging pleasantries, Lucius's nostrils flared in frustration. I asked you, did you not do anything before Dumbledore arrived? For instance, did you exhibit any special abilities? His question was pointed, revealing Lucius's deep-seated suspicion that the boy harbored dangerously concealed powers. Nevertheless, Qin Yu remained oblivious, replying, what could I do? I was merely trying to control my urge to urinate. I was genuinely frightened. His words were accompanied by an awkward, bashful demeanor. Professor McGonagall nearly succumbed to laughter but managed to stifle it, her expression reverting to its usual seriousness, though the look of anxious concern in her eyes had vanished. Lucius, on the verge of an outburst, failed to notice her fleeting reaction. Meanwhile, Dumbledore subtly shook his head, rendered speechless by the boy's innocence. Now, what about the incident at the zoo last year? Lucius endeavored to suppress his agitation and shifted the topic. That incident? I merely startled the snake. It left on its own, and I wasn't quite sure what happened. Qin Yu mumbled. Did you uproot that large willow tree? How could one so young possess such ability? Lucius pressed on. Perhaps it was just the strong wind that day. Qin Yu suggested, uncertain how to explain, yet he believed uprooting a tree shouldn't be deemed too extraordinary. Indeed, some children do exhibit extraordinary phenomena, but such occurrences typically dissipate during subsequent magical studies. Qin is an excellent example. You may inquire with the professors and students regarding this, Dumbledore interjected. He understood that Lucius's inquiries about the uprooted tree were merely a pretext to compel Qin to consume the truth serum and unearth further secrets. However, Dumbledore was prepared to intervene should the need arise. Abandoning his wand did not indicate a lack of capability in magic. Who could have anticipated that after consuming the truth serum, Qin would still manage to speak nonsensically, remain composed, without revealing any incriminating details? Was it possible that Lucius Malfoy's truth serum was ineffective? A fleeting thought crossed Dumbledore's mind, though he swiftly dismissed it, convinced that Lucius would not have traveled such a distance with an unverified potion. If the truth serum was sound, then the issue could only lie with the one who ingested it. Contemplating this, Dumbledore gazed intently at Qin Yu, who continued to play the part of the bewildered child. This boy constantly evoked surprise. Do you have any secrets to conceal? For instance, your abilities and your lineage? Lucius's inquiries grew increasingly forthright. Yes, I do. Speak quickly. I actually sold some herbs I obtained from Professor Sprout. However, I secured a good price for them, so I did not waste them. Herbs. That is not what I inquired about. Lucius's demeanor was bordering on hysteria. Dumbledore's voice took on a stern tone. Mr. Malfoy, the situation is quite clear now. This child has no issues, and I believe we can conclude this questioning. He must be withholding something. Lucius retorted, unwilling to relent. I believe Qin has answered your questions with utmost honesty. Should you continue to harass this poor child, I will inform the school board of your actions. And I would not hesitate to report your excessive behavior to the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore stated firmly. Lucius glared at Dumbledore, but he quickly realized he was outmatched and could not prevail. Fine, I have no further questions. With that, he rose in anger, taking his house elf Dobby with him, and stormed out of Hogwarts. Minerva, please look after him, Dumbledore said, glancing at the slumbering Qin Yu. I will, Professor Dumbledore, McGonagall replied. As she contemplated how to escort Qin Yu to the infirmary for rest, Snape entered hastily. He had been teaching a potions class to older students and rushed over upon hearing of Lucius's visit. Dumbledore briefly recounted the recent events to Snape. Very well. I shall take him to rest, Snape replied before gently lifting the sleeping Qin Yu in his arms. He then strode purposefully out of the headmaster's office, heading toward the infirmary for Madame Pomfrey to examine Qin's condition. Chapter 59. Those who know me worry for my heart, while those who do not know me question my desires. Lucius Malfoy, upon leaving Hogwarts, did not immediately return to his home in Wiltshire, but instead ventured alone to a dilapidated estate. Another failure? Did you not claim that we would surely find some leverage against Dumbledore this time? A man clad in a mask and enveloped in a black cloak stood beside the crumbling entrance of the manor, speaking in a low voice. I guarantee that the child must have issues. Lucius's voice still carried an undercurrent of anger, and he too wore a mask. And yet? The cloaked figure replied with a mocking tone. I cannot ascertain where the fault lies. It could be that the truth serum failed. Or perhaps Dumbledore has subtly manipulated things to make the child's responses appear entirely normal. After uttering these words, Lucius, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Damn normality. Humph. It seems your own incompetence is at play. The cloaked figure retorted coldly. What right do you have to blame me? What have you been doing all this time? Lucius responded with dissatisfaction. I have, of course, been diligently preparing for our master's return. The cloaked figure replied with a tone of reverence. Upon the master's return. You should reward your loyalty, Lucius said with a sarcastic inflection. Lucius had always been skeptical about the master's return. Yet he found pleasure in harnessing the power of those devoted followers. Yet you, time and again, claim to have found opportunities to bring Dumbledore down, only to fail repeatedly. Do you have any idea how much Dumbledore's ambition has swelled lately? He has reached out to his students across Europe and North America, secretly colluding. Our grand endeavor has encountered an unprecedented threat, the cloaked figure said with indignation and bitterness. I am well aware of Dumbledore's ambitions, but what can I do? He is the headmaster of Hogwarts, and his students have spread to all corners of the world over the decades, Lucius said with a tone of helpless resentment. In any case, we cannot allow him to sabotage the plan for our master's return. The last transaction involving the blood of the sorcerer should never have been entrusted to that boy. Now we have miscommunications with G.A. Grindelwald's army. And the chances for collaboration are slim, the cloaked figure lamented. Humph, is it not your cowardice, your fear of being outmaneuvered by G.A. that led you to send a petty character for the transaction? Lucius seized the opportunity to mock his counterpart. What use is it to speak of this now? Since we cannot obtain the blood of the sorcerer from there, we must find a way to seek such an item elsewhere, the cloaked figure said, equally resigned. But that belongs to Lomé. Have you considered the difficulty of acquiring it? Lucius said with a hint of despair. And what of Lomé? Merely a feeble old man with brittle bones, the cloaked figure scoffed disdainfully. Well, I wish you good luck. Lucius added reluctantly, if you require my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. If there is a need for your involvement, we shall certainly seek you out, the cloaked figure replied with indifference. That is enough for now. I must take my leave, Lucius stated. Indeed, farewell. Farewell. With that, their conversation came to an end, and they both vanished from the spot using apparition. After their departure, a chilly breeze swept through, rendering the dilapidated manor even more desolate and forlorn. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore stood in the circular chamber, his aged face betraying an undeniable fatigue. He gazed at Fawkes, the phoenix, crouched nearby, and a line from an ancient poem he had recently encountered in the East flickered through his mind. Those who understand me will perceive my heart filled with worry, while those who do not will believe my actions to be driven by ulterior motives. Indeed, ever since the messenger from the Brazilian Ministry of Magic arrived in London, informing him of a self-proclaimed faction known as G.A. active on the American continent, Dumbledore had begun his clandestine efforts. Through his students and friends, he sought information and intelligence regarding this group. Such actions, in the eyes of many, were likely seen as motivated by self-interest. After all, Dumbledore's formidable reputation, combined with the influence of his students and friends spread across the globe in various roles, could indeed invoke fear when united. He understood the allure of such power and thus consistently maintained his restraint. A single individual, or a group, can easily lose themselves when their strength becomes overwhelming. This was a lesson he learned in his youth. The one who imparted this wisdom was none other than his closest kin, who taught him through her untimely demise. Nevertheless, There were certain actions he must undertake to spare more individuals from a tragic fate. He could only hope that his endeavors would yield a favorable outcome. Dumbledore mused internally. When Qin Yu awoke from a bizarre dream, his mind was still somewhat muddled. He noticed Professor Swinton sitting at the bedside, engrossed in a book titled Some Odd Ideas on Alchemy. The title gradually sharpened his thoughts. He recalled having perused this book on the second floor of Flourish and Blots in Diagon Alley. At that time, he found some of its content rather absurd. But later Hermione had purchased it along with several other books, and upon their return to school, she kindly packed it into his luggage. Subsequently, at school, he would occasionally take it out for amusement, and recently Professor Swinton had borrowed it after spotting him with it. "Ah, you are awake," Professor Swinton remarked after a while. Noticing Qin Yu had regained consciousness. Professor Swinton, what happened to me?" Qin Yu asked, still somewhat bewildered. "You ingested the truth serum brought by Lucius, and the side effect is drowsiness. You have been asleep here for over 8 hours, Professor Swinton explained. "Ah, it seems that is indeed the case." Qin Yu recalled this matter and realized that while the system had, to some extent, safeguarded his memories, the side effects of the truth serum remained unavoidable. Fortunately, the only consequence was drowsiness, which was not too severe. In fact, it was Professor Snape who had been here all along and had also escorted you, Professor Swinton remarked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, I shall find an opportunity to express my gratitude to Professor Snape," Qin Yu replied earnestly. "Very well, if you feel sufficiently recovered, you may take your leave. To prevent your friends from worrying, we have not informed them of this matter. As you know, in certain situations, it is better that fewer people are aware," Professor Swinton said as he rose to his feet. Qin Yu had indeed rested sufficiently. With the support of Professor Swinton, he rose from the bed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt completely awake. The side effects induced by the truth serum had subsided. Thus, the two companions departed from the room. It was evening, and as they walked through the brightly lit corridor, Qin Yu and Professor Swinton engaged in light banter, reminiscent of many previous encounters. Naturally, their conversation gravitated towards alchemy. "This book is quite intriguing. Though its concepts are rather fanciful, they provide significant insights. I am eager to find an opportunity to engage in a thorough discussion with the author," Professor Swinton remarked, holding up the book. "Really? I expected you to say that the author is quite mad and ludicrous," Qin Yu shrugged. "Haha, throughout history, have not all great alchemists been perceived as mad and ridiculous?" Professor Swinton chuckled. "That seems to hold some truth, akin to the Eastern proverb, 'Without madness, there can be no success.'" Qin Yu translated the saying. "Indeed. It appears that human wisdom shares similarities across cultures," Professor Swinton mused, finding Qin Yu's comment quite amusing. Suddenly, he shifted the topic, addressing Qin Yu. "I heard you transformed the last alchemical materials into a sword that, aside from its beauty, serves little purpose? Huh? Must you be so harsh? Otherwise, I would think you have turned into Professor Snape." Qin Yu felt slightly embarrassed. "Haha, I never imagined that the fearless Qin would experience such embarrassment," Professor Swinton teased. "Well, it is true that my abilities are limited, and I squandered such precious alchemical materials. How about this? I will give you the materials, and you can create something more useful," Qin Yu suggested, opting to forego his creation. To his surprise, Professor Swinton nodded. "I was just thinking of asking you for them." Qin Yu pouted. "You truly want them?" "But," Professor Swinton continued, "this book has inspired me greatly. I will assist you in transforming that beautiful sword into a functional one. What do you think?" "Really?" Qin Yu's eyes brightened at the prospect. "Of course," Professor Swinton affirmed. "Can it fly?" Qin Yu asked eagerly. "Not impossible. It seems Madame Horklump was correct. You have been longing to ride a sword through the skies," Professor Swinton chuckled. "Professor Swinton, I must clarify. It is not riding, but standing upon it. Are you not afraid of getting hurt if you ride a flying sword?" Madame Horklump's imagination is rather excessive, Qin Yu could not help but retort. "Well, standing upon it, can it meet other requirements?" Professor Swinton inquired. "I would like the sword to be able to change size, perhaps akin to a space extension charm. Similar to your bag," Qin Yu expressed another desire. "Changing size may pose some challenges. I will need to consult with Professor Snape and others regarding that," Professor Swinton replied. Then added, "Is there anything else?" "It should be sharper," Qin Yu insisted. "If a sword merely flies, it seems rather unremarkable. Just a bare flying broomstick handle," he noted. "That is feasible. Additionally, could we incorporate some special effects, such as—" Qin Yu began to elaborate on his myriad ideas. However, upon reaching his 28th suggestion, Professor Swinton gazed at the night sky and said to Qin Yu, "I have suddenly lost interest in crafting this sword for you. Perhaps you should consider my words as unspoken, and we shall part ways. I wish to enjoy the moonlight, as its serene glow brings me peace." "Please, Professor. I was mistaken. Just make it fly, allow it to change size, and ensure it can cut. Those 3 requirements will suffice." Qin Yu quickly lowered his demands. "Now that is more reasonable. One must learn to be content." Professor Swinton admonished gently. "You are right. With those capabilities, I would be more than satisfied." Qin Yu replied earnestly. Subsequently, Professor Swinton accompanied Qin Yu to the Gryffindor dormitory, taking with him the sword made of alchemical materials that, aside from its beauty, served little purpose. Later that night, when all was quiet, Qin Yu found himself unable to sleep, likely due to having napped too much during the day. He recalled having told Hermione that if one dreams of another, that person will experience insomnia. Thus, he pondered whether his current sleeplessness was a result of someone dreaming of him. Lost in these thoughts, and feeling quite awake, Qin Yu decided to rise from his bed, taking a candlestick and paper with him to the common room. At this hour, the area was deserted, and it was against the rules to be out so late. However, he reasoned that violating curfew was not a grave matter. With that thought, he found a table, sat down, placed the candlestick down, spread out the letter, and began to write. The letter already bore Hermione's previous content. He wondered whether she had come up with those responses on her own or learned them from somewhere, as she had started to include similar replies in his original letters recently. This unwittingly enhanced the interactivity and enjoyment of their correspondence. As if they were conversing through their letters, Qin Yu was certainly no stranger to this format. After all, during his previous life of reading novels, he often encountered various commentary sections. The numbers indicating comments after each paragraph would ignite an irresistible urge within him to click and delve deeper. In essence, he was quite receptive to Hermione's new epistolary style. As he read about her life, noting how Crookshanks had gained weight, how she perceived the arrival of spring, and how she would suddenly miss him at night, reminiscing about their late-night conversations on the small bed in the attic, a smile would inevitably grace Qin Yu's lips. He would then jot down his own thoughts beside her words. Each segment of Hermione's letter received a response from him, and he would unroll a blank sheet of paper to pin down the stories he wished to share with the girl far away. The flickering shadows of the lamp created a tranquil atmosphere, no matter how dark or chaotic the outside world might be. There were always certain places and individuals that could bring him peace. Chapter 60, Dividing Money, Competitions. Undercurrents upon witnessing George and Fred hauling a large bucket of fermented apple scraps to feed a magical creature, Qin Yu realized that the endeavors of these two brothers had begun to elude him. Hagrid, observing the industrious Weasley twins, remarked wistfully, "If only they weren't so preoccupied with selling the magical creatures' byproducts for profit, I would genuinely like them." Qin Yu couldn't help but smirk at this statement. Indeed, the Weasley twins were exceptionally clever, quick learners who had spent half a year under Hagrid's tutelage and had become quite familiar with the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest. Had their intentions been pure, Hagrid might have viewed these boys as kindred spirits and friends across generations. Alas, Hagrid's affections were misplaced. By the way, the venomous tentaculous venom has nearly all been sold. I've stored a considerable amount of money. When shall we divide it? The thought suddenly struck Hagrid. They had not properly divided their earnings, occasionally taking from it without much record-keeping. Of course, Qin Yu himself had amassed a decent sum as well. How much is there? He inquired with curiosity. Approximately over 2,000 galleons, though I can't say for certain, Hagrid replied casually, not particularly concerned with the exact figures. To think it has accumulated to such an extent. When George and Fred return, we shall divide it, Qin Yu exclaimed with a radiant smile. Humanity's fondness for wealth often stems not from the currency itself, but from the sense of accomplishment derived from the labor it represents. After toiling for so long, the euphoric joy that surged within him upon receiving the golden galleons was a true testament to his efforts. Upon George and Fred's return, their delight at the prospect of dividing the earnings was palpable. They were well aware that they had earned more during this period than their parents had in several years. If a broomstick had been at their disposal, the Weasley brothers would likely have soared into the skies, making several circuits, and perhaps even venting their excitement by teasing the Whomping Willow. With a flourish, Hagrid casually poured 2 buckets of coins onto the floor. The nonchalance with which Hagrid treated the galleons had long been a source of irritation for George and Fred. After all, it seemed rather reckless to simply place such a substantial sum in 2 old wooden barrels. However, they eventually grew accustomed to it, recognizing that it appeared nearly impossible for anyone to pilfer from Hagrid, especially with his large dog keeping watch. It is worth noting that the large dog referenced here was not the 3-headed Cerberus named Fluffy, but rather an ordinary large dog that Hagrid owned. The 3-headed creature remained in the Forbidden Forest, and Qin Yu had only encountered it once or twice. The Weasley brothers occasionally helped Hagrid by delivering food to it when he was away and unable to feed it himself. With a flourish of his wand, Qin Yu recited an incantation, directing the wand towards a pile of galleons. In no time, the coins were neatly arranged in stacks of 100. Hagrid and the Weasley brothers, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exhibit expressions of admiration and respect. The spell Qin Yu had just performed was a commonplace tidying charm, frequently utilized by Molly Weasley to organize dishes in the kitchen. To employ such a spell for counting money was a stroke of ingenuity, an imaginative leap that left Hagrid and the Weasley brothers pondering why they had not thought of it themselves. It was not their fault, however, prior to this moment. They had never anticipated earning such a substantial sum, nor conceived of using a domestic charm for counting. In total, there were 24 stacks and 86 coins, amounting to 2,486 galleons. While the other 3 marveled at the sight, Qin Yu had already completed counting the coins. This sum included not only the proceeds from the sale of acromantial venom, but also profits from various other ventures. Wow, so much, exclaimed George, Fred, and Hagrid in unison, unable to contain their astonishment. They had never encountered such wealth before. particularly for George and Fred, despite their lineage from the illustrious Weasley family. They had grown up in poverty, inheriting only worn textbooks from their older brothers, Bill and Charlie. I propose we divide 2,400 galleons equally, and keep the remaining 86 as reserve funds for miscellaneous expenses, Qin Yu suggested to the trio. Yes, I have no objections, Hagrid replied, the first to nod in agreement. He was unconcerned about the distribution, he merely awaited his share. Once the money was divided, he planned to purchase a new moleskin coat, a pair of rabbit fur gloves, and beaver fur boots, as his current winter clothing had become rather shabby. However, he was in no rush to acquire these items, it was merely a plan. After sharing a glance with George, Fred spoke up. George and I have discussed this, and we believe the money should be divided into 3 portions. 3 portions? But there are 4 of us, Qin Yu replied, momentarily taken aback, yet quickly grasping their reasoning. Here's the thing. We think the profits should be distributed based on labor and contribution. George interjected. Indeed, the greatest contribution came from Qin. Had he not vanquished those acromantulas, we would not have reaped such a bounty of venom, Fred added. Though they were unaware of the true circumstances surrounding Qin's battle with the acromantulas, they recognized it as a secret he rarely discussed. Their acknowledgement was a way of reminding Qin Yu that they had not forgotten who had played the most significant role. And Uncle Hagrid, your tireless efforts running errands to Diagon Alley and other places for transactions were quite substantial. George turned his gaze towards Hagrid. I hardly did anything. I actually enjoy visiting Diagon Alley. I always manage to enjoy a pint while I'm there. Hagrid chuckled, eliciting laughter from the others. As for us, we merely assisted with packaging the venom and organizing the goods, along with communicating with clients through letters. In comparison, our contributions were minimal. Fred remarked modestly about their own efforts. No, your tasks were beyond my capabilities. I genuinely believe you did more and that your contributions were more vital. Hagrid responded earnestly. I concur, your efforts were indeed significant, Qin Yu said sincerely. Their words brought a sense of satisfaction to the Weasley brothers, particularly receiving acknowledgement from Qin Yu, which made them quite happy. Well, since you all feel this way, we can confidently claim that 1/3 of the money, George said with a grin. Since you insist, let it be divided into 3 portions. Qin Yu acquiesced without further debate. A fair distribution based on labor was a commendable practice, and he had no reason to alter it out of modesty or sentiment. In a sense, this was a form of respect towards them. With Qin Yu's approval, the Weasley brothers were naturally elated. The 4 of them proceeded to divide the pile of galleons equally into 3 portions. 2,400 is a lovely figure, as it is divisible by both 4 and 3. Indeed, a common multiple of the 2, George noted. Once the money was divided, George and Fred began counting each coin individually. Unlike Qin Yu, who had swiftly completed the task with a spell, while efficient, his method lacked the personal touch. After counting, they placed 50 galleons into a pouch and handed the remaining 750 galleons to Hagrid, requesting that he deposit them in Gringotts. Qin Yu, much like the others, had acquired several dozen galleons, leaving the remainder for Hagrid to safeguard. Consequently, Hagrid stuffed those gold coins back into the 2 old wooden barrels. Thus, the 4 of them divided their spoils, albeit in a rather lackluster fashion. Nevertheless, their spirits were exceedingly high. Now we can buy Ron a new set of books, George murmured with delight. Forget the books, whether new or old. They pale in comparison to a new robe. Bill's is far too worn. Ron would surely disapprove. Fred chimed in. And a wand. Mum keeps saying that once Charlie graduates and finds work, he'll get a new wand, leaving the old one for Ron. You must know, Charlie's wand is so frayed it's almost exposing unicorn hair. It might break any day now, George added. Indeed, we must ensure Ron gets a new wand. Fred nodded in agreement. Let us keep this a secret from him for now. Heh. We'll buy everything discreetly and surprise him on the first day of school. It must be saved for the very last moment, George said with a mischievous grin. What a splendid idea. I can already envision his expression. He will surely be in tears. Ha. I can hardly wait. Fred joined in the laughter, listening to the 2 brothers concocting ways to tease their younger sibling. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for poor Ron. Yet, upon reflection, he found solace in the fact that his presence had brought such significant changes to Ron's life, at least granting him a new wand and a new robe. Hagrid's small cabin and the distribution of funds were merely a fleeting episode in Qin Yu's bustling and fulfilling life at Hogwarts. Following that, he resumed his busy schedule. In early April, Gryffindor faced Hufflepuff in a Quidditch match, where Qin Yu once again showcased his prowess on the field. Qin is our king. This chant echoed through the air, resonating deeply with the spectators. This time, Fred partnered with Qin Yu as the beater, having agreed with George to alternate their turns. Since George had previously stolen the spotlight, it was Fred's turn to shine. Hufflepuff's standout player was the Seeker, Cedric Diggory, who, despite the risk of being struck by the bludgers, valiantly pursued the golden snitch, leaving a lasting impression on the audience, even though he ultimately failed to capture it. Prior to this, Cedric had organized several friendly matches between the 2 houses, fostering significant interaction and camaraderie. During those training matches, Cedric even devised a strategy to counter Qin Yu's signature double-team maneuver. Of course, Qin Yu and his team had likewise identified Hufflepuff's weaknesses and developed new tactics. "We have a trick up our sleeve. You'll be astounded on the field," Cedric had once proclaimed during a friendly match. "Haha, do you really think we lack our own tricks?" Qin Yu had replied with a laugh. Ultimately, both teams' so-called tricks amounted to sheer determination and grit. Quidditch, after all, is a game driven by courage. The match was exhilarating. Despite many players sustaining injuries and sporting bruises, both teams gathered afterward for a friendly celebration, depleting 2 large barrels of Hagrid's sparkling pumpkin juice. Cedric even clinked glasses with Qin Yu several times, had there been any alcohol in that beverage. This fellow would surely be inebriated. Having spent considerable time together, Qin Yu recognized Cedric's sincerity and straightforwardness. He was a trustworthy friend, which was perhaps why he supported the idea of friendly matches against Gryffindor. Through their confrontations with Gryffindor, Hufflepuff's Quidditch team markedly improved, managing to secure a draw against Slytherin in their subsequent match. Although they ultimately lost in overtime, it was sufficient proof of their prowess. While the time at Hogwarts was delightful, the world outside was fraught with turmoil. Beneath the calm surface lurked ominous undercurrents, such as the Death Eaters and Grindelwald's army, of which Qin Yu had gleaned some knowledge from Dumbledore. However, it was Hagrid who provided him with the most information. "Dumbledore has asked me to keep an ear out for various news and sentiments when delivering supplies to Diagon Alley. Many people seem to admire Grindelwald's past ideals. At the very least, numerous wizards resent having to hide due to the secrecy laws," Hagrid expressed with deep concern. He added, "Dumbledore instructed me not to share this with you. He believes you are still too young to be involved in such perilous matters." "Thank you, Hagrid. And please extend my gratitude to Dumbledore for his concern," Qin Yu replied sincerely. Although he seldom saw Dumbledore, Qin Yu could genuinely feel the elder's protective affection for him and many others. It was a selfless care for which he was profoundly grateful. Indeed, there was little he could do presently. His only recourse was to diligently study magic, strengthening himself to become a protector, not only of himself, but of others as well. As spring neared its end, Professor Swinton, in the midst of a lesson, excitedly summoned Qin Yu to his office after class. This prompted speculation among classmates. As an exemplary student, Qin was likely to receive additional tutoring from the teacher. If Qin Yu could have overheard their thoughts, he would have been greatly amused, and perhaps even inclined to tease Elvis for his many conjectures. But these were all in jest. Everyone was simply innocently curious about matters concerning Qin Yu. After class, under the watchful eyes of his peers, Qin Yu made his way to the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Chapter 61. The Sword and Farewell. "What a splendid sword!" Qin Yu exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration as Professor Swinton drew forth a long sword gleaming with metallic luster. This sword was unlike the commonly seen slender Western blades. It appeared robust and broad, with sharp lines along the blade, its surface meticulously polished to a mirror finish. Just its appearance was impressive enough. "I drew inspiration from the flying properties of broomsticks, combined with an extension charm, allowing it to change size and even achieve flight," Professor Swinton explained, tossing the sword into the air and casting a spell, causing it to expand and grow wider. Up. With the iconic command for broomsticks, the sword gently levitated, hovering in the air. "Step onto it," Professor Swinton instructed Qin Yu. "Are you certain this is safe?" Qin Yu queried. "Surely. I should be the first to try this sword's flight?" Professor Swinton shrugged. "Is it appropriate for me to suggest this to a child like you?" In his heart, Qin Yu could not help but express his disdain. He then loosened his joints and engaged in a warm-up, followed by a leap into the air, gracefully alighting upon the sword's blade. As his feet made contact, an immediate force of attraction ensnared them, allowing him to stand firmly atop. This was evidently the effect of a specialized adhesion spell. Indeed, Professor Swinton, observing the look of surprise on Qin Yu's face, spoke with considerable satisfaction. "To prevent you from plummeting from above, I have invested considerable effort." Qin Yu gave Professor Swinton a thumbs up. The subsequent flight resembled the use of a flying broomstick. Qin Yu was already experienced in this regard, though this time he needed to adapt to standing while flying. He slightly bent his body, guiding the sword ahead. Just as he was about to collide with the wall, he halted in time, turned, and then circled back. After repeating this several times, Qin Yu became adept at it. Although he was not as proficient as he was with the flying broomstick, he could still soar like the wind. Observing how swiftly Qin Yu mastered the flight technique of the sword, Professor Swinton couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This child truly learns everything at an astonishing pace. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy, wishing he could teach him for a longer period, as there were many fascinating things he still wanted to impart. However, he had come to this school temporarily, destined to depart. With this thought, Professor Swinton felt a wave of complex emotions. Roar. Qin Yu executed a challenging aerial flip, letting out a joyful cheer. "All right. If you keep practicing like this, you'll end up demolishing my space," Professor Swinton remarked with a smile, albeit a bit exasperated. "Hiki, my apologies, Professor. I lost control of my emotions a bit." Qin Yu steadied himself beside Professor Swinton. "Come down. There's more to explore." Swinton beckoned him to descend. More? Are we going to use it to cut something?" Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. Not just that, Professor Swinton teased, leaving a sense of anticipation. Qin Yu leaped down with great anticipation and stood aside, while Professor Swinton confidently grasped the sword, returning it to its original size. "Behold," he exclaimed. And as he uttered an incantation, the sword erupted into a brilliant flame. Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. The spectacle was simply awe-inspiring. What man could resist a sword that belched forth fire? "I procured a few phoenix feathers from Professor Dumbledore, and it appears their effects are quite remarkable," Professor Swinton remarked, raising an eyebrow with a hint of self-satisfaction. "Remarkable hardly suffices. It's beyond imagination." Qin Yu readily offered his praise. "And that's not all," Professor Swinton continued, swirling the sword, which caused the flames to extinguish instantly, revealing a layer of frost swiftly forming along the blade. Glancing around, he then struck his desk with the frost-laden sword, and a corner of the tabletop broke off, crashing to the floor. "This is the result of ancient incantations," Professor Swinton elucidated. "Indeed, it's the very same ancient spells we used for the pyramid refrigerator, cleverly adapted to this sword." "Impressive," Qin Yu applauded. "And there's more." As Professor Swinton waved the sword again, a green glow began to emanate from the blade. "Is that venom from the eight-eyed giant spider?" Qin Yu speculated instinctively. "Aha. Sharp observation." Professor Swinton chuckled. "This is quite practical," Qin Yu commended. "And more." As the green light faded, a sharp wind began to swirl around the blade. "And more." The wind subsided, and the sword radiated a dazzling white light. "And more." The blade's color shifted seamlessly to blend with its surroundings, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. "And more." The sword softened, coiling around his arm. "And more. And more. And more." With each exclamation, Professor Swinton showcased the myriad functions of the sword, revealing the boundless imagination and extraordinary talent of a prodigious wizard. Eventually, Qin Yu ceased his exclamations of wonder and simply watched in silence, as if savoring a breathtaking performance. Indeed, a wizard of such exceptional ability is nothing less than an artist wielding magic. Yet, amidst his admiration, Qin Yu couldn't help but ponder just how many galleons had been expended to realize these functions. Professor Swinton truly hailed from a prestigious lineage with considerable financial prowess. "Well, that should suffice," Professor Swinton concluded, sheathing the sword. "Professor, I recall making numerous requests previously, none of which you honored. How is it that you have accomplished far more than I asked?" Qin Yu could not resist inquiring. "Can they be compared?" Professor Swinton raised an eyebrow and replied, "Your numerous requests were mere flights of fancy, while my achievements are a delightful surprise." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words. However, he soon realized that Professor Swinton's statement held a certain degree of merit. The only flaw was that many of these abilities could only be utilized once or twice before becoming temporarily unavailable, which was intrinsically linked to the operation of magic. After all, according to the law of conservation of magic, the effects one wishes to achieve must correspondingly consume a certain amount of magical energy, a rule that cannot be transcended. Professor Swinton expressed a hint of regret as he elaborated on this. In simpler terms, it boiled down to insufficient magical energy, or, to borrow from gaming terminology, it was akin to not having enough mana. "This is already quite remarkable, truly beyond my expectations," Qin Yu remarked once more. "Now, I leave the rest to you." Professor Swinton handed the longsword in his possession to Qin Yu. Qin Yu answered the call with fervent anticipation. The professors were undoubtedly aware of his recent acquisition of a flying sword, for Professor Swinton had diligently consulted with his colleagues regarding its modification. Not only had he borrowed phoenix feathers from Dumbledore, but Professor McGonagall also contributed a plethora of ideas related to transfiguration. Mrs. Pooch's extensive knowledge of broomstick construction proved immensely beneficial, while Professor Flitwick's expertise in charms and Professor Sprout's wisdom in herbology were equally instrumental in the sword's development. However, the most significant contribution came from Professor Snape, who was deeply involved in the sword's conception and transformation, often remarking that Qin, that young man, relished in seeking the limelight. Consequently, upon acquiring the sword, Qin Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude to each professor in person. On one occasion, Professor Dumbledore, amidst his busy schedule, took the time to visit the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher's office to personally assess the sword's capabilities. "This reminded me of the Sword of Gryffindor." Dumbledore offered high praise. Yet, he also expressed a hint of regret, stating, "However, this sword still lacks certain elements that could render it legendary." "What elements?" Professor Swinton inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "Well, I am uncertain," Dumbledore replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Professor Snape, observing the glint of mirth in Dumbledore's eyes, wore a contemplative expression. Qin Yu silently mused that hearing a single word from you was akin to receiving an admonition. Naturally, he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. He then retrieved the large golden pyramid that had long been situated with Professor Swinton, extracting a chilled beverage from within and presenting it to Professor Dumbledore. After taking a few sips, Dumbledore nodded appreciatively, remarking, "Quite refreshing indeed. As the weather warms, this is most invigorating." Upon finishing his drink and just before departing, he casually noted while glancing at the large pyramid in the corner, "The alchemical materials are splendid, but using them merely for food preservation seems rather extravagant." At his words, The faces of the three present instantly fell. Even Professor Snape, typically as frigid as ice, could not suppress a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. As the saying goes, one may strike without hitting the face, and one should reveal truths without exposing faults. With that, Dumbledore, as if unperturbed, floated away, leaving the three in the room standing awkwardly. After a prolonged silence, Professor Swinton was the first to break the stillness, saying, "Qin, perhaps we should," before he could finish. Qin Yu swiftly drew his sword. Professor Snape then opened the pyramid, methodically extracting its contents. A flash of cold light ensued, followed by a resounding clank as the pyramid split in two. The three of them collectively exhaled in relief. "I believe these alchemical materials could serve numerous purposes," Professor Swinton declared with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "Yes," Professor Snape concurred. "Whatever we do, it has to be more useful than this pyramid refrigerator," Qin Yu added silently in his mind. This was a sentiment he had long wished to express. Professor Snape and Swinton harbored similar thoughts, but had refrained from voicing them. Considering the effort they had invested in creating this contraption, only to have Dumbledore unveil its folly today. Having reached a consensus, they decided to refine their approach. "What shall we create?" Qin Yu inquired. Professors Snape and Swinton simultaneously turned their gaze upon him and the sword he held. They exchanged a knowing glance, their thoughts aligned. Soon, time passed from late April to late May. The academic year at Hogwarts neared its conclusion. Classes were almost finished, and final examinations were imminent. Before the exams commenced, Professors Snape and Swinton completed their respective clandestine endeavors. When the two distinct swords were placed side by side, Qin Yu was present. Intrigued, he drew his own sword as well. The three blades clashed together with a resonant chime, as if intertwined by a shared lineage, suggesting an inexplicable connection. "What a fascinating occurrence!" Professor Swinton exclaimed with a laugh. "I didn't expect such an effect," Qin Yu responded. "Given that the materials are identical, some connection is hardly surprising," Professor Snape remarked as he sheathed his elegantly crafted sword. He then continued, his tone remaining unperturbed. "Stephen, when do you plan to depart?" "Severus, must you pose such questions at a moment of such joy?" Professor Swinton sighed. "Since farewell is unavoidable, why should we shy away from discussing it?" Professor Snape, in a rare display of sentiment, articulated this thought. From the moment Professor Snape posed his initial question, Qin Yu had already fallen into a contemplative silence. Since his enrollment, Professor Swinton had offered him unwavering support and guidance, often becoming a confidant akin to a brother with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. As the moment of parting drew near, a torrent of emotions surged within him. "Life, perhaps, is merely a series of farewells," Qin Yu mused. "Very well. If we must part, let us raise a glass in honor of this farewell." Professor Swinton procured a bottle of aged red wine and poured a glass for himself and Professor Snape. Due to his tender age, Qin Yu was firmly denied by the two professors, despite his longing gaze, and thus resorted to sipping a non-alcoholic beverage that bore a similar taste to wine. This drink could induce a sense of inebriation, yet it paled in comparison to true spirits. The trio raised their glasses within the confines of the office, toasting to their impending farewell, and poured another round, as the parting words seemed to multiply. As the effects of the drink began to take hold, Qin Yu, with a hand on each professor's shoulder, spoke with a slurred but heartfelt tone. "Professors, I have an idea, though I'm uncertain if I should voice it. Speak freely, whatever is on your mind." Professor Swinton, slightly inebriated, waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead, I assure you. I won't scold you today," Professor Snape added, his cheeks flushed and gaze somewhat unfocused, as if he were lost in a distant memory. "With their consent." Qin Yu chuckled and proposed, "I was thinking, since we are fated to gather together and each possess a sword, we are akin to the legendary Three Musketeers in the Muggle world." "Ah, I have heard that tale," Professor Swinton chimed in. "Then why not swear brotherhood?" Qin Yu suggested, his eyes sparkling with a tipsy fervor. "Brotherhood?" Professor Swinton inquired, bewildered. "Yes. From this moment forth, we shall be like brothers, though not of the same parents. Of course, I shall call you professors, and you may call me third brother." The intoxicated Qin Yu felt this idea was simply splendid. "Excellent. Third brother. You are my true brother," Professor Swinton exclaimed, clapping Qin Yu on the shoulder. Third brother?" Professor Snape echoed, equally perplexed. "Hey, elder brother, second brother." Qin Yu joyously embraced both professors. They then continued to clink their glasses together, celebrating their departure, reminiscing about their past encounters, intoxicated in revelry. Chapter 62. Remember its effectiveness. Would Professor Snape silence me permanently? This question had plagued Qin Yu's thoughts for the past 2 days. That night's events could indeed be described as a social death, and quite a thorough one at that. Had he truly initiated a brotherhood among the Hogwarts trio? It was undoubtedly the result of too much drink, and, most alarmingly, it had involved Professor Snape. Any rational individual would refrain from addressing Snape as elder brother and demanding he call him third brother, wouldn't he they? Merely contemplating this incident sent shivers down his spine. He mused that he might not survive until the year-end banquet. Note: the year-end banquet is held at the conclusion of the academic year, just before the summer break. This thought often distracted him during the final examinations of the term. Consequently, during the herbology exam, his quill lingered on the paper, smudging a considerable area with ink, prompting Professor Sprout to provide him with a new sheet. Later, during the charms exam, he inadvertently peeled the skin off the pineapple mint for the levitation charm, even going so far as to scoop out its eyes, and instinctively sought salt water to soak it in. Thankfully, Professor Flitwick was rather kind-hearted and exchanged it for another, kindly reminding him to pay attention to the exam questions, thus sparing his charms exam from failure. In Transfiguration, he transformed the mouse intended for the practical into a tomato, while the question required a goblet. In summary, had it not been for his relatively good rapport with the professors, his examinations this year would have been a complete disaster. Severus. It seems Qin has been somewhat out of sorts during his exams. Do you know what might be troubling him? Professor McGonagall inquired during a Hogwarts faculty meeting. Professor Snape, upon hearing this, closed his eyes in contemplation, remaining silent for a moment, before slowly raising his eyelids, his gaze tranquil and voice indifferent. Is it not entirely normal for him to exhibit abnormal behavior? Professor McGonagall paused, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are correct. If he were to behave too normally, that would be quite abnormal. Exactly, Professor Swinton interjected. Sensing the icy glare from Professor Snape, he promptly changed the subject. By the way, I heard that the Hog's Head Inn has received a new batch of delightful red currant rum. I plan to invite all the professors to partake. If you have time after the exams? Oh, that sounds splendid. Professor Flitwick was the first to respond. Thank you for the invitation, Professor Swinton. I shall certainly attend. Madam Hooch added. Others echoed their agreement, while Professor Trelawney, who had a penchant for wine, appeared somewhat shy, as she often indulged in sherry alone. The brief meeting concluded, and everyone departed to continue preparing for their respective examinations. Soon, it was time for the first-year potions exam, a subject requiring both written and practical assessments. Early in the morning, Professor Snape donned his flowing black robes, fastening them up to his throat. Casting a casual glance at his lean reflection in the mirror, his gaze fell upon the elegantly classical sword resting on the desk. A rare flicker of emotion crossed his otherwise impassive face. He then closed his eyes. A series of incantations coursing through his mind: Avada Kedavra, Soul-Sucking Curse, Cruciatus Curse, Sectum Sempra, Fiend Fire, Petrificus Totalis. So many spells, yet each choice weighed heavily. However, an unexpected smile crept onto his lips, only to quickly revert to his usual cold demeanor. Smiling was an exhausting endeavor for him, as it summoned memories of a time when he had genuinely smiled at someone he had deeply wounded. She was so beautiful, and her life had been so fleeting. He would likely spend the remainder of his days pondering why he had failed to protect her. The robe cloaked his tall figure, indifference veiling his dark eyes as Professor Snape, as per usual, glided from the room. Today's exam will focus on the preparation of the forgetfulness potion. All necessary materials and tools are at your disposal. The examination officially begins now, Professor Snape announced, his voice resonating through the subterranean potions classroom. Many students sighed in dismay, scrambling to locate the required ingredients and measure the appropriate amounts. Qin Yu felt a twinge of anxiety as he observed Professor Snape's expressions and demeanor. It was only his first encounter with Snape in several days, leaving him somewhat unsettled. However, once he ascertained that the professor harbored no murderous intent towards him, Qin Yu finally exhaled in relief and turned his full attention to the preparation of the potion. After a flurry of activity, as he added the final drop of valerian root juice, the concoction in the cauldron transformed into a delicate shade of purple, signifying the potion's completion. Quite good. A cold and familiar voice echoed in Qin Yu's ear, startling him. Upon turning around, he found himself face to face with Professor Snape, whose expression bore no hint of excess emotion. Unbeknownst to him, the professor had silently approached, likely unnoticed due to Qin Yu's intense focus on the potion. Professor Snape, Qin Yu stammered. One must not only master the potion's preparation but also commit its effects to memory. Snape spoke in his usual deliberate manner. I will. Qin Yu quickly assured him with a nod. With that, Snape turned his attention elsewhere, surveying the classroom filled with students desperately attempting to recall potion recipes, ready to intervene should one of their cauldrons erupt unexpectedly. As Snape walked away, Qin Yu pondered the professor's words. Commit the effects of the forgetfulness potion to memory? Ah. Professor Snape is hinting at me. It dawned on him, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. If it was merely about forgetting, it implied that the events of that day would remain unmentioned, essentially, a turning of the page. With this thought, Qin Yu's spirits lifted considerably. It then struck him that only the history of magic exam remained, and once he completed that, he could look forward to the holiday. What topics would the history of magic exam cover? Qin Yu contemplated the upcoming exam for this course, eagerly wishing for it to commence and conclude swiftly. Chapter 63. The exam concludes, preparing gifts, and then departing for a certain location. Professor Snape did not trouble you, did he? Professor Swinton inquired, patting Qin Yu on the shoulder. Qin Yu's heart sank, and he nearly choked on his words. He had just exited the potions classroom and encountered Professor Swinton on the way. Professor, can we forget about that incident the other day? Qin Yu replied with a grimace. Reflecting on that day, he found it rather embarrassing. It was that he hadn't acted sincerely, at least 50% sincerity, 50% impulse. but the age gap between him and the two professors made him feel somewhat disrespectful. Who would have thought that while Professor Snape chose to forget and signal this strongly through the exam questions, Professor Swinton had no intention of letting it go. I think your idea that day was quite good. Now I have an additional younger brother and an older brother, Professor Swinton remarked with interest. Well, even if I find your reasoning sound, you must consider Professor Snape. Just look at his usual demeanor, Qin Yu said, adopting a serious expression and mimicking Snape's cold face. Ha ha ha, you've imitated him remarkably well. Professor Swinton laughed until tears formed in his eyes. Alas, I'm not trying to amuse you. I want you to consider my predicament. You have departed, but I must remain here for 6 more years. I don't want to perish before graduation, Qin Yu lamented. All right, I understand your feelings. I, too, hesitate to mention that day in front of Snape, Professor Swinton said earnestly. Well, as long as you understand. Qin Yu felt a sense of relief. However, when we are together, we need not worry about such matters, right, my dear brother? Professor Swinton patted Qin Yu's shoulder once more. It seemed that Professor Swinton intended to remember this incident for a lifetime. With this thought, Qin Yu felt a bit overwhelmed. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that he had brought this upon himself, foolishly asserting that the 3 swords were fated to be together. What a ridiculous notion. Alas, one could not blame anyone else for this. Once a person resigns themselves to fate, the path becomes broader. So let it be. What is the harm in having one more person call him brother? Looking into Professor Swinton's eyes, which sparkled with mirth, Qin Yu was inexplicably reminded of the hidden melancholy he had once glimpsed in them. He wondered what stories this man, who was both a teacher and a friend, held within. By the way, I have a gift for you, though it's not quite ready yet. I shall likely present it after the year-end feast. Professor Swinton suddenly declared. Huh, you're not ready? Why tell me in advance? Qin Yu asked, puzzled. Of course. It's so you can prepare a gift for me in return. Professor Swinton retorted playfully. Apologies, it seems I was a bit slow to catch on, Qin Yu replied, forcing a smile. That's all right. Snape is just like you, Professor Swinton shrugged. Qin Yu was left speechless and subtly gave a thumbs up. The matter of their brotherhood was temporarily set aside, thanks to Professor Snape's forgetfulness and Professor Swinton's nonchalance. Every time Qin Yu thought of this incident, he felt an urge to find a time-turner and return to the past to silence himself. However, life is inevitably filled with awkward moments that could fill a room with discomfort. Adding one more to the list hardly matters, right? It's best not to dwell on it. Forgiving oneself leads to a lighter heart. In summary, this incident prompted Qin Yu to ponder life's philosophies and how to navigate the various hurdles it presents. The exam for the History of Magic class was tedious and monotonous. While musing on unrelated matters, he employed his feather quill, enchanted against cheating, to inscribe lengthy sentences on the exam paper, elucidating the events of centuries past and their impact on the magical world. He could not fathom why questions, such as who invented the self-heating cauldron, would appear on the exam. Ultimately, when Professor Binns announced the conclusion of the exam, the students erupted in enthusiastic cheers. This was undoubtedly his most cherished moment of the year. Following the exam, the students had a week of free time before grades were released, and the year-end feast took place, marking the official beginning of their holiday. During the wait for the exam results, Qin Yu busied himself in Hagrid's hut, crafting a gift for Professor Swinton. He had put considerable thought into this present. Firstly, he combined golden unicorn hair and white adult unicorn hair with several other types of magical creature hair to create a strong, special yarn. Then, he knitted this unique yarn into a scarf. In Hogwarts, gifting a scarf is a common and popular choice, and his creation was quite special. It may be a bit unsightly, but it is certainly sturdy. Hagrid commented as he examined the multicolored scarf. I would have preferred to knit a pure white or pure gold one, but that would require plucking all the manies off Kelly and Anna. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. However, a scarf interwoven with unicorn hair carries considerable value, making it quite presentable. That is indeed the case, Hagrid nodded in agreement. Afterward, Qin Yu wrapped the scarf in parchment and tied it with twine, planning to present it to Professor Swinton when he received his gift in return. With the gift completed, Qin Yu had a few days of leisure left. With nothing else to occupy him, he took his wand and sword, brimming with anticipation, and ventured into a deserted girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts Castle. Not long after entering, he emerged battered and bruised. This continued for several days, prompting George and Fred to curiously ask if he had sought out the Whomping Willow for amusement. What nonsense! Qin Yu, indifferent to the idle prattle of the two children, instructed Hagrid to procure a vial of 8-eyed giant spider venom. Following the method imparted to him by Professor Swinton, he meticulously applied the venom to the sword. With their supply of 8-eyed giant spider venom dwindling, Qin Yu resolved to cease selling it and retain the remainder for his own use. Once adequately prepared, Qin Yu returned to the ladies' restroom. Qin, you have come again. Can't you spare a moment to converse with me? Myrtle lamented. After several encounters, the ghost that frequently inhabits the women's restroom had already become acquainted with Qin Yu. Next time, perhaps, I am pressed for time. Qin Yu stretched his limbs and leaped down from a certain height. Wow, what a handsome young man. His physique is simply exquisite, exclaimed the Myrtles, floating in midair, utterly enamored. Chapter 64. The Heart of Killing, refining the heart, and the heart of returning. Have you ever experienced the urge to strike something with a thick, straight, and sturdy stick when you hold one in your hand? Or, when wielding a sharp fruit knife, do you feel an impulse to plunge it into a watermelon? Indeed. This exemplifies how external objects can influence one's emotions and mindset. In the words of a famous adage, with a weapon in hand, the heart of killing arises. When one possesses formidable strength or a powerful weapon, one's heart inevitably transforms, becoming either more confident or more brutal. This theme is often depicted in literature as the inner demons of man. In truth, everyone grapples with such demons. Take Dumbledore, for instance. In his youth, upon acquiring immense magical abilities, he aspired to change the world, to alter the rules. In that moment, he was blinded by his own power. Even if his intentions were noble, yet, emotions can be swayed by such force until an event or person awakens him, prompting a vigilance towards power and a return to a tranquil heart. It is challenging to remain unaffected by external influences and immense power. Thus, when Qin Yu held the sword capable of igniting flames, freezing with frost, and emanating green light, how could he not feel the urge to strike something? His first thought was of Professor Snape, for it had been nearly a year of combat instruction under his tutelage. However, Qin Yu quickly dismissed this notion. Reason dictated that provoking Professor Snape now could very well lead to his demise. Moreover, he had no desire to join George and Fred in their reckless antics at the Weasley twins' favorite spot. Ultimately, his mind wandered to the basilisk lurking within the Chamber of Secrets, a serpentine creature that had concealed itself at Hogwarts for nearly a millennium. Initially, when Qin Yu first acquired the ability to speak Parseltongue, he felt an urge to explore the chamber. However, at that time, he could only rage silently, and venturing there would have been futile. Now, things had changed. He had undergone training with Professor Snape for over half a year and possessed a commendable weapon gifted by Professor Slughorn. At this moment, he felt prepared to challenge this hidden boss. Yet, as reality would soon reveal, he may have been a touch too overconfident. Puff. Kneeling on one knee, Qin Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood. This time it was genuine. He found himself in a somewhat spacious junction within the hidden chamber. Moments ago, he had narrowly evaded the venomous fangs of the serpent monster and maneuvered to its rear. However, the creature's formidable tail lashed out, propelling him violently against the wall. He subsequently tumbled down from the impact. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Yu lifted his pale, haunting eyes to regard the serpent beast. In a bid to shield himself from the monster's deadly gaze, he had cast a spell that temporarily rendered his eyes blind. The creature's stare was fatal. Direct eye contact would result in death, as exemplified by the tragic fate of the ghostly peach blossom maiden in the ladies' restroom. Even indirect contact could lead to petrification. Nevertheless, he had also employed a spell to enhance his remaining sensory perceptions, allowing him to discern the serpent's every movement with clarity. In sum, Qin Yu had made considerable preparations prior to his arrival here. Yet, in the face of overwhelming might, no amount of preparation could compensate for the disparity in strength. Lacking the assistance of the Phoenix Fox and armed only with a blade that paled in comparison to the sword of Gryffindor, it was clear he could not vanquish the serpent monster as Harry Potter had done. To put it differently, if the serpent were to possess a health bar, Qin Yu's current efforts would merely amount to a superficial treatment. Nonetheless, the serpent served as an excellent test for this sword and an opportunity to hone his combat skills. Ding. The host currently finds themselves in a perilous situation. Please make the following choice. 1. Rely on oneself and confront the serpent beast alone. Reward. 1,000 galleons. 2. Surrender the body to Mo Ran and slay the serpent. Reward. The serpent's venomous fangs. The system's voice echoed once more. Indeed, it was not the first time. Ever since Qin Yu had plunged into this chamber, the system had made daily appearances. Are you attempting to lure me with power, system? Qin Yu mused internally while remaining vigilant towards the serpent. I'm afraid I'm not ready to relinquish control to Mo Ran just yet. At least not until the moment of true life and death arrives. I wish to avoid that feeling of losing control over my body. Qin Yu contemplated in his mind. Therefore, I shall choose the first option. Ding. The host has chosen to rely on themselves and face the serpent beast alone. This decision reflects courage. And the reward is 1,000 galleons. Upon hearing the system notification, Qin Yu could not help but raise an eyebrow. The system rewards were one of the fruits of his recent endeavors in the dungeon, where he had faced the serpent monster for 3 consecutive days. Having made his choice, he resolved to engage earnestly in this battle. With a resounding clang, the long sword ignited in flames as Qin Yu, his expression resolute, leaped fiercely to strike at the colossal serpent king. Qin, it seems your recent injuries are rather severe. Several of your ribs are fractured, remarked Madame Pangfilet, the school physician, her brow furrowed with concern. Qin Yu has become quite a regular at the school infirmary, much to Madame Pomfrey's indifference. However, of late, his injuries have evidently grown more severe than before. Fortunately, none of them are life-threatening. He is safe in her care. Could it be that Professor Snape is responsible? Madame Pomfrey boldly speculates, having heard of the private tutoring sessions that Snape and Professor Swinton have been conducting with Qin Yu. It is clear that Professor Swinton would not resort to such harsh measures, leaving Snape as the prime suspect. It's not Professor Snape, Qin Yu replied vaguely. I've recently been engaging in play with quite a formidable creature, and it has a rather foul temperament. But rest assured, I should soon acclimate, and thereafter. I won't be so easily injured. Do take care, Madame Pomfrey advised, choosing not to press further. After all, she recognized that while this boy's demeanor may be spirited, he possesses a maturity and resoluteness that guide his actions with discernment. Upon leaving Madame Pomfrey's office, Qin Yu felt that his wounds had mostly healed. He had indeed resolved to pause his trials, as the year-end feast was approaching, and he did not wish to attend with a visage resembling that of a bruised pig. After the feast comes the summer holiday. It would be unthinkable to return home in such a state, lest Hermione be frightened to tears. Thinking of Hermione, Qin Yu found himself filled with an overwhelming sense of longing. He wondered if she had grown taller in the 6 months since they last met. Although he had received photographs from her, nothing could compare to the experience of seeing her in person. His thoughts drifted to the delightful Christmas holiday spent with Hermione. With the lengthy summer break ahead, what should he plan to do? Of course, Hermione had already begun outlining her summer plans in letters sent a month prior, continuously adding to them. As he recalled her suggestions, visiting a dessert shop, observing fish at the park, and camping by the river, with parental consent required, a smile crept across Qin Yu's lips. Summer, how he eagerly awaited your arrival. Qin Yu's thoughts had already departed from Hogwarts, soaring to a distant land. Chapter 65. The Feast Before Parting. Mother, what date is it today? Hermione pouted as she inquired. June 14th, my dear. This marks the 11th time you have asked since you awoke this morning, Mrs. Granger replied with measured patience. Well, Qin should be attending the end-of-year feast at Hogwarts tonight, Hermione murmured. Indeed, Qin achieved the highest marks in his exams and will surely receive commendations from the teachers, Mrs. Granger already knew of Qin's accomplishments from Hermione. Tomorrow morning, Qin will board the train and return in the afternoon or evening, Hermione continued to ponder aloud. Yes, my dear. Mrs. Granger nodded in agreement, knowing that otherwise, her child would persist in her musings. Appropriately, she interjected, Sweetheart, you must have your breakfast, otherwise, you'll be late for your exam. You wouldn't want to tell Qin that you performed poorly when he returns, would you? Right, I'll finish eating and head to school. I shall certainly achieve the top marks, Hermione declared with determination. Precisely, that is the spirit. Allow me to pour you another glass of juice. Mrs. Granger said with a smile as she rose. Thank you, Mother. Hermione replied obediently. She swiftly finished her breakfast and drank the juice her mother had poured for her. On her way to school, Hermione contemplated her lengthy summer plans, though a twinge of anxiety crept in as she considered the end of it all. I have saved my pocket money for over a year. I wonder if it will suffice, she thought to herself. In truth, she had never inquired about how much money Qin possessed. During their last trip to Diagon Alley, she had been frugal, primarily due to her unfamiliarity with the currency of the wizarding world, convinced that Qin must have been thrifty to amass his savings. She then resolved that she would cover the expenses for this summer, as most of her planned activities were in the Muggle world and did not require the wizarding coins. I ought to find a job, but alas, many places do not want me, Hermione reflected with a sigh. Lost in her thoughts, the young girl soon entered the school and commenced her examinations. In pursuit of the top rank, she decided to momentarily set aside thoughts of summer and focus intently on the questions before her. Meanwhile, while Hermione was engrossed in her examinations, Qin Yu was in Hagrid's hut, selecting items to bring back. At that moment, the floor of the small wooden cottage was strewn with a myriad of goods that Hagrid had recently purchased from Hogsmeade, encompassing provisions, clothing, and various necessities. Qin Yu had once contemplated bringing home the scarf woven from unicorn hair for Hermione. However, upon reflection, he realized that he and Hermione had a long future ahead of them, with ample opportunities to share delightful gifts. Meanwhile, Professor Swinton was departing, and it was customary to present him with a respectable farewell gift. Even if Hermione were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly not mind. After all, family matters are easily discussed. Thus, Qin Yu intended to bring back a few small tokens for the girl, ensuring she would be thoroughly pleased. He instructed Hagrid to procure these items. Unfortunately, his suitcase was rather small and could not accommodate many belongings. Qin Yu sighed in resignation, wondering if Professor Swinton had grasped the implications of his subtle hints throughout the academic year, and subsequently, he presented him with that bag. Qin Yu harbored great anticipation for the gift he was to present to Professor Swinton. The year-end banquet commenced at twilight. As the sun concealed its final rays, lights throughout Hogwarts suddenly illuminated, casting an enchanting glow upon the majestic ancient castle. Indeed, this castle is synonymous with magic, a renowned wizarding school that resonates throughout the magical realm, annually nurturing a multitude of exceptional wizards. In essence, when one finds oneself within the illustrious halls of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the allure it exudes surpasses the grandeur depicted in the tales that surround it. Qin Yu stood at the entrance of the grand Hogwarts Hall, captivated once again by its magnificence, splendor, and enchantment. In this moment, he felt compelled to express his thoughts. What is it? Elvis inquired with curiosity. Today, we take pride in Hogwarts. Tomorrow, Hogwarts shall take pride in us, Qin Yu declared earnestly. Applause erupted from several nearby children. Qin, your words resonate so well. I am truly proud to be a student of Hogwarts. Elvis exclaimed first. Qin, do you believe we will indeed become a source of pride for Hogwarts in the future? Jimmy chimed in. As long as we strive, we surely will. Qin Yu nodded in affirmation. The atmosphere of the hall had a profound effect on him, stirring his emotions. Humans are inherently influenced by their surroundings. When those around you are filled with excitement, it is only natural to feel swept up in that fervor. Especially in an environment as infectious as the Hogwarts Hall at this very moment. Students began to enter and take their seats at their respective house tables. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore and the professors ascended to the guest platform, where Dumbledore delivered the pre-banquet address. Children, another academic year has come to a close. I hope this year has brought you greater achievements, deeper knowledge of magic, and new friendships. As summer vacation approaches, while you enjoy your time off, do remember to reflect on what you have learned and prepare your minds for the coming year. Now, let us address the results of the much-anticipated House Cup. The scores are as follows. Hufflepuff, 372 points, Ravenclaw, 416 points, Slytherin, 422 points, and Gryffindor, 436 points. With a lead of 14 points, Gryffindor emerges as the new House Cup champion, ending Slytherin's 6-year reign. Dumbledore gestured, and the banners suspended above the hall instantaneously transformed into Gryffindor's lion banner, with gold and scarlet becoming the dominant colors of the day. The faces of Gryffindor students flushed with excitement, their spirits soaring. Undoubtedly, Qin Yu had made a significant contribution to surpassing Slytherin in points. After enduring a series of deductions, he had painstakingly regained points, a truly challenging endeavor. I hereby declare the banquet open. Please indulge in today's exquisite food and fine wine, Dumbledore proclaimed, raising his goblet. The students responded with enthusiastic applause, and soon laughter and conversation filled the hall as they began to savor the feast. Hagrid, seated at the guest table, eagerly lifted a glass of brandy, quickly refilling it for another round. Qin Yu was already famished, indulging in a feast alongside several children without a care for his image. He contemplated that, over the course of the next 2 months, he would likely yearn for the delectable cuisine of Hogwarts, thus he resolved to savor every morsel this evening. As he reached a point of fullness, sipping a cup of honeyed tea that George had casually handed him, his gaze wandered and fell upon Professor Swinton at the head table. The professor acknowledged him with a nod and gestured towards the entrance of the hall. Qin Yu understood immediately and nodded, subsequently rising from his seat. Shortly thereafter, the two encountered each other in a corridor outside the auditorium. Well, here is the gift I promised to give you. Professor Swinton casually tossed a small cloth pouch to Qin Yu. Qin Yu felt a tinge of disappointment as he caught the object, for it was evidently not the bag he had anticipated. However, the item was rather weighty, suggesting it bore some significance. Let us open it and take a look, Professor Swinton remarked. Upon Qin Yu's curiosity, he unwrapped the cloth bag, revealing a golden mask within. What is this? Qin Yu inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. An alchemical mask. Professor Swinton paused momentarily before elaborating. This is a creation born from the synthesis of ideas from the book you provided, ancient incantations from the pyramids, and my many years of alchemical expertise. Noticing Qin Yu's lack of immediate reaction, Professor Swinton continued, once you don this mask, not only will your facial features be concealed, but your voice, posture, and all external aspects of your being will be transformed as well. Is it truly that powerful? Qin Yu now expressed genuine astonishment. This artifact was extraordinarily useful, almost rivaling his advanced illusion spell. After all, while the illusion spell rendered one's body entirely invisible, this mask allowed him to be present without being recognized. The capabilities of both were distinct, each suited to different circumstances. Indeed, I dedicated over 2 months to its creation, Professor Swinton said with a hint of pride. This revelation indicated that he had been contemplating their impending separation and quietly preparing a gift for Qin Yu for quite some time. Reflecting on this, Qin Yu set aside his usual levity and solemnly declared, "Thank you, Professor Swinton. No need for such formality between us. After all, I am your brother." Professor Swinton winked playfully at Qin Yu. Qin Yu found himself momentarily speechless, caught in an awkward silence. To be honest, I pondered for a considerable time about what to bestow upon you. That sword is one option. It will augment your strength in times of peril. And considering your propensity for trouble, this mask will effectively conceal your identity, safeguarding your well-being. From now on, should you wish to engage in any mischief, you need not fear detection, Professor Swinton stated with utmost seriousness. Wait a minute, why have I been labeled as someone who enjoys causing trouble? It is always me who ends up in unfortunate situations. Furthermore, why would I indulge in wrongdoing? I am a person of integrity, Qin Yu silently lamented. Your thoughtfulness is truly commendable, Qin Yu remarked with a slight smirk. It is merely my obligation. I have included the instructions for using the mask on that piece of paper. Do take the time to review it thoroughly, Professor Swinton said, evidently pleased with himself. Before inquiring, by the way, where is my gift? What do you intend to present to me? Upon hearing the words, Qin Yu retrieved a meticulously prepared package from his robe and presented it to Professor Swinton. The professor accepted it, unwrapped it, and lifted the multicolored scarf with a hint of disdain. Is this all? He remarked with evident disapproval. What do you mean, is this all? This scarf is intricately woven from unicorn hair, and its tensile strength is unparalleled by any ordinary material. Qin Yu retorted, visibly displeased. I do not contest the quality of its material, I merely find it rather unattractive. Wearing it around my neck may not align with my aesthetic. Professor Swinton replied as he wrapped the scarf around his neck, subsequently showcasing it to Qin Yu. If you dislike it, then return it to me, Qin Yu said, rolling his eyes with irritation. One cannot simply reclaim a gift, Professor Swinton murmured while adjusting the scarf around his neck, adding, I must admit, it does become somewhat pleasing to the eye after a while. The tall figure of Professor Swinton, adorned with a rather drab scarf, indeed presented a peculiar sight. Seeing his demeanor, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a flicker of amusement. However, before a smile could grace his face, an inexplicable pang of sorrow tightened in his chest. When will you be departing? He finally inquired. This very evening, Professor Swinton replied with a casual shrug. It coincides perfectly with Hogwarts' end-of-year banquet, allowing me to bid farewell to all of you. Qin Yu did not anticipate his departure would come so swiftly. Nonetheless, parting was inevitable. Whether it occurred a day sooner or later bore little significance, particularly as he too would be leaving Hogwarts early the following morning. Therefore, let us indulge in a farewell embrace. Qin Yu opened his arms, presenting a radiant smile. Yes, indeed, let us share a parting hug. Professor Swinton mirrored his gesture, enveloping the young boy who often made him forget his tender age. Take care, Professor Swinton, Qin Yu exclaimed. Look after yourself, Qin. Professor Swinton gently patted his shoulder. After bidding farewell to Swinton, Qin Yu returned to the hall and resumed his previous seat. Observing the lively crowd, his thoughts drifted, and a faint smile gradually appeared on his lips. Hogwarts tonight is truly exquisite. Everyone is reveling in the grand feast and the vibrant atmosphere before their parting. Chapter 66, The Crowded Compartment, Come Back, Come Back. Qin Yu hummed a melody, recalling only a few lines of lyrics, as he joyfully exited the Gryffindor Tower and made his way to the lakeside dock. Qin, what song are you singing? It sounds delightful, elves exclaimed, breathlessly pursuing him while dragging a heavy suitcase. In contrast, Qin appeared remarkably at ease, as his own bag was rather light. The reason was simple. Professor Swinton had gifted him that bag, allowing him to store the majority of his belongings within. Earlier that morning, an owl had tapped on the window of Qin Yu's dormitory, promptly delivering a mysterious item before departing. That item was none other than Professor Swinton's bag. Imbued with the spell of spatial expansion, a truly remarkable possession, not easily crafted, and even if one could manage to create such a thing, none would rival the practicality of Professor Swinton's version. Qin Yu was instantly elated, believing that Professor Swinton was indeed trustworthy. If one were in need, he would genuinely provide assistance. The sole sentence inscribed on the accompanying note read, Feel free to express your desires next time. The song, as Qin Yu casually remarked, was a melody that expressed the joyous sentiments of returning home for the holidays. He then inquired of Elvis, what are your plans for the summer break? To this, Elvis scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping upon him as he replied, I don't really have any plans. I suppose I will diligently review the first-year materials, particularly the potions textbook. Qin Yu was aware that Elvis had nearly failed his potions exam, which left the boy with red-rimmed eyes upon receiving his results. Unfortunately, Elvis was timid by nature, introverted, and harbored an instinctive fear of Snape. Much of his time in potions class was consumed by the anxiety of potentially making a mistake and facing Snape's wrath. With such a mindset in class, it was hardly possible for him to excel. You need not fear Professor Snape. He merely appears cold and unapproachable. At worst, he may be verbally acerbic, but he will not truly harm you, Qin Yu reassured Elvis once more. I understand. There was an occasion when my cauldron cracked, and he helped me replace it with a new one, yet I still find myself somewhat afraid of him, worried that I won't perform well, Elvis stammered. Well, it seems that the pressure you feel in his presence is quite significant. With time, you will likely adapt. In the meantime, focus on your studies at home. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to have your owl send me a message, Qin Yu replied, ceasing his persuasion. Recognizing that the change must come from within Elvis himself. Is that really possible? Elvis asked, his eyes brightening. Why not? We are friends. It is entirely normal for us to correspond, Qin Yu smiled. Yes, I will write to you. Elvis nodded vigorously. Then, he inquired, Qin, do you have any plans for the summer? Me? Qin Yu hesitated momentarily before clearing his throat and responding with a hint of modesty. I actually have no plans of my own. Everything has been arranged by others. Arranged? I wish for someone to arrange things for me, but unfortunately, I often find myself alone at home during the holidays, Elvis remarked, a tinge of envy in his voice. Qin Yu patted his shoulder, uncertain of how to offer comfort. For not every household is graced with a sister. Hurry aboard. Hurry aboard. Many are returning home for the summer vacation. Be cautious not to miss the train. Hagrid shouted from the lakeside dock, urging them on. Upon hearing this, the students hastened their steps, leaping onto the small boats, which then set sail towards the opposite shore. After Qin Yu and Elvis boarded the ship, he glanced back at the gradually receding Hogwarts castle, silently bidding it farewell in his heart, eagerly anticipating the next visit when he could once again behold the castle's beautiful autumn. The Hogwarts Express departed punctually at 9 in the morning, brimming with departing students. Unlike the Christmas holiday, Qin Yu's compartment was filled to capacity this time. First was Elvis, who sat contentedly beside Qin Yu, having easily claimed a seat by following closely behind him. Then, the exuberant Weasley twins, George and Fred, burst in, swiftly occupying 2 more seats. Buck, Jimmy, and Wilson also intended to join, but with 7 people crammed into one compartment, it felt excessively crowded, so they opted for the adjacent compartment, occasionally dropping by for half an hour or so, making it feel as if they were still part of the group. During this time, Cedric also stopped by to chat with Qin Yu and the others, but upon noticing the lack of space, he left with a resigned expression. Is it true that Charlie plans to go to Romania to study dragons after graduation? Qin Yu inquired of the Weasley brothers. Yes, that's probably his second greatest interest after Quidditch, George replied with a shrug. However, I believe he ultimately hopes to join a professional Quidditch team. Though that is quite a challenge, Fred added with a sigh. This topic cast a brief silence over the group. At that moment, the train passed a picturesque Muggle village, where a flock of plump sheep grazed on the lush grass, drawing everyone's attention and momentarily stifling conversation. As they approached the station, the students removed their wizarding robes and donned summer attire, the boys in simple shorts and short-sleeved shirts, while many girls adorned themselves in lovely dresses, though some, like Mungni Wanda, opted for a more boyish look. Finally, the train arrived at Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. The students disembarked in small groups, passing through the barrier to enter the Muggle world, careful to avoid drawing attention. Goodbye, Qin. See you at school, Qin. Looking forward to your performance next year, Qin. Many students greeted Qin Yu as they passed, eliciting envy from George and Fred, who vowed to practice their Quidditch skills diligently over the summer to astonish everyone upon their return. Soon, they reached the Muggle world exit, where many little wizards found their families waiting to pick them up. George and Fred spotted their mother, Molly Weasley, along with their brother Ron and sister Ginny. See you later, Qin. George waved goodbye to him. I will miss you, Qin. Fred embraced Qin Yu briefly. Farewell, I will miss you both too. Qin Yu replied to the 2 brothers, then waved at Mrs. Weasley nearby as a friendly gesture. After bidding farewell to George and Fred, Qin Yu shrugged and pulled his suitcase forward. Just then, a melodious voice, sweet as a lark, called out, Qin. The lovely voice echoed again. Qin Yu turned toward its source and saw a petite figure darting towards him like a gust of wind. As he raised his arms, the figure leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. Hermione, what brings you here? Qin Yu asked, somewhat surprised by the small girl in his arms. Are you surprised? She replied, lifting her face with a beaming smile. Indeed, I am quite surprised. Qin Yu couldn't help but ruffle her brown hair. After half a year apart, he noticed Hermione's hair had grown considerably longer, nearly reaching her waist. My parents are here too, Hermione said, releasing Qin Yu and pointing in the direction she had come from. Hermione, why are you running so fast? Wait for us, called Mrs. Granger, slightly out of breath, followed closely by Mr. Granger. Aunt Ginny, Uncle David. Qin Yu quickly greeted them. Mrs. Granger was delighted to see Qin Yu, holding his hand firmly, while Mr. Granger enthusiastically assisted him with his suitcase. However, as he lifted the bag, he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance due to the suitcase being unexpectedly light. He had exerted more effort than necessary. Although the suitcase was lighter than he had anticipated, he soon realized it made sense, considering it was summer and Qin likely hadn't packed much clothing. Just now, Mom and Dad were lost, unsure of where to wait for you. Fortunately, I noticed many boys and girls behaving somewhat unusually, so I guess they must be the wizards returning home for the holidays, and I followed them to find you. Hermione said, pride evident in her reasoning. That is quite a clever method, Qin Yu complimented. Right? I think I could be Sherlock Holmes, Hermione declared happily upon receiving praise. And what about me? Qin Yu asked, pointing to himself. You are undoubtedly Watson, Hermione replied, mimicking a non-existent pipe and speaking earnestly. Oh, my dear Watson. This case is rather simple. Their playful exchange elicited hearty laughter from Mr. and Mrs. Granger, who were seated in the front of the car. They were pleased that their daughter was conversing with Qin about familiar topics rather than magical matters, allowing them to understand. However, once their daughter commenced her studies, she would likely discuss peculiar subjects, such as flying on broomsticks or how to make a beanstalk grow to the heavens. The Grangers simultaneously pondered this thought. Would their daughter drift further away from them as time passed? They exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken sentiment of longing in the other's eyes. Nevertheless, Hermione belonged to a world distinct from theirs. Qin, can you do this? Hermione gestured with her fingers, making a pinching motion. Is that difficult? Qin Yu followed suit. You can do it too. Let me try something else, Hermione said, somewhat begrudgingly. Well, then, you should attempt something more challenging, Qin Yu suggested. It will certainly be quite difficult. Observing the 2 children in the backseat engaged in what appeared to be a rather mundane game, Mrs. Granger allowed a faint smile to grace her lips, feeling a sense of solace in her heart. Indeed, even though Hermione was in a different realm, she was at least accompanied by Qin. At that moment, a familiar, large hand gently enveloped Ginny Granger's, conveying a silent message. I will always stand by your side. Warmth spread through Mrs. Granger's heart as she gazed affectionately at her husband. In the front seat sat the emotionally tumultuous Granger couple, while in the back, Qin and Hermione joyfully reunited, discussing a myriad of topics. The car gradually made its way towards their cozy home. In mid-June, the height of summer was upon them. However, deep within a dense forest by the banks of the River Devon in Yorkshire, an eerie stillness prevailed. Amidst the towering trees, an expansive estate lay hidden. To the eyes of ordinary humans passing by, only an assortment of stones would be visible, devoid of any structures. Only a select few, known as wizards, could perceive its true form, while the common folk were referred to as muggles by these wizards. At that moment, a tall man appeared at the entrance of the estate, and his solemn expression as he gazed upon it made it evident that he belonged to the class of individuals capable of seeing the estate as true visage. He was indeed a wizard. He lingered at the gate for a considerable time before finally waving a slender wand, a tool employed by wizards, and pointing it towards the estate. A beam of white light emanated from the tip of his wand and penetrated the estate. It was as if a transparent veil had been lifted from the estate, allowing the air to circulate in gentle breezes to caress the ancient structures. Subsequently, the wizard, wand in hand, stepped inside. He traversed the broad stone-paved pathway, past an arid fountain, and wandered through desolate flower beds and lawns, ultimately entering the grand hall of the estate. Within that hall stood a striking statue of a tall man clad in a robe, clutching a round shield in his left hand and a long sword in his right. The man stood resolutely, his gaze unwavering. Upon sighting this statue, the newly entered wizard involuntarily trembled. It was absurd. After all, it was merely a statue. Why should he still harbor fear? A derisive voice echoed through the hall. "No, I do not fear him," a deeper voice responded. "Oh, hate him then." The derisive voice retorted mockingly. "I simply do not understand what he stood for, nor do I comprehend the depths to which those individuals sank for his ideals." The deeper voice replied slowly. For the world? For wizards? For humanity? How ludicrous. To live is to live for oneself." The derisive voice grew agitated. "You do not understand. Some individuals are simply like that," the deeper voice countered. I do not understand. If I did not understand, you would have perished long ago." "We would have perished." "Stephen." The derisive voice laughed heartily. "I am grateful to you." The deeper voice sighed. "If you truly wish to thank me, then seek out those individuals and discover what compelled them to leave, and why we, in turn, were abandoned." The derisive voice seethed with bitterness. "I shall do so," the deeper voice stated solemnly. The hall then fell into a brief silence. "What? You do not believe that playing house with a child could make you feel the warmth of the world?" The derisive voice grew increasingly agitated. "Stephen, you must realize that in this world, the only ones you can rely on are you and me. Are you afraid of something as well?" The deeper voice inquired curiously. "I shall never be afraid. Never." The derisive voice shouted defiantly. "Indeed, I know you will not." Once again, silence enveloped the hall, and the figure of the wizard vanished, leaving the grand statue standing still, as it had for countless days and nights, unwavering and tireless. Beneath the statue lay an elongated name. If one were to omit the various middle names that carried different significances, it could be succinctly rendered as Moses Swinton, a name not widely recognized in the magical world. Chapter 68. A special conversation on Sunday, June 16th, the day after Qin Yu returned to the Granger household. He and the Granger family gathered around the breakfast table around 8 in the morning. Initially, everything appeared quite tranquil. However, not long into the meal, Mrs. Granger suddenly spoke up. "Hermione, there is something I must discuss with you." "What is it, Mum?" Hermione asked, raising her head in confusion and licking the milk that had dribbled onto her lips. "Sweetheart, I want to say that you have grown up, and you should not spend so much time in Qin's room at night," Mrs. Granger said thoughtfully and gravely. "Gah." Hermione was taken aback. Cough, cough. Both men present coughed simultaneously, one from choking on milk, the other on bread. "Hermione, did you go to Qin's room again?" Mr. Granger asked between coughs. "Why do you use the word again, David?" Mrs. Granger inquired, looking at her husband in puzzlement. Observing Mr. Granger's speechlessness, Qin Yu could not help but rub his forehead. Indeed, the previous night, Hermione had once more stealthily ascended to his room, where they had spent the entire night sitting side by side on his bed, simply chatting. Of course, they had not held hands, for it was summer, and Qin did not need to warm the young girl's hands due to the cold. As anticipated, Hermione had fallen asleep midway through the night, and Qin had laid her down on the bed while he himself sat in a chair, entering a meditative state throughout the night, something he frequently did. Consequently, upon waking the next day, Hermione was not as panicked as she had been previously. In fact, after rising, she playfully took Qin's quill and drew 2 mustaches on his face. He had waited until she finished before opening his eyes, prompting her to hastily flee downstairs, fearing punishment for being caught by Qin. It seemed Mrs. Granger had noticed something amiss. "Aunt Jenny, it was my fault yesterday," Qin Yu quickly admitted. Out of an instinct for self-preservation, he thought it best to confess his wrongdoing at this moment. "Mom, it's not Qin's fault. I missed him terribly, and I had so much to say to him," Hermione chimed in. "Hermione, do you remember what your mother discussed with you some time ago regarding medical knowledge?" Mrs. Granger gazed earnestly into her daughter's eyes. Medical knowledge? Hermione was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized, oh, you mean concerning the troubles of adolescence? Troubles of adolescence? Qin Yu pondered inwardly, questioning whether this content was truly suitable for him to hear. With that thought in mind, he couldn't help but glance at Mr. Granger, who was seated opposite him. The latter merely shrugged and offered him a meaningful expression. Qin Yu could only sit up straight, instinctively swallowing hard. Do you remember the precautions your mother told you about? Mrs. Granger inquired of her daughter. Of course, I remember. You said that when boys and girls reach a certain age, if they have intimate contact, they might, become pregnant, Hermione replied with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Mrs. Granger nodded in satisfaction. However, you also mentioned that gestures like holding hands or kissing would not lead to pregnancy. You told me that when I was in 3rd grade. Hermione added solemnly. Wait, have you two kissed? Mr. Granger shot a sharp glance at Qin Yu. Mrs. Granger followed suit, her expression one of suspicion. No, Uncle David. Aunt Jenny. I swear, I really haven't. Qin Yu exclaimed, astonished, his words punctuated with exclamation marks. Seeing that Qin Yu did not appear to be lying, the Grangers turned their attention back to Hermione. Well, indeed, there hasn't been anything. I was merely articulating the medical knowledge you imparted to me, Hermione stated calmly. This revelation eased the tension for the Granger couple. Ahem. So, you are both still young, and must refrain from excessive behaviors, understood, Qin, Hermione? Mrs. Granger, regaining her composure, attempted to steer the conversation. Of course not, Aunt Jenny. Qin Yu replied earnestly. I understand, Mom. Hermione nodded obediently. Well, that's good to hear. I know today's topic is somewhat special, but you need not be overly sensitive. This is merely normal physiological knowledge. In the future, if you encounter any issues during your adolescence, you may come to your father or me. We will certainly listen to your thoughts patiently, for we are your closest family. Mrs. Granger said softly. Qin Yu nodded vigorously, silently praying for this topic to pass swiftly, lest he be unable to finish his breakfast. Got it, Mom? Hermione echoed. Just as the other three thought the topic could be concluded satisfactorily, Hermione asked once more, So, Mom, is it really true that kissing one lead to pregnancy? Qin Yu covered his face with one hand, silently pleading, Oh dear sister, grant me a reprieve. David, could you come here for a moment? Mrs. Granger pondered for a brief moment before calling her husband and rising to enter the kitchen. Mr. Granger quickly followed suit. Children, please begin your meal. There's no need to wait for us. Mrs. Granger remarked to Qin Yu and Hermione just before she closed the kitchen door. A meal? Can I even manage to eat? Qin Yu tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile that appeared quite bitter. All right, mother. Hermione cheerfully waved as if nothing were amiss. Subsequently, the Granger couple closed the kitchen door, engaging in hushed conversation. After finishing the sandwich in her hand, Hermione murmured, In truth, I have already perused books on medical and physiological knowledge. I wonder why Mother suddenly brought this up. However, the texts indeed do not mention anything about kissing, which leaves me uncertain. Perhaps I did not study closely enough. The young girl furrowed her brow once more. Well, she is a studious and earnest elementary school prodigy. After breakfast, the Granger couple began a private discussion with Qin Yu and Hermione. Hermione was led by Mrs. Granger to her small bedroom, while Qin Yu accompanied Mr. Granger to their large master bedroom. As for what Mrs. Granger discussed with Hermione, Qin Yu could only speculate. Upon entering the spacious bedroom, Mr. Granger wasted no time and began to elucidate the physiological knowledge of the human body and certain interactions between men and women. After a considerable duration of discourse, when Mr. Granger made a move to unwrap a rubber balloon for demonstration, Qin Yu could no longer restrain himself and interjected with a pleading tone, Uncle, I truly understand. I assure you I won't engage in anything. It seems you have fully grasped the knowledge I conveyed, Mr. Granger replied with evident satisfaction. Indeed, I completely understand. Qin Yu nodded fervently. Very well then, I shall not waste this. Mr. Granger remarked as he placed the item back into a drawer of the bedside cabinet. It is worth noting that David Granger likely surmised why his wife had broached such a topic today. It was due to the deep mutual solace they shared last night upon feeling their daughter drifting away, which led to a discussion about possibly creating a new life. Exhausted, he had dozed off, while his wife presumably went to the living room for a glass of water, during which she likely noticed the noises from upstairs. These events combined must have prompted her to bring up the subject at the dining table. However, the conversation at the table was evidently not very successful, leading them to decide on a one-on-one dialogue, man to man, woman to woman. As it stands, Mr. Granger's task was accomplished quite smoothly. When he emerged from the master bedroom with Qin Yu, Hermione and Mrs. Granger were still in the small bedroom. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Mrs. Granger finally brought her daughter out. Have you finished so soon? Jenny Granger remarked with surprise, observing her husband and Qin Yu leisurely enjoying fruits in the living room. Yes, our discussion went rather smoothly, didn't it, Qin? Mr. Granger smiled, glancing at Qin Yu. Indeed, Uncle David, Aunt Jenny. Qin Yu replied, forcing a smile. Oh, that's wonderful. I had a delightful conversation with Hermione as well, Mrs. Granger said, holding her daughter's hand with a smile. Hermione's cheeks flushed, prompting Qin Yu to internally exclaim, "What on earth did you two discuss in there?" Perhaps it is due to the fact that both Mr. and Mrs. Granger are doctors, dentists, that they approach matters of sexuality with a certain openness and seriousness, without shying away from the topic. Thus, they felt comfortable discussing such matters at the dining table with the children, and, when the conversation hit a stalemate, courtesy of Hermione, chose to explain and enlighten them separately. Overall, the dialogue was quite successful and smoothly established certain behavioral principles for Qin Yu and Hermione in the future. Well, they had not engaged in any improper conduct. This minor episode marked the beginning of their summer vacation, after which they immersed themselves in a lengthy series of plans. Chapter 69. Life in the Muggle World. The milk foam on the lips in a somewhat ancient district of London, there exists a time-honored bookstore. According to the proprietor, Arthur Conan Doyle once held a signing event here for his final case, during which he famously killed off Sherlock Holmes in the book, subsequently receiving countless razor blades from readers, compelling him to resurrect Holmes years later. After all, in that final case, Holmes merely fell off a cliff, making resurrection less troublesome. Since then, every new book by Conan Doyle has had its first release here, as the staff enthusiastically informs patrons. Naturally, many visitors come merely for the spectacle, indifferent to the veracity of such claims. The bookstore itself boasts a pleasant atmosphere, with a plethora of diverse books and periodicals lining the shelves, as well as reading areas on both floors. Here, one can order a cup of coffee or juice, select a book they fancy or not, and enjoy a delightful or perhaps less pleasant passage of time, either by the window or in a more secluded spot. This is likely the primary allure for many patrons visiting the establishment. Since the onset of summer vacation, the influx of visitors has noticeably increased, predominantly comprising young students. Among these students, a handsome boy with East Asian features and a charming girl with brown hair have been frequenting the store daily, often spending a considerable portion of the day there. If one were to approach them, they would discover that they are engrossed in exquisitely bound books, the covers and paper appearing remarkably unique. Should anyone inquire about the location of these books on the shelves, they would politely smile and explain that these are their personal belongings, not part of the store's collection. If someone lingered nearby and listened for a while, they might catch snippets of their peculiar conversations about topics such as the purifying properties of dung stones, classifications of werewolf and vampire danger levels, and the causes of pixie rebellions. This would lead many to speculate that the two children were likely immersed in some fantastical novel, as such works have gained popularity in recent years. Nonetheless, the majority of the time, they would sit quietly, engrossed in their reading, uttering nothing. The young girl would sip on a fruit juice, occasionally sampling coffee, naturally with an ample amount of milk. A sip would leave rich milk foam adorning her lips. In such moments, the boy seated opposite her would smile and gently wipe away the foam with his thumb. In return, the little girl would bestow upon him a sweet smile. They, like many ordinary children here, relished their moments of reading. Yet, unbeknownst to all, they were distinct from the other adults and children in the store. They belonged to a legendary group capable of wielding magic. They were wizards. Indeed, the two children in the bookstore were none other than Qin Yu and Hermione. According to Hermione's extensive plans, they were meant to revel in joyous activities for several days. Furthermore, Hermione informed Qin Yu that she would take responsibility for the expenses of these ventures. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was undoubtedly eager to comply. For how could he possibly refuse the prospect of indulging in a life of comfort, particularly when it pertained to the future Minister of Magic? It undeniably instilled within him a sense of accomplishment. Notably, observing Hermione's resolute stance on the matter, he refrained from opposing her. After all, it mattered little whose funds were being expended. After 2 days of exuberant revelry, however, Hermione's little treasury had dwindled to a mere third of its original sum. Such is the nature of plans, which often fail to adapt to unforeseen changes. Consequently, they found themselves compelled to eliminate numerous extravagant pursuits and instead opted for more economical choices. Ultimately, they arrived at a quaint bookstore where they could spend their days perusing literature, engaging in conversation, sipping beverages, and relishing desserts, a rather delightful experience. The motivation behind these activities stemmed from Qin Yu's desire to accompany Hermione and relish the mundane pleasures of the Muggle world. After all, her entry into the realm of magic would likely usher in a transformation of spirit, distancing her from her former life. This, in a sense, served as a nostalgic homage to the fleeting moments of time. Qin Yu mused inwardly. "Qin, I have exhausted my funds," Hermione sighed. "Already? But you still had over 10 pounds. Qin Yu replied, somewhat astonished. Indeed, that was the case, but the desserts here are quite delectable. And we may have indulged a tad too much," Hermione confessed, swallowing hard at the thought. "Indeed, their desserts are truly delightful," Qin Yu agreed, nodding in affirmation. He then closed the parchment-bound book he had been perusing, rose slowly, and softly addressed Hermione. "Well then, my dear princess, as you find yourself devoid of funds, allow me to escort you henceforth." With that, Qin Yu extended a hand toward the young girl. Hermione, upon hearing this, shrugged in resignation, closed her own book, and placed her hand within his broad, sturdy grasp. "Very well, my prince. Their exchange and gestures elicited gentle smiles from the patrons nearby, who found the pair quite endearing. With their belongings in order, Qin Yu and Hermione departed the ancient bookstore, a quaint establishment in the Muggle world. Previously, in pursuit of unbridled enjoyment and the experience of Muggle life, Qin Yu had refrained from introducing Hermione to certain locales within the magical realm, such as Diagon Alley. Now that Hermione's funds had been depleted, Qin Yu effectively facilitated her farewell to her past existence. Thus, Diagon Alley became their first destination. For they needed to procure both the textbooks and supplies required for Qin Yu's second year, as well as the items listed in Hermione's first-year acceptance letter. The following day, Qin Yu and Hermione set off together for Diagon Alley, marking their second visit to this enchanting place. They traversed through the Leaky Cauldron's bar and into the courtyard, where Qin Yu tapped his wand against the magical wall. As a grand entrance revealed itself, he took Hermione's hand and stepped through. With their second visit to Diagon Alley, Hermione felt increasingly familiar with her surroundings. She knew precisely where to acquire cauldrons, textbooks, robes, and even magical pets, such as the store where they had once intended to relinquish Crookshanks. It was within that very magical pet shop that they encountered a chubby young boy accompanied by an elderly man who was purchasing a toad. Qin Yu greeted him warmly and inquired whether he was also a new student at Hogwarts this year. "Hello, my name is Neville Longbottom, and I will be attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this September." The young boy nervously introduced himself to Qin Yu and Hermione. Qin Yu and Hermione each introduced themselves, expressing their eagerness to encounter him at Hogwarts. Following a brief conversation, Neville departed alongside the elderly gentleman. Qin Yu and Hermione continued their shopping. Chapter 70. You will become an exceptional person in encountering Neville here. Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. The child's fate was indeed tragic, comparable to that of Harry Potter. When Neville was just 1 year old, his father, Frank Longbottom, and mother, Alice Longbottom, both members of the Order of the Phoenix opposing Voldemort, were kidnapped by Death Eaters and subjected to the Cruciatus Curse, driving them to madness. Consequently, they spent decades at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Little Neville was raised by his grandmother, Augusta Longbottom. Perhaps due to witnessing the horrific fate of his parents and being subjected to a memory charm, Neville grew up to be rather forgetful, a rather dull, introverted, and slow-witted child, even leading some family members to suspect that he might be a squib. To make matters worse, his Uncle Algy and Aunt Enid would occasionally test Neville's magical abilities by pushing him off the dock into the lake or throwing him from the second-story window, though they intended only to frighten him. They indeed dropped him, which was quite unfortunate for the child. Fortunately, Neville was not a squib, otherwise, he would have been severely harmed. According to the original timeline, Neville displayed little talent in magic during his schooling and struggled greatly, excelling only in herbology. However, throughout his years at school, he continually grew, ultimately earning the recognition of the Sword of Gryffindor through his courage, slaying Voldemort's seventh Horcrux, the Snake Nagini, which essentially equated to a chance at resurrection. This act cleared the final obstacle for Harry Potter to ultimately defeat Voldemort. Thus, many came to honor Neville with the title of Sword Saint, Neville the Snake Slayer. These titles were informal, perhaps akin to the best child in the world in the eyes of Dudley, Harry's cousin. Reflecting on the title of Sword Saint and the chubby-faced little boy he had just seen, a faint smile crept across Qin Yu's lips. "Qin, what has you so cheerful?" Hermione noticed and inquired with curiosity. "Well, I was thinking about that boy named Neville. I truly believe he will become an accomplished individual in the future." Qin Yu replied earnestly. "Really? I couldn't see that. Is this some sort of Eastern mystical divination?" Hermione said, intrigued, leaning forward with anticipation. "Then tell me about my future. What kind of person will I become?" Immediately, Qin Yu cupped her small face in his hands, carefully observing her features, her 3 segments, and 12 palaces, before solemnly declaring, "You will become an exceptional person." "How exceptional?" Hermione pressed for specifics. "Perhaps someone who stands just below the top, above everyone else." Qin Yu pondered before responding. That sounds impressive, but what exactly would that entail?" Hermione continued to question. "Well, perhaps akin to the Minister of Magic," Qin Yu suggested. "Is that true?" Hermione's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. "Absolutely true. If you don't achieve it, you can count on me," Qin Yu promised confidently. Hermione pulled her face away from his hands, contemplating before suddenly asking, "Isn't the Minister of Magic the highest position in the magical world? Is there someone above them?" Clearly, the academic overachiever was taking the phrase about standing above all others quite seriously. "Certainly. Above the Ministry of Magic is the International Confederation of Wizards. The president of the International Confederation is indeed above the Minister of Magic." Qin Yu provided a reasonable explanation. "Oh, I see. So that's how it is." Hermione seemed to envision herself as the Minister of Magic, a joyful smile gracing her face. Then, perhaps to reassure Qin Yu, she patted his shoulder and earnestly said, "Qin, I believe you will become an even more impressive person than I. If I become the Minister of Magic, then surely you can become the president of the Wizarding Confederation." In that brief moment, the two had divided the 2 most powerful positions in the magical world between themselves. Qin Yu chuckled as he ruffled her hair, playfully chiding, "All right. Wake up. We need to go purchase your robes." "Hee, I was merely imagining," Hermione replied with a smile. Subsequently, she took Qin Yu's hand and led him towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. We require 3 plain black work robes, a black winter cloak, and a pair of dragon hide gloves. What are dragon hide gloves? Hermione inquired curiously, reading from the list. You needn't concern yourself with that. The staff here will know you are a first-year student at Hogwarts and will assist you in selecting everything you need, Qin Yu reassured the young girl. That's wonderful. Hermione sighed in relief. Before long, they entered the shop dedicated to wizarding attire. Welcome. Are you here to purchase Hogwarts uniforms? A short, plump witch with a beaming smile greeted them. This was Madame Malkin, the proprietor of the establishment. Indeed, Madame Malkin. However, I purchased my uniform last year. Today, my sister is here to shop. Qin Yu gently nudged young Hermione forward. The girl turned back and made a face at him, muttering, sister? You are like Crookshank's uncle. Qin Yu couldn't help but pinch her nose playfully. Ah, I remember you now. You're that little Eastern boy who came alone last year, if I recall correctly. Madame Malkin reminisced. While it was not uncommon for young wizards to shop alone, it was rare to encounter a child as composed as this young boy, which made Madame Malkin quickly recall their previous encounter. Yes, you are correct. I was actually accompanied by someone last time, but he had to leave unexpectedly, Qin Yu shrugged. At that time, Hagrid had sent Qin Yu to shop alone while he dealt with the arrangements for Fluffy's transport. Now, my dear young lady, let us take your measurements in the back. Fear not, it will be a swift process, Madame Malkin said to Hermione. Thus, Hermione followed Madame Malkin to the fitting area in the back of the shop, while Qin Yu settled in a waiting area, sipping tea that a staff which had kindly brought him, along with a plate of delightful chocolate biscuits. After a while, having enjoyed 2 cups of tea and polished off the biscuits, Hermione emerged from the back room. Her attire had transformed since she had entered. She was now wearing a crisp white shirt, adorned with a red and yellow striped tie, and a suitably loose black robe. The tie was likely chosen by Madame Malkin. In her hand, she waved a slender wooden ruler, which served as a makeshift wand, looking both lively and adorable. How do I look? Pretty? The young girl asked, beaming at her somewhat dazed companion. You look splendid, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. I mean the clothes, the girl said, her cheeks flushing slightly, feeling a bit shy. What I said includes the clothes as well, Qin Yu replied earnestly. I need to have Madame Malkin adjust the sleeves, they are too long. She stammered before hastily returning to the fitting room. Chapter 71. Hermione's wand. Beautiful attire is always a delight for young girls. After trying on the wizarding uniform and admiring herself in the mirror for quite some time, Hermione reluctantly removed it, allowing Madame Malkin to package it up, as it was not suitable to wear continuously at the moment. After Qin Yu completed the payment, Hermione carried the set of robes as they left the shop. Next, they headed directly to Ollivander's wand shop. Qin Yu was quite familiar with this establishment, not only because he had previously purchased a wand, but also because he had written several letters to Mr. Ollivander, aiming to promote the high-quality unicorn hair and phoenix feathers produced at Hogwarts. Of course, Mr. Ollivander did not purchase the latter, but instead bought a substantial amount of unicorn hair. Currently, the market for wands made with phoenix feathers was not particularly strong, as very few wizards were suited to wield such materials, as explained in Mr. Ollivander's correspondence. Although Qin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment, he did not press the matter too much, for it was no simple task to pluck the feathers of a phoenix. Later, he learned that Professor Swinton had used a phoenix feather to forge the sword he intended to gift himself, which piqued his curiosity about how the professor had acquired it. However, he never found the opportunity to inquire further. Ding dong. The ancient wooden door creaked open, ringing the bell affixed to it and disrupting the tranquil atmosphere of the shop. 2 young patrons stepped inside. The most striking feature of this venerable establishment was the slender wooden boxes that reached nearly to the ceiling, seemingly harboring an air of mystery. Observing those enigmatic boxes, Hermione felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation and instinctively grasped Qin Yu's hand. Upon feeling the reassuring strength of his grip, she found some solace. Good morning, children. A gentle voice resonated through the space, startling Hermione, who instinctively recoiled. At that moment, an elderly gentleman with large, pale eyes appeared before them, his gaze seemingly illuminated in the dimly lit shop. Good morning, Mr. Ollivander. Qin Yu greeted him with a warm smile. Oh, Qin, I remember you. The unicorn hair you had Hagrid deliver was splendid. Mr. Ollivander replied with a smile. Well, I am glad you are pleased. Qin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Now, my dear lady, if I am not mistaken, you are here to purchase a wand today, are you not? Mr. Ollivander directed his attention to Hermione. Yes, indeed, Mr. Ollivander. Hermione affirmed earnestly. Very well, let us begin by measuring your dimensions, Mr. Ollivander stated, producing a measuring tape that seemed to operate of its own accord. Do we really need to measure for a wand? Hermione whispered to Qin Yu. Indeed, every individual's physical characteristics and usage habits vary. Thus the length of the wand will differ accordingly, Qin Yu succinctly explained. You are correct. Whether you are left-handed or right-handed, your height, weight, arm length, and visual range, among other factors, will all influence the wand's usability. Hence, it is imperative to gather this information beforehand to select the most suitable wand for you, Mr. Ollivander elaborated with greater expertise than Qin Yu. With newfound understanding, Hermione raised her arm to assist with the measurements as Mr. Ollivander swiftly recorded her dimensions. He then began to rummage through the boxes. Before long, he descended from a ladder with one of the boxes, opened it, and presented a wand to Hermione. 10 3/4 inches, vine wood with a dragon heartstring core. This wand possesses the capacity to cast powerful and magnificent spells, and it will enhance your learning speed. I believe it is well suited for you. Hermione received the slender wand with a solemn expression, though only she knew the depth of her excitement. Ever since discovering her identity as a witch, she had longed for the day she would possess her own wand. Although Qin Yu had started school a year earlier and acquired his wand, he had obstinately refused to let her touch it. It was peculiar, for aside from wands, he had never been so stingy. Yet, Hermione understood, she was still quite young, and it was not wise to handle such a powerful and perilous object prematurely. Now, having reached the age for enrollment, she was finally able to claim her own wand. As she held the brown wand, she felt an exhilarating energy coursing through it, as if she could hear a whisper emanating from within. The moment she grasped that wand, she knew it was meant for her, Hermione Jean Granger's wand. She gently lifted the wand, and its tip emitted a brilliant flame. Ah, it seems I was not mistaken. This wand truly is the perfect fit for you, Mr. Ollivander remarked with delight. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, Hermione exclaimed, cradling her precious wand in both hands and bowing in gratitude. She understood that Mr. Ollivander's role extended beyond merely selling a wand. He had chosen a companion to walk alongside her, one that was perfectly suited to her. Subsequently, Qin Yu promptly paid Mr. Ollivander 7 galleons. Just before they departed, Mr. Ollivander called Qin Yu back to inspect his wand, which had a unicorn hair core, and he graciously replaced the slightly worn core with a premium unicorn hair. You've been using it quite frequently. Be sure to take care of it, Mr. Ollivander advised with a final note of caution. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu awkwardly touched his nose. Over the past year, he had indeed made extensive use of this wand. Having been knocked down by Professor Snape countless times during duels, and prior to the holidays, nearly breaking it several times during his trials with the basilisk. I am aware, Mr. Ollivander, Qin Yu replied earnestly. However, it is essential to utilize it when necessary, for the wand serves to protect oneself. Mr. Ollivander continued, well, if you insist. What more can I say? Qin Yu mused internally. After purchasing the robe and wand, the remainder of their shopping became relatively straightforward. He then accompanied Hermione to select telescopes, brass scales, crystal potion vials, and, of course, the most crucial textbooks. They wandered through the leaky cauldron for quite some time, not only acquiring first and second year magical textbooks, but also a few reference books in other areas of study. When Qin Yu finished paying and they exited the bookstore, Hermione could no longer restrain her curiosity. Qin, did this shopping spree cost you a fortune? Having gained some understanding of the prices in the magical world during her visit to Diagon Alley, she realized the items they had purchased must be quite valuable. Eh? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then flashed a smile he deemed charming, responding to the young girl. Have I mentioned that I earned quite a bit over the past year? Seems not. Hermione shook her head. Well, if I haven't, then so be it. Regardless, we are family. My earnings are yours to spend as you please, Qin Yu proclaimed generously. Hermione nodded with a smile, finding comfort in his words. Encouraged, she unabashedly asked Qin Yu to treat her to an ice cream filled with an abundance of crushed nuts. Chapter 72. Who is Harry Potter? After finishing their ice creams purchased from Florin's ice cream parlor, the two made their way to the final stop of their journey, the apothecary. This shop was the first establishment at the entrance of Diagon Alley, so they decided to visit it last. After acquiring a tin cauldron, Qin Yu and Hermione concluded their excursion to Diagon Alley. Placing the larger items into a Swinton bag, they no longer felt burdened by their purchases. They traversed the magical wall, maneuvered around the bar at the leaky cauldron, and passed through the pub's hall, stepping outside into the Muggle world, or rather, the world where wizards and Muggles coexisted. Standing at the entrance of the leaky cauldron, they both paused momentarily. Hermione glanced back at the dilapidated pub and then surveyed the passers-by on the street. For a fleeting moment, her gaze reflected a hint of confusion and uncertainty. However, upon looking at the boy beside her who was holding her hand, her expression softened and became resolute. Indeed, he was there. Qin, let us return home, Hermione smiled gently. Yes, home, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. On the return journey via the subway, the young girl, utterly fatigued, fell silent mid-conversation and rested her head on his shoulder, drifting off to sleep. Due to the discomfort of sleeping while seated, she continuously shifted positions throughout the journey, displaying an array of peculiar postures. At one point, she even sat on Qin Yu's lap, hugging his neck and dozing off for several stops. When she eventually awoke, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she slid off him and dutifully took her seat beside him. As for Hermione's sleeping posture, Qin Yu was quite accommodating. It was merely a matter of his legs falling asleep. Upon their return from Diagon Alley, their summer vacation shifted towards magical studies. There was no other option, for Hermione was determined to become the top student in her year once school commenced. Naturally, Qin Yu was more than capable of tutoring Hermione, even to a meticulous degree. Ever since acquiring the Vinewood wand, Hermione had been eager to try it out. Therefore, she implored Qin Yu to teach her a few spells. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, selecting a few simple spells to teach Hermione. After he patiently guided her in the art of wand movement, the young girl quickly mastered the basic incantations. However, when she sought to learn new spells, even employing her most endearing tactics by clinging to his arm, Qin Yu resolutely refused to teach her any further. Learning a few simple spells is acceptable, but if you overuse them, I fear the Ministry of Magic may come knocking at our door, he remarked, pinching her pouting little face. Well, fine, Hermione conceded. Aware that while Qin was quite kind to her, he was also a person of strong principles who would not always indulge her whims. For instance, when she occasionally wished to linger in his room a little longer at night, he always ushered her out. As long as we don't constantly think about kissing, it's fine. My mother told me so, Hermione had once expressed to Qin. Yet, he still insisted on sending her back to her own room. Unbeknownst to her, Qin was left curious about what Aunt Jenny had told Hermione that day. Since magic was off the table, Hermione resorted to perusing books. One day in July, as she lay on the sofa engrossed in a reference book, she playfully nudged Qin's side with her toes and asked, Qin, who is Harry Potter? Is he impressive? I've seen his name in A History of Modern Magic and the Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and it was mentioned again in this book. At that moment, Qin was sifting through a lengthy letter from Elvis, who had already written several missives. Hermione's question caught him slightly off guard. He pushed aside her restless feet and noticed she was holding a book titled Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century. After contemplating her inquiry, Qin replied slowly. How should I put it? Harry Potter is indeed a pivotal figure in certain events. However, he is not exceptionally powerful, nor is he as formidable as people often perceive. On the contrary, he is merely an ordinary wizarding child, and his life is even more challenging than that of most other wizarding children. Oh, I see. How old is he now? Where does he live? The book doesn't provide much detail, Hermione continued her questioning. He should just have turned 11 this year. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is expected to enroll in September, Qin informed her. Wow, so he is in the same grade as me? I didn't realize there was a celebrity from the book in my year. Hermione exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She inherently regarded figures from books as remarkable and thought that if she were to appear in one, she would certainly read every book that mentioned her. What is the big deal about being a celebrity? I'm a celebrity at Hogwarts too, Qin retorted, somewhat enviously. Hee, I know, Qin is our king, Hermione responded, sitting up and raising her hands in a cheerleading gesture. Then, quite unexpectedly, she leaned forward and planted a kiss on Qin's cheek. His earlier discontent vanished instantly. Observing this transformation, the little girl felt she had discovered a method to brighten Qin's mood and silently noted it for future reference. Ahem. I'll go right back to Elvis now. You should focus on your reading, Qin said, clearing his throat as he stood up. I want to go too, Hermione exclaimed, abandoning her book and slipping on her slippers to follow him. She felt a twinge of jealousy toward the person who frequently corresponded with Qin, as she had previously written the most letters to him. Of course, since they spent every day together now, the need for letters had diminished. But she still felt that someone was encroaching on her position in Qin's heart. Most importantly, the individual named Elvis often mentioned various magical topics that first years were studying, and Qin would answer them in detail. Hermione was very interested in his responses as they greatly aided her learning. For these reasons, she often lingered nearby while Qin composed his replies, asking questions about parts she found confusing. Qin's answers sometimes led him to revise and enhance certain aspects, resulting in letters that were a third longer than usual. I believe you could easily sign your name at the end of the letters, Qin teased one time. Hermione also posed numerous questions in her latest correspondence. By the time they finished writing, the sun had already set. Not long after sunset, Qin received another letter. This one from Hagrid. Chapter 73, The Boy Without Companions. Surrey, located in the southeastern part of England, lies southwest of London. The River Thames flows through it, heading northeast towards Greater London. At 4 Privet Drive in the small town of Little Whinging, there stands an unremarkable detached house. This residence belongs to the Dursley family. Many often believe that the household consists solely of 3 members, Mr. Dursley, Mrs. Dursley, and their son Dudley Dursley. However, those who truly know them are aware that there is a 4th member, a rather inconspicuous 11-year-old boy wearing glasses. This nonentity is the nephew of Mrs. Dursley, Lily, and his name is Harry Potter. It is evident that Harry Potter's life at his aunt's house is far from idyllic. Not only does he lack presence in the eyes of outsiders, but he also has no proper bedroom, residing instead in a cupboard under the stairs. Moreover, every aspect of his life starkly contrasts with that of his cousin Dudley. Harry is a child orphaned by a car accident, while Dudley is considered the best child in his aunt and uncle's eyes. Whenever Harry reflects on how his aunt describes Dudley, he finds it laughable, as only he knows how truly dreadful Dudley is. Not only does Dudley bully him, but he also enlists a group of friends to join in the torment. How can such a person be deemed the best child in the world? Harry feels he is perhaps the most unfortunate person alive, longing to grow up quickly, to gain independence, and to escape this unwelcoming home. Or perhaps this is not even his home at all. Who is that boy, after all? Harry lay on his narrow little bed, murmuring to himself. He often reminisced about that fateful trip to the zoo, when, during a visit to the reptile house, he inexplicably made the glass of the python enclosure vanish. allowing the serpent to escape. At that moment, many people panicked and ran in all directions, except for one boy, slightly older than Harry, who boldly approached the scene. Harry distinctly recalled hearing the boy conversing with the snake and comprehending the essence of their exchange. That day, Harry yearned to speak with the boy, sensing a deep connection between them. He longed to find someone with whom he could share the secrets within his heart. Unfortunately, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were furious and forcibly dragged him away, convinced that Harry had released the python and endangered their precious son. In the time that followed, Harry secretly purchased a ticket to visit the London Zoo, hoping to see the boy again. He waited for what felt like an eternity, yet the boy never appeared. Though he recognized how foolish this endeavor was, he felt he had no other options. Soon enough, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia discovered Harry's escapade, inciting their wrath. And he predictably found himself confined in the cupboard under the stairs for the entire day. His sadness stemmed not from the dark, cramped space, but from the despair of believing he might never find that boy again, never again have someone to confide his secrets to. The gravest sorrow of all is not hunger, cold, or darkness, but the absence of companionship. As these thoughts washed over him, silent tears streamed down Harry's cheeks. "Ha, Harry, once summer ends, you'll be off to Stonewall High? I've heard they dunk the heads of the new students in the toilet," Dudley boomed. When Harry showed no reaction, Dudley maliciously added, "Shall we head to the restroom now? I can help you acclimatize." Harry took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and replied slowly, "No. But if you wish to experience it firsthand and then describe it to me, I would be most eager to hear your impressions." Before Dudley could comprehend this retort, Harry dashed away to a nearby park. Seated on a swing, Harry pondered his thoughts. Having completed primary school, he would soon embark on his secondary education at a comprehensive school, the very Stonewall High that Dudley had mentioned. This institution had a notorious reputation, and Harry feared it would only perpetuate his fate of being bullied. No, it might even be worse. This realization deepened his pessimism regarding the future. He felt a twinge of discontent, especially since Dudley was headed to the prestigious Smeltings Academy. Yet, what could he do? Without parents or funds, his autonomy was stifled. Lost in these thoughts, he returned home late that night, only to find Dudley and Aunt Petunia back from London. "Look, Harry, how do you like my uniform?" Dudley boasted. Clad in a black tailcoat and wielding a multi-section cane, this was the attire mandated by Smeltings. He strutted around the room, his rotund figure appearing all the more ridiculous in such garb. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were ecstatic, brimming with pride for their beloved son. With Aunt Petunia nearly in tears, unexpectedly, Harry felt a flicker of amusement as Dudley resembled a circus gorilla in his outfit. Suddenly, he found himself grateful not to be attending Smeltings, relishing the distance from the gorilla. That night, Harry dreamed of the boy from the zoo, who arrived in a helicopter to summon him. Upon leaping from the aircraft, the boy shouted, "Harry Potter, your country needs you." In that moment, Harry saw astonishment etched on Uncle Vernon's and Aunt Petunia's faces, while Dudley appeared nearly apoplectic with jealousy and envy. He awoke with a smile. Upon waking, Harry's excitement lingered. The helicopter was the most astonishing thing he could conceive, a spectacle he had glimpsed in one of Dudley's comic books. Surely, there could be no more magnificent entrance. Yet, he knew this was merely a figment of his imagination. How could it possibly be real? Such occurrences only transpired in dreams. With this thought, Harry squeezed his eyes shut, yearning to return to that dream, to discover where the boy might take him. However, until dawn's light broke, Aunt Petunia's sharp voice shattered his slumber, preventing him from re-entering that dream. That morning, with a tinge of disappointment, Harry finished his breakfast. Shortly thereafter, he assisted Uncle Vernon in retrieving the mail. To his surprise, he discovered an envelope addressed to Mr. Harry Potter. The address read, 4, Privet Drive, Surrey, Under the Stairs. Who would specifically include Under the Stairs in an address? Could this letter truly be meant for him? Harry's heart raced at the thought of the dream. Chapter 74, The Persistent Letter. The visitor from afar, upon tearing open the yellow envelope, before he could even peruse the parchment letter within, Uncle Vernon snatched it away with a brutal grip. After scanning its contents, he was seized by a look of terror, rushing to the kitchen to find Aunt Petunia. For perhaps the first time in their lives, they denied Dudley's demands, who was intensely curious about the letter intended for Harry. Harry, too, felt a surge of intrigue, convinced that Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were concealing something from him. Otherwise, they would not be furtively whispering in the kitchen about being watched. Who were these watchers? Harry longed to know. "That letter is mine," he declared defiantly when Uncle Vernon returned home that evening. No one is writing to you. The address is simply incorrect," Uncle Vernon retorted dismissively. "But it clearly states Under the Stairs, which means it is meant for me," Harry insisted, unwilling to be deceived. "Well, you no longer reside there. Pack your things and move to the small bedroom upstairs," Uncle Vernon exclaimed loudly. For the following 6 days, he behaved as if possessed, desperately attempting to intercept any letters addressed to Harry. No matter how hard Harry tried, he could not seize even a corner of a letter. Initially, the letters were simply deposited into the mailbox, awaiting collection. After retrieving a few, Uncle Vernon nailed the mailbox shut. However, the next day, even more letters slipped through the cracks of the door and windows, and on one occasion, a letter even appeared inside a raw egg that Aunt Petunia had cracked open. At one point, dozens of letters flew into the room like bats from the fireplace. This drove Uncle Vernon into a fit of rage and madness. In an attempt to escape the incessant barrage of letters, he drove the family to a distant city, taking refuge in a hotel. Of course, this proved futile. For the next day, the hotel manager informed them that 100 letters had arrived, all addressed to Harry Potter. Ultimately, in a frenzy of anger and fear, Uncle Vernon rowed for hours, bringing the family to a rocky islet in the sea, where they settled in the only dilapidated wooden cabin. Now, Harry lay on a somewhat flat floor, wrapped in a thin, tattered, and damp blanket. Outside, a fierce storm raged. Surely, no one would send me letters now, Harry thought with a tinge of disappointment, listening to the tumult outside. This night, he felt no inclination to sleep, besides his anticipation of the letter's contents. He awaited the arrival of midnight, for he would soon turn 11. Harry glanced at Dudley's wristwatch, aware that time was slowly creeping toward 0. He then traced a cake in the thick dust on the floor and inscribed "Happy Birthday, Harry Potter" upon it. The torrential rain and fierce winds continued to wreak havoc outside. Harry fixated on Dudley's watch, silently counting down the moments. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "Happy birthday, Harry Potter," he whispered to himself. For some inexplicable reason, a smile broke across his face as he uttered those words. Yes, whether it be the storm or the taunts of others, he was growing, and no one could thwart his passage into another year, even if no one remembered his birthday nor wished him happy birthday in that moment. He felt a profound sense of self-affirmation. However, just then, Harry discerned two voices conversing outside amidst the tempest. One voice was somewhat childlike, while the other was deep and resonant, like that of a large adult. Despite the storm's ferocity, the weather was indeed intolerable, the child's voice complained. "I wonder why they chose this place. That Dudley really knows how to pick a spot," the deep voice commented. "By the way, how did the school find out about this place?" "I'm quite curious," the child's voice mused. "I'm not sure. I followed the address on the admission letter. Look at the sea, the rocky islet, the cabin. This must be the right place," the deep voice continued. "It seems our protagonist is having a rough time sleeping on the floor," the child sighed. At this, Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, as he began to piece together who the two voices belonged to. "Well, enough chatter. Let us go inside and warm up," the child said somewhat impatiently. "Yes. I'll knock on the door," the deep voice replied. "Knock what door?" "Just break it down." "I'll do it." As the child finished speaking, Harry heard a loud thud against the wooden door of the cabin. However, the door did not budge. Harry hesitated, contemplating whether to open the door. "All right. Without a wand or a sword, I can't manage this door." "You do it," the child's voice expressed frustration. After this, the voice added, "And remember, we agreed that I would be the first to enter." "Sure, no problem. Just step back a bit," the deep voice responded. Then, Harry heard a sound akin to a giant hammer striking the door, causing the entire cabin to tremble. Clearly, Harry's assumption was correct. The deep voice belonged to a formidable figure. The commotion roused the other 3 occupants of the room. Uncle Vernon hastily grabbed a shotgun, shouting at the persistent assailant at the door, "Don't come in. I have a gun. I really will shoot." There was a brief silence outside. But then came another thud. With a creaking, grating sound, the door's hinges were smashed, and then with a thunderous crash, the door collapsed. The scene that followed was one that Harry would never forget throughout countless nights to come. As the door fell, a boy clad in a black cloak, adorned with a red and yellow striped scarf, stepped inside, bearing a long sword on his back and twirling a silver-gray wand in his hand. The storm's howling wind swept into the cabin, causing his cloak to billow and his hair to become tousled. Yet, a subtle smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. He looked at the astonished Harry and uttered his first words. "Harry Potter, are you ready to enter another world?" In the countless midnight reveries that followed, whenever Harry recalled this phrase, a torrent of emotion surged within him, bringing him to the brink of tears. This was not sorrow, but joy. There were no helicopters from dreams, no grand speeches, yet he felt that this moment was the most extraordinary scene he had ever witnessed. Was he prepared to enter another world? He did not know, but he yearned to follow this boy before him into a new realm. Chapter 75. Wouldn't it be nice to have a calm chat? To be honest, Qin Yu pondered for quite some time over the line he would deliver upon his entrance. Ultimately, he settled upon the phrase, "Harry Potter, are you ready to enter another world?" The another world, of course, referred to the magical realm. It was as if he had opened a grand portal to a new universe for this child. Qin Yu had once earnestly discussed this with Hagrid. "Oh, that's great." Hagrid merely nodded, entirely missing Qin Yu's intent. That evening, Qin Yu received a letter from Hagrid, stating that he would be delivering an admission letter to a first-year student and inquiring if Qin Yu would accompany him. Qin Yu calculated the days and joyfully agreed. He then joined Hagrid and together they arrived at the rocky outcrop on that stormy night. Hermione, indeed, dear readers, this fellow left me behind at home all alone. Humph. Naturally, in such a pivotal moment, Qin Yu would not let the opportunity to showcase the spirit of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry slip away. Thus, he donned his school uniform, slung his sword across his back, and naturally, held his wand in hand, completing the ensemble. He had initially considered wearing sunglasses, but upon reflection, deemed them too incongruous, not befitting the essence of the magical realm, so he refrained from bringing them out. In any case, as he stepped through the fallen wooden door, he felt rather dashing at that moment. However, he had to admit that uttering those words while being aimed at by Mr. Dursley with a shotgun required an immense amount of fortitude. Unable to contain himself, Hagrid, Qin Yu called out. At last, Hagrid comprehended Qin Yu's words, strode over, and with a powerful grip, bent the shotgun barrel with ease. Vernon Dursley was taken aback by the giant's action, instinctively pulling the trigger, only for the bullet to soar towards the ceiling along the curved barrel. This scene left the Dursleys utterly dumbfounded. Mr. Dursley, we bear no ill intent. Why must you be so agitated? Would it not be better for us to sit down and converse calmly? Qin Yu remarked, nonchalantly taking a seat on the sofa in the room. His tranquility only served to unnerve Mr. and Mrs. Dursley further, for they understood that the more composed a person appeared, the more ruthless they could be. Surely, they had watched too many films. Please, you must leave. You are trespassing, Mr. Dursley said, his bravado faltering. Oh, come now, Dursley, if you had not obstructed those letters, we would not be here, Hagrid replied, bending down to pick up the door panel and resealing the entrance. Thus, the storm was kept at bay. Next, he took his umbrella and stealthily approached the fireplace. And soon a roaring fire blazed to life, warming and drying the room. After completing these tasks, he winked at Qin Yu, signaling him not to disclose his use of magic to anyone. Qin Yu certainly understood his meaning, offering a helpless smile as he subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Harry, this is the birthday gift we prepared for you. Qin Yu revealed a cake box. The Dursley family present could not discern from where he had procured it. Happy 11th birthday. Qin Yu opened the box, revealing a cake adorned with the words Happy Birthday, Harry Potter. Harry, don't go over there, Uncle Vernon admonished sternly. Harry glanced at his anxious relatives, bit his lip, and ultimately took determined strides towards the Eastern boy, joining him on the sofa. I've seen you before, Harry whispered. Oh, was it at the zoo? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, surprised that the boy remembered that encounter. Yes, Harry nodded enthusiastically. The saying familiarity breeds fondness holds true universally. After confirming their previous meeting, Harry instinctively felt a sense of closeness with the slightly older boy before him. Forgive me for not introducing myself earlier. I am Qin Yu, but you may call me Qin, Qin Yu declared, extending his right hand. Hello, Qin. It's a pleasure to meet you, Harry replied, eagerly shaking Qin Yu's hand. At that moment, he felt as if he were dreaming. The boy he had longed to see again from the zoo was right before him, appearing in an entirely unexpected manner. Moreover, it seemed he bore some kind of mission. Oh, by the way, Hagrid, where is Harry's admission letter? Qin Yu recalled the purpose of their visit. Let me check. Hagrid rummaged through his belongings and soon produced a pale, yellow envelope. No, we will not permit this. If he attends that school, I shall not spend a single penny on him. Uncle Vernon fumed. Upon hearing the words, Qin Yu rolled his eyes, inwardly scoffing at the idea of needing financial aid. The Gringotts vault had ample funds awaiting young Harry's inheritance. Enough, Mr. Dursley, Qin Yu said ominously. Do you think we came here to listen to your incessant rambling? It was necessary to employ a measure of intimidation at this juncture. Mrs. Dursley was instantly frightened, retreating behind her husband, whose body trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Harry Potter had finished reading the letter, his face reflecting confusion. Indeed, we are wizards, as are you. Your parents were also wizards. Your Aunt Petunia likely withheld this information from you out of a misguided sense of protection, but I must assert that her reasoning is foolish. This world will not become any safer simply because you choose to bury your head in the sand like an ostrich, Qin Yu stated in a calm tone. I would never protect him. I despise him, and I loathe my freakish sister. The moment I discovered she was a witch, I foresaw her eventual self-destruction. Petunia Dursley exclaimed angrily. Self-destruction? You previously claimed my parents died in a car accident? Harry responded incredulously. A car accident? How could a mere accident harm Lily and James? Hagrid erupted in anger. Hagrid, I believe it would be prudent to discuss Harry's lineage at a later time. Qin Yu interjected, halting Hagrid's forthcoming words. He then turned to Harry and said, Hogwarts is a prestigious school for wizards, blessed with outstanding educators and a comprehensive educational philosophy. In 7 years, you shall become an exceptional wizard. Will you accept this invitation to enroll? I would be delighted. Harry nodded earnestly. The magical institution of Hogwarts was leagues above the Stonewall School he was destined for. Had Qin Yu known that Harry was comparing Hogwarts to such a dismal school, he would have likely been incensed enough to give the boy a swat with his wand. Very well, Hagrid, you may draft the acceptance letter. After completing the necessary formalities, Qin Yu instructed Hagrid. Hagrid then retrieved a lively owl, a quill, and parchment from his coat, writing a response to Professor Dumbledore. As Hagrid penned the letter, Dudley had stealthily approached, snatching the cake and devouring it with his hands. Upon noticing this, Hagrid, in a fit of irritation, waved his umbrella, conjuring a thin pig's tail on Dudley's rear end. Qin Yu did not intervene. After all, Dudley had been spoiled since childhood, and a little punishment might serve as a valuable lesson. Chapter 76, Qin Yu, the one responsible for the payments you cannot take him away. Vernon Dursley shouted from the doorway, clutching the frame as he called out to the three outside. Despite the relentless storm, Qin Yu, Hagrid, and Harry stood unaffected by the tempest. Hagrid pointed the tip of his umbrella at Vernon, signaling him to refrain from harboring any foolish thoughts. Hagrid had long held disdain for the man, who had just slandered both Hogwarts and Dumbledore. Were it not for the fact that Vernon was a muggle, Hagrid would have already taken action against him. Mr. Dursley, return to your home. We are merely taking Harry out for a brief excursion. He shall soon return to your residence on Privet Drive. Qin Yu addressed Harry's pudgy uncle. Vernon opened his mouth to protest further, but Qin Yu disregarded him, lifting an old-fashioned glass lantern and leading Harry toward the small dock by the rocks. There, 2 boats awaited them. One was the rickety vessel that had brought the Dursleys, while the other was a more exquisitely crafted boat intended for Qin Yu and Hagrid. Once aboard the elegant little boat, Qin Yu placed the glass lantern at the bow. Harry's attention had been fixated on the lantern all along. As Qin and Hagrid resolved to depart immediately, Harry had been concerned about the storm outside. However, when Qin produced the lantern and lit it, the winds and rains inexplicably veered away from their vicinity, as if a transparent sphere enveloped the 3 of them, now shielding the entire boat. Though navigating through the storm was somewhat cumbersome, the conditions in the wooden shack were utterly abysmal. Had Qin and Hagrid also been forced to endure such an environment, it was likely that Harry's aunt and her family would have been unable to rest as well. I find it quite restful on this boat, Qin Yu explained to Harry. Indeed, I could hardly sleep in that wooden shack, Harry admitted. Then let us hasten, Hagrid. We shall find a suitable place to rest once we reach the shore, Qin Yu urged Uncle Hagrid, winking at him. Oh, you always lead me into trouble, I swear. Harry, Qin, please do not disclose my use of magic to anyone, Hagrid mumbled. Due to past incidents, Hagrid's wand had been broken, restricting his magical abilities. But he had concealed a wand within his umbrella, which he occasionally utilized in secret. Under Harry's curious gaze, Hagrid tapped the tip of his umbrella against the boat's edge, and the vessel, which had been bobbing in the storm, surged forward, cutting through the waves toward the shore. Despite the tempest raging around them, their little boat glided steadily onward. Qin Yu even took out a pack of candied fruits and shared them with Harry. And then they listened together as Hagrid recounted the tale of Voldemort and the events of Halloween night a decade prior. It was on that fateful evening that James and Lily, your parents, fell victim to the Dark Wizard, and the scar upon your forehead is a remnant of that encounter. Strangely, his malevolent curse did not take effect, and the Dark Wizard vanished without a trace. Some believe him to be dead. Yet Dumbledore has asserted that this individual is not so easily vanquished. I carried you from that ruined house and later entrusted you to your aunt and uncle. As Hagrid narrated the story of those bygone days, Harry could not help but touch the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, his brow furrowing in evident recollection of painful memories. Perhaps it could not truly be termed as memories, but merely fragmented images that eluded his grasp of specific circumstances. As Qin Yu observed Harry's demeanor, he found himself at a loss for words to console the child, thus he gently patted the boy's shoulder. Initially, he had anticipated that Harry might burst into tears. However, Harry sniffled and mustered a smile, expressing his gratitude. Hagrid, thank you for saving me back then, and also for delivering the letter with Qin today. This prompted Qin Yu to silently nod, recognizing the remarkable resilience within the child. During the subsequent stretch of their journey, an enveloping silence fell upon the trio. In stark contrast to the raging storm outside, the small vessel was imbued with a profound tranquility, allowing Harry to unknowingly drift into slumber. His head resting upon Qin Yu's shoulder, his small hand tightly clutching the edge of Hagrid's coat. Upon reaching the shore, Qin Yu led Hagrid in search of a modest inn, with Hagrid carrying the sleeping figure of young Harry Potter on his back. After locating a reasonably clean railway hotel, Qin Yu settled the payment, and the 3 of them occupied a room that was not particularly spacious. As Qin Yu had not brought an abundance of pounds and could not afford a more lavish accommodation, consequently, Harry and Qin Yu each claimed a bed, while Hagrid chose to sleep on the carpet. This environment was already a significant improvement compared to the rocky cabin they had previously endured. As the night deepened, Qin Yu quickly succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening the following morning, he discovered Harry, cocooned in blankets, dozing at the side of his bed. Qin, you're awake, Harry exclaimed, his sleepy eyes widening at the sight of Qin Yu. When did you wake up? Qin Yu inquired with a frown. Just before dawn, Harry mumbled. Qin Yu sighed, not delving into how long the child had been asleep. He rose from the bed and proceeded to awaken the slumbering Uncle Hagrid. Once the trio had partaken in a modest breakfast, they made their way to the nearby station to catch the earliest train to London. Throughout the journey, Qin Yu bore the financial burden, as Uncle Hagrid was rather unfamiliar with the currency of the Muggle world. This was one of the reasons he had requested Qin Yu to accompany him in delivering a letter to Harry. Upon their arrival in London, Qin Yu and Hagrid swiftly led Harry towards Diagon Alley. By the time they reached the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. As they stepped inside the tavern, Harry, much like Qin Yu on his first visit, was filled with curiosity at the diverse array of witches and wizards present. However, Harry was considerably more anxious and reserved, being a normal 11-year-old boy, while Qin Yu housed the soul of an adult within him. In stark contrast to Harry's curious yet timid demeanor, Qin Yu's expression grew grave upon entering the bar. His brow furrowed as if he were grappling with a complex conundrum or making a weighty decision. Host, please make your choice swiftly. The voice of the system echoed in Qin Yu's mind when Harry was recognized by Tom, the bar owner, due to the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Indeed, The system had manifested shortly after Qin Yu stepped into the tavern, compelling him to make a choice. The catalyst for this decision was the pale-faced young man seated in the corner, his head wrapped in a scarf, Quirinus Quirrell, commonly referred to by many as Professor Quirrell. Chapter 77. Special reminder from the system ding. Greetings, host. A grand adventure often commences from an inconspicuous event or seemingly ordinary individual. In the bustling leaky cauldron, you have encountered Quirinus Quirrell, who possesses a concealed identity. Please make the following choice. 1. Expose Quirrell's identity for a reward of 5 consecutive S-rank treasure chests. 2. Refrain from exposing Quirrell's identity for a reward of 10 consecutive S-rank treasure chests. This was the choice presented to Qin Yu after he noticed Professor Quirrell in the leaky cauldron. Indeed, it was Qin Yu's first encounter with Professor Quirrell in this world. He was acutely aware that Voldemort was currently residing at the back of Quirrell's head. Had the system not appeared, Qin Yu would not have been conflicted about whether to reveal Quirrell's identity. Rather, he would have contemplated how to expose him, ideally with a capable ally at his side, such as Professor Dumbledore. However, the system provided 2 disparate options. Ding. Special reminder. Life is akin to alchemy. Nobility is not innate, and courage does not arise spontaneously. Those tender seedlings cannot grow into towering trees without weathering storms. You may shield them from a tempest once, but you cannot replace their growth. This was followed by the system's so-called special reminder, which was the crux of Qin Yu's indecision. He discerned the underlying message of the system. If he were to reveal Professor Quirrell's identity, it would undoubtedly simplify matters. Yet it would deprive those fledgling individuals of a vital opportunity for growth. Those seedlings, besides Harry, should also include Hermione. I can shield them from a storm once, but I cannot substitute their growth, Qin Yu silently repeated to himself. Indeed, while he could devise ways to eliminate Quirrell, defeating Voldemort would not be an easy feat. If Voldemort were to return in full force, would those children, whom he had endeavored to protect, be prepared to confront the impending crisis? Qin Yu harbored a sense of skepticism regarding this matter. For how could one who had never weathered the storms of life possess the courage and capability to confront such formidable circumstances? He dismissed the notion of shouldering all burdens alone, recognizing that he had not yet reached such a level of arrogance. In truth, he was cautiously grappling with the subtle, yet formidable forces around him, diligently striving to enhance his own abilities through rigorous training. At present, his skills were far from sufficient to rival Dumbledore. Even Professor Snape could easily subdue him. In such a scenario, would he truly be able to endure? Should he then shield them from the impending tempest? Meanwhile, Harry was nervously yet excitedly greeting patrons in the bar. As everyone was eager to meet the boy who had driven Voldemort away, if only momentarily, and to express their exhilaration, Qin Yu observed the scene before him, grappling with a challenging decision. Soon, the majority of patrons in the broken cauldron had shaken hands with the legendary Harry Potter, and the crowd gradually began to disperse. Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell, seated in the corner, slowly rose to his feet and nervously approached them. Harry Potter. I am most delighted to meet you. Professor Quirrell stammered. Oh, Harry. This is Professor Quirrell from Hogwarts. After you commence your studies, you will be learning defense against the dark arts under his tutelage, Hagrid introduced. Harry promptly replied with politeness. Greetings, Professor Quirrell. I am equally pleased to make your acquaintance. I eagerly anticipate attending your class. Harry had initially expected Professor Quirrell to extend his hand for a shake. Yet the professor's hands remained anxiously wringing together, showing no inclination to offer his hand. I believe you might not need to take this course, Mr. Potter? Professor Quirrell remarked with a nervous twitch of his lips. Just then, a newcomer entered the bar, having learned of Harry Potter's presence, and hurriedly rushed towards them. As Qin Yu approached, he extended a foot and tripped the man. The man stumbled and collided with Professor Quirrell, who was in the midst of speaking, causing the professor to lean forward and crash into Harry. In that fleeting moment of contact, Professor Quirrell's hand brushed against Harry's. It was as if he had touched a live coal, and he immediately recoiled. I'm so sorry. I'm terribly excited, the newcomer exclaimed repeatedly, before grasping Harry's hand and adding, You are Harry Potter, aren't you? Meeting you is truly exhilarating. How long will you be staying here? I must call my friends at once. I'll be leaving shortly, Harry replied with a slight smile. All right, my dear friend. We have important matters to attend to and cannot linger here, Hagrid interjected as he gently removed the man's hand. He then turned to Qin Yu and said, Let us go, Qin. Yes, of course, Qin Yu nodded. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the pale-faced Professor Quirrell. Then, he took Harry Potter by the hand and led him toward the courtyard behind the pub. As Qin Yu exited the establishment, he made a choice in his mind. Ding. You have made a thoughtful decision after careful consideration. The reward will be issued upon the demise of a key character. A special reminder, until the task is completed. The host is prohibited from disclosing Professor Quirrell's hidden identity to others. The system responded. Qin Yu's decision stemmed from a significant reason, relatively speaking. The difficulty of this trial was not excessively high. The first challenge could serve as an experience for these fledgling individuals, at worst. He could assist them in overcoming subsequent obstacles one by one. As the system indicated, if he shielded them from every storm right from the outset, there was a possibility they would all meet their demise under the wands of the Death Eaters. In light of such a conclusion, Qin Yu preferred that they undergo at least some trials. Sometimes, one must be resolute when necessary, he thought to himself with a hint of resignation. Then, he noticed another special reminder from the system. Before the completion of the task, the host would be unable to disclose Professor Quirrell's hidden identity to others. The system used the term unable rather than forbidden, suggesting that even if Qin Yu wished to reveal Professor Quirrell's concealed identity, it would be impossible. What would happen if he did divulge it? Contemplating these thoughts, Qin Yu followed Hagrid and Harry as they strode into Diagon Alley, heading straight for Gringotts. They intended to assist Harry in retrieving some money, while Hagrid had to collect something stored within. Chapter 78. First-level associated items. Qin Yu had visited Gringotts on several occasions, and the goblin clerks still wore their characteristic scowls. Of course, it was possible that their expressions were simply a reflection of their nature. Hagrid, holding the key left to Harry by his parents, handed it to the goblin clerk. He then produced a handwritten letter from Dumbledore. After the clerk read the letter, he raised his gaze and said, "I must remind you, sir, that Gringotts possesses the most secure vaults in the world, and I trust you are aware of our security measures." "Oh, I am indeed aware of that," Hagrid nodded. "Are you certain you wish to retrieve that item?" The goblin clerk inquired gravely. "Yes, we have our reasons," Hagrid replied firmly. "Very well, Lauran, please escort these gentlemen to the vault," the clerk instructed. Summoning a goblin named Lauran to guide Hagrid, Qin Yu, and Harry to the underground vaults. When Lauran opened Harry's vault, he was taken aback by the sight of piles of gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts, which spoke volumes about his family's wealth, igniting a deeper curiosity about his lineage. However, it seemed Hagrid knew little more than that the Potter family was quite affluent and mentioned something about the Black family. Yet, Harry had never heard of the surname Black before. "All right, take some money. The rest can remain here. You won't need too much," Qin Yu remarked, feeling a twinge of envy for the child of a wealthy family. Nonetheless, considering that Harry's parents had passed away, expressing envy felt somewhat excessive. Qin Yu stuffed 2 handfuls of galleons, a handful of sickles, and a handful of nuts into Harry's pouch, without bothering to count them. For the Gringotts bank would tally the amount accurately. This goblin bank was indeed trustworthy. With money in his possession, Harry felt a newfound confidence. As he boarded the small cart of Gringotts, he nervously turned to Qin and Hagrid and said, "Qin, Hagrid, I'll treat you to something to eat later." No, Harry, let us not talk about food just yet. I fear I might vomit," Hagrid replied, clearly unaccustomed to the whirlwind ride of the twisting and turning vault cart. Qin Yu was considerably more enthusiastic as he loudly introduced several restaurants to Harry, saying, "I have dined at these establishments with my sister, and the flavors are quite exceptional. However, the dishes crafted from those rare ingredients can be rather expensive. For instance, any dish containing dragon liver starts at 1 or 2 gold galleons. Considering that an ounce of dragon liver costs over a dozen sickles, the culinary creations become even pricier." Harry, still somewhat unfamiliar with the pricing in the magical realm, only vaguely sensed that dragon liver must be an exceedingly costly item. "Qin, you have a sister?" Harry suddenly realized this fact, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Qin was the first contemporary wizard he had encountered, a person he held in high regard, and he yearned to meet Qin's family. Of course, had Harry possessed some knowledge of Eastern culture, he might have recognized that this sentiment was simply an infatuation. Even the crows on his house would find it endearing. "Oh, Qin, are you referring to Hermione?" Hagrid seemed to have a fair understanding of Qin Yu. "Hermione? Does she share your surname?" Harry inquired with curiosity. "No, her surname is Granger," Qin Yu replied with a hint of exasperation. "Why, aren't you both of the same surname?" Harry asked, puzzled. "Because, like you, I am also staying with someone else's family," Qin Yu shrugged. Qin Yu's response left Harry astounded. He had not anticipated that he and Qin Yu shared such a commonality. However, from Qin Yu's tone, it was evident that he had a rather amicable relationship with the sister named Hermione. This stirred a twinge of envy in Harry, for his relationship with his cousin Dudley could only be described as antagonistic. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the location of the object Hagrid sought, Vault 713. This vault was safeguarded by a unique enchantment, rendering it nearly impenetrable to ordinary individuals. The goblin, named Grip Hook, who guided them, elaborated on the vault's formidable defenses. Qin Yu found this amusing. He wished he could record Grip Hook's assertions to later confront them with it, but regrettably, he had not brought his magical camera. Upon opening the vault, there were no gleaming coins of gold, silver, or bronze. Instead, there lay a small brown paper package containing an unknown substance. Of course, Qin Yu was well aware that it housed the legendary Philosopher's Stone, the ultimate product of alchemy, capable of turning stone into gold and granting immortality. "What is this?" Harry could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, fully aware that it was an inappropriate question and that Hagrid might not respond. Yet, his curiosity prevailed. As expected, Hagrid replied mysteriously, "I'm sorry, Harry, but I cannot disclose what it is. Now, it's getting late. We should be on our way." However, Qin Yu had no intention of moving. Instead, he gazed at Harry and, with deliberate clarity, declared, "Harry, this is the Philosopher's Stone." He was unsure why he had suddenly uttered such a statement. Perhaps it was an impulsive desire to see what would happen. Then, he noticed Hagrid's furrowed brow and Harry's perplexed expression. Harry evidently had no understanding of what the Philosopher's Stone was. As their expressions lingered in Qin Yu's vision, he felt a dizzying sensation. Suddenly, he found himself back on the swiftly moving cart of the vault. Why? Aren't you both sharing the same surname? Harry's puzzled voice echoed. His expression mirrored that from before. Because, like you, I am also residing in someone else's home, Qin Yu instinctively replied, shaking his head to dispel the strange feeling within. Harry's reaction was once again one of astonishment and silence. The cart halted before Vault 713, and Griphook boasted once more about their impenetrable defenses. As Hagrid retrieved the paper package, Harry curiously inquired again, "What is this?" Before Hagrid could respond, Qin Yu interjected, "Harry, this is the Philosopher's Stone." Hagrid's furrowed brow and Harry's bewildered expression once more filled Qin Yu's vision. After another dizzy spell, he found himself on the cart again. Why? Aren't you both sharing the same surname? Because, like you, I am also residing in someone else's home. Soon, we are going to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. The dizziness returned, and he was once again transported back. Why? Because she is my wife. Huh. Hagrid is retrieving the Philosopher's Stone. Why? We are going to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, Qin Yu repeatedly experimented with the timing of uttering the phrase Philosopher's Stone, and each time, he would invariably return to the cart, facing Harry's inquiries anew. Of course, on several occasions, he grew weary of responding and merely uttered nonsensical words, knowing that each time he mentioned the Philosopher's Stone, time would revert. Indeed, Qin Yu had encountered a time loop, the root cause being his revelation of a forbidden secret. Ding. Host, you have attempted 38 times. Further attempts will be futile. I would like to remind you once more, the Philosopher's Stone is a level 1 associated item, as the current event has not reached the necessary stage. You cannot disclose related information to others. As Qin Yu was compelled into the time loop, the system's voice intermittently reminded him, I understand, after so many loops. My mind is in utter disarray. Qin Yu felt as though he were trapped in a perpetual loop, reliving certain scenes from a film repeatedly. Akin to experiencing numerous dreams with strikingly similar narratives. He feared that should this continue, he might descend into a state of mental disarray. By the way, did I utter anything peculiar just now? Qin Yu pondered within his mind. Peculiar words? Does child groom count? The system responded. How could I possibly articulate such nonsensical and absurd terminology? Qin Yu was astonished and bewildered. It is possible that your recent heightened state of excitement contributed to a temporary loss of control over your linguistic faculties. The system provided an explanation. Indeed, I was somewhat unable to restrain my speech just now. Qin Yu acknowledged this reasoning. Very well, let us proceed once more. Erasing those nonsensical fragments. The exchange between Qin Yu and the system appeared voluminous, yet it transpired in a mere fleeting moment. When he resolved to initiate the 39th temporal regression, he promptly seized the Philosopher's Stone ahead of Hagrid and addressed Harry, saying, Do not inquire further. This is the Philosopher's Stone. Following the final tumult of events, Qin Yu exercised caution, refraining from uttering any indiscreet remarks, and when Hagrid retrieved the stone, he did not elucidate its nature to Harry. All right, we must be on our way. There remains much to procure, Hagrid urged. Chapter 79. The Blonde Boy at the Robe Shop. After 39 instances of temporal regression, Qin Yu ascertained the essence of the system's prior assertion regarding the impossibility of divulging information to others. It was an unequivocal erasure. Naturally, Qin Yu contemplated the possibility of exploiting this anomaly for some advantage. After all, the ability to reverse time is undeniably formidable. However, as such thoughts arose, the system coldly cautioned him against attempting to manipulate this precarious mechanism. What does instability truly signify? Qin Yu pondered for a moment, deducing that the duration of time travel was uncertain and the repercussions it entailed were equally unpredictable. For instance, if he wished to return to a moment preceding a certain event, yet found himself transported only to the aftermath of that event, such a journey would hold no significance. Moreover, should any butterfly effect arise, it could lead to even greater complications. Just so you know, the system replied in an exasperated tone. You claim to lack emotions? What exactly are you? Qin Yu couldn't help but inquire in his mind. However, the system once again fell silent, leaving no trace of response. Qin, could you accompany Harry to purchase robes? I'm feeling lightheaded and could use a refreshing drink, Hagrid said, scratching his nose. Go ahead, but don't indulge too much, remember? You have something important on you, Qin Yu implied. Rest assured, I shall return promptly, Hagrid replied cheerfully. Thus, Hagrid departed, and Qin Yu took Harry shopping. Harry had no objections to this arrangement. Having Qin by his side brought him a sense of security. After all, this boy, slightly older than himself, possessed a composure far beyond his peers, often seeking Hagrid's counsel and readily accepting his suggestions. It could be said that although Qin Yu was not as physically imposing as Hagrid, he provided Harry with a greater sense of safety. Madame Malkin warmly welcomed the guest as always, guiding Harry into the fitting room to take his measurements and adjust his robes. Meanwhile, a young witch attendant served Qin Yu a cup of tea and a plate of cookies, ensuring his wait was less tedious. However, After finishing his tea and a few cookies, Qin Yu suddenly recalled something and rose to visit the fitting room in the back of the shop. In this modest space, two children were trying on wizarding robes. One of them was, of course, Harry Potter, while the other was a haughty-looking boy with golden hair. Have you ever played Quidditch? The blonde boy boasted. I have. My father taught me personally. Harry opened his mouth but remained silent, as he had neither played Quidditch nor had a father. He was disinterested in such a conversation. But my father always says, to practice Quidditch, you must fly fast, or you'll be chased and hit. The blonde boy continued, puffing out his chest. Humph, if I were in the game, no one could catch me. Harry responded nonchalantly. The boy had already rambled on about things Harry barely understood, and his attitude reminded him of his cousin Dudley. He had initially thought that wizards were all like Qin, handsome, confident, composed, and courteous, but this boy had altered his perception. Clearly, individuals like Qin were exceptional, whether in the realm of ordinary people or wizards. By the way, did your father ever tell you to steer clear of someone named Qin at Hogwarts, especially on the Quidditch pitch? A languid voice interjected playfully. Harry and the blonde boy turned in unison. Harry's face lit up with relief, while the other boy furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, the speaker was Qin Yu. Are you referring to the strongest first-year seeker of Gryffindor, Qin? The blonde boy inquired. You know about him? Qin Yu was slightly taken aback, especially by the descriptors the boy had used. He hadn't anticipated any notoriety. Of course I do. He is the one I intend to defeat, the blonde boy declared, lifting his chin defiantly. Ambitious. Qin Yu commended him with a thumbs up. You are correct. My father advised me to keep my distance from someone named Qin, stating that one should not provoke such an uncouth individual. However, I shall not be intimidated. I am the finest student at Hogwarts, the blonde boy asserted resolutely. Many years later, when the blonde boy had grown up, married, and had children, he would often feel a twinge of embarrassment recalling this encounter, wishing fervently that the parties involved would not divulge this incident, as it was far too awkward and shameful. Very well, maintain that spirit. I admire your confidence. Qin Yu clapped his hands. And who might you be? Why are you telling me all this? The blonde boy questioned, perplexed. You shall soon discover who I am. Qin Yu teased. He couldn't help but feel that Draco Malfoy, with his pompous demeanor, was indeed deserving of a little correction. Yet, being a child, it was only natural to be naive. A bit of guidance would suffice, as long as the boy's heart was not malicious. Yes, this golden-haired boy was none other than Draco Malfoy, the cherished son of Lucius Malfoy. All done, dear, Madame Malkin announced to Harry. Thank you, Madame Malkin. Harry expressed his gratitude, quickly jumping down from the stool and rushing to Qin Yu's side. Goodbye. See you at school. Qin Yu waved farewell to Malfoy. See you at school, Malfoy retorted defiantly. He found the boy with the Eastern features quite peculiar, yet there was something undeniably cool about him. Malfoy had always aimed to be the top student at Hogwarts, and thus, he felt he should be the coolest as well. Encountering Qin Yu instinctively made him perceive a potential threat. Naturally, he also considered that this boy might indeed be Qin, but by the time he thought to confirm it, the two had already walked far away. After Qin Yu emerged from the robe shop with Harry, he briefly explained the essence of Quidditch and addressed the child's various other inquiries. Meanwhile, Hagrid, perhaps reassured by Qin Yu, had yet to depart from the pub. Qin Yu had no choice but to continue shopping with Harry, treating him to an ice cream. They visited several other stores to procure school supplies until they found themselves at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, where they encountered Hagrid, who had been searching for them. In Ollivander's, the wand crafted from holly with a phoenix feather core was presented to Harry Potter by Mr. Ollivander. As Harry waved the wand, it emitted a dazzling light reminiscent of fireworks. Clearly, as Mr. Ollivander often remarked, this wand had chosen Harry as its master. Its core was a phoenix's tail feather, and it had a brother, originating from the same phoenix, which had left the scar on Harry's forehead. Mr. Ollivander's words startled Harry, for he knew who had left that mark, and now he was wielding a wand similar to that of his adversary. Would he, perhaps? Are you implying that you might become like him? Qin Yu articulated Harry's unspoken fears. Yes, Qin. I wish to have no connection whatsoever with him. So, does this one truly suit me? Harry frowned, gazing at the wooden box in his hands. At that moment, they had exited the wand shop, with Mr. Ollivander having carefully repackaged the wand. A wand is merely a wand. You will not transform into that person merely because of shared attributes. Moreover, I firmly believe you will never become him, Qin Yu reassured him confidently. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Harry's brow gradually relaxed, and he nodded earnestly. Qin, I will not become him. I aspire to be an exceptional wizard, just like my parents. Hagrid had already informed him that his parents had been remarkable at Hogwarts, even serving as heads of the student council. Harry saw them as his role models, the targets he sought to emulate. Indeed, that is precisely how it should be, Qin Yu affirmed with satisfaction. He then playfully added, besides, you have already made the payment. If you were to exchange it now, Mr. Ollivander would surely be displeased. Rummaging through his stock for another wand. Haha, then I shall not trouble Mr. Ollivander, Harry chuckled. Observing how Qin Yu had alleviated Harry's concerns, Hagrid felt considerably relieved. He then pondered that he ought to do something special. Thus, he addressed Harry, Harry, I intend to present you with a birthday gift. No need, Hagrid. That is not necessary. Haha, It is not specifically a purchase. Rather, I plan to gift you an owl, as mentioned on your supplies list. Owls are incredibly practical creatures. They are not only obedient but can also deliver messages and packages. As Hagrid spoke, he gestured towards Qin Yu, continuing, you can ask Qin about this. He has an owl named Trigger, who has been quite helpful in delivering messages for him and Hermione over the past year. Qin Yu cast a glance at Hagrid, inwardly pondering why he often summoned him for no apparent reason. When Hagrid mentioned Hermione once more, Harry turned his curious gaze towards Qin Yu. I may not have mentioned this to you before, but Hermione just started attending Hogwarts this year. Thus, throughout the past year, whenever I was at school, I would send messages via owl. After a moment of reflection, Qin Yu felt uncertain if he had shared this detail with Harry. It seems the owl truly proves to be quite useful, Harry thought, filled with anticipation at the prospect of owning an owl. However, he remained oblivious to whom he ought to address his letters. Subsequently, they entered the Elop's Owl Emporium, and within 10 minutes, they had selected a white owl. The shopkeeper acknowledged that it was a rather precious snow owl. Harry was quite pleased with the bird, as Qin had mentioned that his own was also a snow owl, albeit male. From now on, you shall be called Hedwig, Harry declared to the white owl in the cage, having stumbled upon the name while browsing in Flourish and Blots. He hadn't scrutinized it closely, he merely found it appealing. The owl emitted a curious hoot, seemingly unable to comprehend the boy's words. However, as time passed, they would undoubtedly grow accustomed to one another. By the way, Hagrid, why don't you and Harry head to the cauldron shop to select a cauldron? I'll go purchase a few items over there. You know, I've been out for 2 days. I ought to bring back some gifts, Qin Yu suggested, spreading his hands. Huh? What should I gift Hermione? Hagrid scratched his head in contemplation. I'll simply purchase an additional item and say it's from you, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Very well, when she arrives at Hogwarts, I shall invite her to the hut for tea, Hagrid chuckled in agreement. Thus, Qin Yu bid farewell to Hagrid and Harry. Turning in another direction, Hagrid and Harry watched him depart, then proceeded toward the patched cauldron shop, which specialized in various cauldrons. Unbeknownst to them, as Qin Yu ventured a short distance away, he veered into a hidden alley. Before long, a figure clad in a black cloak and adorned with a golden mask emerged from the alley. Should anyone have noticed this individual, they would have found their height and physique rather indistinct, leaving little impression. Naturally, most people paid little attention to the cloaked figure. For such attire was commonplace in the wizarding world. Cloaks were essential garments for wizards, leading to the adage that Merlin could forego trousers, but never a cloak. In summary, the masked figure hastily traversed the streets of Diagon Alley, largely unnoticed, until he reached the entrance of Gringotts. Upon arriving, he approached the entrance, where a goblin guard stood, bowing in greeting. Seizing the moment as the goblin bent low, the figure dropped a crumpled piece of paper onto the ground and swiftly turned to leave. Excuse me, sir? No, madam, no, sir. In any case, esteemed guest, you have dropped something, the goblin guard called out. However, the cloaked figure did not look back. Quickly vanishing into the crowd, the goblin guard picked up the paper, glanced at it, and deemed it likely not a valuable item. He then unfolded it to read. Upon recognizing the message, he couldn't help but chuckle. Written in red ink, it read, "Someone will attempt to rob Gringotts today. Please ensure heightened vigilance." What a joke. Who would dare to rob Gringotts? It is known that Gringotts is protected by traps, spells, and even dragons. Anyone bold enough to attempt a theft here must certainly be seeking an untimely demise. Initially intending to discard the note, the goblin reconsidered, deciding to report the warning to his superiors to avoid any potential blame should an incident occur. Yet, he found his own thoughts rather amusing. How could anything possibly happen at Gringotts? With this conflicting mindset, he presented the note to the goblin's supervisor responsible for security. Unsurprisingly, the supervisor erupted in laughter, leaving the goblin guard feeling somewhat embarrassed. In a concealed alley, the golden mask was removed, revealing a handsome eastern visage beneath. This individual was none other than our protagonist, Qin Yu. Chapter 81. Parting is for a better reunion. Qin Yu concealed the mask and swiftly removed his cloak, stowing it away in an indiscernible part of his attire. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the hotel in a relaxed ensemble, having changed out of the long robe. Just moments ago, he had utilized the alchemical mask gifted by Professor Swinton to obscure his form and discreetly deliver an alerting note to Gringotts. As of now, there appeared to be no signs of temporal regression. This indicated that Qin Yu possessed considerable freedom to engage in the unfolding events, provided he refrained from interacting with certain high-level connected incidents or objects. In terms of his own capabilities, Qin Yu was acutely aware that he could not contend with Professor Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort. After all, Tom, despite being a shadow of his former self, was still a formidable Dark Lord. Consequently, Qin Yu resolved to employ a cunning strategy, issuing a warning to Gringotts to heighten their vigilance. This way, when Quirrell enacted his plan to pilfer the vault, even if he did not meet his demise, he would certainly face some difficulties. Naturally, Qin Yu did not harbor the illusion that Gringotts could truly apprehend Quirrell. This was merely an experiment on his part. Having organized his thoughts, Qin Yu strolled leisurely out of the alley towards a nearby shop. He intended to purchase something for Hermione, and this was not merely a pretext. He genuinely wished to buy her a gift. Thus, he requested the staff at Florin's ice cream shop to pack some ice cream and chilled fruit tea for him. The establishment offered a magically enchanted packaging that temporarily preserved the coldness of its contents, alleviating any concerns regarding the melting of the ice cream. We've included a complimentary raspberry jam for you. The young attendant smiled as she handed the items to Qin Yu. Thank you. Qin Yu nodded appreciatively. You're welcome. We look forward to your next visit. The young attendant beamed at him. As he exited with his purchases, Qin Yu rubbed his nose. Feeling that the attendant's enthusiasm was perhaps a tad excessive. Could it be that he had become memorable due to his frequent visits? Well, he certainly was a diligent individual. Qin Yu mused inwardly. Little did he know, after his departure, the young attendant gazed wistfully at his receding figure, murmuring, what a pity. I graduated too early to challenge you on the Quidditch pitch. Excuse me, I would like an ice cream. A small girl's voice interrupted his reverie. Certainly. What flavor would you like? The attendant immediately donned a professional smile, addressing the little girl with warmth. I want this. No, that, no. Let me think. A customer with indecisiveness. The young attendant had encountered many such patrons before, so he patiently awaited the girl's final decision. Meanwhile, he found himself lost in thought, reflecting on the words of the elder he respected most. I hope you can endure solitude, for I have an important task to entrust to you. Indeed. This role at the ice cream shop differed significantly from his expectations during his school days and did not quite align with his personality. However, he believed he was partaking in a significant endeavor, for he had faith in that elder, a belief shared by many, as he was the greatest wizard of the age. After placing the packed ice cream into his cloth bag, Qin Yu visited several more shops, acquiring exotic fruits unattainable in the Muggle world, along with various trinkets that would delight the young girl. Convinced he had gathered sufficient items, he made his way towards the cauldron shop. Upon arrival, Hagrid and Harry were already waiting for him. Have you gathered everything? Qin Yu inquired. Yes, I've just cross-checked the list, Harry replied eagerly. Having passed the time by verifying the items multiple times. Good, then we should be on our way, Qin Yu stated. This remark caught Harry off guard, as he had not anticipated their parting would arrive so swiftly. Before we leave, let's have a feast, Qin Yu suggested. All right, Harry replied, though his enthusiasm seemed subdued. Don't be disheartened. We'll reunite in a month, Qin Yu reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Okay, Harry murmured, biting his lip and lowering his gaze. If you wish, you can have Hedwig deliver my letters. Qin Yu glanced at the somewhat bewildered owl. I would love to. I will write to you, Qin, Harry exclaimed, his spirits lifting at the prospect of having someone to correspond with. Thus, Qin Yu, Hagrid, and Harry ventured to a wizard-themed restaurant in Diagon Alley, where Harry sampled dishes he had never encountered before. As the delectable food filled his stomach, Harry's mood gradually brightened. Nevertheless, before their imminent separation, he still felt a tinge of sadness. He reflected that from midnight until now, this had been the most fulfilling day of his life, one he had never envisioned. Qin Yu and Hagrid had proven to be the finest companions he had encountered. As the moment of parting drew near, he could not help but feel reluctant. Parting is for the sake of a better reunion, is it not, Harry? Qin Yu smiled. You're right, Qin. We shall meet again in a month. Harry rallied, responding with renewed vigor. Indeed. Until then, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. They then parted ways outside the leaky cauldron, due to the route not aligning. Hagrid escorted Harry to the train station, sending him back to his aunt's home in Surrey, while Qin Yu returned to the Granger residence. In truth, Qin Yu also felt that the day had been quite fulfilling. After all, anyone who had experienced 39 instances of temporal regression would feel a sense of completeness. Beyond the encounter at the Gringotts vault, he had met many people and faced numerous events today. Harry certainly counted among them, while Professor Quirrell could be considered a half-connection. The choice he had made left him somewhat uncertain about its merits. On one hand, he had the ability to predict certain trajectories of events. On the other, he could not opt out midway, only attempting to exert influence. This was also the purpose behind his warning to Gringotts. These thoughts weighed heavily on Qin Yu's mind, causing a sense of agitation. He shook his head, deciding to temporarily set aside his worries, and the image of the brown-haired girl surfaced in his mind. Thus, he quickened his pace towards the nearby subway station. He longed to return home sooner, eager to see her and present her with the items he had just purchased, hoping that this would alleviate any potential displeasure she might feel. Perhaps a few rewards were not out of the question. Qin Yu, lost in his thoughts, boarded the subway for his return journey. Chapter 82. What did you just say? Crookshanks, you mentioned waiting for his return. Should I ignore him? Hermione solemnly inquired while lifting the noticeably larger cat. Meow? Crookshanks emitted a questioning sound. Fine, then I shall disregard him. After all, he didn't take me along. Hermione huffed indignantly. Meow? Crookshanks continued to express his curiosity. Well, you do have a point. He did mention that the place he was going was quite distant and somewhat remote, and he didn't want my journey to be overly exhausting. Hermione explained while stroking the cat's back. Meow? Crookshanks purred contentedly, a soft rumble resonating within him. However, I am no longer a child. If he can go to those places, why can't I? Don't you agree? Hermione addressed the yellow cat resting on her lap. Meow. Crookshanks let out a half-hearted sound of impatience. In any case, despite it being summer vacation, he still chose to venture elsewhere, leaving me alone at home for 2 whole days. At the very least, I shall ignore him for a day, or perhaps half a day. What do you think? Crookshanks? Crookshanks responded with a sound that echoed his previous half-heartedness. Well then, it's settled. You must also ignore him, understand? Hermione admonished. Crookshanks paid no heed, nuzzling against his little mistress's leg, seeking a comfortable position to settle down for a good sleep. If only I had a car. I wonder if the Weasley family's flying car would be willing to lend a hand. I should chat with George and Fred about asking Mr. Weasley. Qin Yu mused as he ascended the stairs from the subway station to the surface. Having returned from Diagon Alley, he faced a lengthy subway ride, which consumed quite a bit of his time. Naturally, this led him to think of Arthur Weasley's modified vehicle, the enchanted car that could soar through the skies. Qin Yu was unsure how Mr. Weasley managed to exploit a loophole within the Ministry of Magic to alter that automobile. He had also contemplated connecting the Granger family's fireplace to the Floo network, allowing for distant travel with a mere sprinkle of Floo powder. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, as he didn't want the Granger household to be inundated with magical artifacts, which would undoubtedly cause some disruption and concern for Mr. and Mrs. Granger. As for purchasing a Muggle car, he was still too young, lacking a driver's license, and he had no pounds. Gringotts would not exchange Muggle currency without limits. And flying on a broomstick? If he dared to soar across London, the Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly come knocking the next day, apprehending him, leaving him to wait for Hermione to bring him meals in prison. Well then, Hermione. Qin Yu's musings were merely a means to steady his mind. After all, the look Hermione had given him when he left home yesterday was quite unsettling. Would I be cast out by my wife, nay, by Hermione? He pondered silently. The 40 times he had traversed back in time had profoundly influenced his cognitive perception, occasionally leading to confusion in his choice of words. He resolved to delineate the boundary between reality and that tumultuous state before returning home, to avoid uttering anything that might lead to undesirable consequences. Hermione, I'm back, Qin Yu announced as he stepped through the door, a broad smile adorning his face as he addressed the young lady lounging in the living room, engrossed in petting a cat while watching television. Oh, you're back, Hermione replied in a calm tone. Her reaction left Qin Yu somewhat perplexed regarding her current state of mind. I brought you your favorite ice cream from Florian Fortescue's in Diagon Alley. The clerk even added an extra helping of raspberry sauce, he said. Retrieving the chilled dessert from his elegant space bag, Hermione glanced briefly at it. Her lips moved slightly, and then she turned her gaze back to the television. Her tone still composed as she remarked, I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat. Qin Yu inhaled sharply, inwardly lamenting that the girl wasn't even eating ice cream, which surely indicated her displeasure. In his previous life, he had little experience in soothing a girl's feelings, and this rather challenging situation was indeed putting him, Qin Fat Tiger Yu, in a difficult position. Even with his extraordinary intelligence and countless strategies at his disposal, he found himself at a loss when confronted with his shortcomings. You have no idea, the place we visited was exceedingly perilous. It was a solitary reef amidst the vast ocean, and last night, a tempest erupted there. The fierce winds gathered ominous clouds, and a seabird was violently swept into the towering waves, nearly drowning. Meanwhile, Hagrid and I were navigating our small boat through the tumultuous waters, which at one point was on the verge of capsizing. Qin Yu decided to change his approach. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the young girl expressed her concern, asking whether they had been unharmed. However, she quickly realized her misstep, her expression falling as she said flatly, Since you are standing here unscathed, it proves that nothing happened to you. Having a girlfriend with such high intelligence is quite troublesome. What should I do? Qin Yu pondered anxiously. Huh? A cognitive bias seems to have arisen again. Do I even have a girlfriend? In truth, it couldn't be said that they had emerged entirely unscathed. After retrieving the individual, they found themselves without accommodation, leading them to seek refuge in a small, dilapidated inn. As you know, I had little money on me, and Hagrid was even poor. Thus, Harry, Hagrid, and I could only sleep in a cramped little room. And the following morning, breakfast was woefully inadequate, leaving Hagrid unsatisfied. Qin Yu lamented. Wait, what did you just say? Hermione suddenly turned her head, her delicate brows furrowing as she cast a sharp gaze at Qin Yu. Hagrid wasn't satisfied? Qin Yu replied, bewildered. No, it was what you said earlier. Hermione insisted, instinctively tugging at the scruff of Crookshanks's neck. Breakfast was too scant? Qin Yu mused, secretly thinking, what could possibly be wrong with that? Not that sentence. Go further back. Hermione shook her head. Earlier, I mentioned not having brought many pounds, and that Harry, Hagrid, and I could only sleep in a very small room. Qin Yu reiterated his earlier statement. He then noticed the young girl snorted through her nose, casting an indignant glare at him as she exclaimed, So, who is Harley? Harry? He's the student we are to retrieve, Qin Yu briefly recounted. Then you shared a room with her? Were you cramped together? Hermione pouted, a mix of anger and grievance in her tone. Isn't that due to lack of funds? I was with her, Qin Yu continued, sensing a disquieting realization. Wait. Why did you refer to her as she? She? What's wrong with that? Hermione asked, bewildered. Though Harry appeared gentle and delicate, he was undeniably a boy, Qin Yu remarked, observing the girl's perplexed demeanor as he smirked. Harry? Hermione echoed the name. Yes, Harry Potter. Have you forgotten? Just a few days ago, you were reading about him. Qin Yu replied with exasperation. I didn't remember those details, Hermione stammered, because something else had occurred that day. She had not retained a strong impression of that name. Chapter 83. The tenderness of a bowed head, of course, even if other events had transpired that day. Had Qin Yu mentioned Harry Potter's full name from the outset, Hermione would likely have recalled the character inscribed in the book immediately. However, since Qin Yu merely muttered the name Harry, which sounded rather commonplace, Hermione instinctively misheard it as Harley. Before departing, Qin Yu had only mentioned that he would accompany Hagrid to deliver an acceptance letter to a new student at Hogwarts, without specifying whom. Hermione had also contemplated that the individual might be a girl. Such a possibility was not entirely absent, was it? Furthermore, each time she thought of this, she felt inexplicably enraged. Thus, when Qin Yu mentioned a name that sounded somewhat feminine, she immediately conjured up previous imaginings. So, Harry, is that Harry Potter? Hermione forced herself to speak as calmly as possible. Indeed, that is correct, Qin Yu affirmed. Then, did you both sleep in the same bed? Hermione raised an eyebrow. Continuing her inquiry, even if Harry is a boy, what of it? The girl mused internally. Huh? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether the girl's focus was somewhat misplaced. How big is the bed? Hermione inquired once more, already beginning to gather her energy. It's very small. Qin Yu quickly corrected, not just one bed, but two. Two very small beds. He felt as though he was nearly ensnared by her questions. Oh, I see. Hermione's expression suddenly shifted to one of nonchalance. All right, I admit my mistake, Hermione. I promise to take you with me next time. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu hastily added. Humph. Hermione turned her head away. It was no longer the previous cold treatment. Qin Yu considered this a positive sign. Oh dear. The cooling effect of this packaging is about to wear off. The ice cream is going to melt. Qin Yu exaggeratedly exclaimed, then sighed. Well, to avoid waste, I suppose I must eat both of them. You dare. That is mine. Hermione turned back, expressing her discontent. So, the lovely and charming Miss Granger, would you accept this delightful gift that promises to bring summer's refreshing essence? Qin Yu said, bending slightly and presenting an ice cream as if it were a rose. As Hermione gazed at his approaching visage, she inexplicably recalled a scene from a book related to Harry Potter that she had read that day. To comfort the slightly disgruntled Qin, she had once placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. The author notes, that wasn't he being disgruntled, that was jealousy. She then pondered. Today, I'm feeling down. Why can't he think to kiss my cheek as well? But as this thought crossed her mind, her heart raced, her face felt warm, and her mouth dry. Well, summer has arrived. I'm merely hot, hence my desire for this ice cream. The logical Miss Granger extended her hand and accepted the ice cream from the boy across from her. As she lowered her head to savor the fruit topping, a hand delicately cradled the back of her neck, and a pair of soft lips brushed against her forehead before swiftly retreating. She looked up, her eyes widening in astonishment as she met the handsome, familiar face. The gentleness of that moment, reminiscent of a water lily shyly swaying in a gentle breeze, was profound. Those lips that had just grazed her forehead parted to utter a beautifully poetic phrase in Chinese. Although Hermione did not comprehend the words, their melodic quality resonated with her. What does it mean? Qin, is this a poem? Hermione stammered, her voice trembling slightly. Indeed, Qin Yu replied, translating, the most beautiful moment is when you lower your head. That fleeting expression of tenderness, akin to a lovely water lily shyly caressed by a refreshing breeze. This poem is truly beautiful, Hermione remarked, pressing her lips together. Yes, it is beautiful, and it is precisely you who inspired this poem, Qin Yu said earnestly, gazing into her eyes. He realized he might have been a bit impulsive. Yet Hermione's demeanor had indeed evoked this poetic imagery in his mind. Years later, Hermione would still vividly remember that day. It was a twilight evening during a sweltering summer, and that dashing boy had tried to cheer her up with a delectable ice cream. Then, as she lowered her head, he had kissed her forehead and recited that enchanting poem. The poem was so exquisite that it filled her heart with a certain joy. A joy that accompanied her for many years, even through brief separations, perilous encounters, and witnessing the pain and loss of those familiar. Even in despair, the thought of that joy empowered her to persevere, for she wished to hear him recite a poem to her every day. Such a desire was simple yet fervent. Meow. The ice cream had indeed melted, with the raspberry topping sliding off and landing on Crookshanks, eliciting a disgruntled sound from him. Cough, Hermione, Qin Yu wanted to express that I may have experienced a cognitive bias just now. However, before he could voice this, he felt the words too foolish to utter. Thus, the thought transformed into stammering hesitation. Hermione smiled brightly, handing the ice cream back to Qin Yu, instructing, please hold this for me. I'll go clean Crookshanks. All right. Qin Yu nodded. He then drew his wand and cast a freezing charm on the melting ice cream, promptly solidifying it. How impressive, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. I'll teach you later. Qin Yu chuckled. Yes, please. Hermione eagerly nodded. What does it matter if one isn't allowed to use magic freely when the happiness of a little girl is at stake? Naturally, such a minor spell would not attract the Ministry of Magic's attention. After Hermione cleaned the raspberry topping and cream off Crookshanks, she took the ice cream back from Qin Yu. Then the young girl settled down, enjoying her ice cream while petting the cat, saying, "Crookshanks. If you don't want to call him uncle anymore, you can also call him dad." Meow? Crookshanks voiced his confusion. What does that mean? Is it so difficult to change a name? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Meow? Crookshanks stared incredulously at the human boy, unable to grasp what these two were discussing. If you want to serve me, then serve me. Why keep talking? Can I understand or not? Crookshanks grumbled inwardly. Chapter 84. The Madman on the Nile delivering the admission letter to Harry Potter and taking him to Diagon Alley was merely a brief interlude of the summer. After that, life for Qin Yu and Hermione returned to its usual rhythm, albeit slightly altered due to recent events. The studious Hermione naturally focused on her magical studies, striving to read all the books before school began, seeking Qin's insights on their contents. Of course, amidst their studies, they also engaged in leisurely activities, such as lounging on the couch to watch television. During these moments, Hermione would lean against one end of the sofa, resting her feet on Qin Yu's lap, a position she found quite comfortable, while Qin would occasionally squeeze her toes, claiming it was a form of Eastern acupressure massage. Hermione found this mystical Eastern technique quite soothing, often experiencing the sensation of energy flow that Qin described. Alternatively, she would read a novel or magazine, sometimes flipping her position to rest her head on his firm lap while her feet rested on the soft armrest at the other end of the sofa. Qin. This part is particularly interesting, she would exclaim, reading aloud the captivating segments, receiving a grape or a slice of apple in return. At times, as they watched, she would unknowingly drift off to sleep. Qin gently draped a garment or a light blanket over her. On one occasion, she awoke to find herself lying in her own bed and, upon inquiring with Qin, learned that he had carried her from the living room where she had fallen asleep for too long. From that day forth, she would occasionally feign slumber, pretending to inadvertently tug off the clothes or blanket he had covered her with, thereby compelling Qin to carry her back to the bedroom. As she felt his embrace, it was as though she were adrift on a gently swaying boat. During such moments, she would feel an involuntary tension in her body, yet she would strive to suppress it, convincing herself to appear genuinely asleep. Subsequently, she would find herself laid upon the bed, sensing Qin's arms withdraw from her back and the crooks of her legs. She had anticipated a tender kiss upon her forehead, a sweet goodnight gesture. But after several instances of waiting in vain, she could no longer contain her curiosity. Finally, one night, after lying down, she could not resist the urge to open her eyes, encircling his neck with her arms and planting a soft peck on his cheek. Then, under Qin's astonished gaze, she hastily closed her eyes, murmuring, "I was asleep. I was merely dreaming." On that occasion, she was finally rewarded with that longed-for-good-night kiss on her forehead. Her nose brushed lightly in the process. In that fleeting moment, she desperately wished to open her eyes, yet having just claimed to be dreamings, she found it difficult to immediately contradict herself and thus kept her eyes shut. In the presence of her sister it was said that a declaration of dreaming was as binding as a nail. Then, she felt her face being gently pinched, followed by the familiar sound of footsteps departing the room. Lost in a haze, she soon drifted back to sleep. Meanwhile, at the Granger household, as the youthful couple diligently pursued their studies and sought leisure during the summer, on the northern tip of the African continent, specifically within the borders of Egypt, a swordsman clad in a black cloak stood upon a riverboat on the Nile, gazing into the distance at the ancient edifices amidst the desert. The swordsman shook his head, murmuring, "Ian, while I do not oppose your penchant for Eastern storytelling, please refrain from calling the cloak a great cloak. It is a term I find rather uncomfortable." Subsequently, he adopted a different tone, chuckling darkly, "Oh ho ho, Stephen, why do you remain so rigid? I merely wish to maintain a modicum of clarity, so that I might temporarily forget I am a mad swordsman." Switching back to his original voice, he sighed. "Wow, so you still remember you are a madman?" Came the mocking response. "Of course I remember. Do you still entertain fantasies of returning, riding to that fellow dressed like a bat? That is my freedom. If I can find the fabled power, I believe we should be able to part ways. Ah, let us hope so. I have no desire to share a body with you." The swordsman gazed skyward, sunlight illuminating his unkempt visage, clearly indicating he had long neglected his appearance. Were Qin Yu present at that moment, he would surely recognize the man by his eyes and facial contours. Though the current state of the man diverged significantly from Qin's recollections, as his face oscillated between brightness and gloom, ever shifting in temperament. In Qin Yu's presence, he was known as Stephen Swinton, to whom Qin referred as Professor Swinton, or occasionally, in moments of inebriation, as second brother. However, he bore another name, Ian Stanley. Indeed, he was a madman. During their time at Hogwarts, Stephen Swinton maintained a relatively stable demeanor, with Ian Stanley only occasionally surfacing, such as during the visit to the Centaur settlement while Dumbledore was away, when the school's attention was captivated by a Quidditch match. In search of a clue, the irritable Ian Stanley took the lead, and the outcome proved fruitful. They discovered what they sought. However, since leaving Hogwarts and embarking on a long-planned quest, he had increasingly struggled to control Ian. After all, it was Ian who had ensured their survival during their early years. Now, as they ventured down the unknown path, Ian's consciousness had quietly grown stronger. Stephen did not feel Ian was in the wrong. He merely found his madness to be somewhat pitiable. "Ha, useless cowardice," Ian retorted coldly. "You were mistaken. It is my hopes for the future that evoke such emotions, Stephen corrected. Well, your musings are of no use to me, Ian replied impatiently. Thus, a silence enveloped them. Soon, the boat docked at a small city upstream, where the crew, with their halting English, announced the local culture, cuisine, and scenic attractions. Clad in a black cloak, with a long sword at his waist, Swinton, or rather Stanley, paid little heed to the crew's explanations, striding down the gangplank. His destination was not this small city, but rather the depths of the desert, over 100 kilometers away, rendering him indifferent to the local sites worth visiting. In a moment unnoticed by the Muggles, Stephen employed apparition several times. However, wary of losing his way or failing to locate his target, he was judicious in his use of the spell. Consequently, his progress was slow, and he arrived at his destination just before sunset. Before him stretched an expanse of golden sand and rolling dunes, devoid even of a solitary cactus. Yet, the map in his possession clearly indicated that this was indeed the site he sought. He drew forth his wand, uttering a complex incantation. The wand traced an arc, ultimately pointing skyward. In an instant, like a shimmering mirage, a towering pyramid materialized before him. A pyramid that could only be discovered by wizards. Beside the pyramid stood some temporary low structures, likely intended for the habitation or labor of certain individuals, but at that moment, the area was deserted. Indeed, Bill Weasley, along with his Gringotts colleagues and the treasure-hunting Nifflers, had once toiled here and witnessed a beam of white light shooting skyward from within. Following that event, the site was swiftly sealed by Gringotts, forbidding any further approach. Yet now, it had been unexpectedly visited by an uninvited guest. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Stephen nodded in satisfaction. After a brief pause, he began walking toward the pyramid. When he emerged once more, it was already the following dawn. Standing before the pyramid, he opened his arms toward the rising sun, a serene smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "This feeling is truly exquisite. Now, where shall I go next?" He gazed upon the vast expanse of yellow sand, and with a flick of his wand, his figure abruptly vanished from the spot. The pyramid behind him soon faded back into the desert, as if it had never existed at all. Cairo, Gringotts, the office of the curse breakers. This place was less of an office and more akin to a workshop, for the spacious room was filled with an array of ancient artifacts, each bearing the marks of time. "Bill, I truly envy you. You're returning to England this summer," remarked a rugged wizard sporting a beard. What can I say? The boss has tasked me with escorting Adam to school in England, so I must endure the rigors of travel, Bill replied, a hint of nonchalance in his tone. There was little choice. Being a curse breaker at Gringotts was a demanding profession, allowing scant opportunities for returning home. Bill had only arrived in Egypt the previous year and had returned to England during the summer to escort a shipment of cursed treasures. Now, once again, he was bound for England due to Adam's schooling. How could this not incite envy among the wizards sharing the same office? Oh, by the way, Adam is a young wizard of Muggle descent from Cairo. It was Bill who first recognized his magical potential. Subsequently, Gringotts endeavored to gain favor within the local wizarding community by providing significant assistance to the boy named Adam. Not only did they expedite his understanding of the magical world, but through various connections, they secured his admission to Hogwarts, the most prestigious school of magic in the world, a fact Bill ardently asserted. Attending such a school would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. To ensure matters were handled properly, the leadership at Gringotts in Cairo decided to assign a capable young wizard to accompany Adam to England, ensuring he boarded the Hogwarts Express on September 1st, naturally. This task fell to Bill, who had forged a close bond with Adam. Today was the day they were set to embark on their journey to England. "Bill, my mother is unwell again. I must accompany her to the doctor. We'll have to postpone our departure," a slight boy lamented with a look of helplessness and sorrow. He was Adam Quinn, the very boy Bill was to escort to England for his studies. "What? Aisha is ill again. Is it serious? Do you need me to accompany you?" Bill inquired with concern. "No, I can manage," Adam replied with a faint smile. Seeing the boy's smile reassured Bill, who nodded and said, "Very well, take care of your mother first. Once her condition stabilizes, we shall set off." "Thank you, Bill," Adam said, his demeanor obedient. "You're welcome. I promise to help you," Bill replied, giving the boy's shoulder a reassuring pat. After bidding Bill farewell, Adam entered the inner room, where a woman in her 30s sat in a wheelchair. Upon seeing her son, a mixture of satisfaction and fear flickered in her eyes. She attempted to speak, her throat producing frantic sounds, yet no coherent words emerged. "My dearest mother, I had planned to leave today, so you wouldn't have to fear my departure. However, it seems someone has ventured where they ought not, and I must go see. Please wait patiently. I will soon be off to the greatest school of magic in the world." As Adam spoke, he gently picked up a clean towel with his gloved hand and tenderly wiped the drool from the woman's mouth, which had escaped due to her agitation. Throughout the process, the woman trembled uncontrollably, and soon, tears streamed down her face. "Ugh, ugh, ugh," she sobbed, her cries filled with pain and sorrow. After soothing his mother to sleep, Adam stepped out of the house and swiftly made his way into the desert. Before long, he found himself at the foot of a pyramid, beside which stood several makeshift shelters. He entered the pyramid and arrived at a stone hall, where a sarcophagus adorned in Egyptian style lay at its center. The lid of the coffin had been removed by an unknown hand, revealing a mummy wrapped in thick linen. Adam approached the mummy, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed through the stone hall. After listening intently for a moment, Adam nodded and said, "Ah, so you are a descendant of the one who acted on behalf." After a brief silence, he shook his head and continued, "I apologize. I cannot awaken you immediately. However, I can assist you in a small way. You must find your own way out of here." With that, he removed his woolen gloves, rose onto his toes, and pressed his hand against the mummy's forehead. On the back of his hand, a prominent scar shaped like a circle with a lightning bolt marked his skin. Chapter 86. Hermione's diary. "All right, Hermione, you may take a break now," Mrs. Granger said to her daughter in the living room. "Yay, I'll head back to my room." "Then, Mom," Hermione replied, placing the cloth she had been using down before washing her hands in the bathroom and then skipping back to her room. Today was a day of spring cleaning, and she had been tasked with dusting the furniture in the living room. After hours of diligent work, she had finally managed to wipe down the tables, chairs, sofas, and cabinets, and now it was time to rest. Once seated at her desk, Hermione found herself lost in thought, a smile unconsciously appearing on her lips. She then opened a drawer, retrieved a brown-covered notebook, and laid it open on the desk. With a pen in hand, she began to write in the diary she had not touched in quite some time. Her pen danced across the page. August 26th, Sunday, sunny. It has been ages since I last wrote in this diary. I recall the last entry was some time ago. Well, I must have been influenced by Qin. He often speaks in such a manner that I find myself unconsciously adopting his style as I write this entry. Nevertheless, it is quite enjoyable, isn't it? Indeed. Every day spent with him is filled with fascination. I cannot fathom how I would endure a year apart again, as we once experienced, even if he returned for a few days in between. Just like those 2 days at the end of July when he was not at home. I found myself waiting for his return, particularly after my parents had left for work. The entire house felt desolate and void of life. During that time, I was especially curious about his whereabouts and what he might be doing. Yet, all I could do was wait aimlessly at home, even engaging in futile conversations with Crookshanks out of sheer frustration. In retrospect, poor Crookshanks must have found my incessant chatter quite bothersome. However, there was little to be done, as his father was absent. As she wrote this, Hermione chuckled softly, picking up a quill from the table and teasingly nudging the slumbering Crookshanks with the feathered end. Upon noticing the feather, the little yellow cat instantly perked up, extending its paw to swat at it. After indulging in this playful exchange for a while, the young girl continued her writing. I recall Qin mentioning that in the future, as technology progresses to a certain extent, ordinary humans will be able to communicate through video via a device akin to a telephone. Just envisioning that is akin to a wondrous technological magic. Qin also mentioned that the Weasley twins were engaged in similar research. If such a magical device could connect to the Flu network, then no matter how far apart we were, we would be able to see each other with crystal clarity. Yet, why would we wish to be so far apart? I yearn for us to remain together, to share every day, at the very least not to be separated for more than a few hours. For instance, he is currently not at home. He has accompanied his father to the hardware store in the neighboring street to procure some tools and materials for repairing the fence outside the house. I know he will return shortly. Here, Hermione paused again, glancing at the rickety wooden fence outside before continuing to write. I almost forgot to mention that a tremendous storm swept through London last night. The rain fell in torrents, accompanied by thunder and lightning, and Qin's attic began to leak. Thus, I proposed that he could squeeze into my room. After a thoughtful consideration, my parents agreed to this arrangement. After all, I had occasionally spent the night in Qin's room before, so his staying in mine was not particularly unusual. However, he seemed quite anxious, insisting on placing a pillow between us as a barrier, declaring that he would never cross that pillow while sleeping. Qin was not wrong. Indeed, he had not surpassed that pillow. However, he did not impose any restrictions upon me either. Thus, I leaned closer. After all, the tempest of last night had been quite terrifying, and how could I possibly find rest without drawing nearer to him? At this juncture, Hermione touched her face, feeling a slight warmth. She went to the living room, poured herself a glass of water, took a few sips, and pondered before continuing her writing. In essence, as my mother advised, there was no need for me to consciously maintain a distance from Qin, nor to feel anxious. I merely needed to refrain from a certain action, one reserved for adulthood. My mother also suggested that I had perhaps grown accustomed to Qin's presence, which led to my closeness with him. Yet, I beg to differ. I believe that Qin's presence symbolizes more than mere companionship. It unveils a new world to me and allows me to discover another facet of myself. Furthermore, I yearn to explore more realms with him and to hear his myriad stories. I wonder if he feels the same way. If not, I shall weep. Qin is most fearful of seeing me cry. Whenever I do, he tends to acquiesce to my every request. Hermione paused once more, lost in thought for a moment before shaking her head. No, I cannot resort to tears as a means to coerce him. It is simply not right. Yet, what alternatives do I possess? The tip of her pen lingered on the notebook for a considerable time, the ink spreading across the pristine white pages. Harry Potter? Elvis? Hermione vigorously crossed out these two names and continued writing. Elvis's letters arrive weekly, filled predominantly with inquiries about magic, particularly concerning potions, offering little else of substance. As for Harry Potter, it seems he has only just mastered the art of sending letters via owl. His owl, Hedwig, nearly collided with the ceiling of his living room, displaying a rather clumsy demeanor. Nevertheless, Trig seems quite fond of that owl, which, like him, is entirely white, often fluttering around her. In any case, Harry Potter's correspondence lacks focus, consistently lamenting the prolonged duration of his holiday and expressing a desire to reunite. Should I encounter him, I shall certainly take the time to discern what manner of person he truly is. Well, enough of this. I shall write about something else. Hermione glanced at the calendar on the wall, where September 1st was circled in red. There remains less than a week before school commences. Contemplating my imminent arrival at that magical school fills me with a degree of anxiety, though I have not confided these feelings to Qin. I worry that I may be as unwelcome there as I was at my previous school. However, at least Qin will be present, even if others disregard me. His presence is a comfort. If I were to share this sentiment with Qin, he would undoubtedly chastise me for my lack of ambition, as he believes I can surmount any challenge. He often states his unwavering belief that I will become the finest witch in the world. I am uncertain where his confidence stems from, yet gazing into his eyes, I feel as though I can draw upon an immense reservoir of strength. Therefore, when difficulties arise in the future, I shall recall the look in his eyes, and perhaps I shall be imbued with renewed vigor. Hermione, come help me. Mrs. Granger's voice rang out. All right, Mother, just a moment. Hermione replied. I shall conclude my writing here, as Mother is calling me. Additionally, Qin should be returning soon, and I intend to see if I can offer any assistance. By the time I next write in my diary, I shall likely already be at Hogwarts. Thus, I hope that when I next pen my thoughts, it will be beside the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room, with Qin there as well. Chapter 87. A little guest from the Weasley family in England. There exists but one village inhabited solely by wizards, that being Hogsmeade, situated adjacent to Hogwarts. There are, however, several settlements that accommodate half-breeds, where wizards coexist amidst tolerant or bewitched muggles, such as Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon. It is near this village, located on the southern coast of England, that a seemingly haphazardly constructed multi-story building stands, appearing as though it might topple with the slightest gust of wind. Yet, this seemingly precarious structure is, in truth, quite solid, for it is the creation of wizards, a house imbued with magic. This dwelling bears a name, the Burrow. Residing within are the Weasley family. As many are aware, the Weasley family boasts a rich heritage, and the surname Weasley epitomizes justice, loyalty, bravery, diligence, kindness, and, alas, poverty. Today, the Burrow welcomes a guest from afar, brought by the eldest son, Bill Weasley, from distant Egypt. After traversing via several portkeys and utilizing Muggle transportation, they arrived here just before sunset. Bill, sipping the tea his mother offered, wore a weary yet joyful smile, expressing his delight at being home once more. A portkey is a magical object that facilitates transportation from one location to another, somewhat akin to the Flu network, albeit typically employed for long-distance travel. Molly Weasley, gazing fondly at her eldest son, affectionately ruffled his hair before muttering, "Your hair is quite a mess. I shall trim it for you shortly." Bill responded with a resigned smile directed at his younger siblings. The familiar embrace of maternal love has returned. Naturally, the hostess, Molly, did not overlook their little guest, a polite and quiet boy named Adam. Adam, our accommodations are somewhat limited. You may need to share a room on the 4th floor with Bill. Or you could stay with Ron, as you are of similar age and might find common ground, Molly Weasley said apologetically. Ron, hearing this, grew anxious. His small room was currently in disarray, and he was reluctant to share a bed with this unfamiliar boy. Thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Weasley. I am perfectly fine sharing with Bill. We discussed it on our way here. Adam replied with a polite smile at Ron before addressing Molly. Very well, that settles it. I shall tidy up your room, Mrs. Weasley stated before heading upstairs. She called back to her youngest son. Ron, fetch something for Adam to eat. Do not neglect our guest. George and Fred are idle. Why must it fall to me? Ron grumbled inwardly but refrained from voicing his complaints, sulking as he went to procure food for their guest. That evening, the Weasley family, consisting of 8 members, with Charlie absent, and their little guest Adam, gathered around the dining table, indulging in a feast of delicious food. The topics of conversation primarily revolved around Bill and their young guest. Bill's return naturally brought small gifts for the family, none of great value, some of which he had crafted himself, or were items he was permitted to keep from his treasure-hunting exploits, much to the delight of his younger siblings. The little pyramid you sent to Qin, he adores it. He even spent considerable time discussing it with Professor Swinton at school. And I hear Professor Snape also lent considerable assistance, Fred or George chimed in, the two brothers so alike that even family members often confused them. Professor Swinton? Bill inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Professor Swinton was the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher last year. He is quite young and knowledgeable. I often sought his guidance, though he only taught for 1 year before departing. Percy Weasley explained, ever the diligent student. Percy, the third Weasley sibling, had long felt the pressure of having a brilliant older brother like Bill and a Quidditch captain brother like Charlie, constantly pushing himself to excel. This year, however, Percy achieved his ambition of becoming the Gryffindor prefect, granting him a modicum of satisfaction. Ah, I see. I did not realize that Professor Snape had an interest in this matter. Bill was likely reminded of Professor Snape's perpetually frosty countenance, his eyes betraying a hint of nostalgia. Although over a year had passed since his graduation, Bill still cherished the memories of his time at Hogwarts. Even the cold and aloof Professor Snape now seemed somewhat endearing in retrospect. You have no idea what kind of person Qin is. The professors at school were, how should I put it, rather attentive to him, especially Professors Swinton and Snape, who have always maintained a good relationship with Qin, one of the twins remarked to Bill. Adding, by the way, I'm Fred. I know you probably didn't notice. Yes, I'm George. We've also heard some intriguing rumors. It seems something happened between the three of them before the summer break, and ever since, Professor Snape has hardly spoken to Qin and Professor Swinton, the other twin continued. Unfortunately, when we asked Qin, he refused to divulge any information, threatening to tie us to the Whomping Willow if we pressed him further. The one claiming to be Fred shrugged. It seems you have quite a bond with Qin? Bill inquired curiously. Not just a bond, they are his staunch supporters. The three of them spend their days together, often tinkering with various things at Hagrid's hut. And then there's Charlie, who recruited Qin into the Quidditch team, where Qin played a pivotal role in several matches. Charlie is particularly fond of him, Percy interjected. Oh, I didn't realize there were so many stories among you. Bill's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Among those present, Bill was one of the earliest acquaintances of Qin, though their interactions had been brief. The impression left by the young Eastern boy was of a cheerful, polite, and intelligent character. This led Bill to reminisce about Adam. Both were exceptionally bright children, though Adam exhibited a more introverted demeanor compared to Qin's sunny disposition. By the way, Adam, we need to make a trip to Diagon Alley before school starts. Gringotts has given me some money to help you purchase your school supplies, Bill told Adam. Upon hearing this, Ron's head snapped up, casting a look of envy. Most of the items he needed for school were hand-me-downs from his brothers, such as Bill's old robes, Charlie's old wand, and textbooks previously owned by George and Fred. Even the cauldron was a discarded one from Percy, not to mention the pet, a mouse Percy had kept until it was abandoned at home for Ron to care for. Why can't I have something new? Ron thought, his expression turning sour at the realization. George and Fred exchanged glances, trying to suppress their laughter. Then casually mentioned to Bill that they also wanted to join him in a stroll through Diagon Alley, regardless of whether they bought anything, primarily to unwind. Let us see if there are any new brooms, wands, or beautiful robes, the twin who identified as George suggested to his brother. No, you go ahead. I'll wait for you at the leaky cauldron, Ron pouted. In the following days, Adam stayed at the Weasley home, receiving excellent care. Molly Weasley was particularly attentive, fussing over him more than her own son. However, Ron felt little envy. After all, even without Adam, his mother's demeanor towards him was rarely warm, often scolding him at the slightest provocation. He had grown accustomed to this maternal affection. Occasionally, he found Adam to be a bit peculiar, for instance. He once overheard the boy seemingly conversing with Scabbers, the family rat. Why do you stay in this house looking like that? Are you hiding from something? Adam had asked. Ron sensed that Adam found Scabbers' disheveled appearance unappealing, as the rat was old, losing fur, and missing a toe, perpetually lethargic. However, after that day, Scabbers would avoid Adam, no matter how hard Ron tried to reassure the creature. Chapter 88. The return to school September 1st marked the commencement of the academic year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Before 11 a.m. a special express train from the magical world awaited at Platform 9 at King's Cross Station in London, ready to transport the young wizards to their school. The little witches and wizards needed to pass through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 to arrive at this enchanted platform. That morning, Mr. and Mrs. Granger escorted Qin and Hermione to the entrance of the station. Watching the two children disappear into the throng, Mrs. Granger could no longer contain her tears, covering her mouth as she wept. Last year we sent one off, and this year, both are leaving, she lamented, observing Qin pushing his luggage with Hermione closely following, gradually melding into the crowd. Jenny, they will be back soon, Mr. Granger reassured, wrapping an arm around his wife's shoulders. But I am truly worried about Hermione, Mrs. Granger sobbed against her husband's chest. This was the first time their daughter would be away from them for such an extended period, not returning until the Christmas holiday. It's all right, with Qin there. I trust he will take good care of Hermione. Mr. Granger gently stroked his wife's back, continuing to console her. Indeed. If their daughter were to embark on this journey alone to such a distant and mysterious place, even Mr. Granger would be concerned. However, Qin was a dependable lad, and after a year of schooling, he had grown even more composed, making Mr. Granger feel reassured about leaving his daughter in Qin's care. His words evidently had a calming effect. Mrs. Granger's emotions soon stabilized. Well then, Jenny, while these two little ones are away, I believe we should consider our plans for this weekend, Mr. Granger suggested, smiling at his wife. Plans for this weekend? Mrs. Granger murmured, her cheeks flushing by the end of her sentence. After years of marriage, she was well aware of the implications behind her husband's words. Yes, this weekend we could go out for a change. I've heard the town of Cockworth is quite lovely. We could spend a couple of days there, Mr. Granger proposed. I think that's a splendid idea, Mrs. Granger nodded, feigning calmness, yet her mind was already racing with delightful possibilities. Indeed, since the arrival of their daughter, the couple had not planned a weekend getaway in quite some time. Mrs. Granger's initial melancholy about her daughter's departure was significantly alleviated by her husband's words, and she found herself looking forward to the impending solitude they would share. "Haha, Harry, go find your platform 9. I hope it has been finished building in time, Mr. Granger chuckled. A hearty laugh resonated in the ears of the Granger couple. They turned towards the sound and beheld a portly middle-aged man, who was heaving a cumbersome suitcase onto a trolley, which he then entrusted to a bespectacled young boy with dark hair. Upon noticing that he was being observed, the stout man cast a curious glance towards the Grangers, who responded with a polite nod and a smile. After all, anyone who could utter the name of Platform 9 was likely a parent of a young wizard. The man paused momentarily, nodded back at them, and seemingly wishing to avoid further conversation, hurriedly departed, climbing into a vehicle parked not far off. Meanwhile, the bespectacled boy independently pushed the trolley into the station, presumably in search of that extraordinary platform. Qin Yu and Hermione awaited Harry Potter beside the wall between platforms 9 and 10. This rendezvous had been arranged in their correspondence, as Harry was unaware of the precise location of the platform. "Qin, at last we meet again," Harry exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon seeing Qin Yu. Throughout the remaining month of summer, he had eagerly anticipated this day, for his life with his aunt and uncle had been far from pleasant. Despite some slight improvements in their behavior, he increasingly felt like an outsider. "You appear to be in good spirits, Harry," Qin Yu remarked, observing the boy who seemed considerably more vibrant than when they had first met. "Hello, Harry Potter. I am Hermione Granger." Hermione introduced herself with a serious demeanor, extending her hand towards Harry. "I was just guessing you must be Hermione. It's a pleasure to meet you." Harry quickly responded, shaking her hand with courtesy. You know my name?" Hermione inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Of course. You are Qin's sister. He has mentioned you to me, and I have long wished to meet you," Harry replied, his joy evident. "Oh, is that so? What exactly did he say about me?" Hermione smiled, narrowing her eyes playfully at Qin Yu. A sudden pang gripped Qin Yu's heart. He recalled that he had only mentioned Hermione in the context of the underground vault at Gringotts. At that time, he had inadvertently triggered a forced recollection, during which he must have uttered quite a few unfavorable remarks about the girl, such as her gluttony, her restless sleeping habits, and her tendency to nibble on her fingers while reading. Fortunately, during the final instance, he had made a correction and refrained from saying anything too outrageous. He remarked that they shared a good relationship, often shopping together, and had enjoyed many delightful meals in Diagon Alley. Harry succinctly reiterated Qin Yu's previous comments about Hermione. Upon hearing this, Hermione nodded in satisfaction, then took Qin Yu's hand, lifted her chin, and haughtily huffed at him. "All right, we should head inside," Qin Yu urged, gently stroking the girl's small hand. "Yes, it's time to go," Hermione replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, feigning nonchalance. "So, how do we get there?" Harry inquired, scratching his head. He genuinely had no idea where Platform 9 was. However, he felt reassured by Qin's presence, confident that he would not get lost. Just as the trio was about to enter the platform, 2 voices called out, "Qin, wait for us." "Qin, we're coming." Harry turned to see 2 identical red-haired boys, slightly taller than him and roughly the same height as Qin. Behind them trailed a group of people: George, Fred, Mrs. Weasley, Bill, Percy, Ron, Ginny, and this little brother. "Greetings to you all." Qin Yu felt that, putting everything else aside, greeting the Weasley family was indeed a bit of a strain on his vocal cords. The Weasley family responded with cheerful greetings, and Mrs. Weasley warmly praised Qin for becoming more handsome and taller. "Bill, why have you returned again?" Qin Yu inquired, expressing his curiosity. Although his question might have sounded peculiar, Bill felt compelled to clarify. "I have returned for a legitimate purpose." As he spoke, he introduced the young boy beside him. "This is Adam, a young wizard from a Muggle family in Egypt. I have been commissioned by the local Gringotts in Egypt to escort Adam to school." "Hello, Adam. It is a pleasure to meet you." Qin Yu greeted the little boy. "Hello, Qin. I am also delighted to meet you," Adam replied politely. Qin Yu felt a twinge of curiosity, for despite his lack of knowledge regarding the identities of Hermione's classmates in his previous life, he had never encountered anyone named Adam, particularly given the close ties with the Weasley family. Nonetheless, one cannot dismiss the possibility of a butterfly effect or the variances of parallel universes. After all, in this world, Hermione had already been aware of her wizarding identity prior to receiving her acceptance letter, had she not? This fleeting thought crossed his mind just as he intended to introduce Hermione, when the Weasley twins exuberantly exclaimed that this beautiful young lady must indeed be Hermione. For they had not clearly seen her in the last photograph, and now they were finally meeting her in person. Qin Yu certainly spared himself some of the introduction process. Meanwhile, Hermione couldn't help but reflect on her burgeoning reputation, glancing furtively at Qin beside her while gently caressing his hand. However, it seemed that he exhibited little discernible reaction, which somewhat dampened her spirits. Chapter 89. Is it really necessary for you to behave this way at the station? If Qin Yu were not who he is, he might have felt that the encounter between this individual named Qin Yu and Ron would have been somewhat awkward. Yet, he is indeed Qin Yu. After more than a year of companionship and 39 instances of time reversal, he is convinced that there is little to agonize over in certain matters. Should he keep Hermione by his side or watch her with another? It is a rather straightforward choice. Even if that self-proclaimed choice system had not chimed to present him with options, Qin Yu knew what to select. He chose to live this life freely. He chose to protect those he wishes to safeguard. He chose her, and no one could take her away. Moreover, he was certain that the girl had already entered his heart, and he, in turn, had found a place within hers. If it comes down to mere unrequited feelings, he would accept that as well. However, as he contemplated this, an inexplicable thrill surged within him, awakening a long-dormant force that began to stir restlessly. This was one of his greatest secrets, a power he had endeavored to overcome or, rather, channel quietly. That force was formidable, enigmatic, instilling both fear and allure within him. Surrendering to it would mean that no challenge in this world could confound him. So, why should he toil so diligently to survive? Why not yield to it? Let everything be entrusted to it. Qin. Hermione's voice seemed to echo from a distant realm. Qin Yu turned his head to look at her in a daze, feeling that although she was within arm's reach, it was as if an immeasurable distance separated them. Qin, what is wrong with you? Hermione called out to him once more. This time, her voice carried a note of urgency, and her delicate brows were tightly furrowed. Qin Yu instinctively lifted a hand to gently smooth the furrowed brow of the young girl, murmuring, "Do not be afraid, Hermione." With this gesture, his expression shifted. A faint smile graced his lips. He then enveloped the girl in his arms, closing his eyes as he greedily inhaled the scent of her hair, until the familiar fragrance filled his nostrils, stimulating intricate and rhythmic electrical signals within his nervous system. This cascade of signals surged into his central nervous system, rousing his mind from the brink of chaos. Hermione clung tightly to him, her voice trembling as she asked, "Qin, what just happened? I spoke to you many times, yet you seemed unresponsive. I was a bit lost in thought. I apologize, Hermione, for worrying you." Qin Yu replied softly, stroking the girl's hair with a tone of regret. "I'm just relieved you're okay," Hermione reassured him, nuzzling into his embrace while inhaling his scent, which swiftly calmed her nerves. She was well aware that Qin harbored secrets. After all, his arrival and subsequent actions made it difficult for her to believe he was merely an ordinary wizard. Of course, wizards are anything but ordinary. Nonetheless, she trusted that Qin's silence was based on some special reason, and she could wait for the day he would confide those secrets to her. Until then, all she wished for was his well-being. "Hey, Qin, the train is about to depart. Are you going to leave?" One of the Weasley twins shouted, unable to contain himself. "You all are going to school together anyway. There's no need to linger at the station," the other twin added, rolling his eyes in exasperation. It was already 10:55, and the Weasley family began making their way to platform 9. At that moment, George and Fred noticed that Qin Yu and the young girl Hermione were still lingering behind. Upon witnessing this scene, they felt as if they had been served a mouthful of romantic fodder. With the twin shout, others turned to look. Hermione quickly wriggled out of Qin Yu's embrace, while he remained unfazed, still holding her small hand. "Understood, you all go ahead. We will follow shortly," Qin Yu informed the twins. The group chuckled, refraining from further comments. Meanwhile, the small boy Adam, who was standing beside Bill, discreetly stole glances at Qin Yu, murmuring to himself in a voice only he could hear, "Indeed, coming here was the right decision. I've encountered so many fascinating individuals before even reaching the school." "All right, George. You go in first," Mrs. Weasley instructed one of her sons. "Mom, I'm Fred. How could you, as our mother, mistake who I am?" he exclaimed, feigning injury. "Yes, Mom. I am George," the other chimed in. Mrs. Weasley huffed. "George, Fred, your little trick has been played for several days now. Do you think I would still fall for it? This time it's true. You should know my nose is a tad higher than Fred's," one of them insisted, pointing to his nose and leaning closer for Mrs. Weasley to inspect. Hesitantly, Mrs. Weasley peered at him, then uncertainly replied, "It seems. I apologize, George. It was indeed a mistake on my part." The boy pushed his luggage cart toward the wall, flashing a brilliant smile at his mother before entering. "Mom, I was just kidding. I truly am Fred." With that, he swiftly slipped through the wall. George followed suit, sticking out his tongue at their mother and the others as he passed through. Mrs. Weasley huffed in exasperation. "Harry, Adam, Ron, one at a time," she instructed the 3 boys. After they passed through, Bill followed. Mrs. Weasley nodded at Qin Yu, taking Ginny with her as they entered. "Come on, Hermione," Qin Yu said to the girl. "All right." Hermione nodded, and with that, Qin Yu took her hand, leading her through the wall. As they crossed, Qin distinctly felt the small hand in his grip tighten with a hint of anxiety. Upon emerging from the wall, they were greeted by the sight of a deep crimson steam train parked at the platform, bustling with a throng of people. Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment and curiosity at the vintage train and the clusters of wizards surrounding it. Nearby, Harry Potter bore a similar expression, having received special attention from Mrs. Weasley, who was assisted by George and Fred in moving his cumbersome suitcase. Before boarding the train, Harry had intended to inquire if he could sit with Qin Yu, but George and Fred, overly enthusiastic, promptly ushered him, Ron, and Adam into a compartment together. "You 3 are in the same year. It's perfect for you to get acquainted, Fred remarked. Indeed, you might end up in the same house. So make sure to get along, George added, before the two brothers departed to seek out their friend Lee Jordan, who had reportedly acquired a gigantic bag spider. Despite having encountered the corpse of a massive acromantula before, they were still intrigued by this venomous creature from South Africa. After boarding the train with Qin Yu, Hermione noticed that regardless of age or gender, many students greeted Qin warmly upon seeing him. Several girls cast complex glances at her, held by Qin Yu's hand, causing her heart to tighten inexplicably. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset, smiling calmly as she walked alongside Qin through the crowd. As they walked, she recalled a story Qin had told her about a fox hiding behind a tiger to appear formidable. Thus, she felt like that little fox sheltered behind Qin. Look, that red-haired fellow just ran off upon seeing Qin, she noted. After a short while, Qin Yu led Hermione to an empty compartment. He placed their luggage inside and closed the door, instantly creating a quieter atmosphere. Are you Elvis? Hermione asked the boy who had just entered. Yes, hello. You must be Hermione, right? Elvis replied, somewhat nervously. Yes, I'm Hermione. It's a pleasure to meet you, she exclaimed, extending her hand with a smile. Elvis quickly shook her hand, stammering, am very happy to meet you too. For some reason, he felt inexplicably guilty in front of this girl. Reflecting on the past year, particularly how he had divulged many of Qin's details to the girls, a chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat trickled down his back. Have I done something I shouldn't have? Elvis quietly murmured to himself. Based on this understanding, along with an inexplicable sense of unease and fear regarding a certain little girl, he dismissed the notion of lingering in the private room any longer. After exchanging a few words with Qin Yu and Hermione, he reluctantly took his leave. Elvis was not the first to enter this room, nor would he be the last. After Qin Yu closed the door, before he could share more whispered words with Hermione or introduce the places they had passed, the door was frequently knocked upon by familiar faces. Besides Elvis, there were Jimmy, Bach, Wilson, and several teammates from the Quidditch team, including the newly appointed captain, Wood, as well as chasers Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell. The latter having been discovered by Wood near the end of the previous school year due to her remarkable talent as a chaser. Additionally, there was the reserve player from the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Mung-En Iwanda, who had been stripped of her commentary privileges by Professor McGonagall for displaying a particular bias during a match against Gryffindor. Well, I intend to check on Ron. I heard from Fred and George that he has been crying, Mung-En remarked, displaying no sympathy for her distant cousin, but rather an expression of amusement at the unfolding drama. Qin Yu found himself at a loss regarding this distant cousin of the Weasley family. Soon after, Fred and George approached, sharing tales of their classmate Lee Jordan and his South African venomous spider. Its toxicity is rather mild, far inferior to that of the acromantula, George remarked. It can only serve as a pet, Fred shrugged in agreement. Having spent a year with Hagrid caring for magical creatures, their horizons had broadened, leading them to regard such trivialities with a hint of disdain. After discussing this matter, Qin Yu could not restrain his curiosity about Ron's tears. He discovered that his wand is brand new. George exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. And many of the items in his trunk are also new, Fred added. We had hoped he would only realize this when he arrived at school, but it seems he noticed much sooner than we anticipated, George lamented, as if half of his joy had been diminished. Indeed, we had concealed it for quite some time and made numerous disguises. Even when he was trying on robes in Diagon Alley, we barely managed to refrain from revealing that we were genuinely going to make a purchase, Fred sighed, expressing his disappointment. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu broke into a sweat. These two were truly devoted to the art of teasing him, and they even spared no compassion for their own brother. Fortunately, their antics were not rooted in malice or harm. Rather, Ron's tears upon seeing the new wands and robes were likely tears of joy, overwhelmed by happiness. Well, as for the way the Weasley children interacted, Qin Yu could only acquiesce to their whim. It was beyond his control. Ron seemed to get along well with that Harry Potter. It was quite unexpected that they could converse so easily, Fred noted with satisfaction. I hope this lad can muster some spirit at school, George added, his tone softening. Despite their constant jesting, the Weasley twins possessed a keen sensitivity within. From a young age, they had aspired to engage in business and earn substantial wealth, a goal undoubtedly influenced by their family's financial struggles. Now, under Qin Yu's guidance and assistance, they had managed to earn some money, naturally wishing to improve the lives of their younger siblings, such as purchasing Ron a new wand, new robes, and a new cauldron. These were their current capabilities. Of course, this did not hinder them from playfully teasing Ron in the process. Rest assured, Ron is your brother, and thus he is also my brother. When he attends Hogwarts, I will take good care of him, Qin Yu assured the Weasley brothers. George and Fred chuckled, expressing that with Qin's assurance, Ron could strut around Hogwarts with confidence. What a peculiar description. Have I become a tyrant at Hogwarts? Qin Yu couldn't help but internally scoff. However, he soon recalled that these phrases were reminiscent of stories he had once shared with the twins, now amusingly applied to himself. All right, we won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Fred waved at Qin Yu and Hermione. See you at school. George also stood to bid farewell. Hermione smiled and waved, watching them depart. However, Just as the door to the compartment closed, it was cracked open again, revealing the heads of George and Fred. Honestly, do you need to put a sign on the door? One of the heads inquired. What kind of sign? Qin Yu regretted asking as soon as the words left his lips. Please do not disturb. The twins chorused. This common phrase from the Muggle world, familiar to Hermione from her travels with her parents, was certainly well known to Qin Yu as well. Thus, both quickly grasped the implication behind their words. Before Qin Yu could express his annoyance, the compartment door was shut once more as the Weasley twins made a hasty retreat. Oh, those two were indeed dancing on the edge of danger. Their personalities were such, they were genuinely good people, and one would grow accustomed to their antics. Qin Yu explained to Hermione, somewhat exasperated. I quite like them. They bring such liveliness, Hermione remarked with a smile. She believed that since these two were so close to Qin, they must be good individuals. Therefore, there was no need to take their words too seriously. Who knows? Hermione said earnestly, perhaps we should put up a sign outside, just as they suggested? Huh? Qin Yu was taken aback by her suggestion. However, he quickly noticed a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Consequently, he ruffled her hair and chided, What nonsense are you talking about? Leaning against him. Hermione nuzzled her cheek against him, mumbling, It's because those people keep coming in. Indeed, what was once a cozy compartment for two was rapidly transforming into a bustling parlor. Of course, Hermione merely voiced her thoughts. When another visitor arrived, she immediately transformed into the demure and charming sister of Qin, especially when that fellow named Cedric entered. Hermione was fully alert, as he often regarded Qin with a certain gaze. Fortunately, he only lingered for a short while before leaving, insisting on giving Qin a hug and expressing how much he missed him. It seemed that Qin was indeed quite popular at Hogwarts, Hermione concluded inwardly. Then, her expression shifted to one of complexity and seriousness. Chapter 91, Ron's Vulnerability, The Cool Girl, Part 1. Time had progressed slightly. Harry, Ron, and Adam were in that compartment. Initially enveloped in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Harry was somewhat shy. Ron was unsure how to initiate conversation with this famous individual and was reluctant to engage deeply with Adam, who was content to sit quietly and observe the scenery. Finally, unable to bear the silence any longer, Ron cleared his throat and addressed Harry. So, you really are Harry Potter? Having just been introduced to Harry by Qin Yu to the Weasley family, Mrs. Weasley had greeted him warmly, yet Ron still found it hard to believe. As Harry Potter seemed a legendary figure from stories, now sitting face-to-face with him in the same train compartment, Harry was accustomed to Ron's reaction. Many had responded similarly at the leaky cauldron, some even more dramatically. He chose not to elaborate and deftly pushed aside his hair, revealing the distinctive lightning scar on his forehead. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Adam, who had been gazing out the window, turned his attention toward Harry, curiosity evident in his gaze. So, it was really done by that mysterious figure? You truly escaped from him? Ron stammered, his mouth agape. That seems to be the case. Harry paused, shrugging, but honestly, I don't remember exactly what happened that day. I only recall a blinding green light. That was it. That was a truly terrifying curse. Only an evil and powerful wizard could cast such a spell, Ron stated, his eyes fixed intently on Harry. However, such scrutiny made Harry feel slightly uncomfortable. Ron quickly noticed this and, feeling embarrassed, apologized. Sorry, Harry, I got a bit too excited. You know, you're really famous. It's all right. Harry smiled and, feeling curious, inquired about Ron's family background. After all, a family with 6 red-haired children was quite striking and would pique anyone's interest. Ron began to express his grievances about growing up in a large family. You didn't see Charlie today because he went to Romania to study dragons. We have 7 children in total. I have 5 brothers and 1 sister. You should know my sister, the little girl who keeps looking at you with curiosity. He then spoke of the pressure exerted by his brothers, noting that he had become somewhat numb to it and had even chosen to adopt a laid-back attitude. However, Harry expressed envy at having so many brothers. If you have that many brothers, you realize you will never have anything new. For instance, I am wearing Bill's old robes and using Charlie's old wand. In fact, I even had a pet rat they left me, but it vanished when I left home. And I couldn't find it anywhere. Well, I don't mind if you laugh at me. I can show you just how old my wand is. The core is even starting to show, Ron remarked. In an attempt to dispel Harry's envy, he opened his suitcase slightly and rummaged around, soon retrieving a slender stick. See? I told you it's worn out, and at the tip, you can see the unicorn hair inside. Ron presented the wand to Harry. As he spoke, he turned his head away, likely anticipating a sympathetic or pitying look from Harry, which he did not wish to see. Thus, he felt a twinge of regret for revealing his financial struggles in front of someone he had just met. Yet, he couldn't quite articulate why he felt a desire to be more candid with Harry. Just then, as Ron was lost in thought, he heard Harry Potter say hesitantly, That wand doesn't seem old at all. It looks quite new. How could that be? Ron scoffed, but as he turned to look at his wand, he was astonished to find that he was indeed holding a brand new wand. His incredulity shifted from mockery to astonishment. He instinctively glanced at Adam, who remained calm. Speaking in a gentle tone, you should be able to guess. Ron recalled the previous day's visit to Diagon Alley with his family and Adam. where Fred and George had insisted on exploring the shops and had even tried out a wand at Ollivander's, though they had not purchased anything. He looked again at the new wand in his hand, realizing it was unmistakably the same one he had tried out in the wand shop. They had also visited other stores, and with a mix of excitement and curiosity, he hurriedly opened his suitcase. Sure enough, it was filled with brand new items, new robes, a new cloak, a new pointed hat, a new cauldron, and a brass scale. Among these new possessions was a note that read, "Haha, surprised, Ronnie." It was signed FG, the initials of Fred and George, recalling his impatience while shopping with them and the lingering feelings of inadequacy. Ron's eyes fell upon a small stack of gold galleons in the corner of the suitcase. Being just a child, he could no longer contain his emotions, and tears streamed down his cheeks as he sobbed. "Hey Ron, are you all right?" Harry was taken aback, unsure why Ron had suddenly burst into tears. "I'm fine, Harry." Ron sobbed. "I just need a moment. Fred and George are so mean. They always bully me." As Ron wiped his tears, he spoke intermittently. Harry, at a loss for words, glanced at Adam, who seemed to understand the situation. "It's just a little game they play in their family," Adam described, though he found it difficult to fully grasp their dynamics. His curiosity about the Weasley family only deepened. "Well then, Ron, I hope you feel better soon," Harry said, settling down and watching as Ron sifted through his new belongings, wiping away tears and occasionally chuckling. This made Harry wonder if the boy had lost his mind. Chapter 92, The Vulnerable Ron, The Cool Girl, Part 2. Hello, I'm Moni Wanda, Ron's cousin. When the cool girl with short, dark brown hair entered the compartment, Harry felt another pang of envy for Ron. Why did he only have a cousin like Dudley while Ron had a lovely sister and a strikingly unique cousin? "Hey, Ronnie, I heard you were crying?" Moni raised an eyebrow as she took a seat. Despite Ron's reddened eyes from crying, he defiantly replied, "I wasn't, Moni, don't say that. I was just a bit tired," and yawned. His feeble excuse was so transparent that even Harry couldn't help but wince. Moni, of course, didn't believe him. She ruffled his already messy hair, making it even more disheveled. "Why are you messing up my hair?" Ron protested. "I just don't want you to fall for Fred and George's tricks. You probably don't know how much money they made last year with Qin." Moni rolled her eyes. "Okay, that nickname is one I gave them, as they always bought a ton of food during gatherings at Hagrid's hut, using their own money." Upon hearing Moni mention Qin, Harry perked up. "Hogwarts capitalists?" Ron asked, puzzled. Moni proceeded to explain what she knew about Qin and the Weasley twins profiting from the Forbidden Forest resources. Both Harry and Ron were taken aback, realizing that a first-year student and 2 second years had already orchestrated such ventures and earned substantial profits. Harry felt a surge of admiration for Qin. Meanwhile, Adam, seated quietly in the corner, listened attentively to Moni's account without any particular reaction, as if he were an inconspicuous observer. "So, they merely spent a little money to buy you some new things. You could feel a bit touched, but there's no need to cry over such trivial matters, all right, Ronnie?" Mona ultimately concluded her thoughts, yet Ron, after listening to her, found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. "Well, stop overthinking it. If the capitalists have money, then why not spend it?" After uttering this, Miss Mona stealthily grabbed a gold galleon that the Weasley twins had secretly stashed in Ron's suitcase, selected one, and exited the compartment. At that moment, a woman slowly pushed a cart down the aisle, laden with various magical trinkets. She called out her wares, inquiring if the children in the compartments were interested in purchasing anything. Her words could be roughly translated as pumpkin pasties, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, licorice wands. Come and have a look. In any case, the short-haired girl was precisely seeking Miss Vendor. "Hello, I would like to buy something over here," Mona exclaimed. "Certainly, young lady. I shall come right over," the woman replied with a smile, quickly steering her cart closer. When it came time to purchase, Mona was indiscriminate, taking a bit of everything, spending a galleon, and ultimately amassing a considerable bounty that she placed in the vacant space of the compartment. Seeing the abundance of snacks Mona had acquired, Harry couldn't help but pull out some money from his pocket to buy a few items as well. He was feeling rather hungry himself, and having seen someone else indulge sparked his own desire to purchase. Harry bought less, acquiring only items worth 11 sickles. Thus, the 4 children in the compartment began to relish the peculiar snacks from the magical world, such as Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, and cauldron cakes. Regardless of the others, Ron was thoroughly enjoying himself, for his mother had prepared a rather dry corned beef sandwich for lunch, something he did not particularly care for, as she often neglected to remember his distaste for it. Of course, it was quite challenging for her to cater to so many children, and Ron had little room for complaints. This is a chocolate frog, and inside the packaging, there is a card featuring a notable figure from the magical world. This card is of Merlin. Surely you know him? Ron pointed at the item in Harry's hand. Merlin's beard? Harry recalled a phrase that Qin Yu had once taught him in Diagon Alley. Yes, that's him. However, I have already collected many cards of Merlin. What I am missing are those of Agrippa and Ptolemy, Ron replied. Harry had never heard of either name. After stuffing another pumpkin pasty into her mouth, Mona remarked, "You children are quite enthusiastic about these. I collected a dozen before I gave up." "You're not that much older, Mona. You're only 3 years my senior," Ron retorted indignantly. "Oh, you little rascal. Being 3 years older than you still counts. Mona teased, ruffling Ron's freshly arranged hair. Observing Ron's irritated expression, Mona clapped her hands in satisfaction and announced, I won't play with you any longer. I'm off to find Linda. Girls are simply more delightful. Thus, after her sudden arrival and playful teasing of Ron, Mona bought a plethora of snacks, indulged heartily, and then departed without hesitation. Following this playful interaction with his cousin, Ron gradually calmed from his initial tumult of emotions. He certainly did not perceive Fred and George as capitalists. Yet since the two brothers bought him treats and offered him money, he felt he ought to be pleased. After all, he could always repay them when he grew older. In any case, Ron joyfully savored the snacks purchased with his brother's money while discussing the collection of cards from Chocolate Frogs with Harry. They sampled a variety of flavors of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, their conversation and laughter fostering a burgeoning camaraderie, transforming them into what felt like longtime friends. In contrast, Adam remained quietly seated, and while Harry and Ron engaged in lively discussion, he toyed with a card from a chocolate frog depicting an elderly man with silvery hair and a long beard. The back of the card read, Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Around 1 in the afternoon, Harry finally encountered Qin Yu again. This time, it was Qin who knocked on the door of their compartment. Hermione was present as well, accompanied by a chubby, somewhat dazed young boy. Neville has lost his toad, and we are helping him search for it. Qin explained his purpose. However, Harry and Ron were unfamiliar with the boy. Consequently, Qin and his companions departed. Before leaving, Qin casually handed some snacks to Hermione and Neville, mainly because when the snack card had passed by earlier, Cedric was in the compartment, enthusiastically discussing the new term's Quidditch training plans with him, causing him to miss out on the treats. Upon seeing the abundance of snacks in their compartment, how could Qin resist taking a few, especially since there were no outsiders present? When we arrive at school, I will treat you to the delicacies of Hogsmeade. Qin promised the 3 children in the compartment. All right, replied Adam, the boy who always seemed so quiet that one could almost overlook his presence. Shortly after Qin and his group had walked away, they encountered a pale-faced boy with golden hair in the aisle. Upon seeing Qin, the golden-haired boy immediately displayed an expression of surprise and embarrassment, for he had finally recognized who the two individuals were that he had encountered at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Chapter 93. The Annoying Brat and the Missing Toad. Our Draco Malfoy has garnered much acclaim and adoration aboard this magical express train. This recognition has led him to feel rather elated. However, the students predominantly discussed the prominent figures at school, Qin and Harry Potter, who had escaped from the clutches of the Dark Lord Voldemort. Of course, they would never utter Voldemort's name directly. I am eagerly anticipating Qin's performance in the new academic year. With him on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, the dynamics have truly changed. Yet, with Charlie's graduation, it remains uncertain who will take on the role of Seeker. No worries. As long as Qin is the beater, anyone who isn't utterly incompetent can fill the position of Seeker for Gryffindor. Well, why don't you give it a try? Isn't it that they don't want anyone from other houses? Moreover, I am fiercely devoted to upholding the honor of Hufflepuff House. Honestly, I've heard that Qin's sister has also come to Hogwarts. I wonder if she will be just as remarkable. That indeed is worth looking forward to. The Quidditch match brought Qin Yu into the limelight, and as people became more acquainted with him, they discovered that he not only excelled academically, according to various teachers' evaluations, but also possessed exceptional character, as noted by some first-year students. Furthermore, he was well-liked, as acknowledged by several newcomers. This combination rapidly established him as a prominent figure on campus. Of course, Qin Yu's fame was confined to the school. He was a formidable presence in this novice realm, yet merely an ordinary passerby beyond its borders. However, he paid little heed to such trivialities, focusing instead on acquiring knowledge, discreetly leveling up, and enjoying himself. As for the name Harry Potter, it had circulated in the magical world for a decade, though until now, many had only heard of him without ever laying eyes on him. At last, the living embodiment of that name was within reach. The boy sat in the compartment ahead. As I walked past and cast a glance, I noted his rather unassuming demeanor. Was he truly formidable? Surviving an encounter with the Dark Lord surely indicated remarkable magical prowess. Yet, he appeared quite ordinary. Nevertheless, there was something extraordinary about him. Such discussions stirred a sense of jealousy in Malfoy. Nonetheless, he believed that given time, he too would achieve considerable renown at Hogwarts. Before that, however, he wanted to see what those two individuals looked like. Thus, he, accompanied by his two friends, Crabbe and Goyle, made his way toward the compartment. In the corridor, he spotted the person he had encountered at Madame Malkin's robe shop. Most notably, some passing students greeted him with smiles, calling him Qin. You were truly Qin. Malfoy thought back to his previous remarks, feeling somewhat discomfited. To his surprise, their meeting came so swiftly. Draco. Qin Yu smiled as he addressed him. You know my name? Malfoy's pupils dilated in astonishment. Indeed, I have met your father several times, and each encounter left a lasting impression. Moreover, your distinctive pale blonde hair and that perpetually irritating visage bear an uncanny resemblance to your father's, Qin Yu replied coolly. Each meeting with Lucius Malfoy had been a tumultuous affair, and seeing his son Draco now, Qin Yu could hardly muster any warmth. I am not privy to the matters between you and my father, but I hope you can speak with more civility, Malfoy stammered, a hint of unease creeping into his demeanor. It dawned on him why his father had advised him to keep a distance from Qin. Evidently, their families bore a grudge. In truth, Lucius had cautioned him against Qin Yu primarily due to the vivid memory of witnessing Qin Yu chastising Jerome, fearing his son might meet a similar fate. Oh, civility? Very well, remember your words. Should I discover any uncivil behavior from you at school, I shall be compelled to have a thorough discussion with you, Junior Malfoy. As Qin Yu spoke, he drew closer to the slightly shorter Malfoy. When he concluded his words, he gently patted the child on the shoulder, causing the latter to startle. It was undeniable that the Malfoy family, with its illustrious lineage, epitomized elegance and decorum as a pure-blood wizarding family. How could I ever exhibit any uncivilized behavior? Malfoy tilted his small face upward, striving to maintain his composure. Yet, there was no denying it. Qin was too close for comfort, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He felt a genuine fear and unease towards him. Very well, let us reward the junior with a jelly bean. Qin Yu, while speaking, handed a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean to Malfoy, and also offered one each to the stout and clumsy Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy had never tasted such a treat, typically reserved for the common folk. It was quite delectable. Qin Yu himself popped one into his mouth, and to his delight, it was strawberry-flavored. Hermione, Neville, let us go. That toad has likely moved to another compartment, he called to his sister and the chubby Neville as they departed. Malfoy swallowed hard, unable to resist tossing the bean into his mouth. Instantly, his facial features contorted in distress. So sour, Malfoy exclaimed softly, feeling an abundance of saliva flood his mouth. Yet, after the initial wave of intense acidity, a hint of sweetness emerged, and it surprisingly turned out to be quite enjoyable. This sensory experience was unprecedented for Malfoy, and he found himself developing a fondness for the intense sourness. Qin, I will catch up to you. Malfoy quickly chewed and swallowed the bean, shouting after the retreating Qin Yu. I'll be waiting for you. Qin Yu replied without looking back. Once Qin Yu and his companions reached another carriage, Crabbe inquired, Malfoy, should we still seek out Harry Potter? Of course, why wouldn't we? Perhaps he could join Slytherin. I hope he recognizes the situation and chooses to align with us. Malfoy had just spotted Harry Potter from a distance, having confirmed he was the bespectacled boy he had encountered in the robe shop. His purpose in approaching was to invite Harry into their little group. Most importantly, he desired to befriend the famous Harry Potter, hoping he would heed his words, which would elevate his status immensely. However, considering Harry's acquaintance with Qin, Malfoy felt he could lower his expectations and settle for mere friendship. Subsequently, the trio of Malfoy knocked on the door of Harry Potter's compartment. Despite recalling Qin Yu's recent admonition about civility, Malfoy remained haughty upon encountering Harry and Ron, even mocking the Weasley family's poverty. Naturally, Harry's disdain for Malfoy intensified. The thought of becoming friends was utterly out of the question. Had he possessed any magical prowess, he might have resorted to a physical confrontation, for Malfoy's taunts directed at Ron were infuriating to Harry, who felt compelled to defend his friend. Thus, Malfoy failed to forge a friendship with Harry Potter, and their relationship grew increasingly strained. Oh dear, my stomach hurts. It must be that bean, Goyle said, clutching his abdomen. Me too, Crabbe echoed, also holding his stomach. At that moment, Malfoy's own belly began to gurgle. Consequently, the once arrogant trio of Malfoy departed the compartment in a state of disarray. Ha! Harry and Ron burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Adam, who had been relatively inconspicuous, slowly lowered his hand and murmured to himself, what a trio of noisy rascals. As the train sped along, it passed through vast mountains, rivers, forests, and fields, interspersed with the occasional Muggle village. The young wizards aboard the train engaged in conversation, shared laughter, sat in quiet contemplation, or admired the scenic views while awaiting their destination. Unfortunately, Qin Yu and Hermione were unable to assist Neville in locating the toad. Fortunately, after a brief period of sorrow, Neville temporarily forgot about his loss and indulged in the treats Qin Yu had provided him. After bidding farewell to the chubby boy, the two finally found themselves free from interruptions as the time to disembark approached, prompting everyone to prepare for their arrival. Qin Yu and Hermione donned their respective wizarding robes. Upon seeing Hermione transformed into an adorable little witch once more, especially with her chin held high and a proud expression, Qin Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart and couldn't resist pinching her cheek. This girl looked so charming. If they were at home, it would be far more than just a simple pinch of her cheek. At worst, he could recite a poem. Any more of that and my cheek will swell. Hermione protested, clearly displeased. I hardly applied any force, he replied. Then let me give you a try, she challenged. Bring it on. Humph, but you mustn't move. Ouch. I clearly did not use that much strength just now. Is that so? Then I shall be gentler. Let us try again. Don't dodge. Not dodging would be foolish. Hee. You can't escape. At that moment, a certain girl, having lost her balance, fell into Qin Yu's embrace, and then decided to remain still for a while, taking the opportunity to rest. Chapter 94. My sister has just come of age in 5 minutes. The train will arrive at its final destination. Please do not carry too many belongings. Leave your luggage on the train. and we will assist in delivering it to the school dormitories, a voice echoed through the carriage. This announcement roused Hermione from her slumber. Groggily rising from Qin Yu's arms, the young girl blinked in confusion and said, "Are we there already? What do you expect? Are you not yet awake?" Qin Yu replied, gently smoothing a few stray strands of her hair. "Indeed, I haven't had enough rest. I actually wanted to come find you last night, but was afraid you would send me away," Hermione murmured, rubbing her eyes and yawning at the end. Qin Yu had not anticipated that the girl would be so anxious last night that she couldn't sleep. However, as he reflected on his own feelings upon arriving at Hogwarts the previous year, he recalled the excitement he felt, despite having lived 2 lives. If he was so elated, how much more so would Hermione, this little girl, be? All right, there's no need to be nervous. Soon, Hagrid will lead you across the lake to Hogwarts Castle. You have met Hagrid before. Once we arrive at the school hall, the sorting ceremony will take place, and you will simply don the sorting hat and await your allocation. Qin Yu gently cradled Hermione's face in his hands, explaining the procedure for new students while giving her a playful rub to help her awaken. Hermione nodded her head slightly in response. After that, Qin Yu released her and went to gather some of his belongings, while Hermione's luggage was placed separately, to be delivered to her room after the sorting ceremony concluded. "Oh," Hermione suddenly exclaimed softly. "What is it?" Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. "My robes are wrinkled," Hermione lamented, pointing to the gown she was wearing. After changing into her robes, she had fallen asleep in Qin Yu's embrace, and her restless slumber had left her gown crumpled. As she tugged at the fabric in an attempt to smooth it out, the results were less than satisfactory. "Let me take care of it," he said. As he reached for her robes, Qin Yu certainly did not reach out to assist her in adjusting her clothing. Rather, he produced his wand and cast a simple spell, immediately smoothing out the robe Hermione was wearing. Knowing a few practical household charms, could this not be considered an essential skill for a competent brother or friend? "Qin, you are truly remarkable," Hermione exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. With such charisma, Qin skillfully cast her spell. Had she been at home, her praise would undoubtedly have transcended mere verbal commendation. Nevertheless, she constantly reminded herself that she was soon to arrive at school and must be mindful of her demeanor and the responsibilities that came with being a young sorceress. The train gradually came to a halt, and a throng of wizarding students surged forth from the doors, creating a bustling and crowded scene. "First years, gather over here. First years, gather over here." Hagrid's voice resonated through the air. Qin Yu greeted Hagrid with Hermione and exchanged a few words with Harry, Ron, and Adam. Harry and Ron appeared quite uneasy, and Qin Yu sensed their hesitance as if they were unsure of which foot to place forward. In contrast, Adam displayed no signs of nervousness. Instead, he wore a gentle smile, his eyes filled with curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. "See you at school?" Qin Yu waved to Hermione. "Yes, see you at school." Hermione replied earnestly, nodding her little face in agreement. Harry, Ron, and Adam also waved their farewells to Qin Yu. Subsequently, Qin Yu joined Elvis and the others as they boarded the carriage pulled by the magical creature, the Thestral, taking the scenic path along the lakeside back to Hogwarts. Throughout the journey, they engaged in conversation about their summer experiences, with Elvis particularly expressing his gratitude once more for Qin Yu's guidance through his letters. Before long, they entered the castle. As they walked down the long corridor, a sense of familiarity enveloped them all. Qin Yu felt similarly. This magical school bore witness to his past year of campus life. Every blade of grass, every tree, every brick, and every stone was so familiar, as if they were welcoming him back. However, many familiar faces were conspicuously absent. For instance, Charlie, who had graduated and gone to Romania, and Professor Swinton, who had left Hogwarts in search of ancient relics, along with several Gryffindor seniors whose names he could not quite recall but with whom he had shared a decent rapport. In their stead were the incoming first-year students, and he had now become their senior. Reflecting on this, he undeniably felt a poignant sense of transience. In a moment of reflection, Qin Yu followed the crowd into the Grand Hall of Hogwarts. It was at this very spot, a year prior, that he and his fellow classmates were sorted into their respective houses by the sorting hat. Now, it was the turn of the first-year students, including Hermione, Harry, and Ron. Shortly after the older students settled at their respective house tables, the grand doors swung open, and Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor, entered, leading the group of young wizards. Among the crowd, Hermione instinctively searched for Qin Yu's figure, and upon spotting him, her expression immediately softened. Harry, too, couldn't help but glance towards Qin Yu once he located him, for the only familiar faces he had in this vast hall were Hagrid and Qin Yu. Next, Professor McGonagall announced the names from a parchment scroll, determining which house each student would join. One by one, the first years approached the podium to receive their sorting. The first to step forward was a young girl named Hannah Abbott, and the sorting hat promptly declared her a Hufflepuff. Following her, over 20 more students were sorted into Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Hufflepuff. Then came the moment when Professor McGonagall called out, "Hermione Granger." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety, akin to the sensation of a father watching his daughter blossom into adulthood. How absurd, he mentally scoffed. He observed as the young girl trotted onto the stage, taking her seat with the sorting hat perched upon her head. She pressed her lips together, blinking a few times. Awaiting the verdict of the hat. Gryffindor, the hat quickly proclaimed. A look of excitement and joy illuminated Hermione's face as she removed the hat. Bowing politely to Professor McGonagall before hastily trotting off the stage, heading straight for the long table of Gryffindor. As she approached, she immediately slowed her pace, carefully taking a seat beside Qin Yu. The students of Gryffindor welcomed Hermione with enthusiastic applause, to which she responded with a gracious yet elegant smile. Following Hermione's moment on stage was Adam Quinn. Qin Yu could not help but glance at the stage. He felt an indescribable sensation towards this seemingly ordinary boy with an unremarkable appearance and a rather bland personality. Despite the boy's lack of presence, he repeatedly caught Qin Yu's eye, and his intuition suggested that this alone hinted at some underlying issues. Of course, he also suspected that he might be overthinking. For if the boy were indeed a suspicious character, the system would undoubtedly provide a warning. But wait, why should I rely on the system for such guidance? Is it truly trustworthy? At this thought, a chill ran through Qin Yu. However, he quickly reassured himself, considering that he was familiar with the storyline. Aside from Voldemort and the Death Eaters, what other villains could possibly exist in this world? Furthermore, Adam was so young, surely he could not be a Death Eater? Perhaps I am being overly sensitive, Qin Yu thought with a self-deprecating smile. These musings were but fleeting thoughts as he soon redirected his attention to the stage. Meanwhile, the Sorting Hat was mumbling to itself, evidently pondering how to allocate the young boy before it. Chapter 95. What constitutes the dining style of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and Slytherin? It seems you could belong anywhere, yet nowhere truly fits you. You are an unexpected enigma, the Sorting Hat murmured in a somewhat perplexed tone. My apologies for the dilemma, Adam thought quietly to himself. So, where shall you go, my dear sir? The Sorting Hat inquired with a note of respect. I shall choose Gryffindor. That house seems rather intriguing, Adam mused, casting a glance in Qin Yu's direction. Indeed, Gryffindor often attracts interesting individuals. Since this is your choice, then Gryffindor it shall be. The Sorting Hat mumbled a few more words before loudly announcing the name of the house. Adam promptly rose, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he removed the hat and approached the Gryffindor table. The Gryffindor students welcomed their new member with a resounding applause. Who would have thought you were a Sorting Hat conundrum? Qin Yu remarked, lowering his hands from applause. A smile playing on his lips as a glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes. The term Sorting Hat conundrum refers to students for whom the Sorting Hat takes an unusually long time to make a decision, a rare occurrence in history. Adam, however, had only taken about a minute, merely causing the hat a moment's hesitation, so he clearly did not fit this category. Qin Yu merely borrowed the concept for the sake of conversation. Adam responded, momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Perhaps the hat deemed my talents insufficient, leading to its indecision. Do not dwell on it too much. The Sorting Hat cannot determine one's future. In any case, welcome to Gryffindor, Qin Yu encouraged. Thank you, Qin. Adam nodded in acknowledgement. Next, a student named Neville Longbottom appeared, who also caused the Sorting Hat considerable deliberation before, as expected, being placed in Gryffindor. In contrast, Draco Malfoy was swift. The moment the hat was placed upon his head, it promptly declared Slytherin. He left his seat with a broad smile, heading to the Slytherin table. When it came to the names starting with the letter P, Harry Potter was called to the stage. The Sorting Hat hesitated between Slytherin and Gryffindor for Harry. Anxiously glancing toward Qin and Ron, and casting a disdainful look at the haughty Malfoy, Harry whispered to the Sorting Hat, not Slytherin. Oh, not Slytherin? Another who wishes for Gryffindor, I see. Why do I say another? Very well, since your desire is so strong, then Gryffindor it shall be. The chattering Sorting Hat made its final decision. Harry's face lit up with joy as he removed the hat and hurried to the Gryffindor table, where he sat next to Adam, facing Qin Yu. The Weasley surname begins with W, so Ron was one of the last to be called. With such a late turn, he appeared exceedingly nervous, his face scrunched and his posture hunched as if he were experiencing stomach pains. Fortunately, the Sorting Hat made a swift decision, declaring Gryffindor without hesitation. It was only natural for the Weasley family to be sorted into that house. Finally, after the last student with a surname beginning with the letter Z was assigned, the annual sorting ceremony at Hogwarts concluded successfully. Then, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore stood to deliver the opening address. In essence, he welcomed the new students, encouraged the returning ones, and expressed hope that all students would advance in their magical studies during the new academic year. He concluded by inviting everyone to enjoy the feast and encouraging the teachers at the head table to indulge in fine wine. With his words, the long tables instantly transformed, laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies. The first-year students gasped in awe at this spectacle, and even young Malfoy displayed a glimmer of delight. Hermione, despite having heard of this from Qin Yu, widened her eyes in astonishment. Harry, too, was left in awe by the remarkable magic. In contrast, second-year students like Jimmy and Wilson maintained a calm and composed demeanor, exhibiting the poise expected of upperclassmen. Open wide. At the sound of this familiar phrase, Hermione instinctively opened her mouth, only to have a tender, delicious lamb chop stuffed inside. She chewed a few times before suddenly realizing the context of the situation. Closing her mouth, she looked at Qin Yu with wide eyes, her cheeks puffed in embarrassment, as if to say, This is school, not home. Eat up. There's plenty more. Qin Yu encouraged, offering her a bowl of soup. Home. Harry Potter, seated across from her, lifted his gaze, repeating the word home while an unusual light flickered in his eyes. He hadn't intended to interject, but he couldn't help it. For the concept of home was something he so deeply yearned for. Qin Yu turned to Harry and glanced at several first-year students, slightly raising his voice as he proclaimed. Indeed, Hogwarts is your home. So, my dear juniors, you are dining with far too much decorum. As he spoke, he directed his attention to the second-year students beside him, saying, Jimmy, Wilson, demonstrate for them what truly embodies the dining style of Gryffindor. No problem. Since you've put it that way, the two of them, having long grown weary of maintaining the facade of dignified upperclassmen, each seized a large chicken leg and a chunk of buttered bread, voraciously devouring their meals with grease dripping from their mouths. Qin Yu observed the rather excessive performance of the two individuals, unable to suppress a feeling of awkwardness as he smacked his lips. Nevertheless, the effect was quite remarkable. The first-year students, witnessing the upperclassmen's voracious display, exhibited eager expressions, each one seemingly ready to partake. Ahem, then what are we all waiting for? Seizing the moment before his embarrassment compelled him to retreat from the duo, Qin Yu earnestly addressed the first-year students. Gulp. I want that fried potato. Please pass me a serving of gravy. This roasted chicken is simply delectable. After all, they were but children, and once unshackled, they indulged freely. Of course, not many of them resembled Jimmy or Wilson, who devoured food like ravenous wolves. Ron's eating habits, however, were strikingly similar to Jimmy's. As the atmosphere among the first-year students became increasingly vibrant, Elvis glanced at Qin Yu and mused that having Qin around made everything feel perfectly normal. Percy, the newly appointed class leader, nodded to himself, having gleaned some useful tips for energizing the crowd from Qin. Little did he know that Qin Yu's initial remarks stemmed from his observation of Hermione's excessive reticence. He simply could not bear to watch her in such discomfort, prompting him to offer her a few morsels of meat and carrots. In any case, the dinner on the first day of school transformed into a splendid and lively affair. Even Adam, who typically exhibited a rather lukewarm demeanor, chewed through a heaping plate of vegetables like a hamster, particularly relishing broccoli and pea shoots, to which he held a special fondness. Qin, I want to eat this. Qin, I want that. Qin, I wish to drink some juice. Qin, what's the matter? I'm feeling a bit stuffed. It's rather uncomfortable. Then perhaps you should stop eating. But I haven't even tried that little cake yet. Well, take a break and then eat. Okay. One particular young girl, having indulged without restraint, found herself quite full. Of course, being in the early stages of growth, consuming more would only aid her in gaining height, rather than excess weight. Qin Yu has reason to believe that, if she continues with this diet, this girl will grow remarkably tall within a year. When the summer vacation arrives and she returns home, the Granger couple is sure to be astonished. Chapter 96. The Girl in the Gryffindor Common Room After Dinner. The first-year students were escorted back to their respective dormitories by the male and female prefects of each house, while the older students returned on their own. The password for entry to the Gryffindor dormitory this time was Dragon Dumb. After Qin Yu and Elvis recited the incantation, the portrait of the fat lady swung aside, revealing a doorway. Upon entering, they found themselves in the long-forgotten common room. A brief glance around confirmed that Hermione was absent, prompting Qin Yu to return to his dormitory. The room remained unchanged. The bed, desk, and chair, along with the various trinkets adorning the table, were all as he remembered. Even the air retained that distinct aroma of the castle, identical to how it had been before. These familiar elements rushed towards him, awakening memories from the past year and gradually guiding him back to the rhythm of life before summer vacation. After a brief tidying up, Jimmy, Wilson, and others settled on the bed, sharing the provisions they had brought from home, primarily snacks and games. They animatedly discussed the sorting ceremony that awaited them, playfully mocking the anxious expressions of the first-year students as they donned the sorting hat, exuding a sense of pride and superiority characteristic of upperclassmen. Little did they realize that their own experience the previous year had been no different. This scene bore a striking resemblance to Qin Yu's university life in his past existence. In this regard, whether Muggle or Wizard, there truly seemed to be little distinction. At that moment, a second-year student from the neighboring dormitory peeked in, addressing them with a grin. Qin, your sister is in the common room, seemingly waiting for someone. With that, he raised an eyebrow at Qin Yu, clearly amused. Qin Yu struck the young man with a punch and uttered a casual thank you, before hastily departing the dormitory and making his way to the common lounge. I came to deliver a message, yet I received a punch in return. What kind of reasoning is that? Wouldn't you agree, Elvis? The individual rubbed his shoulder as he spoke to Elvis, who was in the midst of organizing his books. Upon hearing this, Elvis touched his nose and nodded in acknowledgement. He actually wished to say more, but the moment the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he realized he had forgotten the young man's name. After all, they had not seen each other for an entire summer, and this person had suddenly reappeared, leaving him unable to recall his name. Well, never mind. I must return to pack my belongings. Wishing you a pleasant new semester, Elvis. Happy new semester, Elvis quickly replied. Yet, even long after the individual had departed, he could not remember the name, as if an unseen force had ensnared his thoughts, preventing him from grasping it. As Qin Yu approached the communal lounge, he caught sight of the young girl by the fireplace. Her chestnut hair framed a delicate visage, adorned with a crisp white blouse and a scarf of red and blue hues, complemented by a loose yet elegant black robe. Between her gray-blue skirt and black knee-high socks, a pair of slender, fair calves were visible. At that moment, those dainty legs were rhythmically lifting and lowering on the patch of ground before the fireplace, indicating the girl's restless pacing, a subtle manifestation of her anxiety and impatience. After she had meandered back and forth, she turned once more, lifting her charming face, her eyes reflecting the presence of an Eastern boy who had just entered the lounge. The moment she smiled, her previous unease and impatience vanished completely. Qin Yu did not respond. Instead, he gently caressed the girl's brown long hair, murmuring, "Just as I imagined." "What is the same?" the girl asked, her expression vacant. "Well, just like in my dreams. I dreamed of you appearing here, clad in a wizard's robe, just as you are now," Qin Yu replied slowly. "I feel the same way." The girl looked up at him, her gaze seemingly imbued with an indescribable affection. "What do you mean by the same?" Qin Yu repeated her earlier question, gazing into her eyes. "I had the same dream, where you were here, also wearing a wizard's robe," the girl murmured, but as she continued, her voice trailed off abruptly. "And then?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Nothing much, just chatting and talking," the girl continued, but as she spoke, she suddenly felt a strong arm enveloping her, causing her body to uncontrollably fall against someone's chest. "Is this what you meant?" the person asked. "I want to tell you," the girl replied, nuzzling her small face against his chest, feeling the tension and fatigue of the day wash over her, wishing she could simply drift off to sleep. However, the occasional footfalls of passing Gryffindor wizards jolted her back to reality, reminding her that this was not her home. Yet, she quickly reconsidered, recalling someone had said, "Hogwarts is our home." So, surely, a brief embrace would be permissible, especially since everyone was busy packing, and the lounge was not particularly crowded. Considering the girl's potential shyness, Qin Yu released her after a brief embrace, gently taking her hand to find a spot to sit and engage in conversation. Naturally, it was primarily Hermione who spoke, as she had truly experienced a multitude of events that day. The castle was even more enchanting than she had imagined. The corridors and the grand hall with its magical dome were 100 times more beautiful than depicted in the books. I had never fathomed what it would be like to encounter a talking hat, and the dinner was remarkably delicious. Encountering so many wizards at once made me a bit anxious. "Qin, were you nervous when you first arrived?" she inquired. "Well, to be honest, I was most anxious when I was in your attic. Since that day, my nerves have somewhat settled," Qin Yu reflected. "Ah?" The girl, leaning against his shoulder, was taken aback. She lifted her head, her eyes wide in surprise, then bit her lip, feeling somewhat guilty as she asked, "Did I frighten you that day?" Seeing her expression, Qin Yu couldn't help but tousle her hair playfully, chuckling. "How could that be?" "Humph. If you dare say I scared you, I shall bite you," Hermione declared with a mock-fierce expression, scrunching her nose. It appeared that her personality had become increasingly lively and mischievous. Qin Yu certainly does not perceive this as a misfortune. After all, in life, happiness is of utmost importance. However, her demeanor, well, is rather unconventional. Qin Yu once again held her in his embrace and softly whispered in her ear, "How could you possibly scare me? The day I opened my eyes to see you is the most significant day of my life in this world." The words held myriad meanings, some of which were too profound to be shared with others. Yet, even without grasping the full depth of the sentiment behind his declaration, the young girl felt an undeniable joy. Indeed, that day was the most important day of her life as well. Before long, as they had tidied up their respective dormitories, more young wizards began to congregate in the common area. A couple of boys and girls straightened up and adopted a serious demeanor. The girl took out a course schedule, engaging in a discussion about the upcoming classes, displaying the earnestness and thirst for knowledge characteristic of an academic overachiever. She was genuinely excited about the enchanting magic classes, particularly transfiguration, as she found the transformation of objects both fascinating and challenging. Chapter 97. Thoughts Before Sleep at Hogwarts. The opening day of each academic year held great significance for the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. He would prepare a speech for the occasion and, when in high spirits, might even share a joke he had pondered for several days. However, most of his jokes left the audience perplexed, as the extensive preparation often rendered them too esoteric and whimsical. This year was no exception. He indeed shared a joke from the podium, yet it seemed no one realized it was intended as humor. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. The sight of vibrant children seated in the auditorium, filled with anticipation and dreams, brought Dumbledore an indescribable sense of fulfillment. It was this satisfaction that had sustained him through many years. From long ago, Dumbledore had defined his role as an educator rather than a great wizard, an ambitious individual, or a figure of authority, even though such aspirations were readily within his grasp. The allure of such easily attainable things served as a tempting trap. It was precisely because he desired those readily accessible treasures that he sacrificed far more. In time, he recognized that his true mission lay in undertaking what seemed insurmountably difficult, nurturing innocent and carefree children into kind and courageous wizards, equipping them to face a world that might not be perfect with grace and fortitude. This was no simple task. Indeed, it was quite arduous. For many children were prone to succumbing to ambition under the lure of power, thereby losing their way. After uttering the incantation, the door to the headmaster's office, which also served as his living quarters, swung open. Dumbledore entered, holding the sorting hat. At that moment, the room contained but one man, one bird, and one hat. The phoenix, Fawkes, had grown quite old, perched there motionless, as if dozing, offering little response to Dumbledore's return. "Oh, dear Professor Dumbledore. Congratulations on welcoming a new group of students," the enchanted hat exclaimed, unable to contain its eagerness. "Now, tell me, which of this year's children stands out?" With his silvery white hair and beard, Dumbledore settled into his chair and addressed the sorting hat. "Surely, it must be Harry Potter. He is indeed remarkable." "Ah, of course. But you know I'm not referring to that child." Dumbledore's aged eyes narrowed over the rims of his half-moon glasses, casting a knowing glance at the hat. "Then it must be Neville Longbottom. A somewhat muddled mind, yet a child of great potential. He shall grow into a brave Gryffindor wizard," the sorting hat proclaimed with an elevated tone, concluding in a manner reminiscent of an opera. "My old friend, it seems you harbor some concerns. Would you like me to remind you?" Dumbledore remarked softly to the hat. "Dumbledore, please refrain from sharing too much that you know. Our existence differs from yours. We too are beholden to higher powers deserving of reverence," the sorting hat stammered, hesitating towards the end. "Rest assured, this room is protected by spells against eavesdropping." Dumbledore reassured him. "That is insufficient," the sorting hat replied timidly, its tall top appearing flustered as it seemed to search for any suspicious presence. "Then allow me to reinforce the protection," Dumbledore stated, waving his ancient, multi-segmented wand. A powerful and silent enchantment enveloped the headmaster's office in an instant. Consequently, neither the world nor those beyond it could discern what transpired within or what was discussed. After parting ways with Hermione, Qin Yu returned to his dormitory, spending a considerable time dispelling the lingering illusion of still perceiving her fragrance. Gradually, his thoughts began to settle as he reflected on the events of the day, particularly those that unfolded in the auditorium. At the conclusion of the feast, Dumbledore had, as expected, mentioned a particular matter, the prohibition against students venturing into the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Qin Yu was aware that there were obstacles set by Dumbledore to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, and the first challenge was none other than Hagrid's three-headed dog, Fluffy. Well, he could claim a degree of involvement in this matter, as he had indeed contributed financially to Hagrid's acquisition of the creature. The Philosopher's Stone is widely recognized as the ultimate alchemical product, capable of turning stone into gold and producing the elixir of life. Most importantly, it is the object of Voldemort's desire, the key to his resurrection. Qin Yu genuinely yearned for a heartfelt conversation with Dumbledore, urging him to exercise caution regarding a certain suspicious professor who would stop at nothing to steal the Philosopher's Stone. However, during the summer, he had already made a choice that rendered such warnings impossible. He couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration, akin to being ensnared by an overwhelming system. Beyond the matter of the Philosopher's Stone, Qin Yu was also preoccupied with thoughts of Professor Swinton. After the banquet concluded, he hurried to catch up with the leisurely departing Snape, inquiring whether he had any news of Professor Swinton. "I received a letter from him not long ago," Snape replied. "He mentioned that he was traveling to Egypt to explore an ancient site, and I have not heard from him since." After sharing this, Snape seemed to recall something and continued, "Oh, by the way, he asked me to convey his wishes for a delightful new term." As he uttered this final phrase, the corners of Snape's mouth twitched slightly. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, the exact words from Professor Swinton's letter were, "Severus, I shall not write to Qin directly. Please inform him of my current situation and extend my wishes for our brother to enjoy his new term." It was evident that the term brother was intentionally chosen by Swinton, as he need not fear any repercussions from Professor Snape from such a distance. With such a long absence from Professor Swinton and a scarcity of updates, coupled with memories of his occasional melancholy, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable concern. Given that Professor Swinton was traveling, it was unlikely he had a fixed address, leaving Qin Yu unable to write to him directly, and he could only await the arrival of his next letter. As thoughts of Professor Swinton's potential circumstances and his unspoken secrets swirled in his mind, Qin Yu gradually succumbed to slumber. On the first night of Qin Yu's return to Hogwarts, in a mysterious district of Paris, a tall man sat in a bar, indulging in drink. This man was none other than Professor Swinton, the very figure that had occupied Qin Yu's thoughts before sleep. To be precise, he bore the visage and form of Swinton, yet he was not Swinton. "Ian, won't you buy me a drink?" A blonde woman settled beside him. "My pleasure," he responded with a radiant smile, his gaze unabashedly fixated on the woman's alluring upper form. Her demeanor, far from displeased, instead responded with a sultry smile as she cooed, "I've inquired about your affairs. They eagerly welcome your involvement. However, you must make your way to North America. For one called Gellert Abernathy is currently in New York." "Thank you, Camille," he said with a smile. "Is a mere verbal thank you truly sufficient?" The woman pouted, feigning dissatisfaction. "What would you have me do?" he asked, his gaze still locked onto her. "Of course, I shall heed your wishes," she replied, her fingers, adorned with crimson polish, delicately tracing his face. Soon, the man and the woman departed the wizard-only bar together. This man was Ian Stanley, possessing the exterior of Stephen Swinton, yet harboring a disposition entirely distinct from his own, one that did not shy away from indulging in his desires. That night in Paris, the air was thick with enchantment, rendering it intoxicating and beguiling. Chapter 98. The ambition of the Voyager, the Maiden of the Canyon. Stephen Swinton, the former defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, after resigning, journeyed to his ancestral home by the River Devon in Yorkshire, before setting off to Egypt. Following a period of exploration in Egypt, he pinpointed his objective and descended the Nile to arrive at an ancient pyramid concealed from the Muggle world, and ventured inside. Within that ancient ruin, certain events transpired. Thus, upon his emergence, he was no longer Stephen Swinton, but merely Ian Stanley. At this moment, moonlight streamed through the expansive window, illuminating a medieval-style bedroom. A fair arm lay across his broad chest, belonging to a woman whose cheeks were still flushed and who had succumbed to slumber. Ian's eyes, however, gleamed unnaturally bright in the moonlight, reflecting the ambition and desire he could no longer suppress. "I shall not be a fool, merely a jester for children," he murmured coldly. Emerging from that pyramid, he had shed his greatest shackles, as if reborn. Subsequently, driven by a primal instinct for caution, he did not linger in North Africa, returning instead to Europe and visiting the magical institution they had once attended, Beauxbatons. In that school, they shared numerous less than pleasant memories, though perhaps some moments were worthy of remembrance in that man's recollection. For instance, a girl named Apollon, now likely a woman. In his memories, she possessed an exquisite visage, golden hair, and a slender, graceful form that seemed to radiate a silver glow. The youthful Stephen Swinton had been utterly captivated by her, while the hidden Ian Stanley had derided him as merely bewitched, given that the girl bore a semblance of her mother's enchanting lineage. Later, whether due to ridiculous insecurities or other reasons, that man allowed her to slip away and soon received word of her marriage. Looking back, it was indeed pitiable how young Stephen must have felt upon receiving such news. "Ah, what a pathetic fellow," Ian silently critiqued. On the very day he returned to Beauxbatons, Ian encountered a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Apollon. She possessed a strikingly similar face, golden locks, and a slender, graceful form, even at a tender age. She exuded an enchanting aura, a veritable replica of Apollon. Especially when he beheld her cerulean eyes, Ian found himself momentarily entranced. Yet this enchantment instilled within him a peculiar sense of fear and anger, for he believed this reaction belonged to Stephen, not to him. Hence, on the day he visited Beauxbatons, he departed, abandoning even his initial intention to confront certain individuals. As Fleur Delacour's name echoed in his mind, Ian could not help but utter it softly. So alike, so alike. The accursed exquisite visage, the cursed golden hair, the cursed slender form. Ian's fury surged to its zenith. He cast a glance at the slumbering woman beside him and rose in a fit of rage. "Ian!" The woman stirred, roused by his sudden movement, and could not suppress her complaint. "Silence!" Ian roared, his voice erupting from deep within his chest. The moonlight remained unaltered in its brilliance, cascading serenely into the room. While its inhabitants were engulfed in confusion and fury, humans often yearn to be solely themselves, yet they are haunted by the dread of becoming someone else, oblivious to the truth that they have never been merely themselves. The following day, Ian Stanley awoke with renewed vigor, partaking in breakfast. Under the gaze of a beautiful witch named Camille, whose eyes shimmered like dew, he departed from this abode, leaving behind Paris. He was determined to carve out a path that belonged solely to him. Emerging from the ancient pyramid, he had vowed to achieve greatness, regardless of the light or shadow that accompanied it. Thus, he traversed Europe in search of a pivotal opportunity. In recent years, the only notable figure had been Voldemort, who had long since vanished, with his Death Eaters reduced to mere pariahs, imprisoned and scorned. Naturally, Ian would never align himself with them. Then, in the wizarding quarter of Paris, he caught wind of certain tidings regarding G.A., the army of Grindelwald. This faction had taken root in Brazil and the Americas, expanding rapidly within less than a year, becoming a source of considerable consternation for the local Ministry of Magic, and even beginning to spread into Europe. This was precisely the opportunity Ian yearned for. Consequently, he enlisted Camille's assistance in gathering intelligence, for he believed he possessed greater charm with women than Stephen. Now that he understood that the G.A. leader, a certain Gellert Abernathy, was in New York, North America, he felt compelled to meet him. He was convinced that he was the person they sought, and they, in turn, represented the capital and fertile ground he required. As an Eastern poem eloquently states, his departure was akin to the autumn wind encountering crystalline dew, surpassing the countless encounters of the mortal realm. If we elevate our gaze, traversing eastward from Paris, we would behold a magnificent mountain range known as the Carpathians, the eastern extension of the Alps, serving as the backbone of Romania. At a certain bend within this semicircular range lies a relatively open expanse of hills and meadows. Should fortune favor us, we might glimpse one or two soaring dragons. Of course, this presupposes that we are not muggles and possess the ability to pierce the illusions set by the wizards in this land. Indeed, this is one of Europe's most renowned dragon sanctuaries, the Romanian Dragon Reserve. A young wizard with fiery red hair had just been hired as a fire dragon researcher here. "Charlie, that little rascal is missing. Let us split up the search for him." A burly wizard with a bushy beard entered a wooden cabin in a fit of agitation. "All right, Benny. I'll be there once I finish this letter," replied the young wizard inside the cabin. With that, he inscribed his name at the end of the letter, Charlie Weasley. The salutation read, "Dear Qin." Indeed, this was none other than Charlie Weasley, the former captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, fresh from his graduation from Hogwarts. Recently, Charlie had been calculating the start date for the new term at Hogwarts and decided to pin a few letters to his former classmates and friends, one of whom was Qin Yu. After sealing the letter in a brown paper envelope and addressing it, Charlie summoned an owl to deliver the letters. Naturally, this owl would not fly directly to England. It would require some transfers before finally reaching Hogwarts, a detail Charlie need not fret over, having already paid the postage with the silver sickles. Having completed these tasks, he stepped out of their resting place to seek the missing little creature. Should a 3-meter-high fire dragon qualify as little? Soon, he found the fire dragon in a rugged gorge. However, he was taken aback to witness a girl send the 3-meter-high beast flying with a single punch. She was a slightly built girl with black hair, appearing to be around 17 or 18. Clad in a red outfit, her long black hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail. When she leapt up and struck the dragoness head, Charlie felt as though a mighty hammer had crashed down upon a wooden post, the impact resonating through the valley and sending tremors through his heart. Red-haired one, is this your dragon?" the girl asked, raising her chin as she caught sight of Charlie. Yes, this is mine," Charlie instinctively replied, but then shook his head. "Well, not exactly mine. I'm merely a researcher." "Researcher? How complicated?" "Whatever, it stole my food, so I hid it. That is within your rules, right?" the girl inquired. Yes. That is correct," Charlie responded, somewhat perplexed. "Good, then," she nodded. In the midst of the little fire dragon's soft whimpers, silence enveloped them. "Ahem. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Charlie Weasley. May I know your name?" Charlie mustered his courage to ask. "Oh, I'm Pusey," the girl replied. "Pusey what? I mean, what is your full name?" Charlie continued, finding her straightforwardness endearingly charming. "I'm just Pusey. Pusey is Pusey," she insisted, believing she had made herself clear. "All right, Pusey, it's a pleasure to meet you." Charlie abandoned further inquiries, realizing that her ability to send that little fire dragon flying rendered her lack of a surname rather inconsequential. For reasons unknown, Charlie invited the girl named Pusey back to his cabin. Perhaps because he could not bear to see such a petite and adorable girl attempt to gnaw on a wild boar, the very food she had protected from the dragon. Chapter 99. What to do if you get lost? The meeting between Charlie and Pusey was merely the beginning. This second son of the Weasley family had not anticipated the future events that would unfold with this girl. He simply instinctively felt she was not an ordinary person, and engaging with her posed no harm. After all, who could be simple-minded enough to dislocate the jaw of a little fire dragon with a mere punch? He also believed that he had inherited some culinary skills from his mother, Molly Weasley, sufficient to prevent the petite girl from sinking her teeth into bloodied raw meat. When Pusey tasted the roasted wild boar steak prepared by Charlie, her eyes widened in delight, her mouth dripping with grease as she mumbled praise for his culinary skills. Delicious. From now on, you must make this for me every day. I'll go hunt wild boars. I want to eat your roasted meat for a lifetime." Her words left Charlie's face flushed with embarrassment, and he was acutely aware that Pusey did not comprehend the deeper implications of her statement in certain contexts. "Sure, no problem." Charlie cleared his throat and replied, "Cooking? It's a simple task. Just take your time eating. I'll brew you some tea. I learned this from a big friend of mine. After eating meat, tea helps soothe your stomach." As Charlie spoke, he set a kettle on the stove to boil water. "Tea? I have never tried it, thank you," the girl said, squinting her eyes, and then continued to enjoy her roasted meat. Observing the joy radiating from the girl as she savored her meal, a slight smile unconsciously crept onto Charlie's lips. What a peculiar yet vibrant girl, he mused inwardly. He then regretted having sent his letters out too hastily. Had he delayed a bit longer, he could have included the encounter with Percy in his correspondence. That lad would surely relish hearing about some extraordinary tales, as he always had rather unique perspectives. Reflecting on this, Charlie found himself reminiscing about his time at Hogwarts, an unforgettable chapter of his life. "Here, have some meat. It will lift your spirits." The girl suddenly offered Charlie a piece of succulent rib, her expression earnest. She must have noticed that the red-haired boy's mood had dipped momentarily. "Thank you." Charlie accepted the tender meat and, after a brief hesitation, imitated the girl and took a hearty bite. To his surprise, devouring the meat did indeed brighten his mood considerably. Once the water boiled and the tea was prepared, each of them held a cup. The girl cradled hers with both hands, gently blowing on the steam rising from the cup. Taking small sips of the uniquely bitter yet sweet beverage, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Charlie watched her clumsy yet joyous demeanor, his gaze softening. Life in Dragonfield seemed to lose some of its dreariness. The encounter between the perpetually single Charlie Weasley and the wild, endearing girl Percy was akin to a meteor falling to Earth, seemingly coincidental, yet steeped in inevitability. Of course, neither party recognized the hand of fate orchestrating their meeting, each reveling in the delight of their initial encounter. One delighted by the act of eating meat, the other by the side of the other enjoying it. As the saying goes, a small tree does not provide shade without a decade of growth. Changes in human affairs cannot be measured in mere years. The events unfolding here serve as a prologue, which we shall set aside for now, awaiting further developments. Next, let us follow Charlie's letters, riding on the wings of owls, through a series of wondrous deliveries, eventually arriving at the grand institution of magic, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. At this moment, Hogwarts was bustling with the excitement of the first week of a new academic year. The external tumult seemed to be kept at bay by an invisible hand, rendering the campus lively, filled with the restlessness of upperclassmen returning from their vacations and the naive enthusiasm of first-year students. Among the older students, the mischievous twins, Fred and George, attempted to persuade Professor Quirrell to remove his garlic-scented turban, only to find themselves penalized with 10 points each for their trouble. Meanwhile, first-years like Harry, Ron, and Adam often found themselves chastised by the caretaker Argus Filch for wandering into forbidden corridors, despite their protests of having merely taken a wrong turn. In contrast, second-year student Qin Yu did not engage in the reckless antics of the Weasley twins, and Hermione was not the typical first-year who would become lost in Hogwarts' intricate corridors and staircases. The reason for Hermione's swift acclimatization to Hogwarts layout was straightforward. She had a capable guide. I have already shown you the frequently visited classrooms, the herbology greenhouse, the practical rooms, and the storage areas. Pay attention to those staircases and doors that may suddenly shift or disappear. Lastly, if you do find yourself lost, do you remember what I said to do? Qin Yu pointed to a simple layout map, detailing each point, and finally turned to Hermione. Stay put and blow the whistle. Hermione replied solemnly. Very good, Qin Yu nodded in approval. The whistle Hermione mentioned was no ordinary one. It was crafted from a special alchemical material that produced minimal sound. When blown, it would resonate with another piece of the same material that Qin Yu carried, allowing him to be immediately alerted to Hermione's predicament and ascertain her approximate location. This material had been entrusted to him by Professor Swinton before his departure, and Qin Yu had spent the summer devising a way to transform it into a signaling whistle. Now, as breakfast time approached, diligent owls soared into the great hall, delivering an array of letters and parcels, flapping their wings as they dropped their cargo. The white owl belonging to Qin Yu dropped a letter into his hands. Upon receiving the letter, Qin Yu instinctively looked around, as if searching for something. However, he quickly shrugged it off with a self-deprecating smile, feeling perhaps a bit paranoid. Lately, he had occasionally sensed a gaze upon him, yet could not discern its source. Could it be that, as the protagonist, I am being observed by a higher power? A peculiar thought flickered through his mind. Lost in these musings, he opened the letter. It was from Charlie, who recounted some interesting tales from his life in Romania, extending an invitation for Qin Yu to visit if he ever had the chance. Glancing through the letter, he remarked to the ever-curious Hermione beside him, Dragon grounds? Are there really dragons there? Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention. Of course. However, he doesn't have a camera, so we won't be able to see any pictures of him with the fire dragons, Qin Yu replied with a hint of resignation. After all, in his previous life, he had possessed a smartphone with millions of pixels, capturing anything he desired. Now, it was not so convenient. Even a simple snapshot for his sister or girlfriend required finding a classmate with a magical camera. Sighing, he mused that it was already 1991, and Mr. Qin had yet to capture a single video. After breakfast, they parted ways for their classes, with Qin Yu and Hermione heading in different directions. As they approached the hallway's corner, the young girl turned back to wave at Qin Yu, her face radiating a brilliant smile. Shortly thereafter, he noticed Hermione's roommates, Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown, whispering together, which caused Hermione's face to flush. She exchanged a few words with them before darting away. Watching the charming little witch disappear around the corner, Qin Yu could not help but smirk, gathering his thoughts as he joined Elvis and the others on their way to the second-year classroom. Meanwhile, in the direction Hermione had gone, a stern-faced professor of magic, clad in a flowing black robe, entered the underground classroom. Chapter 100. The brave Miss Granger. Friday mornings for the first years were dedicated to potions class. Professor Severus Snape was in a particularly foul mood that day, irritated by two individuals, both from Gryffindor. The first was Harry Potter, whose resemblance to his father, James Potter, was infuriatingly reminiscent of the bullying Snape had endured in his youth, certainly not a pleasant memory. The second was Hermione Granger, who shared her brother Qin's relentless determination, always striving to challenge conventions. Snape silenced Harry with a few painfully simple questions, while Harry attempted to argue back. He felt it necessary to impose strict discipline on such a student, lest he evolve into a second James Potter, which warranted deducting a point from Gryffindor. As for Hermione, she eagerly raised her hand whenever Snape posed a question, clearly having inherited her brother's knowledge. She, too, enjoyed being in the spotlight, which irked Snape. Nevertheless, considering Hermione was Qin's sister, though he did not feel a familial connection, Snape found it difficult to unleash his full ire upon her. Miss Granger, you may remain seated when raising your hand. I fear you might pierce the ceiling if you stand, Snape remarked coldly, observing her eagerness. Understood, Professor Snape. I won't stand next time, Hermione replied cheerfully. She was, much like Qin, a source of irritation for him. Given the distress caused by these two students, Snape subjected the first-year newcomers to a series of stern reprimands, leaving them thoroughly intimidated. Most of the children regarded potions as the most detestable subject at Hogwarts. However, having learned about Snape's temperament from Qin's letters a year prior, Hermione did not find him particularly frightening. On the contrary, she appreciated his succinct and efficient teaching style, an embodiment of what a good teacher should be. Of course, her favorite teacher remained Qin, who provided detailed explanations and would occasionally encourage her with a gentle pat on the head or a soft, warm glance, which made her heart race. Coughing, she reminded herself that she was in class and must not daydream. She focused intently on stirring the thick potion in her cauldron, observing the color changes while managing to exclude certain thoughts from her mind. Without the distraction of a certain individual, Hermione completed her potion with remarkable speed and precision. She even managed to intervene just in time to prevent Neville Longbottom from adding hedgehog spines to the boiling cauldron prematurely, averting what could have been a disastrous accident. Mr. Longbottom, you owe your gratitude to the overly cautious Miss Granger. Had you been a moment later, you would be covered in boils by now. Professor Snape glared at the still giggling Neville. The poor boy stood frozen, quickly pouting and shedding tears, stammering, "I am sorry, Professor Snape. I hope you will learn from this and truly understand where you went wrong," Snape stated, dismissing Neville from further attention. He then turned his cold gaze toward Harry Potter. While Miss Granger was preventing him from making mistakes, "What were you doing, Mr. Potter?" "Huh?" Harry was momentarily taken aback. "Not only did you fail to remind him, but it seems you were indifferent afterward, perhaps secretly mocking Mr. Longbottom's carelessness or even hoping for someone to err." "I did not. Given your performance, Gryffindor loses a point." Harry opened his mouth to protest, but Ron intervened, whispering that Snape had a notoriously bad temper and was unreasonable, often deducting points from George and Fred. "Professor." Hermione couldn't help but speak up. "Miss Granger, what do you wish to say?" Snape turned his attention toward her. "I believe you should not so subjectively judge Harry's thoughts and penalize him," Hermione boldly declared. "Oh, is that so?" Snape paused, fixing his gaze on the young girl. "In light of your challenge to the teacher during class, I shall deduct another point from Gryffindor." He eagerly anticipated that the little girl would suddenly burst into tears, much like the chubby boy had moments ago. This way, no one would dare to behave so recklessly in his classroom. As for how Qin would react upon discovering this, did he truly need to concern himself with it? Absolutely not. Upon hearing Professor Snape's words, Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that this professor would be even more difficult than she had imagined. However, Qin had assured her that there was no need to fear him. With this thought in mind, Hermione straightened her back and raised her chin, declaring, "Professor Snape, even if you deduct points from me, I shall stand by my earlier opinion." "Very well, commendable courage. One more point deducted from Gryffindor." Snape showed no sign of retreat. Hermione pouted, her eyes instantly reddening. Yet, she fought back her tears. "I must inform Qin. I must tell him he is mistaken. This professor is utterly unreasonable." Hermione thought fervently, her breath coming in quick gasps. Observing Hermione, who had finally settled down, Professor Snape subtly raised an eyebrow, secretly relieved. Last year, one troublesome student had caused him headaches. Now there were two. And he suspected Merlin had sent them to punish him. Although Hermione was frustrated by Professor Snape's unreasonable demeanor, she refrained from complaining excessively to Qin Yu upon seeing him, as she believed she could handle such trivial matters. After all, how could she hope to keep pace with Qin and become Hogwarts' newest academic prodigy otherwise? She certainly did not want others to refer to her merely as Qin's sister. Instead, she aspired for people to say, "Look, he is the Minister of Magic." Admittedly, this aspiration was somewhat unrealistic, yet Qin often remarked that she could become the minister, leading her to sometimes entertain the notion that she might indeed become such a prominent figure. "What occupies your thoughts? Is potions class not going well?" Qin Yu inquired curiously as he noticed her daydreaming while they were having lunch in the Great Hall. Since sitting down, he had observed the peculiar glances the first-year students cast at Hermione, who seemed to drift off occasionally. Considering Professor Snape's usual demeanor, Qin could surmise the situation quite accurately. Fortunately, Hermione had managed to find a phrase she deemed suitable. "How can that be called strict? He is simply unreasonable, deliberately targeting us," Harry exclaimed indignantly. "Apparently, you all have incurred point deductions as well," Qin Yu remarked with a shrug. "Huh?" The group of children turned to Qin Yu. Of course, aside from Hermione, the other first-year students were unaware of the many points Qin had lost. "Indeed, I too lost a point during my first potions class," Qin admitted candidly. As they displayed expressions of surprise, Harry even appeared both relieved and excited. Qin Yu, concerned that the children might stray off course, continued, "However, my grade in the potions class is excellent. The deductions from my score were not due to a lack of diligence or poor performance." He briefly recounted the reasons for his score reduction, almost having forgotten about the incident until now. "Well, let us discuss your matters." From that point onward, Harry took the lead in narrating their experiences, with Ron providing supplementary details, Neville apologizing intermittently, and Adam occasionally nodding in agreement. By the end, Harry, Ron, Neville, and the surrounding first-year students gazed at Hermione with admiration. It was undeniable that standing up to a teacher of Professor Snape's formidable reputation in class was a testament to courage, instantly elevating Hermione to a status akin to that of a leader in their eyes. Hermione, feeling a bit bashful under their scrutiny, looked at Qin Yu and hesitantly remarked, "I merely expressed what I wanted to say." Qin Yu had previously advised her not to rush to showcase her abilities in Professor Snape's class, acknowledging the professor's capricious temperament. Yet, she had not heeded his counsel. "Well done." To his surprise, Qin Yu affectionately ruffled her hair, commending her with a smile. His earlier caution stemmed from a desire to shield her from potential reprimands by Snape. But it was clear that Hermione sorting into Gryffindor was a reflection of her inherent bravery. Some things were simply beyond his control, for she was indeed a person of strong opinions. Overall, Qin Yu was both astonished and gratified by Hermione's performance that day. He realized that he might have been overly protective of her, forgetting that Miss Granger was an exceptionally formidable individual, well on her way to becoming even more so. After all, she was destined to be a future Minister of Magic. The thought of being introduced as the brother of the Minister of Magic brought a sense of pride. The support and encouragement from Qin Yu brought a radiant smile to Hermione's face, instilling within her the belief that she could endure until she lost after being deducted 5 points. Meanwhile, others observed the exchange and found the previous topic utterly mundane. "Just look at us denouncing Professor Snape while you brazenly flaunt your affection. Is this the Ministry of Magic? Such inhumane behavior towards the heartbroken. Is there no one to intervene?" Many around them harbored similar thoughts. Chapter 101. We shall not resort to extreme measures foolishness. Snape cast the shield charm, deflecting the long sword wreathed in ethereal blue flames, and swiftly employed another spell to send the offensively reckless Qin Yu hurtling through the air. The latter fell heavily to the ground. Once more, Qin Yu stood up, leaning on his sword, and wiped the corner of his mouth as he spoke. As night fell, Qin Yu and Professor Snape returned to the room of requirement to resume their practical combat training, which had been interrupted for 2 long months. Qin Yu expressed his desire to wield that particular sword, acknowledging that his skills paled in comparison to those of Professor Snape, and sought to experiment with a different weapon. Snape acquiesced, and thus, Qin Yu launched a fierce assault against him. Despite Professor Snape's adeptness in magic, he found himself somewhat flustered by the techniques Qin Yu had honed against the basilisk. The young man, taking advantage of Snape's reluctance to inflict serious harm, fought with reckless abandon, forsaking defense entirely in favor of relentless offense. "Your mind lacks tranquility. What purpose does this training serve?" Snape remarked coldly. "If the lily in your heart were to be bullied, would your spirit remain at peace?" Qin Yu retorted, gripping his sword as he faced Snape intently. Upon hearing this, a flicker of cold light flashed in Snape's eyes, and he clenched his fist. "Focus, Professor," Qin Yu taunted. "Very well." Snape suddenly raised his wand before him and, with a decisive motion, bowed solemnly. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, his entire being becoming acutely vigilant. As long as it wasn't the Avada Kedavra curse, he believed there remained a glimmer of hope for his survival. Half an hour later, Qin Yu, battered and bruised, leaned against Professor Snape's back. Snape's clothing bore multiple tears, and a wound marred his face. The two sat back to back on the ground, panting, immersed in a silence that lingered for quite some time. "Harry will despise you." Qin Yu eventually broke the stillness, his voice weary. "Did Hagrid speak to you about my situation?" Snape did not respond immediately but unexpectedly inquired, "Not entirely. As you are aware, I have my sources." Qin Yu chose not to elaborate further. "I heard from Hagrid that you went to fetch that child with him?" Snape continued to probe. "Yes. We retrieved him from a rocky island. Quite extravagant. Isn't it? The Dursleys were neither particularly kind nor excessively cruel to him. But you know how it is with children. If their upbringing is lacking, they tend to feel quite suppressed," Qin Yu remarked, hinting at deeper meanings. "It seems you are well informed about my past." Snape discerned the implications in Qin Yu's words. After all, his own childhood had not been particularly pleasant, arguably quite dismal. Fortunately, near Spinner's End, he encountered a girl named Lily Evans, with her long, deep red hair and striking green eyes. More significantly, she was an exceptionally kind soul, and the days spent in her company were the happiest of his life. Regrettably, it was he who ruined everything, losing her forever. "Is it not normal to inquire about your past? I genuinely consider you a brother," Qin Yu stated earnestly. "Do not attempt to provoke me further." "I have no desire to treat your wounds again," Snape replied, his tone laced with an ominous undertone. "Ahem, then please treat Hermione better in the future." Qin Yu deftly shifted the topic. "Indeed, you are quite the informant," Snape remarked. "No, she hasn't said anything, but I am well aware of your temperament." Qin Yu retorted with exasperation. "Have you rested enough? Shall we continue?" "Well, Professor, I believe we should conclude for today. Yet, I sense you still possess ample energy." Snape rose, addressing Qin Yu with a commanding voice. "Retrieve your ostentatious sword. Must we proceed so soon? At least allow me 5 more minutes, just 5. All right, I shall rise. By the way, what spell is that emitting a green light? Surely, you wouldn't strike with lethal force?" Fortunately, the green light was merely a yellowish green, not the ominous hue of a killing curse. Later that night, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore welcomed Snape to sit and enjoy tea, taking an interest in the latter's tattered robes and facial wounds. Do you require assistance in addressing those injuries? Dumbledore gestured playfully, a smile dancing in his eyes. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. However, I can manage on my own, Snape replied with solemnity. So, Severus, do you believe that child can now control himself? Dumbledore shifted the conversation to a more serious tone. I cannot guarantee his complete self-control, but I did exert considerable force today, and he did not resort to that power. Snape replied with candor. It appears he has made significant progress, Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, his magical aptitude is remarkably high, and most importantly, he possesses an imagination far beyond the ordinary. Precisely, magic demands imagination. It seems you hold him in high regard, Severus? I am merely observing and evaluating him as per your instructions. Yes, I understand. We shall wait and see. I will seek an opportunity to converse with the child. This dialogue did not linger for long. After finishing his tea, Snape rose, bowed slightly, and departed the headmaster's office. Meanwhile, Dumbledore remained seated behind his desk, lost in contemplation. Voldemort, Grindelwald, the Sorting Hat, the power they fear, very well, more complications are welcome, he murmured, suddenly producing an ancient wand and gently waving it towards the phoenix, Fawkes. Instantly, a long feather fell from Fawkes' tail, igniting in flames the moment it detached from the phoenix's body. Fawkes lifted his eyelids, emitting a low, displeased trill. Do not be vexed. Old friend, we require your assistance, Dumbledore soothed. Fawkes uttered another low sound before closing his eyes once more, returning to slumber. Thanks to Professor Snape's healing, Qin Yu, though dirted and disheveled, bore no severe injuries. Upon returning to the Gryffindor dormitory, he found Hermione seated in the common room, engrossed in a book. The hour was late, and she was clearly waiting for someone's return. Upon noticing the injuries on Qin Yu's face, her brow furrowed with concern. It's nothing severe. Perhaps if you blow on it, I'll feel instantly better, Qin Yu suggested, leaning closer. Hermione puffed her cheeks and blew gently a few times. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Indeed, the results are commendable. I possess an even more effective method. Hermione gazed at him and softly replied. Before Qin Yu could inquire about the method, he felt a gentle peck on his cheek. Good night, Qin, exclaimed the mischievous girl, who swiftly darted away, leaving behind her words and vanishing from sight. Observing the direction of her departure, Qin Yu touched his cheek, pondering silently. Has this girl, due to her performance today, garnered admiration from her classmates and subsequently awakened some hidden attribute? This seems rather overwhelming, does it not? Nevertheless, Qin Yu felt he could endure it. Lost in such thoughts, he departed from the common room and returned to the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. Chapter 102. Time flies, the sentiments of youth on Saturday morning. It was Gryffindor's turn to utilize the Quidditch pitch, where the Gryffindor Quidditch team was set to embark on their first official training since the commencement of the school year. Hermione was quite exhilarated, eagerly waiting in the common room from early morning, consciously avoiding the chair where she and Qin had sat the previous night, refraining from contemplating her actions from the night before. The more awkward you feel, the more awkward it becomes. The less awkward you feel, the less awkward it remains. As long as you do not feel awkward, you shall not be awkward, she silently recited the mantra Qin had once imparted to her. Though somewhat convoluted, the mantra proved to be undeniably effective. Even when Qin, seizing a moment of distraction, playfully poked her cheek, she managed to feign ignorance with remarkable composure. Hermione, you have changed, Qin's voice echoed gently in her ear. I have not, I merely, Hermione blurted out. Oh, so you still recall what happened yesterday? Qin's voice chimed again. No, I do not remember. I did nothing yesterday, Hermione declared emphatically. Indeed, she had become quite adept at playing coy. Before Qin's voice had faded, Hermione felt her hand firmly grasped by another, and her body was involuntarily drawn down a secluded corridor. She was well aware that Qin was intimately familiar with the layout of the school. Qin, what are you planning to do? She quickly inquired, glancing around to ensure they were alone. Oh, what did you do wrong? Qin Yu asked. Let me think. It seems I need to help you remember. He continued. No, I remember now. Qin Yu chose that secluded corridor primarily because it was a shortcut to the auditorium. After all, they were in a hurry to have breakfast. Moreover, it seemed only fair to take the opportunity, in the absence of others, to impose a little punishment on a certain audacious young girl. One must build their familial standing from the little things, accumulating it bit by bit. Of course, he merely reciprocated what she had done to him the previous evening. His actions were hardly excessive. Indeed, Qin Yu's approach towards Hermione has always been one of gentle admonishment, curing her mischief through a mild reprimand. At that moment, seated beside the dining table, Hermione's cheeks were flushed as she nibbled on a piece of bread, pouting in Qin Yu's direction. She recalled the earlier incident where he claimed to be a perfectionist, insisting that both sides of her face receive equal treatment, despite her penchant for being willfully obstinate. Well, there was no point dwelling on it. She decided to hasten her breakfast. Shaking her head, she attempted to forget the previous matter and regain her composure lest her cheeks continue to burn. This tastes delightful. You should try it. Qin Yu offered a piece of meat roll, which she naturally accepted, savoring it as the flavors awakened her taste buds, causing her eyes to brighten with delight. The taste was indeed exquisite. Anticipating another bite, she glanced eagerly at the food on Qin Yu's plate, awaiting her second serving. May I fly for a while? I have yet to experience the sensation of riding a flying broomstick, Hermione implored, tugging at the sleeve of Qin Yu's robe with her wide, beseeching eyes. Since the start of the term, she had not attended a flying class, which, it was rumored, would commence next week. Not yet. You've just eaten too much, Qin Yu chided gently, ruffling her hair. That's your fault for feeding me so much. Hermione expertly redirected the blame. Is that so? You weren't saying that at the table, Qin Yu teased, pinching her cheek lightly. Then, he mounted his broomstick and soared into the air, stirring up a gust of wind and a flurry of grass clippings. Hermione watched the figure soaring through the sky, her eyes brimming with excitement, and a smile gradually spread across her face. At last, she witnessed him flying in person, no longer confined to the moving magical photographs. Reflecting on the past year, waiting for Hogwarts' acceptance letter felt like a distant memory. She would often visit the attic where he had stayed, lying on the small bed he once occupied, imagining what he might be doing at that moment and whether he ever thought of her in return. In a daze, it seemed as though time had suddenly shifted from the past to the present, transporting her from that little attic to the grand grounds of this magical school, where she could see him soaring and chasing in the skies. Would time also whisk her forward to a distant future where they would both be adults? Would he still be by her side then? As such thoughts crossed her mind, a wave of melancholy washed over Hermione, an unsettling mixture of fear and helplessness in the face of time's relentless passage. For the first time, the brown-haired girl contemplated the significance of time, grappling with the uncertainties that accompany its fleeting nature. Hermione. Someone called her name from the sky. She looked up to see a figure approaching swiftly. Before she could respond, a strong arm swept her up, enclosing her in a familiar embrace as she settled securely at the front of a flying broomstick. Are you ready? The voice murmured gently in her ear. Yes, she nodded, a blend of anxiety and excitement coursing through her. Then, she was lifted into the air. Feeling the fierce wind against her face, Hermione struggled to keep her eyes open, eager to gaze down at the earth below. However, once her eyes opened, she quickly shut them again, wanting to fully relish the sensation of being held by him as they sped through the air. Was this not akin to the rush of life as one navigates the ceaseless river of time? With his presence, everything felt reassuringly secure. Even as the winds at such heights grew cold, his embrace radiated warmth. Qin, will we be together forever? The girl pondered, answering her own question with a hopeful heart. In the wake of the Gryffindor Quidditch team's first practice after the semester began, the session proceeded relatively smoothly, albeit with an abundance of romantic displays. Isn't it a violation for